The young man was distracted by his phone while walking and ended up getting hit by a truck. But because he had good character, he got a second chance at life. He had to press a random number to find out what kind of identity he would have in the new world. Excitedly, he pressed the button. The screen flickered before stopping on top Jianghu expert from Vimadan. The main character was overjoyed, not expecting such good luck. He eagerly rushed through the reincarnation gate to his new life, and the reincarnation staff started packing up. As he passed by a lottery machine, he stopped, pulling out a piece of paper from inside. This system is really messed up. There are too many characters that don't fit. The main character thought he had become the top Jianghu expert from Vimadan, but the full identity he drew was actually an employee named at a guest house, killed by the top Jianghu expert from Vimadan. He woke up in a heavy rainstorm. He brought all his memories from his previous life, but didn't know about the incident at the reincarnation station, still thinking he had become the top Jianghu expert. In reality, he was now Li Ziwu, an ordinary guest house employee. Standing in the rain, Li Ziwu examined himself and sighed. What a Jianghu expert would wear so shabbily? Then his eyes fell on something that looked like a token falling to the ground. Strange, the aura of Vimadan was nearby. Why is there no trace at all? They're mumbling. Li Ziwu picked up the token and asked blankly, "You're looking for me?" The stranger saw the Ma Zhaoyan token in his hand. Ben really believed he was Vimadan. They were enraged and attacked him. Indeed, he's the one who dared to kill so recklessly. What kung fu are you practicing that harms so many people? I've heard about it. Your ancient clan is no longer as powerful as before. Li Ziwu was confused by their accusations. He still thought he was really the Ma Zhaoyan, having to disguise himself because of his ancient poison. Facing those who wanted to kill him, Li Ziwu still relied on them and tried to take their heads. What gave you the illusion that 3 people could defeat me? Li Ziwu laughed maniacally as he spoke. He just thought that even with ancient poison, he was still the top Jianghu expert. The others were genuinely scared by his presence. To be sure, the 3 of them combined their forces to create a golden holy sword formation. Immediately, a huge golden sword appeared. But who would have thought it was raining heavily at that time? Thunder rumbled. These ancient people were lacking in knowledge. Gold conducts electricity well, so the giant sword attracted lightning and struck them. Li Ziwu, even though he didn't know how to use magic, relied on his instincts. When those 3 were hit by lightning, Li Ziwu still thought that just an idea had caused 3 experts to die tragically. This was the power of someone behind him. He returned to town Wuyu. The town was bustling with activity. Experiencing this true Jianghu world made him very excited. But not long after arriving, Li Ziwu suddenly heard a child shouting, "Mom, look, that's the Ma Zhaoyan." Li Ziwu was startled by the innocent voice. The passersby started talking about the Ma Zhaoyan. Li Ziwu was extremely nervous. How could that be? Didn't I disguise myself? What should I do now? Must I kill everyone in the town? He thought to himself. But when he turned around, his eyes met a wanted poster. It was for the Ma Zhaoyan with a picture of him. Li Ziwu sighed in relief, feeling lucky that he had disguised himself. In the crowd, a child recognized him and asked, "Brother Aoi, why are you here?" Li Ziwu turned around to confirm it was talking to him, his head showing a big question mark. The child led him back to the top guest house, constantly complaining on the way. Unbelievable how unlucky he is. Not only did he fall into a ravine, but also lost his spirit. He's been gone for 2 days. Everyone thought he went back home. This is your room. Change into clean clothes first. The chef is urging everyone to work hard. The kid brought you to a simple room. Li Ziwei looked around but didn't doubt his identity, only seeing it as just another lower status role. He thought he needed to quickly adapt to this new life. But reality proved harder than expected. As a lowly errand boy at an inn, even slicing chicken gizzards was beyond him. Bai Chen was quite impressed by his efforts. He kept praising him. "Hurry up and get to work. I'll tell the boss if you don't finish your wages for this month will be gone." Really unlucky, you skipped work in the morning but now refuse to do proper labor. What can you do without slicing chicken gizzards? Even cleaning chickens isn't done properly. All day he just studies useless old techniques. If you mastered a technique, pigs could learn levitation too. The chef scolded him, but Li Ziwei didn't reply, making the chef furious and shouting again, "I was talking to you. Listen up." Just as he finished his sentence, Li Ziwei cut the chicken gizzards with a loud noise. This startled the chef. When Li Ziwei turned back, his face covered in blood had an extremely inhuman smile. What? The chef was furious. What else could he be angry about? Seeing this terrifying expression, the man fell silent. Rewind a bit to several hours ago. At that time, Ma's divination technique killed many people. Bodies piled up like mountains as he enjoyed killing them, feeling like stepping on ants. A group of martial artists gathered with the resolve to stop Ma today. Their strength was too far apart to change the situation. Then that demon took out a Ma Zhao, causing everyone's faces to pale. Not good. He wants to send orders to the emperor, hoping to stop him. Just trying to stop me, you're not worthy. Contrary to this bloody chaos, far away on another mountain, the original Li Ziwei buried a chicken. This man was very weak at heart. Even a chicken's life mattered to him, so he came all the way here to bury it. Unbeknownst to him, just as everything went smoothly, Mus flew past and hit him. Its speed was too fast, sending him tumbling off a cliff. Thus, with his life, the original Li Ziwei successfully stopped Ma from transmitting messages through the Ma Zhao. This is why, after rebirth, he found himself waking up with this confusing order in the inn's kitchen. The chef was still in shock over Li Ziwei's reaction. He had no idea what happened these past 2 days. Previously, he was just a timid teenager. As an older man, he couldn't bear to lose face. With all his courage, he asked, "After all I've done for the, do you dare look down on me? Do you know who I am and still pretend with me? Have you heard of me turning people into food?" His voice echoed in the kitchen. Li Ziwei silently assessed him. The chef's body was decent for a servant here. Master Li Ziwei looked down on him, making the chef even angrier. He picked up a fish and threw it at Li Ziwei, cursing non-stop. "What kind of eyes do you have?" Facing such an aggressive attitude, Li Ziwei wanted to test if this man was worthy enough as his servant. He grabbed the knife on the cutting board and slowly approached the chef. Seeing him, the chef started sweating. "What are you doing?" The chef backed away a few steps, tripping over the fish and falling backward. Just as Li Ziwei lunged forward with the knife, the chef screamed. Li Ziwei's knife plunged into the wall, just half an arm's length from the chef. Then, he used a terrifying expression to ask him, "Do you know my favorite food? First, cut it up, coat it in flour and seasonings, then fry it with butter. Finally, garnish it. By the way, that part of the pork is for this dish." Li Ziwei drew out his knife, its cold blade brushing against the chef's cheek. "Want to try?" Li Ziwei truly had some acting skills as a villain. The chef fell to the ground, crying in fear. He was this scared just from a little intimidation. What would he do if you really attacked him? If you took on such a servant and brought him out, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Boring, Li Ziwu sighed. Suddenly, his eyes darted to the door and saw some colleagues gossiping outside. So he asked, "What's going on? What happened?" They had just witnessed Li Ziwu calling out for the school kitchen staff, so they didn't dare to say anything and dispersed. Li Ziwu sighed again as he looked at them. This place isn't just filled with these pretentious jerks. Truly, there's not even one person who listens. At this moment, someone tugged on his sleeve. Looking down, he realized it was the boy who had discovered him earlier in town. From this angle, the boy looked cuter than ever. It was late. After adapting to his new identity for a day, Li Ziwu packed everything and moved into the storage room at the back of the inn. Moving stuff here was tiring, but he liked being separated from the world like this. Lying on the bed, Li Ziwu yawned and thought about all the things he needed to do. He had to practice his cultivation techniques and investigate the current state of the cult. Just thinking about it made him tired, but Li Ziwu consoled himself that a high-ranking cultivator's life isn't always easy. Today, he also discovered something small, a little boy. Li Ziwu admitted he had a liking for the boy because of how cute he was. Since martial arts training starts from childhood, this boy would be the best candidate. Thinking about it made him feel hungry. He left his room to find something to eat and talk to the little boy. Unexpectedly, at this moment, that boy was being bullied by another servant named Jin Wakim. That scoundrel was jealous because today he seemed friendly with Li Ziwu. A useless person like you and a homeless child make quite the pair, and daring to cause trouble at the school kitchen. He's the sworn brother of the inn owner, Zhao. When the inn owner returns, we'll see what happens to all of you. Jin Wakim wanted to take this opportunity to harass the school kitchen. When the inn owner returns, he plans to demand compensation. So he made the boy call out Li Ziwu for him. But just as he mentioned tow truck, one arrived immediately. At this moment, Jin Wakim heard some noise from behind. He turned around and saw a wooden sign flying towards him. Luckily, he dodged it. Otherwise, his teeth would have been knocked out. The culprit was none other than Li Ziwu. Enough talking, enough listening. Next scene, the main character should step onto the stage. Look at that arrogant attitude of his. Jin Wakim wasn't scared at all. In fact, he was very pleased to see his prey coming to him. Next, he wanted to beat up Li Ziwu as revenge for the school kitchen and flatter the inn owner Zhao. For Li Ziwu, having Jin Wakim show up like this was a good opportunity. He planned to give him a beating so that the boy could see his strength firsthand and revere him even more. Thus, the two servants with their own motives but aligned goals were ready to clash. Jin Wakim is indeed a good side character, Before fighting, he said much. As you can see, whoever talks too much usually loses. Listen up, brat. If you kneel and beg for forgiveness now, I might spare your life. Jin Woo-kim pretended to be magnanimous, but Lee Ziwoo didn't even bother listening. He only asked the boy to stay back so he wouldn't get hurt. Jin Woo-kim was furious. He never expected that after regaining his memory, Lee Ziwoo would dare treat him this way. Stop acting like you're better than me. A waste of space. As he cursed, Jin Woo-kim clenched his fist and charged forward. However, his 5 punches revealed too many flaws. Lee Ziwoo took a step back to create a safe distance. He grabbed the other's outstretched arm with his right hand while using his left to support it, finally throwing him down hard. Jin Woo-kim lay on the ground, still confused about what had happened. He just got knocked down by the most timid in-servant ever. After completing this move, Lee Ziwoo felt very relieved. In his previous life, he cut and pasted many fight scenes. Today was finally a chance to try it out. In his mind, he still considered himself Ziwoo too. He just couldn't use those flashy cultivation techniques from the novel freely now. Still, with his current inner strength and martial arts knowledge from past lives, his punches were unbeatable. But he wasn't fully comfortable in this body yet. Ice, that's not good. If I don't catch my hand in time, someone might get hurt. This identity could be exposed. What is this body? What if my identity gets exposed? He was so scared his face turned pale. It seems like this plot point has been mentioned in some of the scripts he's seen before. Could Lee Ziwoo in front of us really have a mysterious identity while the in-boy is just a disguise? Lee Ziwoo turned around and saw Kim Ki-eun's suspicious gaze fixed on him. As their eyes met, Kim Ki-eun suddenly panicked and shouted, "Who are you exactly?" Lee Ziwoo replied by rushing forward to choke him, pressing him against the wall. "What did you say? Say it now! Why did you reveal my identity?" Kim Ki-eun's throat was squeezed tightly and he couldn't utter a word. Meanwhile, Lee Ziwoo's hand was busy choking him, but his mind kept thinking. He thought that although Kim Ki-eun seemed naive, he could still spot his true identity. Moreover, he could withstand the force of my throw, showing he wasn't an ordinary person. Of course, this identity or deep inner strength was just Lee Ziwoo's imagination. It can't be denied that the broken machine at the reincarnation station really messed up my life, overestimating his own identity and not realizing he was delusional. After some thought, Lee Ziwoo released his grip. Kim Ki-eun coughed several times, cursing him silently in his mind as a madman. But Lee Ziwoo wasn't going to let him off that easily. Because deep down, he knew Kim Ki-eun's true identity from Vimeton and it couldn't spare him. With this thought, Lee Ziwoo used all his strength to deliver a blow right at the opponent's waist. Kim Ki-eun could even hear his bones crack. Then he was knocked down, face first onto the floor. "Have you had your awakening yet?" Lee Ziwoo said triumphantly. "Young man, are you going to just give up and die like that?" Veen Ren once said that enlightenment is a rebirth, welcoming light and a new future. So I can offer you another choice. Not long after, in the forest near the town, large trees rustled as someone used light skills. This girl is Hae-yi, a head of a secret sect working under her father's command. Her father often gave her boring paperwork to keep her busy since some cult remnants had fled to this area recently. But in the world, people are more inclined to do what they're forbidden from doing. That's why Hae-yi decided to catch those cult remnants to prove herself to her father. In her hand was a stolen blueprint showing targets for pursuit. To Hae-yi, this was a white-haired girl in revealing clothes walking by. Hae-yi stood there for 2 seconds before blushing and quickly hiding the blueprint. "Why does this woman have such an image?" she shouted. At that moment, someone's voice came from afar. Hae-yi stopped and looked in the distance to see Lee Ziwoo and his brother. "Brother Wei, is what you said true? Will I no longer be bullied if I learn martial arts?" The boy at the inn asked with sparkling eyes. "Of course, have you seen how gently I dealt with those scoundrels bullying you? Not only will you not be bullied, but learning the skill will also earn you admiration from others." Lee Ziwoo replied, feeling a bit scared about that so-called admiration, which was actually more like being pursued. Hearing this, the boy suddenly fell to his knees. He had heard his sister say before that when taking a master, one must bow. So this innocent child used all his strength and forcefully hit his head on the ground, creating a loud thud. "Young man, please teach me, Brother Wei or Master." That night, Kim Ki-eun returned home, but it turned out that he wasn't just an ordinary in-boy. He was the heir of a mysterious wealthy family. When Kim Ki-eun got back, several maids rushed to greet him. Among them, one maid in revealing clothes brought a letter for him. "Young master, you came home very late today. There's a message from the capital city." "What does the capital want with me? I don't have the energy to deal with those clothes now." Ki-eun impatiently replied, and the maid continued. "So to serve Miss Woo-di, her back pain needs treatment too. Finished talking, she skillfully undid Tin Woo Kim's outer coat. To her surprise, a whole handprint appeared on his back. The maidservant's anger flared up instantly, and she screamed, "Who dared hit Miss Woo D? Who has such strength?" Even the nose was bitten. Sitting beside him, Tin Woo Kim remained silent for a long time before telling her that she no longer needed to take medicine from today on. Because of his back pain for so many years, even the chief physician of Jingcheng couldn't help. Today, he got hit by Lee Ziwu and was cured instantly. Originally, that blow was meant to injure him severely. But unexpectedly, it turned into a method to adjust life according to modern medical perspective. Tin Woo Kim found himself in this situation and couldn't avoid being shocked. He felt Lee Ziwu must have done this on purpose. If he didn't listen, his bones would turn to mud after 7 days. In the end, Tin Woo Kim still lived through it, put back on his coat, and planned to talk to Lee Ziwu properly. It was already very late, but Lee Ziwu was training with a child in the forest, focusing on something like calming the mind and gathering energy. He taught wholeheartedly despite having no strength himself, only believing in his Vimetan identity. Martial arts require mastering techniques. The key is unity of body and spirit, form and essence. Lee Ziwu seriously taught while the child took it very seriously. Then he leaned against a tree, thinking about which technique would suit this child best. In fact, since teleporting here, Lee Ziwu hadn't finished researching the magic order's techniques. Before being chased by 3 men, they mentioned some techniques that didn't sound good. The devilish women who pile up people into mountains, Lee Ziwu definitely wouldn't follow this path, thinking too much only cause his headaches. So he put aside the magic order and took out a basic technique book from his chest. "Little Zhua, here's the technique for you, my apprentice." Lee Ziwu waved his hand. Seeing the child's blank face, he realized he had called him by the wrong name. Due to his profession, was it because in his previous life his short video platform ID was Little Zhua? Lee Ziwu made up a reason for the child's hometown. In Therals, don't use real names, you'll understand later. The child believed him blindly and obediently followed. Meanwhile, Jir YY was still sucking on a nearby tree branch. She spent the whole day observing them because she found them suspicious. But realizing they were just foolish people training late at night in the forest, she decided to stay for a bit longer to prevent them from being taken away. Lee Ziwu's appearance was different even without his martial robe. Still, out of caution, Jia YY decided to stay in their school for a while. So Lee Ziwu and the child each started studying their respective techniques. While he was still figuring out where they were in their technique practice, the child had already finished reading the basic technique book Lee Ziwu gave him. "Can I try?" the child asked excitedly. Of course, Lee Ziwu patted his head and stepped aside to let him show off. So the child began to perform the technique, focusing on calming his mind and gathering energy, then exerting all his strength in one strike. Since it was the first time for the child, Lee Ziwu didn't expect much. But he never expected that this single strike would unleash a powerful surge that tore through the forest. Wherever this power struck, even ancient trees were uprooted. Finally, it headed straight towards Lee Ziwu's house. With a splash, his already collapsing house got another unfixable hole. Both of them were shocked. Lee Ziwu couldn't believe he had received such a precious seed, and that the power of this basic technique was so strong. He secretly rejoiced but tried to remain calm as he patted the child's head. "Well done." The child was extremely excited, constantly praising his master's powerful techniques. Meanwhile, Jia Yi had witnessed everything just now. That punch by the child really stunned her. She turned green like a banana leaf. After reacting, Jia Yi first held her head with both hands and let thoughts flow through her mind. Damn it, who are these two deities? Jia Yi blamed herself for earlier thinking that this master-apprentice duo were foolish people. She didn't understand why she had secretly observed them. Just seeing the child's powerful fist made her realize Lee Ziwu wasn't simple at all. The child was still very excited about his recent strike and asked Lee Ziwu to bring him outside to practice together. "Alright, but this place is a bit small." Lee Ziwu replied, his hand unconsciously touching that house at this moment. In fact, after that kid's punch, the house was already in a dilapidated state, unable to withstand any more force. Therefore, when Lee Ziwu accidentally touched it, the entire house shattered and collapsed completely. Heiyi, who was nearby, saw this scene and was shocked again, thinking that Lee Ziwu had directly destroyed the house because it didn't have enough space for him. Oh my god! A voice suddenly sounded in her ear, startling Heiyi. It turned out she wasn't the only one following Lee Ziwu. Xian Wujun had been secretly tailing him all along. And coincidentally, he had also witnessed the scene of his house being destroyed just now. These two were naturally scared by that scene because the owner himself thought it was due to not controlling his strength well enough to destroy the house. "Master is so powerful," the child said with a reverent tone. Powerful as he is, we probably have to sleep on the streets tonight, Li Ziwu sighed. But just after saying that, the words master sounded like arrows piercing his ears. Then Xian Wujin suddenly appeared from nowhere and firmly hugged Li Ziwu's leg. After the fight this morning and what he had just witnessed, this guy confidently concluded that he was a high-ranking martial artist. Moreover, he was an unparalleled master who could destroy the entire house with just a light tap. And offending someone like him definitely wasn't wise, so taking advantage of things not going too far, he had to hug this big leg now. Let go of my leg, Li Ziwu shouted loudly. I've never taken a disciple as large as you before. Xian Wujin still stubbornly hugged his leg tightly. Master, I was wrong. Before that, I had no eyes. Besides, didn't someone tell me to choose? I've made up my mind. I want to follow you. I'm very useful. What use are you? Li Ziwu gave him a puzzled look. He had put in the effort to build, and Xian Wujin wasn't shy about flexing his own abilities. His greatest utility was having money, and he had plenty of it. But Li Ziwu didn't know this guy's true identity, thinking he was insulting him. How much money could a waiter have? Who would have thought that the next day, Xian Wujin had completed repairing Li Ziwu's straw hut into a 2-story house with a modern look. Before his amazement, he asked, Master, what do you think? Daily expenses are limited, so I can only repair it simply like this. Li Ziwu was blinded by the light of money. Ben wondered why Xian Wujin, a rich kid, would come to work as a waiter in an inn. Ben didn't bother thinking and replied immediately. In this world, strength is supreme. Talented martial artists are highly valued. People say that the power of shock remains after the storm. The owner of this inn is very famous among assassins. Such a powerful master wouldn't come here as an employee and hide his identity either, right? Being a useless person with just money has no use at all. Xian Wujin's words seemed to pierce Li Ziwu's heart like arrows. Before coming here, his dream was to be a useless person with only money. But having lots of money is also an ability. Why not just use the money to hit him if you hate someone? Li Ziwu wondered. He just casually asked for dinner, but Xian Wujin seemed triggered by it. On that day, he ordered his maid to bring a lot of money to buy an old inn. It turned out that the money's utility could be used so easily. Xian Wujin really broadened his horizons. Li Ziwu was then sitting and studying a map. Xian Wujin might seem foolish, but taking in such a wealthy guy as an underling was good too. At least buying this area helped him expand his influence more easily. Just when Li Ziwu was deeply engrossed in studying, a girl suddenly rushed into the room. Heiyi of Shi sect. Can we talk for a bit? Li Ziwu didn't know her and wasn't fond of her, but he eventually chose to go with her. Heiyi led him to Twoler. The clumsy service style of the waiters here almost blinded Li Ziwu. After all the food was served, Heiyi immediately got straight to the point. I am the daughter of the Shi sect's sect master. His identity is already known. Those words made Li Ziwu spit out the water he had been drinking. If we're not mistaken, you must be the one they mentioned. Li Ziwei felt extremely tense and was ready to kill. But luckily, Heiyi continued speaking. Aren't you a hidden master in this mundane world? Li Ziwei sighed inwardly and picked up a chicken leg. Miss, you're just joking. As far as I can see, I'm just an ordinary person. While replying, he secretly praised the effectiveness of his disguise without any flaws. He guessed that the so-called that Yi sect was similar to the Nether Door and opposed those like Ma Tong Ziwei. For Heiyi, after Li Ziwei's denial, she had more faith in him being a hidden master because her father once said that true masters are always humble. With this thought, she continued speaking. I'm sure you know, now that the demon cult has fallen, their remnants are wreaking havoc everywhere. Heiyi didn't finish her sentence before Li Ziwei choked again. In his subconscious, weren't those so-called remnants of the demon cult talking about themselves? But Heiyi boldly invited him, the one who considers himself a demon cult hiding to support the That Yi sect in catching these remnants. The fate of the world is everyone's responsibility, so will you help me? Seeing Heiyi so enthusiastic, Li Ziwei couldn't help but laugh loudly. Is she trying to have me catch myself? Then Heiyi led Li Ziwei to a place marked as the Martial Hall. He took a look and felt that it was very exquisite. It seemed like he had come to the enemy's headquarters for inspection. Noticing his unfamiliarity with everything, Heiyi asked, haven't you checked here before? But as soon as he finished speaking, Heiyi also felt that it wasn't surprising because a hidden master wouldn't care about such things after years of seclusion. She explained to Li Ziwei that since several years ago, the That Yi sect had built martial halls in various places to measure the strength of martial artists. From martial arts skills to martial gods, according to different ranks, the That Yi sect would give them differently colored jade seals. For example, Heiyi's jade seal was green, representing a middle-level martial artist. And what about martial gods? What color will the jade seal be? Li Ziwei immediately asked because he always considered himself the top martial artist in the I don't know, Hair Yi replied right away. No one knows for sure. Because until now, no one has ever reached the level of a martial god. But people say that when you reach the level of a martial god, there will be an opportunity to open up a new world through a celestial ladder. Li Ziwei began thinking. He didn't know how powerful his original self was and wanted to test himself. But if he got caught by the Thetyi sect, it would add another trouble. After hesitating for a long time, Hair Yi pulled him in because she felt that they had arrived. If not checked, it would be a waste of time. In reality, she was trying to lure Li Ziwei to help her. But the result made Hair Yi fall flat on her face because after Li Ziwei's check, the seal turned transparent, indicating that this person had no martial base. Hearing this, Li Ziwei didn't doubt his identity and still believed that his original self could hide his strength through cultivation techniques. After all, he only needed to know that he was the top martial artist. Hae Yi's face turned red, very bad because since the establishment of the martial hall, no mistakes had ever occurred in the checks. But on the contrary, her own eyes witnessed Li Ziwei and his disciple's strength. These two things were too contradictory. Hae Yi's face turned pale as she thought. Could it be that Li Ziwei has reached the highest realm, bringing everything back to its original state? Instinctively, she turned around, but he had already left. Hae Yi hurriedly rushed out, but couldn't see Li Ziwei anywhere. Instead, she heard a voice asking, "Why are you here?" This was her father, the master of the Thetyi sect. After being caught, she was immediately punished in the main hall. Hae Laorao was extremely angry that his daughter had stolen the demon cult's remnants painting. "You dare to do such a thing as my daughter? How should I explain this to the other sect leaders?" Hae Yi refused to admit her guilt and instead said, "Isn't it just because I wanted to help? Moreover, you didn't even look at what that painting was. It's very unprofessional. What can I do for you?" The document handler responsible for dealing with the enemy was hired using a large sum of money. "Isn't it just a painting? How could it be immoral?" Hae Laorao, a martial sage, was furious because his daughter had been spoiled too much. He should have explained to the other sect leaders. But after seeing the woman in that painting, he immediately fell silent, his face turning red like a ripe tomato. "This painting is fine. Father will take it back." Ha-yu handed the one-eyed beauty painting into her chest. His expression did indeed shock him. Ha-wai continued to maintain her enthusiastic demeanor. She felt that what she did was right. Even though the cult had been destroyed, the Death Star Ma still caused this and many followers were yet to be captured. If Dongshan revived, it would surely cause a great disaster. Of course, Hafu understood these reasons, but he just thought it wasn't his daughter's turn to get involved in such matters. The power of the Death Star Ma is not something you can easily provoke. Now that the cult is destroyed and that we are in the light while our enemies are in the dark, everything needs more careful discussion. What if a martial god appeared? Ha-yu asked back. To ensure her father heard clearly, she repeated it again. "You said that if we could invite a martial god to help us, what would happen then?" In the days following, Li Ziwu officially took Wu Jin as his disciple and trained with him daily, while he focused on studying the cult's order. From such a small order, Li Ziwu extracted various techniques including swordsmanship, fist techniques, meditation, internal cultivation, and poisons. They were all advanced methods. The last time he gave some basic techniques to the boy, they had already shown great power. This time, Li Ziwu wanted something more advanced, so he left his room. Meanwhile, Ha-yu was leading her father here to see Wu Jin's abilities and prove that she wasn't just talking. Even though his daughter insisted, Ha-fu still found it unreasonable. If there really were someone who could collapse a house with a snap of the fingers and teach a 6-year-old child to split mountains with one punch, why haven't they heard about them in the... Moreover, no martial god has appeared for many years. A martial god isn't just something you can find at a market. Just thinking this, Ha-yu saw her daughter's panicked face. From Ha-yu's perspective, she saw a small child practicing martial arts in the distance. The practice was too terrifying. Behind the boy stood the colossal figure of Buddha Sakyamuni sitting on a lotus throne. When that boy struck, the right hand of Buddha Sakyamuni also moved to meet it. Ha-fu and Ha-yu were unlucky enough to be in the area affected by the strike. If they didn't dodge, they would definitely get crushed. Ha-fu quickly pushed his daughter away, then formed hand seals and activated the 9 Harmonies Heart Protection Formation. This was his last trump card. Using all the power of a martial sage, he barely managed to block this strike. "Master, I succeeded." The boy cheered happily that his practice had truly worked. But Wu Jin was extremely disappointed, because although they practiced the same technique, he showed no progress at all. Li Ziwu consoled him. "Don't lose heart, everyone's strengths are different. Perhaps this technique isn't suitable for you." Then he patted the boy's head and thought it was a treasure from heaven that had fallen on his head. At this moment, they heard Ha Yu's loud cry from afar. "Father! Father! What happened to you? Don't scare me." Ha-fu was lying in his daughter's arms and had fainted. A small amount of blood was on the corner of his mouth. Lee Zuwu immediately recognized Ha Yu, but he didn't know why they ended up here in such a state. Ha Yu quickly explained that she wanted to bring her father here to see his skills, and they got caught during their practice because of the previous strike. Lee Zuwu was pale. He had no intention of harming anyone. On the contrary, although Ha-fu said he was fine, he had just spat out a large amount of blood, looking very serious. If anything happened to him here, Lee Zuwu would feel guilty for life. Ha Yu quickly wiped her father's blood while he tried to speak despite his weak voice. "Without permission, I came here. Please don't blame me." At this moment, he truly believed what Ha Yu said was true. The little boy hiding behind Lee Ziwu had such immense power that it required all of his strength to barely block a blow. So how powerful must the teacher be who taught him? Moreover, Ha-fu didn't feel any trace of energy from the disciple on Lee Ziwu's body. This made him doubt like his daughter did. Could it be that Lee Ziwu had truly reached the highest realm where he couldn't see through him? Anyway, they were here and injured badly. Ha-fu must get to know this high-ranking person. So he politely clasped his hands and introduced himself, father of Ha Yi and current sect master of Iron Silk Sect. Li Shuwei's face changed after hearing this. If he is the sect master, doesn't that mean he's the main opponent boss against me? Jin Woo Jin from behind couldn't help but marvel at it. Indeed, there are countless extraordinary talents in Iron Silk Sect. Unlike the folk rankings like assassins, those who enter Iron Silk Sect are already on par with court officials. They have the backing of the court, and naturally, the sect master is even more formidable. He never expected to meet such a significant figure in his lifetime. Ha-fu kept bowing before Li Shuwei for a long time without getting any response. He stopped and saw the pale expression on Li Shuwei's face. He immediately fell into panic, fearing that he might have said something to anger Li Shuwei. But in reality, he was just focusing on his thoughts until his young disciple spoke up. "Master, this father doesn't seem very well." Only then did Li Shuwei wake up. "Why should I be so alarmed? After all, these people wouldn't recognize my true identity anyway. On the contrary, they seem to trust me a lot. If that's the case, we might as well infiltrate their ranks and use this opportunity for two goals at once. Are you the junior sect master of Iron Silk Sect? It's my first meeting, so I'll make do with this," Li Shuwei replied. Hearing that, Ha-fu regained his composure after being scared out of his wits. "With your humble servant here bowing to you, I humbly request the Great Master's guidance and transmission of skills. I will atone for my sins before the Grand Master." Ha-fu spoke so fast that Ha Yi feared he might bite off his tongue. "Junior Sect Master doesn't need any offerings. I just want to take this child out for some practice. Moreover, I'm not a great master at all. I'm just an ordinary person." Li Shuwei responded politely. Ha-fu immediately thought that his anger was due to not wanting his true identity exposed and tried to smooth things over. "I misunderstood. I don't know how to address you, little brother. Call me away. Calling me Ha-tu-tu is too much. Just call me Old Master Ha." Seeing them exchange pleasantries like this, Ha Yi couldn't help but frown. After saying a few more words, they looked like old friends to each other. Then he asked Li Shuwei about the techniques he taught the child just now. The disturbances caused by that kid actually alarmed many people. At a temple quite far away, an elder monk had already noticed this. His young disciple was extremely agitated. After some thought, the elder monk patted the child's head. "Didn't you always want to leave the mountain? Go call your master brother here. The martial arts competition is about to start. It will be quite lively these few days." About an hour later, father and son Ha finally left. Seeing his father's enthusiasm, Li Shuwei didn't want to refuse. He guided him in practicing this cultivation technique. However, due to the sect master's identity of Iron Silk Sect, he still didn't give out the complete technique for a backup plan. Just as he was thinking about this, that kid suddenly grabbed his hand, looking very dejected. "Little Zhou, what's wrong?" Li Shuwei anxiously asked. "Since this child is Shawnee and doesn't have a name, I just called him Master. Is it causing more trouble for you again?" The kid looked worried and hurt, making Li Shuwei pour all his effort into comforting the little seedling. "It's not your fault. It's me who wasn't good enough. I didn't check the surroundings before. Today's training was tiring enough. Go to bed now. I'll go out for a walk." Little Zhou obediently returned to his room, closed the door tightly, and took off the hat he always wore on his head. Astonishingly, this child turned out to be a girl. Li Shuwei said he wanted to go for a walk, but actually intended to test the effectiveness of that technique outside. He had already seen how Xiao Zhuan reacted with the technique in his hands. He wondered about its effect if he used it himself. That's why he found a hill and some loose rocks as a place to practice. Who would have thought? Just arriving here, Li Shuwei faintly sensed someone inside the cave. Coincidentally, this person was one of the remnants of the demon sect hiding in the cave painted by the hired artist. This girl was severely injured when she realized that someone had discovered her. She couldn't die here. Her master was still waiting for her. Just a little bit more. I can't fall now, she thought to herself, but then coughed up a large amount of blood and her vision gradually blurred. Before losing consciousness completely, she recognized the familiar aura from Vimatin. After that, she didn't know anything else. She fell into Li Shuwei's arms. At his core, Li Shuwei was still a kind person. Seeing someone so badly injured, I couldn't bear it and brought her home to treat her wounds all night. Just as I finished up, a servant knocked on the door outside, saying there was an important person here looking for you. I thought it was someone else, but it turned out Yi Yi came again. Missy YY, why are you here again? I quickly closed the door so they wouldn't see the stranger inside and avoid any misunderstandings. With a happy expression, Yi YY brought out a bag and said her father asked her to give this to Li Ziwei. Out of curiosity, he opened it right away without warning. Even if Yi Yi warned him, it was too late. Suddenly, he was buried under all the stuff inside the small bag. That tiny bag turned out to be a spatial bag. Inside were various items like cultivation techniques, weapons, medicinal pills, and scrolls. These are gifts from the lower sect master in return for the cultivation technique Li Ziwei gave him. Additionally, Yi specially brought this painting for you to hang at the inn. After all, the top-ranked inn is the largest in here, so more people will see it if you put it up there. The painting depicted remnants of the cult hiding in fear. As soon as Li Ziwei opened the painting, he saw the girl he saved yesterday. Her name is Hongju. She looks pretty but is a cold-blooded weapon raised by Vimatin himself. Hongju killed 3 minor sects opposing Vimatin in just one night. Hearing Yi YY's words, Li Ziwei's jaw dropped to his chest. This seems too coincidental. What's the matter? Even if she is evil, you don't need to act so surprised, right? Yi YY was puzzled. She should have left after coming here, but her sharp senses suddenly detected a faint scent of blood on Li Ziwei. She immediately questioned him. Did you get injured? Or did someone else get hurt? Li Ziwei was caught off guard and couldn't respond for a moment. Then Yi curiously checked what was hidden in the bedroom. Li Ziwei immediately blocked the door with his body. This is my bedroom. You can't come in. Seeing his urgent expression, Yi became even more curious and barged into the room despite his protests. Sure enough, the room was filled with blood. Li Ziwei thought he was done for. But there was no one inside, only a bloody coat on the bed remained. The smell of blood is too strong. Was it an accident? Yi became even more excited. Only then did Li Ziwei dare to breathe deeply. Where did Hongju go? Could she have left because of the commotion outside? I didn't get hurt. It was a cat I found in the mountains that got injured. It seemed too guilty, so I brought it back home. Who knew after applying some sleeping powder, when I woke up, it was gone. Li Ziwei tried his best to ignore this situation. Cats are not commonly kept here. Maybe the ancient sect disciples came here. Unfortunately, Li Ziwei asked curiously about the ancient sects. Yes, the sword debate is coming up soon. This time, the ancient sect will participate. They love cats. They are a joy to the ancient sect. Right, this time, Trinwuxu was chosen as one of the arenas. It's going to be lively soon. You should keep an eye out for any suspicious people. This time, there will be many mixed-up people. Maybe a couple of infiltrators are among them. The ancient sects are those who have been opposing Vimatin since the beginning. Now that I'm from Vimatin, I can't easily forget this grudge. Thinking about it, he asked Yi again. Miss Yi YY, is there still time to register for the sword debate you mentioned? Yi YY nodded and guessed Li Ziwei wanted to register Xiaoxi. After all, that child has great talent. But the real reason Li Ziwei didn't want to go himself was because Ziwei Ma recently disappeared. He felt if someone with similar strength suddenly appeared now, he would be easily suspected. Xiaoxi's actual power may not be impressive, but it's not ordinary either. Taking him out could attract people's attention. You can act secretly and find a chance to approach those ancient problem solvers under the toxic sect. After discussing sword platforms with Ya Yi, Li Ziwu left their bedroom together. Hongju finally stepped down from the stairs. She put on Li Ziwu's coat and confirmed it smelled like the demon cult order. The sword meeting Ya Yi mentioned is a martial gathering organized by 3 major sects. Winners get rewards, medicinal pills, and abundant spiritual energy. Participants not only have a chance to showcase their talents in the martial world, but also can connect with people from those 3 major sects, which is like a step up in life. Therefore, participating and winning this grand event has become a lifelong goal for many martial artists. Each gathering attracts talented individuals from all over the land. This time, Li Ziwu decided to sign Xiaoxi up, so Zhuanjin started pestering him. Master, I also want to participate. It's just that his name hasn't mastered any cultivation methods yet. Going for the competition will only bring shame. Li Ziwu didn't want to say it directly and consoled him instead. I'm not unwilling to send someone, but I need a trustworthy person behind me to ensure everything goes smoothly. When Xiaoxi and I aren't here, the inn can only rely on people. Zhuanjin is indeed easy to fool. After hearing Li Ziwu's few words, he was moved. Not only did he stop pestering for food, but also vowed to protect the inn with his life. He has always been showing off like this. Li Ziwu didn't bother and sent Xiaoxi out of the house. At that day's sign-up scene, everyone was shocked by the appearance of Master and Apprentice Li Ziwu. It wasn't because they had superior strength over other contestants. It was because they had a lot of gold on them. From head to toe, there were oxen, horses, fire elements, yin-yang fire, all with prices reaching 5 figures. The glow of wealth really made people go blind. Master, why do everyone look at us like that? Xiaoxi wondered. Li Ziwu sighed inwardly. It felt like being a new player in front of all the veterans and receiving their worship, right? But he wasn't used to showing off like this. Besides, these things are too heavy. It's better to put them in the spatial bag. As Li Ziwu was busy taking off his armor, someone behind laughed mockingly at him. Haha, little brother, is this your first time participating in a competition? The competition doesn't need those things on you. Just let us help you store them. Li Ziwu didn't understand the real meaning of their words. They wanted to take his belongings, but he spent so much money burning these items. How could he let others take them? No need. This is a disciple's filial piety. I'll keep it myself. Why bother with others? As Li Ziwu said, he put the armor in the spatial bag. Unexpectedly, his attitude made the other party furious. Oh, are you not giving Tang Bill any face? Li Ziwu was about to respond, but saw the organizers distributing competition manuals for contestants. That Tang Bill must be a minor character. He probably won't survive another episode, so Li Ziwu ignored him and walked away. Li Ziwu also received a manual, starting to read it intently. This competition lasts 12 hours. The actual competition will start in half an hour. After reading the manual, Li Ziwu sighed deeply. He thought the competition was just about fighting alone, but realized he also had to gather medicinal herbs. Isn't this doing others' work for free? But it's a good opportunity to approach ancient problem solvers. Li Ziwu couldn't miss it, so he still had to enter the competition with Xiaoxi. Not long after the competition started, night fell. Li Ziwu made a fire for the child to rest by. But unexpectedly, Tang Bill and his group followed him all day. Looking at Li Ziwu's clumsy appearance with a child, they guessed he didn't know martial arts. They just wanted to add some excitement, even thought they could knock Li Ziwu down with one strike. Their final goal was to steal his spatial bag. The more they thought about it, the more their envy grew. Finally, they all gathered together and planned to eliminate Li Ziwu in a flash. But before they could touch his hair, something like silk fell from the sky and blinded them. These fools were instantly blinded by the light. On the other end of the string was Li Ziwu. Look at that! I told you so. These minor characters won't last another episode anymore, Li Ziwu said with a laugh. The silk rope you just used to bind them is worth 25,688 taels of silver, naturally funded by Wu Jin's treasury. Don't think we're fools, okay? Li Ziwu was enjoying the spider's joy while gloating at the monks. Rich from the start, pretending to be new, then someone comes along stirring up trouble. By the time you realize you've been caught in a trap by Li Ziwu, it's too late. The monks are trembling with fear, their faces drained of color. And he's not afraid to add a few more threats. It makes sense villains like to flatter their prey. This feeling is really comfortable. Alright, let's get to the main point now. Honestly, I'm still getting used to this place. Although I don't want trouble, I haven't come up with a solution yet. If that's the case, we can only bother someone as good as our helper, right? When he said these words, Li Ziwu's demeanor was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, at an inn, Yi was having breakfast and chatting. Surprisingly, it turned out to be the judge of this competition. The person across from him put down his teacup, sighed helplessly. There's no choice. Who knows what's in the emperor's mind? For such a big matter, why didn't he tell us? HMPH, Yi replied with a smile. He doesn't have time for this. Lately, he has been engrossed in his cultivation and hasn't stepped out of the door much. The person across was the eternal sage's saintess, Meng Tianthu. She said to Yi, but Baba broke through to martial sage after so many years. How many people have stopped at this level for their entire lives? I still advise him to go. Yi nodded in agreement. Her father's nature is hard to change. Anyway, I can't persuade him. Let me say something else. Recently, I've met a high-profile figure. Meng Tianfu was alarmed and placed her hand on Yi's shoulder, showing concern. She anxiously asked, could it be that you saw someone with an unclear background? What about his identity? What sect does he belong to? Who is his master? Where are his ancestors from? Have you investigated all this? His expression was terrifying. Yi stepped back and tried to reassure him. Don't worry, your information has already been checked by my father. Moreover, he said that the person is kind to small animals, generous towards humans, young enough to help an orphan. He's a good guy. But you don't know, this so-called good guy might be as bad as the devil right now, making those monks tremble in fear. He handed something black like dog feces to Zuo. Holding it, Zuo wondered if it was the black mystery silk. How different from the paintings, it looked more like what she used for soup. Hearing this, Tangpu was even more terrified. Using black mystery silk in soup, how rich is he? What kind of world does a rich person live in? He didn't understand. He cried his eyes out. Zuo let him go. Alright, if everything's settled, you and your subordinate can leave now. This surprised Tangpu greatly. He hesitantly asked back, just release us like this? Zuo looked at him, said with a smile, why not? What's the point of me personally dealing with someone insignificant? Killing them and disposing of the body would be a waste. Thinking about it, he chuckled. In life, one's life is precious. If you don't want to die, take this chance and go. But still, as an antagonist, we can give him a warning. Tangpu has seen many like Zuo before. They just get thrown out after the match. Even passersby aren't spared. Hearing that, Tangbu wet his pants in fear. Done with it, throw it away. Are you saying to kill him? After killing, dispose of the body. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He stood up and dragged his subordinate away, unable to provoke further. Tangbu's reaction made Zuo feel uneasy, but he didn't ask for details. They spent a night in the forest. The next morning, Xiaoxi woke him up. Master is awake. Zuo groggily sat up and asked, what time is it now? Xiaoxi looked at him blankly and handed him an apple. He wondered, where did this come from? Xiaoxi happily replied, found it there. All these were found there. Only then did Zuo notice a pile of black mystery silk next to the girl. He looked at his face, still adjusting to the sudden change. A moment later, he finally spoke up. There's too much of it. Let's save some for later and bring it together. At that time, the red cluster secretly observed the two from a nearby tree corner with a hint of joy in their eyes. After a while, at the inspection place, they saw something black like dog feces on the table. Tianshu was furious and shouted loudly. It didn't meet the standard. They said there's no need to do such things. Why waste time? If you have that skill, just quickly go sell them for a big profit. The maids nearby laughed upon hearing this. The saintess can't say something like that. This year's 3 tribes and 5 years is different from previous years. Unscrupulous merchants tried to tempt by raising prices on black mystic herbs, but they couldn't come up with such a sum. HMPH, Tianshu often says, it's not as if you want to take advantage of the situation and get something for nothing. Such lofty words. Hearing this, she said, die in the bath. Still dared to throw this matter at our ancient 1,000-year-old sect. You won't be afraid I'll poison your plans. While they were talking, Zuo had already approached and asked, may I ask, are we submitting it here? He then took out a bag and searched through it while complaining, you guys drew abstracts too poorly. I don't know if this is right. Hearing that, Tianshu immediately became unhappy. What do you mean by drawing abstracts? She did those herself. But before she could finish her complaint, her eyes narrowed as Tianshu stood up abruptly from the chair. Because on the table, black mystic herbs had piled up like a mountain. Such precious medicine, even digging a whole mountain might not yield many. Looking at her face, Zuo hesitated to speak again, but this made Tianshu more surprised. What did you say? Which choice? This is the black mystic herb. Seeing no response, Zuo became anxious and asked, what's wrong? Why not take it all? Could it be that you don't want this? Only now did Tianshu react, quickly saying she wanted this. But really, just a low-grade one would do. Zuo nodded in agreement after hearing this. Why not take them all then? Tianshu and the maids beside her were immediately alarmed. Taking everything. You don't know how precious this is. Zuo then said with a smile, anyway, I'm not fond of eating this. Tianshu was really going from one surprise to another. This guy is like a ghost trickster. He doesn't eat it. But can you just take it at random? Only now did she realize an issue. The big test had already been deliberately revealed earlier. Everyone knew that the ancient 1,000-year-old sect was collecting black mystic herbs everywhere. Tianshu was sure Zuo took this opportunity to get acquainted with the ancient 1,000-year-old sect. Thinking of this, she smiled contentedly. He's generous enough to make a deal for this favor. After much thought, Tianshu spoke up, if you have such a heart, I won't be stingy with you anymore. You've done me a big favor by helping out so magnanimously. I'll repay your kindness to the ancient 1,000-year-old sect. Hearing those 3 words from her mouth, Ziwu immediately acted. Before she could understand what was happening, Tianshu loudly introduced, young lady of the ancient 1,000-year-old sect. Tianshu, let's make acquaintances. Thus, right after that, the 3 of them were led by Tianshu to a resting place. Wu Jin walked behind with his heart open. He was finally included in the official list, no longer needed at home. What a great master. Thinking this, Wu Jin immediately snuggled close to Ziwu's body and started flattering him. From today on, you're like my parents reborn. Such an action made Ziwu sweat profusely, trying to escape. Wu Jin also followed suit by stepping aside and then mocked, this is the main competition venue. It doesn't seem special. Tianshu heard this and coldly replied, you don't know. No one can enter because these areas are controlled by 3 major sects. The preliminary competition was just a way to test people. Few could pass. Members from various forces and major sects were already brought to the main competition venue. This place is full of skilled experts. Those without any skills can only be left behind. Even if they passed the preliminary competition, they would still be eliminated. So getting on this list was very difficult, but Tianshu said Ziwu had done a big favor and wanted to add more spots. It wouldn't be an issue. Hearing this, Ziwu didn't know what he'd helped with but still happily laughed. The young lady is really good. Tianshu was very pleased by the praise. She winked and suggested, let's go. During the competition, I'll take care of you guys' meals and accommodations. Then she picked up Xiaowai and said anxiously, little one, are you too tired to walk? Here, let me carry you. Ziwu watched her back. He felt like this young lady was well protected. She looked very easy to fool. At a guest house later on, Tianshu had already led the 3 of them here. Before entering, she warned, right, there's one more thing I need you to keep safe. Don't lose it. As she spoke, she threw something at Ziwu, who quickly caught it with his eyes wide open. Inside were 3 cards and a small comb, but he didn't know what they were for. Tianshu explained slowly, these are proof of participation in the competition. We'll use them to register later. As for this comb, it's like a gift from me. Ziwu, use it when you need help. The ancient 1,000-year-old sect will provide this. Ziwu asked curiously, is this made of bone? Tianshu proudly showed off, I secretly took it. There's only one. Don't use it recklessly. Just as she finished speaking, Ziwu blew on the comb, but since he couldn't blow into it, Tianshu got angry and shouted, I said, don't use it recklessly. Then they entered the guest house. As soon as they stepped in, Ziwu couldn't help but exclaim, this guest house's decoration is not bad. These facilities are top-notch, like a 5-star hotel. Inside, there were many islands of guests. Wu Jin was very carefree. He wanted to make it known, Master likes this, so let's have our guest house look like this in the future. Ziwei didn't pay attention to this and went to the counter, speaking softly, manager, I want to register at the hotel. The manager looked up from behind the counter and asked, how many of you? Ziwei showed his card and replied lightly, 3 of us. Just then, a voice from behind suddenly spoke out, kids shouldn't participate in this. Could it be that you guys got lost? This place isn't for playing around. I advise you to go back. Hearing the voice, the 3 immediately turned to look and saw a sharp-eyed woman approaching. Before they could respond, another voice interrupted. Why do you care so much about others' business? It was an elderly man with a flushed face, holding a full jug of wine in his hand. He seemed drunk but still spoke indignantly. Kids aren't allowed to participate. So are you trying to share the fun with someone like you, old lady? Her words made the woman angry. She gritted her teeth and asked, I was just giving a friendly reminder. What do you mean by that? Of course, it's on the surface. The elderly man grunted before taking another sip of his wine. She felt like hitting a pillow, angrily snorting. This is really treating me like a new rival. Then she left with her companions. At that moment, the elderly man turned to Ziwei and said, Kid, ignore her. Have you noticed how the strong always look down on others regardless of age or gender? Who can come here are not all good people. There's nothing worth looking down upon. He told them that if they encountered trouble during their first participation in the competition, they could find him for help. Ziwei was touched by his words. Then he thanked him with a bow, so you take care of it then. While they were talking, Hongta followed them without being noticed. Her face showed some restraint. Clearly, she was right in front of the person she missed, but couldn't recognize her. It was heart-wrenching. She missed her master so much that even a small red mole on her chest was unforgettable to her. The aura that made people intoxicated could still be recognized no matter how Hongta changed her appearance. Ziwei suddenly felt someone staring at him. It was scary. At night, Ziwei lay in his room and observed the small dagger in his hand. He remembered the confident words from earlier that day. If he used it to ask people to help him with a poison, they would definitely suspect him. As Ziwei was thinking, there was suddenly a loud noise outside, startling him. He shouted loudly, "What's going on?" Woyan rushed in from the outside and exclaimed anxiously, "Master, something big happened." While speaking, he pointed out, outside, it was chaos with people shouting and warning. Continuous shouts of warnings could be heard. They weren't afraid to die during the competition. I'll burn some paper money for them. In the wide courtyard, continuous cries echoed, bodies lay on the ground, surrounded by dark smoke. At one corner of the courtyard, a man jumped down from above and knelt before reporting, "Big sister, it's done." It was the woman who had made things difficult for Ziwei earlier. She smiled contentedly, "Good job. Let's go to the next place, the leader of this competition." As she spoke, the dark smoke around them followed her. The small inn turned into a pile of rubble at night. Strong spiritual energy clashed, creating several loud explosions. The once elegant inn was reduced to rubble in an instant. Above, 3 different colored spiritual energies appeared. Clearly, there were 3 powerful elders fighting. A martial elder grunted unexpectedly, "They're all familiar faces." Another person laughed. "The other is a woman who pouted and teased. Just by looking at your faces, I felt like vomiting already." The 3 formed a vice-like grip, staring at each other. Old grudges and new grievances. Today they'll settle everything. Immediately, the 3 rushed into each other's arms. One of them suddenly took out a bunch of talismans from somewhere. Without hesitation, he threw them at the woman. The woman wasn't afraid and even showed disdain. "Haha, fortune teller, didn't you read my fortune before coming?" As she spoke, her hand moved. The surrounding shields reacted as if they had a mind of their own to catch those talismans. At this moment, another martial elder jumped down from above and said, "One for show, one for pollution, 2 for entertainment. Look, let's put on a show for you all about fighting." As he spoke, he grabbed his finger in an instant. The sparks of spiritual energy clashes continued to emit. From afar, Woyan saw it and approached closer. Soon, he exclaimed, "This is a fight between powerful martial artists. Skilled practitioners gather to compete for positions, showing off their skills. It's really intense and unexpected." While Woyan was admiring the scene, on the other side, there was anger. The woman looked at the martial elder with smoke surrounding her. At the same time, Ziwei observed them and couldn't help but sigh. These people seemed to be venting personal grudges. Just then, a voice from behind startled him, making him look back. 3 figures approached from afar, maliciously laughing. "Someone is here. Let's take their paper money." Ziwei recognized them as the group from earlier. Woyan quickly stood in front of him and shouted, "Master, be careful." The crowd immediately panicked and shouted, "Be careful, he's about to make a move, leg." But before they could do anything, Wu Jin threw some paper into the fray. Their eyes lit up, it was banknotes. However, by the time the banknotes hit the ground, no one was in front of them. They looked around frantically. Where did everyone go? They hurried to chase after but found a greedy person picking up the banknotes. He said honestly, "Run if you want, I'll just take 2 and change my target." Just as he finished speaking, his neck was cut by a horizontal sword. The 2 accomplices were alarmed, an enemy ambush. They raised their swords, extremely alert, quickly spotting a woman approaching with a sword. They trembled and asked, "Who are you?" Hongta didn't answer but coldly said, "It's you who wanted to attack the one I love most." On another side, in the dark sky, a small pair carrying a rainbow and Wu Jin flew like stars. It seemed trivial, but it interrupted the battle between 3 martial kings because they sensed the aura of a martial sage. Below, Hongta had just dealt with 3 passing thugs. She also obtained their 3 competition cards. She happily stored them in her spatial ring. Not knowing what to think, Hongtu's cheeks flushed and muttered, "Wait until I have 520 people, then give this ring to my master. Let me take this chance to return to his side." On another side, the 3 rainbows had landed on a roof. Wu Jin was continuously vomiting. He trembled and muttered, promising himself not to grab his collar next time, but his shirt. Then he glanced at the rainbow and asked, "How is our master?" With a soft laugh, the rainbow replied excitedly, "What else could it be? It's time for the show." These words confused Wu Jin. Before he could understand, a roasted chicken suddenly flew into his hand. The rainbow didn't know where to get to reclining chairs from. Lying down, he happily waved at Wu Jin and said, "Just take a rest here for a while." Wu Jin wondered why the rainbow had brought these things with him. The rainbow didn't understand his thoughts either. He continued to laugh and say, "You wanted to go along, right? Isn't this a good opportunity to make some progress? Don't worry, it's all for your sake." Then he took out the card and said frankly, "If things don't work out, I'll have to collect this." He added, "The more you collect, the higher the points. let's take a break now and wait until they finish before we find the one with the highest score. This explanation suddenly enlightened Woo Jin. It was too convenient, so the three of them happily rested on the roof. But as they leisurely enjoyed their snacks, something from above suddenly hit them. The small pair also got caught by some vines. Meanwhile, at the Ironwool sect, Ha-Fu was meditating in seclusion. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and felt enlightened. Looking at the spiritual energy in his hands, he exclaimed, "This feeling is pure power." Ha-Fu was so happy that tears welled up. He never thought there would be a cultivation method that could perfectly combine with the 9 Harmonies Guardian Ray. Giving away items from storage was indeed worth it. Once his great cultivation method is complete, he must defeat those wretches in one fell swoop or call himself 8th Martial King. However, there seem to be some flaws in this technique. I'll ask the Rainbow for more details next time we meet. With that thought, Ha-Fu's face lit up with joy as he stepped out of his room. He almost wanted to dance a little. Seeing him, one of the disciples immediately asked, "Master, you've just come out from seclusion." Sam nodded and calmly replied, "Has anything big happened in the sect recently?" The disciple immediately answered, reporting to Sect Master, "Nothing much has happened in the sect lately." At this moment, Yi's voice sounded again. Dad can smell it. Father glanced at her and happily said, "Is it Yi? Come here. Dad will show you a good thing." Then he suddenly appeared with 9 spirit energies in his hand. Yi was surprised and exclaimed, "This is the 9 Harmonies Heart Guard formation. It looks unremarkable." But Father slowly requested, "Look carefully." Yi was a bit doubtful but still followed. Immediately, she realized she was standing on a green flower. She gasped in shock. This is the golden needle of non-Nais like again. Seeing that Yi recognized it, Father immediately smiled contentedly. Then he happily said, "Although this 9 Harmonies Heart Guard formation is called the ultimate defense technique by many, it can only defend and not attack for years now. I've been searching for a technique to combine with this formation, surprisingly. I really found one today." Once Father masters this technique, his 9 Harmonies Heart Guard formation will be both offensive and defensive. The image is beyond words. Speaking of which, Father thanked Brother Wei. We must thank Brother Wei for everything. By the way, how has Brother Wei been lately? I want to visit him in person. Yi immediately replied, Avika and his disciples are not at the training grounds anymore. These words plunged Father into despair. Bai Shang spoke up. Why did Brother Wei suddenly disappear? Let me see you off properly. Such a great opportunity is so short-lived. I hate it too much. Yi was speechless and quickly explained that he had previously mentioned wanting to register his disciple for this competition. The competition starts in 2 days. He must have gone with the disciples. Hearing this, Father sighed, "My daughter, next time we talk, don't keep holding your breath. It's fine if you're not going." Then he scolded her again. "But why didn't you tell me earlier? If I knew Brother Wei wanted to participate in the competition, I would have taught him a few things. This preparatory competition is very intense, and Brother Wei passed through it." Yi snorted coldly. Father has been secluding himself to cultivate at Zuhua's realm of death. How can you call me now? Father said nothing but looked into the distance in deep thought. He guessed that Wei Wei didn't want to see his idol avoid the mundane world with him. You are truly a good teacher. On another side, at the inn, after Xiao Shi was caught, Wu Jin trembled and muttered fearfully, "It's over." At this moment, a woman's voice sounded again. "I've already advised you. Why did you come here? I don't want to bully children if they surrender directly." The one who attacked was the evil lady from earlier. Red vines appeared around her, capable of capturing people. Ziwei observed for a while and felt that this thing was really strange. Wu Jinhuang ran up to him shouting, "Master, brother has been captured." The woman saw this scene and panicked. What's wrong with this foolish man? This child should have gone with Ziwei. He doesn't care at all. There was no martial artist aura on Ziwei's body. She was guessing if he had hidden his strength. After observing him for a while, she denied her previous guess. No, very wrong. This is the official competition. How can ordinary people be mixed in? Not only him, but even the one next to him didn't have any martial artist aura on their body. Could they cultivate techniques that could hide their strength? Thinking of this, she felt it was possible. But if they came for the competition, why would they hide their strength? On this side, Wu Jin was so scared he almost wet his pants. Although he knew Ziwei and his technique were very powerful, this woman was also a peak martial artist. But Ziwei still stood calmly, making him feel, no wonder he's my master. Brother has been captured as a hostage, but master remains calm. This imposing back view is too much. The more Wu Jin thought about it, the more he revered Ziwei. But he overthought it. Ziwei was just observing and smiling. He frowned and muttered, how did this thing come to be? Or did it use a force or chi condensation like old man Jir? Anyway, that little boy doesn't need Ziwei's concern, a rare opportunity. Thinking of this, he reached into his pocket to get something. Seeing this, the woman panicked and exclaimed, "You're about to make a move." Immediately, Ziwei drew out a long sword. He happily said, "Let's get off one piece and see first." At a corner of the street, an old man who helped Ziwei earlier was walking on the road with a wine bottle in his hand. He muttered continuously, "Who would have thought that this small competition team has a holy vessel? Such a high-level martial artist hasn't been recruited by our Wudong sect for nothing." But at this moment, from the roof, someone suddenly cursed, "Damn you. What's wrong with you, making me scratch my head?" It was that woman who was going crazy criticizing Ziwei. "Now this child is in my hands. I have a hostage. Man, can you at least respect me a little?" She muttered to herself about the Heaven's Flower bag. Thinking this old woman is looking down on others, her aura is strong enough. Good job. Looks like she's a. Thinking that, he examined more closely and immediately realized Xiao Xiao was being held hostage by her. He wondered where the kid's family was now. Then, from the roof, came a piercing screech, making the Heaven's Flower bag unable to think clearly. It was the sound of the vast death, using a dragon saber to cut through the vines of that woman. Wu Jin kept up behind Wu. The Heaven's Flower bag below tried to listen to what was happening above. So when he heard it again, it sounded like the vast death was trying to save his disciple. Wu Jin blamed himself for wanting to end it all. Truly deafening. Meanwhile, on the roof, the vast death's actions made the evil woman furious. She gritted her teeth and warned anyone who believed that she would immediately kill the hostage. Before she could finish, a spirit force suddenly cut through. At the same time, a figure appeared on the roof. The Heaven's Flower bag successfully rescued Xiao Xiao. She scolded angrily, "This old woman, you're bullying such a little kid." Rena grounds, several hundred people still wanted to take advantage of these three, always picking on the weak. Interrupted again, that woman was also furious. "Where did the old man come from? Which eyes of yours saw me bullying a child? Clearly, that man was provoking me." But the Heaven's Flower bag continued boldly, "Both my eyes saw it. He doesn't even know how to gather chi and form a figure, just holding his Dao here. Look at him. How pitiful he is." These words made the woman furious to the extreme. She gritted her teeth and shouted loudly, "Old lady, I've had enough. Soul-sealing secret technique." As soon as she finished speaking, vines around her started moving. They quickly attacked the Heaven's Flower bag. The old man dodged, but the vast death was caught again. Seeing this, she shouted in panic, "Hiding your strength here, challenging me. Let's see how much skill you have." From afar, the Heaven's Flower bag cursed angrily. This old woman knows soul-sealing technique. This time it might not end well for her. Xiao Xiao beside heard and comforted, "Grandpa, you're great. Nothing will happen to you." The Heaven's Flower bag was heartbroken. "I understand in the eyes of disciples. My master is always the most powerful and trustworthy existence. He's truly a good teacher, risking his life for his students even when it hurts. But once soul-sealing technique is activated, it can't be stopped halfway. The person will lose their inner strength until the danshin becomes empty and they become a cripple. I said this vast death might end up with more losses than gains." Just then, the vast death's body suddenly showed signs of change. Vines on his body gradually opened. This scene stunned both the Heaven's Flower bag and that woman. She couldn't believe what she saw. Why is this happening? Soul-sealing technique can only fail in two cases. First, if the opponent has no foundation at all. During her panic, vast death slowly opened his eyes. He wasn't cut off. He thought she was still scared. When he escaped, that woman had already coughed twice due to backlash. She didn't understand who the vast death really was. Even the Heaven's Flower bag was equally confused. Amidst everyone's confusion, a figure appeared on the roof again. It was Hong Tu. She quickly grabbed Vast Death in her arms. Vast Death looked at this woman who just arrived and asked nervously, "Who are you?" Before he could finish, Hong Tu put him down. Then the old man called out to him, "Master." Vast Death was still confused. She continued in a whiny tone, blaming me for coming too late, making the master have to intervene himself. But the master is still so handsome, handling enemies easily. Then Hong Tu handed him her spatial ring and said, "Master, take a look. Inside this ring are 520 pieces of paper, symbolizing my love for you, forever not to fade away." She told Vast Death that he had been hiding his identity as a participant thief. Seeing Vast Death didn't respond, Hong Tu immediately cried sadly, "The master is still angry with me. Before, the master called me Tootie." Vast Death looked at her nervously and quickly asked, "That is, Tootie, when did you follow me?" Hong Tu recovered quickly and happily said, of course from after the master was injured. I recognized your aura right away then. Vast Death understood. Then he continued asking, so for the pre-arena training, the Black Mystery invaded a bunch of little boys. You did all that secretly. Hongta nodded in agreement. Naturally, I could help the master with something. You've done me big favors, Vast Death replied and patted her head. No wonder you always feel like someone is watching you from behind. Turns out it's this house. Looking at that, your relationship with the old master was very close. I wonder how Hongta contacted the old master before without exposing herself. Meanwhile, Wu Jin approached and asked, Master, are you okay? You scared me to death just now. Ngoa Tiantong laughed and said, Haha, my master is fine. He can make a use reverse soul technique. That's quite impressive. Although it was just for a moment, the aura of the definitely pointed in this direction. Before, when he saw Z-Wei captured, he thought it was the demoness bullying someone. Forget it, anyone who can participate in such a grand test cannot be an ordinary person. Even facing the plight of disciples being captured, you wouldn't reveal your strength to harm others. You only used a peach tree as a warning. Even when that woman used reverse soul technique, he wasn't afraid. He remained still while his opponent moved not at all, very suitable for Master Ding's style. Seeing this, Ngoa Tiantong smiled contentedly. Such good seeds must be planted here. Thinking about it, he immediately asked the boy, Little guy, what's your name? Ziwei looked at him with a sneer in his heart when he heard the voice. What background does this name have? Why is there still more defiance in him than me? As Ziwei was thinking, Hongtu arrived. Remember to speak up. Master, do you need me to handle him? You asked doubtfully. You know him. Dian nodded and Hongtu replied straightforwardly. I know him, but he doesn't have the right to know me. If I'm not mistaken, he's one of the 3 elders of, known as in the. Hearing this, Ziwei asked in surprise, one of the major sects. Hongtu nodded and replied, yes, they were too poor and scattered at that time. When sending challenge letters to other sects, they skipped them directly. Ziwei couldn't help but sigh. Could this be overlooked? He was so arrogant before. Then Hongtu continued, the other sects suspected their collusion with the cult. If not for S3 elders, they might have fought each other already. But thinking back to when the cult was at its peak, even if all the top experts of the 3 major sects revealed themselves, it couldn't shake the cult, although now they're far away. She believes everything will return soon. A few miles away, only watched them laugh without knowing what they were talking about. Finally unable to hold back, he said solemnly, Little guy, who are you? What's your sect or master? At this moment, the two finally stopped. Looking at him intently, Ziwei slowly spoke. This is Li Ziwei. Thank you for helping earlier. Master, how should I address you? Smiled and said, my son calls me old head. Call me whatever sounds good to you. Behind him, Hongta looked at Ziwei with pity as he bowed. When her master needed to completely destroy someone, what happened during the time she was searching for a new master? As she pondered, Wu Jin arrived and called out, Miss. Hongta snapped out of her thoughts and glanced at him. He shyly asked, what's your name? Do you know my master? Hongta gave him a disdainful look before turning away. She was still upset, if not for not protecting the master's side. Why would he stay with these ugly people? Suddenly, she thought about breeding with Ziwei and her face turned red. Just as she was daydreaming, interrupted, so this is where you're staying. He looked at Hongtu intently. Although she didn't hide her strength, when angry, it felt very strange and hard to grasp. At that moment, Ziwei stood in front of Hongtu and said, this is my cousin. We haven't met for many years. I never expected to meet here. The child doesn't like talking to strangers. Please be patient. Hearing this, Kuyi Tiantong immediately laughed and said, that's right. Knowing someone is good enough. You probably know that this grand test was organized by the 3 major sects. The purpose is to gather experts from all over the 4 martial arts competitions. Xiao Zhu and Wu Jin widened their eyes in surprise as they listened intently. He continued, but the basic goal was actually to attract thousands of geniuses. My old friend thinks a few are quite talented. Do you have any interest in joining? Without hesitation, Ziwei waved his hand and declined. Thank you. I'm not interested. The next morning, after knowing everything that happened yesterday, Tianshu immediately cried out in shock. He refused the invitation from the 3 elders of. Ziwei replied calmly, I don't know why. He wants me to bring Xiao Zhu into no matter what happens. Tianshu approached him closely and asked doubtfully, so you're really not going? No, without his spiritual beast. Ziwei firmly shook his head. Dian said, joining another sect means following their rules. It's better to establish your own school of thought and live freely. Tianshu found this idea interesting. He agreed. Outside, people call her the ancient goddess, but who remembers her real name? Ziwei may not look smart, but she sees through things more than anyone else. At that moment, Hongta suddenly smiled mysteriously. Looking at the title on the book, he found it very captivating. By then, you'll try to promote it and be afraid no one knows about this new cult religion? But we need a catchy name, not cult religion. We'll discuss with her later. As he was thinking, the carriage stopped. The driver shouted loudly, "Lord, we've arrived." Ziwoo quickly jumped down and politely thanked Lady Chang for bringing him back. Would she like to come inside and have a cup of tea? Tianta looked surprised and asked, "You're still running the shop?" Before Ziwoo could answer, loud bangs suddenly echoed, brightening the sky. Ziwoo was surprised as he saw a woman approach. 2 rows of servants stood straight behind her. They shouted in unison, welcoming Lord Kai Huan and praising Lord Anming, the martial god who rules over all armies. The lady maid approached Ziwoo and said cheerfully, "Lord, where's our young master? I have something to tell you." Ziwoo pointed behind him and said, "Our young master is in the carriage at the back." At this moment, Haifu with Yi followed and greeted, "Brother Ziwoo." He hugged Ziwoo tightly and kept smiling. "It's been 3 days since we last met. Finally, you're home. I've been waiting here all morning to congratulate you first." Yi saw the scene and was speechless, saying, "Be serious for once." Meanwhile, Tianta stepped out of the carriage and called out, "Sir," making Haifu turn around. But Tiantu's face was rigid with tension. What is this about? Is this still the Sir she knew? Yi was the first to react, asking anxiously, "Tiantu, why are you here?" Tianta raised an eyebrow and asked back, "I should be asking that. Why are all of you here? Do you know each other?" Yi nodded and said, "Of course we do. This is the person I told you about before. Let me introduce him. This is Li Ziwoo." The emphasis was on his name. Tianta looked at her and questioned, "Are you joking? Old Sir Haifu looks like a solid old man. How did he end up like this?" Haifu turned to scold. "Although you're an immortal from ancient times, your martial arts are still formidable. I called him away out of respect. When talking with him, I had to be polite." Tianta smiled in confusion and said, "Sir Haifu, how old are you this year? Calling a young man brother might not be appropriate." Haifu ignored the details and said, "Proverbs say that learning is a lifelong journey. If a Wei didn't mind, I could call him father too." He looked up to Ziwoo with admiration, then asked Yi in a low voice, "What's wrong with your father? Is he okay? Is his mental state normal?" Yi shook her head and said, "He's fine. He just got too excited." Tianta raised an eyebrow and asked, "Too excited? Did Sir Haifu really get stronger because of a Wei's martial arts?" Yi nodded and admitted, "Yes. Do you remember the flaws in our 9 harmonies heart formation?" Tianta answered calmly, "Of course I do. The 9 harmonies heart formation is a high-level defensive technique, but lacks offensive capabilities." Haifu always wanted to find a martial arts that could complement it, but where could he find one? Forget about the 9 harmonies heart formation. There are few techniques in this world that can be combined. Haifu ignored them and focused on Ziwoo. "Right away. Can you take a look at my technique? I'm not sure if it's good." After some time, Tianta couldn't believe what she saw inside the tea shop. How did this happen? This was the suspicious person Yi mentioned. She thought he had a child with him too. Yi kept talking beside her. "You know, even though Brother Ziwoo doesn't show his strength, he's really powerful. If he joined the sect, it would be like giving a tiger wings." Tianta felt that not only Yi, but also Haifu had been brainwashed by Ziwoo. At such a young age, how powerful could he be? Haifu is an immortal. He needs someone like this to consult with. And what if Tianta gave something to someone with a shady background and couldn't get it back? Meanwhile, Haifu was training Ziwoo in the courtyard. In a flash, numerous sword illusions appeared, tearing through the air. Tianta felt the commotion inside and panicked. Outside, Haifu had formed the long seal. With a damp sound, the ground was shattered by the long seal. When the essence energy dissipated, the ground left a hand-sized imprint. Haifu looked at Ziwoo excitedly and said, "Away, what do you think? It's not as powerful as that kid's, but it has some potential." But just as he finished speaking, he saw Ziwoo frowning. He panicked and his expression fell. His brows were tightly furrowed. This look of restraint was so bad that he had to think before speaking. It was unnecessary. Ziwoo was in extreme panic, and incomplete technique could still be practiced. This is an enemy. Isn't he just hurting himself? But if Ziwoo always acted like his old master, wouldn't they never doubt him? Now to them, Ziwoo is just a harmless, ordinary person. Besides, attracting people with a small version of the technique might be worth it. Meanwhile, Tianta had rushed here. Seeing what was in front of her, she was speechless and confused. What he said was all true. Line 60 is intentionally left blank to meet the exact line count. The next day, Tianta returned to the Ancient Society headquarters. A woman was lying on a chair, reporting that this time she did very well and should keep quiet for a while. It's just not sure how many people's supplies were emptied by such high-grade black mystery items. Tianta whispered to her master, informing her that all the black mystery items came from one person. The master was surprised upon hearing this. She then slowly explained that at first she suspected someone trying to please the ancient society, but he didn't take anything, only asking for 3 official positions with me. After bringing them back and feeling unsettled about the surplus goods, she thought if Ziwoo could make the 9 harmonious heart ray compatible with other techniques, maybe we can too. But before she finished, her master coldly interrupted. Alright, Tiantu was startled into silence. The master continued, Tiantu, have you forgotten your identity? Can ancient caretakers not learn martial arts? If Tiantu wants to learn martial arts, she must ask if the ancient worm on her body agrees. Moreover, as a 1,000 ancient sanctuary saint lady, why can she easily make friends with others? Hearing this, Tiantu was unwilling and stubbornly rebutted, but Wu's sister could cultivate to become a martial king. She not only cultivates, but also recruits many handsome companions. I just feel that this person is not simple. I want to keep an eye on them. The master angrily shouted, making Tian to tremble with fear on the ground. That woman stared at her and said she rarely praises her, but she still wants to argue. The master said that Tian Wu is special, different from that woman. This time she also participated in the grand trial and was knocked unconscious by internal force. Knowing that the teen competition was Tiantu's responsibility, the master ordered her to clarify this matter. She wanted to see who dared to interfere with others' people. As she spoke, the master's expression turned sinister. She gritted her teeth and said even her people were dared to be bullied. She must strip this person of their name. After that, the town was bustling for days. People continuously discussed the top winner in the recent competition. Some didn't believe it, but others were excited about a big figure appearing in their small town. Some were happy because they made good deals. An old lady happily said that recently, their town was lively and her shop business had improved significantly. As people chatted, someone suddenly spoke loudly from behind, intruding rudely. May I ask if there's any place in this town for me to stay? Everyone turned around to see a monk and a young monk approaching. The old lady thought for a moment before speaking. With many people visiting recently, the guest house must be full. She said that the best guest house might have empty rooms, but it's currently under renovation. Just then, the young monk pointed to the first seller shop and shouted, Master brother, I want this. The master sighed but bought a candy for the young monk, reminding him not to listen carelessly. Young monk Wutu was still focused on the fruit basket. He said he wanted to go see the festival and check on Elder Ta Da Tong, who went down the mountain. It's tiring. But at this moment, his eyes were drawn to the nearby old lady. Tuya brought a basket of fruits and happily talked to the old lady. And Hoa, I came to bring you some fruit. The disciple told me to pass on that he can deliver things to the guest house later. The old lady patted the young girl's head and said she would take it over. How is the renovation going? When will it open? Tuya excitedly replied, tomorrow is the opening day. Shaping remembered her support, and Hoa heard this and thought of the 2 monks, quickly said, right, just as this master wants to find a place in the forest. On another side, Ziwoo's guest house was busy preparing signs. Tianta also came down to help direct from below. Seeing this scene, Ziwoo felt awkward and said he had to trouble the saint lady for even such small matters. Truly embarrassing, Tianta stared at him and said, what time is it? Why did you just wake up? Ziwoo yawned and replied naturally that of course he overslept. But didn't she return to the revitalization realm already? The competition ended. Why does she want to stay in Dushang Chenjian? Hearing this, Tianta harumphed and said, free to move around as a pure female, wherever she wants is fine. It's hard to get such an opportunity to play outside. Thinking about it, Tianta suspiciously asked, speaking of which, did you see any suspicious people in your team? Ziwoo was slightly nervous and muttered, suspicious person? I think everyone is suspicious. You don't understand why she suddenly asked this. Her identity shouldn't be recognized here. They haven't even met. The most suspicious one here is Ziwoo himself. However, after some thought, Tianthu sighed and said, that makes sense. Most of Team A's competition involves wandering martial artists, so it's normal for them to suspect each other. Then she asked Ziwei if he had seen a woman who could use vines. There were handsome men following her, suggesting she might be quite perceptive. Hearing her description, Ziwei recognized the Night Kiss passerby. But why would there be a script for this? Thinking about it, he hesitantly suggested, shouldn't you tell us who this woman is first? Tianthu didn't doubt anything. She said straightforwardly that the person in question was Mang Tian Wu, a disciple of Wan Gor Hall. The headmistress greatly valued her. She suffered severe injuries during this competition. The headmistress became angry and ordered to find out who attacked her. That's right, Ziwei could only chuckle after hearing this. But he wasn't laughing inside. Hadn't his defensive chi been generated by him? But he didn't actually use it. How strong is the body's internal energy then? As Ziwei was thinking, Xiao Shai led to Monk's back and happily said, "Master, we're home, and I brought some guests." The young monk recognized him immediately. Fragrant Powder exclaimed, "It's you. You're leading a child to the competition audition." Ziwei couldn't figure out who this child was but still smiled and joked, "Oh, it's nice to meet you. If there are guests, let's go into the shop to talk." Then he suggested to Tianthu that the lady should come along for a tour. So they all entered the inn, where many valuable items were displayed. Everything sparkled and dazzled the eyes. Tianthu observed everything and couldn't help but admire. The decoration is quite good. No wonder she can get so much black mystic essence. It seems I was right. Ziwei didn't even notice the 3 grade sex, yet he helped Jiafa break through. Why should we still endure Wan Gur Hall? Thinking about it, Tianthu smiled warmly and said, "I've heard YY say that this inn isn't called the first inn originally. Why did they change its name?" Before Ziwei could answer, the monk behind him started talking. Superiority only exists in the where one can live a carefree life like a wandering martial artist. The meaning is that only in Thekken one live a carefree life. One must be prepared to face storms at any time. The most difficult and precious thing is the 2 words harmony. An inn is a place where people can temporarily rest. Although in the everyone hopes to find a peaceful place to rest, this is such a great ideal. At this point, the monk admired Ziwei even more. He shed tears and praised, "This name is really good." Hearing that, Ziwei was moved to tears as well. Does it feel like that? He didn't expect to understand his own homophones. It felt like finding a treasure. Last night in Ziwei's room, Ziwei and Hongta took advantage of everyone resting to have a chat. Ziwei said straightforwardly, "You've probably heard that we can no longer use the magic words freely now. Now that I successfully contacted the Iron Willow sect and the 3 great sects, we need to see how things develop for restoring the demon cult." Hongta didn't have much to say. She nodded in agreement. "Strange. I'll follow the master's orders." Ziwei smiled contentedly. She didn't need to be so nervous now that they were just the 2 of them here. He wanted to discuss a few things with her. Hearing this, Hongta seemed to think about something and blushed. Only she and the master were here, and there were some matters to discuss. Not those shady things, right? The more I think about it, the more exciting. Thinking of how she often dreamed of the master, Hongtu was very happy with this thought. Unfortunately, she overthought it. Ziwei just wanted to ask her what she thought of the name Peaceful Inn. This made Hongta hesitate. "Why did you call me here in the middle of the night for such a trivial matter?" Returning to reality, Ziwei tightly held onto one of the monk's hands while they talked. Tianthu listened from beside and couldn't help but feel. So this name has meaning. I'm too shallow. But did Ziwei really think so? The answer is no. A movie once said that. The more you avoid it, the easier it is to be found. As long as you don't say anything. Who would have thought that Mazen Ziwei opened an inn here? While he was thinking, the monk spoke again. "So this guest, can we stay in the shop?" Ziwei nodded without hesitation. "Of course. It's fine. There's no need to call me a guest. Just call me Master Li from the countryside." Then he ordered Xiao Shai to lead the 2 monks to their rest area. Upon entering the room, their eyes lit up immediately as everything was new furniture. The junior monk jumped onto the bed right away. He sighed in relief. Finally, he could lie down. But the young monk didn't give him that chance. He kept shaking his side of the bed and said, "Senior brother, absolutely don't sleep." Senior brother closed his eyes as if already asleep, making it seem like he would never wake up. Hearing this, the young monk pouted. "That's not what I meant." But soon, the boy regained his composure. Hong Huo said, "As Master once said, we might encounter great fortune in Yushan town. If we don't go out to walk around, how can we meet our fate?" The monk sighed and replied, "Before I went to see the commotion, I didn't think about encountering my fate. Now that I remember, if Master said there would be a fortune, it's not too late." But the young monk wouldn't give up. He still tried to tug at his sleeve. Fortune doesn't have legs. How can it wake itself up? "Brother Hein, get up quickly, let's go for a walk." Just then, someone suddenly entered from outside, startling both of them. Brother Xiaohua asked with a frown, "Who is it?" Brother Xiaohua quickly ran out and came back in, holding a fruit basket. He cheerfully said that the maidservant brought the fruit basket to serve at the new shop opening. "Remember to thank them. Go eat. Let brother get some rest." The elder brother casually mentioned it then yawned. His master only told him to handle surplus goods. But he didn't explain what kind of fortune it was. Anyway, he decided to sleep first. Sleeping well gives you energy to seek fortune. However, just as he closed his eyes, the young monk's shout woke him up. Annoyed, he sat up and impatiently asked, "What now?" The young monk showed him the basket from earlier, mumbling, "This is." Before he finished speaking, Brother Hein almost fell out of his seat with surprise. His face immediately lit up. Fortune had appeared. Meanwhile, outside the peaceful inn, Hua Sheng and others arrived cheerfully talking. It's amazing how this inn has been renovated to look like a palace. There's no other place in Central Plains that can match it. She then gave him a flower garland, which looked a bit like funeral flowers. If you burn the picture inside, it would be fit for a funeral. As a modern person, Ziwei knew this, but couldn't say anything. He could only smile and nod. Thank you, Hua Sheng. Why does this design look so familiar to me? Hua Sheng patted him on the shoulder and said happily, tomorrow when I open my flower shop, I'll come to support you. This child has been bullied for so long. Suddenly becoming our village head feels a bit strange. But Ziwei being our village head is good. He can protect the children. She could consider it as watching them grow up. Ziwei was surprised and asked, is that little shy? Hua Sheng didn't say anything but waved her hand. Let's not talk about this for now. I'll go first. You should be busy. So tomorrow, remember to bring your friends to support me. Ziwei nodded and gave her a fruit basket. Right, these fruits are from my garden. You can try them out. Just as he finished speaking, someone behind suddenly shouted, startling Ziwei. The elder monk had arrived. It turned out to be the same fortune that Brother Hein's master mentioned 2 years ago when the holy fruit was mixed up. Why is the holy fruit here? With suspicion, the elder monk quickly appeared in front of Ziwei and said something that offended him. Without waiting for a response, he opened the lid of the basket, revealing several wild fruits identical to those in Brother Hein's room. Just as expected, Brother Hein asked, Master, where did these come from? Confused, Ziwei replied, I said this mango is covered with skin. Skin-covered mangoes? The elder monk was shocked by his words and couldn't believe it. To prove it, Ziwei led him to see. Seeing the mangoes in front of them, the elder monk's eyes almost fell out. Looking at the mango garden, Brother Hein panicked. They were really skin-covered mangoes. And there were so many, this fortune is too big. Ziwei didn't know where the elder monk's shock came from. As he cut a few fruits, he explained that these were picked by his disciple Xiaoai, who likes to eat them, so he planted some. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped, because the elder monk started crying for no reason. He was hurt and crying, but his master had clearly said holy fruits are precious. The branches of the fruit tree in their temple were even more painful to him. It took over 10 years just to see a few fruits. 2 years ago, they barely got some, but before they could ripen, they were stolen. When the elder monk was alive, he saw this scene. When angry, his eyes almost burst with tears. Ziwei was confused and brought one mango to say, Don't cry, these are delicious. Take a few home and help promote my inn. The elder monk quickly asked, Master, why is this holy fruit so lush? In our temple, we have similar fruit trees, but they never had such vitality. Ziwei asked suspiciously, Where's your temple built? What's the climate like there? The elder monk replied straightforwardly that Val's temple is at the peak of Lingfeng and benefits from a 4 seasons spell like spring. Finally understanding, Ziwei explained, so it must be right then, mangoes are tropical fruits. They can't grow here. In your garden, if you don't wish for them to grow, they won't. You need to create an environment suitable for their growth based on plant habits. Line 60 is the same as line 58. Line 60 is the same as line 58. He doesn't understand a word of what that venerable said about fruits and melons, how they differ in their environments. The venerable didn't explain anything else. The monk fell into deep thought, realizing something like the dawn breaking, regarding the holy fruit as needing the best care. Meanwhile, at Peace Inn, a man and woman stood outside. They were from Spirit Sword Sect. The man was Lu Renjie. A Han man angrily cursed, This inn looks good, but why isn't the owner here to open it? The woman chimed in that the inn still hasn't opened for business. It's really annoying. We've been waiting so long with Lu Shifu and his group. Just then, someone came out from inside, holding a fan. It was Wu Jin. He asked if they wanted to stay at the inn, but he also told them that the inn would only open tomorrow. At once, the Spirit Sword Sect woman rolled her eyes and mocked. Finally, someone opens it? Do you know who we are? Don't pretend this shabby shop is worth your time. Wu Jin didn't get angry at that. He just laughed and said he wasn't like before anymore. Then he snorted, asking if they wanted to start trouble. If you don't ask who I am, daring to say my master's inn is broken, you're really bold. This made the Spirit Sword Sect women angrier, wanting to attack. Renjie stepped forward to stop her. Don't be rude to guests. He then looked at Wu Jin and said, Sir, I am the head disciple of Spirit Sword Sect, El Renjie. The other inns nearby relaxed their guard a bit, allowing us to enter and check in first. Wu Jin ignored him and said, Don't you know how to speak properly? Didn't you hear what I just said? This inn belongs to my master. He then glared at the woman and shouted, "Besides, your young lady shouldn't have insulted this shop. You spirit sword sect people are of noble status. This shop can't accommodate big statues like you." Renjia was furious, his face turning black. "Who do you think you're talking to?" Renjia stepped forward again to stop her. "Don't get too excited. I'm just speaking for the young master. She didn't mean it that way." He then smiled sincerely and asked, "Where is the owner?" Wujin replied with a snort, "Our master is busy entertaining guests. He can't come over now. You should have introduced yourselves first." Renjia had his suspicions, but the head disciple of Spirit Sword sect status couldn't be undermined. What kind of history does this have? Just as he was thinking, that woman said angrily to Wujin, "Brother, look at how he acts. I'll teach him a lesson." She then drew her sword and charged forward without saying anything more. But Renjia stopped her. "Don't be rash. It's just for testing who is behind the inn." Suddenly, Peace Inn exploded with a loud noise, catching Hafu and Tianthu's attention. Tianthu frowned and said, "That sound came from Li Family Inn." Hafu looked displeased. Who dared to cause trouble here? Meanwhile, at the melon garden of Peace Inn, Ziwei was teaching a monk how to stack melons. He heard a loud noise and rushed over, but Wujin didn't think much about it. He sighed, "Things are so lively. I've been here for quite some time now. Everything is running smoothly." Wujin was confident that his Peace Inn would soon be known throughout the Jianghu. As he imagined a bright future, Wai ran in from outside. She shouted, "Something happened at your inn." Outside the inn, smoke and dust filled the air. Renjia was holding his injured lady. Despite her temper, Renjia's martial arts had repelled the young lady's attack. Wujin seemed a bit tough to handle. But upon closer inspection, he realized something shocking. The one who hurt the young lady was a child. At that moment, the woman stood up. She glared and said, "Where did this brat come from? He probably only has some strange treasures on him." He barely defended himself. "I don't believe he can stop me again." With a change in her stance, she raised her sword to attack again. But Renjia called out to the child, "If you're all students of martial arts, let's spar. If I win, you can stay here. What do you say?" The child didn't move at all when he defended against the young lady's attack. As expected from the young lady, the child only had some defensive tools on him. Renjia thought as a disciple of Spirit Sword sect, he needed to maintain his sex image. If he couldn't reclaim his dignity now, people would laugh at him. With this in mind, he smiled confidently. He then charged towards the child with his sword. But the child wasn't afraid. He formed a staff and released inner strength around it. Without holding back, the girl struck Renjia's face, making his face look like that of a pig. He just flew out and lay on the ground. Seeing this, that nun got angry and shouted loudly, "How dare you hurt our brother? We must make you pay for it." As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed forward like a burning torch. In her heart, no matter how powerful this child is, he's just using his authority. The power of law has always been strong in attack but weak in defense. So the nun lost. Everyone was silent as he told his story. A woman nearby fell into deep thought upon hearing Du Hangjin. Meanwhile, at Peace Hotel, everyone was busy cleaning up. Jufu stood opposite Hafu. Jiafu warmly said, "Away, brother. Don't be polite. It's embarrassing to say, but I can only help in this way." He told you that the secret door is silent. It sounds powerful, but it cannot interfere with gang fights. Although Nin Sword sect disciples are few, they're not weak. Then he asked Away if he knew why the three great sects people organized a sword competition against us. After some thought, Away replied, "It's for selecting talented and extraordinary individuals." Diane nodded as Jiafu slowly spoke. "Yes, to be precise, back then, Mahjun of Death Sword Army killed countless martial artists and destroyed many sects. The remaining ones had to unite or perish." "Perish by uniting?" Away raised an eyebrow in surprise. Jiafu nodded in response. "Yes, the phenomenon of the strong preying on the weak exists everywhere. Meanwhile, Ling Sword sect relies on alliances and unifying other sects to grow stronger." The two returned after a while. The next day, Peace Hotel officially opened with fireworks ringing out. People came and went in front of the hotel endlessly. At the opposite hallway, someone was quietly observing the Peace Hotel. "It's the people from Rinzhuang," he said. "Such a small place. We must be too formidable." Yumain shook her head to disagree. "That may not necessarily be true. Let's take a closer look at Sect Chief Liu." She pointed towards the flowers below and smiled. "In our Moon Hall, this flower arrangement is used for memorial services. Maybe they anticipated us coming here. They might have done it to mock us, even writing blessing on it." Renjuang commanded, "Listen up everyone. round up all the people in the hotel and bring the leader before me. Nearby, a woman watching the Peace Hotel fell into thought. As she pondered, Zikon approached and hugged her tightly. Did you think of something? What were you thinking? Oh right, your place seems to be in the center of the shock. I said I'd take you home after finishing work to check it out. I know you have a younger sister. The woman tried to resist, but was quickly grabbed by Zikon's perverted hand. He coldly asked, "What? Do you want to defy me?" She fearfully protested, "No, the sect leader is willing to take me home and show me around. It's an honor for me." Unconsciously, Zikon's voice was light. "Well then, be good. Du Hangjin will be considered a friend of our Clear Mountain sect. Just come to visit whenever you want. Thank the sect leader," she casually said and looked towards the hotel below. She couldn't have forgotten this place. This is clearly the top hotel now. Has it changed hands? If so, how's my younger sister doing in her current situation? Inside the hotel, a woman was angrily pacing around. "It's the armored nun." She kept walking back and forth. She muttered under her breath, "Ugly, daring to provoke me. Wait for my senior brother to bring people here. I must make them into lanterns." As she spoke, a way appeared from outside. "Your lines are more like a villain's. It scared you so much that you jumped." Zikon didn't care and slowly said with a smile, "Moreover, haven't you always wanted to stay? Now your wish has come true. You should be happy." After saying this, he placed a bowl of food on the table. "Eat some." The nun looked at the food in shock. "What? Zikon really wants to give me food? Did you hear what I said just now?" Seeing her not responding, Zikon continued, "Why not? I made it myself. You don't want to eat. Your teacher once said that treating captives well is a good quality. As a villain, you should make everyone weep." But the nun's expression was dark. He definitely put something dirty in there. It's not like anything good. Just as she thought this, her stomach betrayed her with constant gurgling sounds. Eat or die, she picked up the bowl and ate. "Even if it kills me, I'll make sure to be a well-fed ghost." She finished a large bowl, but felt like the sun had pierced her heart. The nun was surprised by how delicious this poison was. Is this heaven? But soon she realized something was wrong and started crying in her heart, thinking that this poison would take effect too quickly. Suddenly, outside, a voice rang out, "Sect Chief Liu. These are the kidnapped disciples of yours." The nun immediately stopped crying. She hurriedly turned around and saw Renjuang with his people appearing here. Zikon also looked at them, sighing helplessly. "So fast? This poor hotel keeps attracting their misfortunes. The roof just got destroyed by them." From above, Renjuang asked, "Are you the owner of this hotel?" He quietly observed from afar. Just as the Mecha said, there was no sign of any martial aura on him. Thinking this over, he ordered his subordinate to search for someone who had severely injured our sect's treasure and captured one of our sword spirit disciples. "Hand over that little brat. I'll deal with it personally." As soon as he finished speaking, a vague image of a sword appeared in his hand. But Ziwei was not at all afraid. Sighing helplessly, he said, "Just like the old saying goes, one door closes while another opens." Hearing this, Master Sume immediately panicked. Not only did she know her senior brother, but she also knew her master. "This means you know their true identities and that's why you're making a move." However, she quickly rebutted, "No, when Ziwei mentioned the familiar trick earlier, didn't he use it multiple times? The commoner's appearance is definitely Ingguang Wang. Who are you exactly?" Not receiving an answer, the subordinate became angry and urged, "If you're not willing to hand over the person, don't blame me for being harsh." As soon as he spoke, he quickly acted. A vague sword image rushed towards Ziwei. Seeing this, Master Sume immediately shouted, "Master, stop! This guy is familiar. There's a trap here. He's just pretending." Hearing this, the subordinate's face suddenly turned red with anger. He wanted to retract his move, but Yi on the side also saw, and instead of helping, she loudly warned everyone to stay back. Qianshu from the other side was also scared and shouted, Yi, be careful." Hearing this, Yi turned around, seeing what was coming towards her. Her eyes widened in surprise. In a moment of life or death, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi to block the attack. She used her sword to stop the vague sword image, but the person covering their face was someone she didn't recognize. The sudden appearance was Hongtu. Why is she wearing a mask? So we need to go back to last night when Ziwei suggested doing this and it surprised her greatly. But Ziwei confidently said, "I trust you. I'm very familiar with this today. It's a rule. Anyone wearing a mask won't be recognized in legend." With that, Hongtu believed him, and so she covered her face when appearing before everyone today. Hongtu stood beside Ziwei, facing the subordinate. At this moment, Ziwei had already made his accusations. Not only did they destroy our guest house, but they openly attacked the Iron Y Mountain and commoners as a sword spirit sect. "What are you doing?" Qianshu from the side rushed over worriedly asking, "Liu Ziwei, Yi, Are you to hurt? Seeing her, the subordinate's face turned ugly. She was wearing ancient clothes and had people from Manhwa Mountain and commoners. This is going to be troublesome. I hurriedly made a show earlier, but didn't expect this sudden issue. And his underling said there might be a trap here. Did the other side intentionally do this? While the subordinate was thinking, Yumain softly laughed and said, more fun than expected. She then glanced at Yi Yi and Tianshu, coldly saying, Iron Y Mountain's head, the female from ancient times are here too. Along with them were 3 people, one rich-looking fool, a very ordinary simpleton, and a suspicious little boy. As she spoke, Yumain seemed to remember something and said in surprise, isn't this the top 3 contestants of today's martial arts competition? Even those from ancient times were severely injured in the arena and haven't woken up yet. To win first place with such an overwhelming victory over a bunch of martial kings is truly impressive. With that, people around started whispering. Most of them were suspicious about Ziwei. These words reached Ziwei's ears and made him look over. This was exactly what Yumain wanted. She smiled and said, yes, they are very curious. How can a commoner with no martial strength suddenly become the head of the counter and win first place in the competition? Ziwei became angrier as he heard this. He clenched his teeth and said, just say what you want to say. Don't talk nonsense. Where did this woman come from? Just a few words and she found the problem. As he was panicking, Hongta whispered in his ear, Master, I know this person. The spy, the owner of Yulian Tower, Yumayan, from Wei, slightly surprised asked, why do you know her? Why are you familiar with everyone? Hongta didn't answer but slowly said, this woman is best at stirring up trouble. She uses the names of exorcists to cause chaos everywhere. People who hate the cult so much owe her a lot. Hearing this, Ziwei fell into deep thought for a long time before softly asking, so, all the evil deeds of the cult are created by her. I really feel wronged. Hongta shook her head and said, not exactly. Master is so tall and strong. Why be as cowardly as described? How can a nobody say you're one of us? Those guys are right, Wei was startled. The idea is that the cult is actually more vicious than rumors suggest, and this woman hasn't spread it everywhere yet. Thinking about this, he quickly calmed down and asked Tuni, do you remember what I told her? Hongta nodded and said, yes, master, don't worry. Once someone asks about the cult, as long as they follow 3 principles, don't get to know them, don't be close with them, and don't recognize them. Just then, Yi suddenly loudly shouted, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't understand your intentions. Lines 160. But wait, Li Ziwei's identity. Our clothing trade group has been investigating him. 2 years ago, Li Ziwei went to Yuhangjiang and worked at the Top Inn as a waiter while his family was clean, but both parents were dead, leaving only an uncle who couldn't be traced. She said he was friendly with people, didn't fight against fate, and this inn was bought by Wu Jin for him. About Ziwei winning first place, he secretly trained martial arts and made some progress, even if it was hidden from others. Ziwei immediately cried out in shock. Is he a Buddhist? Why are you still investigating him? But if what he said is true, why would he choose someone with both parents dead as his online persona without leaving any distant relative spots for subordinates? Building up an innocent image long ago, Zhang Yuanzhu really thinks about these issues. He must have shouted too loudly before. No wonder he's the leader of the very capable. But all your thoughts so far are misunderstandings. At this moment, Yumayan spoke calmly. What our clothing trade group wants to say, I naturally believe. But I still want to remind you that Song heard from King Shan sect leader recently that Yuhangjiang has appeared some devil cult heretics. She said the most irregular events must have issues, and she fears these devil cult heretics might replace someone's identity and infiltrate groups. Hearing this, the woman beside immediately rebutted, no, he's not a devil cult member. Xiao Zhuan remained silent for a while before suddenly shouted, sister. Ziwei was surprised. There are still hidden characters. The woman continued, I met him 2 years ago and can see the aura on each person. His aura is just like it was 2 years ago. This made Ziwei startle. Could auras be seen? Before he could think of more, he saw something. From that woman's body seemed to appear a demonic aura that connected with the aura in Zikan's body. Ziwei raised an eyebrow in surprise. What is this? At this moment, Hongta suddenly shouted, Celestial Maiden. Ziwei fell into another nightmare. How do you understand a celestial maiden like that? As he was confused, Hongta continued, Master, you personally ordered to find the celestial maiden. Even after going missing, you repeatedly gave orders for me to continue investigating this matter. Have you forgotten? A large question mark appeared in Ziwei's mind. Is there such a thing as this? He concealed his true feelings and hesitantly explained that the poison inside him was growing longer, making him forget many important things. But just as he finished speaking, he felt a chill down his spine. Hongtu approached from behind with a cold voice. Maybe we need to investigate this further. Ziwei was scared and shivered. Oh heavens, they're acting now. He thought he would be hit, but didn't expect to be exposed instead. Hongtu stared intently at his chest, with no red marks. She had no doubts, only thinking it might be due to the serious condition. Even small details she knew were not overlooked. Thinking of this, Hongtui angrily scolded, blaming those damned Wonku ancient people for making our master lose all his strength and memories. But as she spoke, she suddenly remembered something. Wasn't it that the master saved her when she lost her memory? Her cheeks turned red. It was love indeed. Meanwhile, Zikon's companion observed Xiaozhuan according to Lu Tengzhu's words. One of Li Wei's disciples was severely injured by a child, and beside the child were a rich young man and an ordinary person. From this, it seemed like the child looked similar to her younger sister. As she panicked over this guess, someone suddenly placed their hand on her shoulder. The girl was startled. Oh no, I helped Wei escape punishment earlier, but forgot about old man here. Zikon approached like a demon. He spoke with a false command, saying the beauty meant she could testify for him. Before she could answer, Zikon pulled her hair and dragged her back. He gritted his teeth. Whether he's a devil cult heretic or not, in front of me, helping another man. Have you forgotten your position? It seems I've been too indulgent. The girl quickly apologized. But Zikon still coldly said, it looks like you need a lesson. This made the woman's face pale but excited Zikon more. He pulled her hair tightly and squeezed her neck, ignoring her pleading. Seeing this, Ziwei couldn't help but speak up. I've seen this before. It's the sex technique. The title of Celestial Maiden sounds powerful. Even the original owner had to order its search. It must have a special place and use. You must save her. With that in mind, Ziwei ordered, Junie, snatch the person. Hongtu obeyed quickly, rushing to Zikon's side and taking the woman from his grasp. Her actions were too swift. Zikon couldn't react in time. Yumayan was faster, shouting loudly, defend. Seeing this, Hongtu pulled the woman away. It seemed they moved at the same time, Yumayan charging like a bolt of lightning. Hongtu found the girl troublesome and threw her aside. Then she charged into battle with Yumayan. Xiaozhuan ran to the woman's side, worriedly calling sister. Just as she finished speaking, she rushed to Ziwei's location, saying, that lady is your friend. 4 of them over there can't handle her. Before Ziwei could say anything, Yi suddenly shouted, too strong. In midair, two powerful energy sources are colliding with each other right now. Haifu once told Yi that these guys aren't easy to deal with, but Hongtu managed to fight 3 of them and still injured one easily. Thinking about this, Yi smirked. If something happens, she's not allowed to take action herself, so her involvement would only cause more trouble. In the battle, Hongtu is fiercely fighting against a demon. Yumian felt this was an opportunity and took advantage of Hongtu's distraction to launch a surprise attack. Hongtu was surprised but managed to dodge it. She lost her face veil in the process and got minor injuries on her face. Her true face appeared before everyone. Yi immediately recognized this. She exclaimed, this is the red sect of evil deity. As she said this, she looked at Ziwu and asked, so are you also part of the evil deity sect? At this moment, Ziwu appeared calm on the surface. But inside, he was panicking. He had 100% prepared to avoid being recognized. But how did he lose it now? While he was worried, Yi spoke up, Mr. Ziwu, you and this person. Before he could respond, Renwu gave a sharp command. Then Han said with a smile, the people from the Iron Willow sect are watching the show here. The evil deity sect has appeared, so this no longer concerns the struggle among factions in the Jianghu. After saying that, Han pointed at Ziwu and Renwu and ordered, catch these 2 quickly. Renwu suspected that the Iron Willow sect had secretly colluded with the evil deity sect. Yi was furious and rebutted. At this point, our Iron Willow sect stands firm and it doesn't fear death. How could it be related to the evil deity sect? Moreover, she couldn't catch them even if she wanted to. She just arrived at Tamadai Tong this morning. Why choose today then? On Ziwu's side, he was trying hard not to panic. He took a deep breath and said with a laugh, ha ha, who do you think is the evil deity sect? Anyone can tell just by looking. Then he glanced at Yi as if reminding her, hey miss, don't you see the demonic aura on them? This made Hongtu on Ziwu's side a bit uneasy too. She whispered to herself, master, I may not know what demonic aura is, but someone said that your cultivation method isn't ordinary. If it's not ordinary, then normal people shouldn't be able to see this. Hongtu said although Ziwu had a demonic aura, she didn't have any impression of him. Han said he wasn't from the evil deity sect. Maybe he secretly learned the cultivation method and ended up looking like a dog instead of a tiger. At this moment, a disciple came to Ziwu's side with medicine for his injuries. His face was very pale, making the disciple scared. Hanta tried to explain, but Ziwu didn't listen. She called out worriedly, "Master." But Ziwu was frustrated and shouted, "Only I and the readers can see this. I thought everyone could see it. You just keep mumbling there. Your face is terrible." Hanta feared he might go crazy and quickly calmed him down. "Master, stay calm." But Ziwu was still in shock. "Why did this happen now? You're going to die." Just then, Ziwu suddenly had an idea. There's a celestial dancer here who can definitely see it. Thinking that, his eyes lit up and he looked at the woman. Unfortunately, the so-called celestial dancer couldn't see it either. Ziwu froze in place. Well, this is your luck. Even though he can't use the cultivation method, the original owner's strength is still there. Wanting to retreat completely, that's not a problem. Thinking of this, Ziwu decided to play his last card. He roared loudly, "I'm not going to pretend anymore." Oh, but before he could finish, a loud shout cut him off. Oh my god, it's really the evil deity sect. Ziwu gritted his teeth in anger. He angrily cursed, "What are you shouting for? Can't you wait until I introduce myself first?" But when he turned around, Tianthu was trembling and mumbling. "Li Ziwu, look behind you." Ziwei looks a bit uneasy. "Are there demons behind you? Why are you so scared?" When Ziwei turns back, Leon sees Ziken being surrounded by demon energy. He shouts wildly, "Damn it, this damn thing dared to cut off one of my hands. I want to kill all of you." At this moment, Ziken is nearly going mad, his eyes completely empty. Ziwei looks at the scene and can't help but be speechless. Wine transformation technique. No special effects. Well, if there are any changes in appearance or senses, we can see them now. Surprised by what she sees, a hint of panic appears in her eyes. Trouble, the foolish Ziken is in trouble. Thinking about it, he attacks Leon with his sword, which pierces through his body like a needle. The people here hear Ma Zhao and run away in chaos. Hondra looks at Ziwei worriedly and asks, "What should we do now, master?" Ling Sword Sect's sect leader always calls himself a reputable school. For his reputation, he will definitely find a way to kill that cripple to prove his purity. Ziwei chuckles and says straightforwardly, from his reaction, it doesn't seem like someone who doesn't know the inside story. Let him kill that guy. Isn't that when I no longer have any chance to show myself? As he speaks, he suddenly remembers something and declares, "Starting now, we cleanse the remaining evil of Ma Zhao. Good people will act on behalf of heaven." With those words, Ziwei grins with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Jiafu and Tiyua Immortal are using light skills to approach here. They talk about Ziwei as they walk. Tiyua Immortal holds a jug in his hand and smiles happily. "I never expected such a coincidence. I was thinking of where to find Xiaozi after the competition ends." Hearing Jiafu's words, he learns that Ziwei has opened an inn. No wonder Jiafu laughs and says, "Brother V's idea seems to be worried about being restricted by major sects when acting. So he sets up his own independent school and opens an inn. Good move." Although Tiyua, a heavenly immortal, doesn't give up on deceiving people, he continues speaking. But such a cute kid is hard not to notice. It's been only a short while, but we've already provoked the Ling Sword sect and they have a more important backing now. On the contrary, Jiafu fears that his noble will be deceived. Dian Maku says he prefers not to entrust others with his affairs compared to encountering bad luck. Restricted, I feel if my strength is strong enough, I can rely on myself. Tiyua, a heavenly immortal, doesn't give up and continues the conversation. After all, it was worth running here just for this kid. "This is that kid's inn?" Jiafu nods in agreement. Ling Sword Sect must have brought people here already, right? Just as he finishes speaking, a loud explosion comes from the inn B, making Jiafu jump. At the same time, Ren Nuo is dealing with Ziken to avoid being implicated. Even a monk has joined this battle. As soon as Jiafu arrives, he sees chaos in the inn. He's so scared that beads of sweat appear on his forehead. Before he can understand what's happening, a loud shout from beside catches his attention. Strange, she's fighting against Ziken's disciple and shouting loudly. "What are you doing? These people are all civilians. Attacking civilians. Ling Sword Sect, what do you intend to do?" Yi in front of her looks like a lifeless corpse. She mutters, "Capturing everyone, the sect leader's order." At that moment, another one wants to attack her as well. In this critical moment, a sudden loud explosion sends them flying out. When the smoke clears, Jiafu stands in front of Yi. Seeing him, she immediately becomes happy. Qianshu speaks up. Their condition is unstable. They look like... But before she can finish, Ziwei quickly finishes her sentence. Just like that, their consciousness seems uncontrollable. Steps are illusory with immense strength. Face green and pale, like a walking corpse. Actually, this is the state after being possessed. This line made Tianthu scared, but he continued saying that Ziwu Mazun was the #1 in the world, having tried countless cultivation methods. Soul absorption was just a byproduct of his experiments. Qianthu raised an eyebrow after listening to Ziwu's explanation and asked curiously why he knew so much about it. Ziwu chuckled slightly, teasing her with a sly look that left Qianthu speechless. Meanwhile, Tiu Tianzun appeared. He looked around and said with a smile, "What a good young man." The fighting was full of vigor. Great job. Look at his nose. It's there too. Not bad in terms of skill. Hapu heard this and cried out, "Cousin, who's? Ah, brother Vias." Tiu Tianzun pointed towards the red cluster far away and said, quickly, "White girl, do you know these people?" Following his hand gesture, Hapu glanced over. After a glance, he stuck out his tongue. "This isn't Ziwu Mazun's aura, is it?" Tiu Tianzun didn't know about this and drank a mouthful of wine from the bottle. Then he happily shouted, "Yay!" The alcohol made his skills appear. His arms suddenly swelled up. Not only that, but his whole body became more muscular than usual. Tiu Tianzun laughed twice and said, "Now it's my turn to act." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards the ongoing battle. Inside, Ziwu opened a secret smile. Members of Vongding sect had arrived. Heaven was being kind to him. This rare scene wouldn't allow anyone to steal his honor. He would clean it up if possible. With that thought, he whispered, "Little Zhu." On the other side, Taihu Tianzun immediately grabbed a long spear towards Zikon. Then he swung his fist at Ren Nuo across from him. Ha Gaosing shouted, "Who gave old Nuyen and this punch?" Ren Nuo barely reacted in time and chose to block, his mouth spilling blood. He didn't understand why he was hit. His grandmother had never let him down before. Regardless of whether they were civilians or not, their dignity was lost. It would be better to silence everyone. With that thought, Ren Nuo started gathering internal energy. At this moment, Ren Nuo was still in shock as the remaining internal energy in his body gathered towards one direction. Little Zhu on the other side chanted a spell, similar to the Great Spirit absorption technique, absorbing all of Ren Nuo's internal energy into himself. The battle quickly tilted towards the main villain, Li Ziwu. A bit about the woman beside Zikon. Her name was De Piao Liang. Her name matched her beauty and she seemed to be a leading lady. But everyone knew that leading ladies usually brought misfortune. And naturally, De Piao Liang was no exception. A few years ago when she returned home, she saw Zikon sitting on the chair in her house. The person opposite was praising him. She looked scared and asked, "Uncle, where's my mother?" But life wasn't easy for De Piao Liang. Eventually, she had to serve beside Zikon. Until one day, a maidservant brought tea to Zikon. He took a sip and started criticizing the taste. "The tea is getting weaker today. Is it just me?" The maidservant was so scared she trembled. She muttered in fear, "I've never learned how to make tea." Zikon chuckled coldly and said, "I'm not blaming you. Don't be afraid. Let me check." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand to lift the girl's face. The next morning, that girl had become a withered corpse. When De Piao Liang entered and saw this scene, she was so scared she forgot what to do. Only when Zikon reminded her, "Maiden, why are you standing there? Come over here," did she timidly approach him and change clothes for him. As she did, she hesitantly asked, "Master, who is the lady?" But before she could finish, Zikon replied coldly, "Just a toy. It has some use." He told her that if she cared about the girl, she could go and check. De Piao Liang hesitated for a moment and went to look. But when she saw, she was so scared her face turned pale. Zikon approached like an evil demon and asked, "Why isn't the maiden talking anymore?" The girl lay on the bed, trembling and calling out for De Piao Liang's help. But within 3 seconds, she fell to the ground limp. De Piao Liang was so scared she couldn't speak a word. After regaining her composure, she turned to Zikon and called out shakily, "Master." Zikon leaned close to her face and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. I won't treat you like that. By the way, call me Sect Master from now on. Do you understand?" De Piao Liang nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, Sect Master." Zikon was extremely pleased by her compliance. She obeyed him so well. This beautiful woman with a special quality could only be used once. It would be better to nurture her properly for the future. Wait until she breaks through before using her. The long wait will make him a powerful figure, and King Shan sect will become the #1 sect in the world. But now, all of Zikon's illusions were gone. He screamed madly, "Damn it, I'm the sect master of King Shan sect. You dare to attack me, I'll make you pay." Zhu felt a bit annoyed by this and said, "You're really good. Hongtu, let him be quiet." Hongtu was very obedient. After he finished speaking, she sent Zikon off to heaven with spittle flying everywhere, making Ziwu stick his tongue out. After regaining composure, he cried out, "Actually, my intention wasn't to kill him. Hongtu, you got first place in the competition." It's hard to understand what you're saying. Before, when someone said that, They meant it as a trap, right? As they were arguing, an unexpected voice interrupted them. Heaven and earth have conscience. The sect master doesn't know anything about this. If the sect master knew he was from the Dusk Moon cult, Tani would be furious. Do you think that's believable? I really did suffer because of these two. The interrupted person argued back. How could I know it would turn out this way? Aren't you smart enough? Think of a solution quickly. Moonian snorted in anger. I have no more inner strength left. What can I do about that? You know him as Trang Zuanti. I don't know what connection you two have with the Dusk Moon cult. Watching them bicker, Ziwei was at a loss for words. Looking at Haifu, he spoke up. Uncle Haifu, the demonic arts are beyond cure now. Better to die quickly and be released from suffering. Do you understand what I mean? Hearing this, Yi wanted to argue but didn't finish her sentence. Haifu smiled and spoke up. Yes, we need to understand that. Brother away, go rest now. We'll handle the rest. Hong to personally help them deal with a rogue Dusk Moon cult member. Just finish it off by shaking things up a bit more. Thinking about it, he continued speaking. Actually, she's Tane, but only now did Ziwei realize that Haifu had left her, so she hurriedly brought her people back to the inn. On their way back, Yi asked her father curiously why he was stopping her from doing this. Brother Away knew a lot about the Dusk Moon cult. I should ask him clearly if there's any connection between them. But before she could finish, Haifu coldly interrupted, still needing to temper your impulsive nature. You suspect that Brother Away has some connection with the Dusk Moon cult. Yi said unhappily. Why not? He is by his side and listens to him. Haifu shook his head and smiled mysteriously. No, it's precisely because of this we can't be too hasty. He asked if Ziwei really had a connection with the Dusk Moon cult. Why would the Pure Light Great Sect bring Hong to by his side? She is Ziwei's left hand. Now she's beside him and even listens to him. He's certain that Ziwei must have used some method to control Hongtu. You know about the Dusk Moon cult, so it might be intelligence gleaned from her mouth. Haifu advised Yi to remain silent and observe quietly. Don't cause more trouble for Ziwei. The right time will come when he'll tell them himself. Hearing this, Yi seemed brainwashed and excitedly said, That makes sense. Father, Brother Away mentioned spirit energy earlier. Do you know what it is? Haifu frowned in confusion, asking, Spirit energy, what's that? Before Yi could answer, Tuyu Nuo Tianzun suddenly appeared, smiling and speaking up. Forget about spirit energy, or any Dusk Moon cult stuff. I'm not interested in that. Let's talk about something else. Haifu stared at him intently, waiting for his next words. After a moment, the Hoa Tianzun actually spoke, seeming simpler than expected. The player who broke through with that hard protection formation could get good items from him, right? Haifu was surprised and quickly waved his hand to dismiss people. Go away. Don't you think you're very close to Brother Away? Go find him and ask. Brother Away has many treasures for you. Don't look at it. Refused, Tuyu Tianzun pouted. Being stingy, I'll go find him myself then. He said that the move Xiao I used just now seemed more powerful than the woman's soul destruction technique before, and maybe there's something even better. Qianshu had just arrived when he heard this, exclaiming in surprise, Senior, did you mention soul destruction earlier? Meanwhile, at the peaceful inn, Ziwei was in shock over Xiao Ai's true form, which turned out to be a girl. He shouted angrily, Are you kidding me? Give back my Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai stopped and looked at Filian, saying seriously, Sister, Master lost his memory when he fell into the abyss. I changed clothes for him. This outfit is not convenient for training. Hearing this, Filian was a bit flustered, then sympathetically looking at Ziwei, softly asking, Falling into the abyss must have hurt a lot. Ziwei felt his nose bleed from the beauty's attack. He quickly rushed over and laughed nervously, just a small stumble. But soon, Ziwei realized there was an issue with Filian's story that she had just told him. The original always searched for the Celestial Maiden, so this woman beside her should have recognized it, right? Or is one person not enough? Should they focus on a three-color team instead? While he was thinking, Tianshu suddenly arrived with a bowl of medicine in hand. Li Ziwei, I found you. I've been looking for you all day. She told Ziwei that Kingshan sect and Lingjian sect were secretly collaborating with the Dusk Moon cult to practice demonic arts. Luke received a surprise when Tuingo Qiantong brought him to discuss with the three great sects on how to handle the situation. Yumine didn't know about this and was locked up in the medical ward for processing. This guest house of Ziwei is famous now. Everyone's talking about it. Then, Tianthu handed a bowl of soup to Piao Liang, who hesitated before taking a sip. Piao Liang asked with some confusion, This is? Tianthu sighed and explained that Haba found ancient worms in the prince's room, and these worms feed on blood and qi. Although the mother worm was dead, its offspring no longer had any effect, but it was better to treat them this way. Ziwei couldn't help but speak up. How can anyone get their hands on those ancient worms when you all just whimsically talk about them? Drinking one mouthful of soup would bring out the dead worm. Is that really simple? Piao Liang asked Tianthu impatiently, but why should I drink it? You said she wanted to benefit from this, not consider the consequences. Ziwei quickly finished his bowl and suddenly smiled mysteriously. Ziwei roared loudly, the ancient worms suppress my strength. Using the name of the first hero of the Jianghu Asli Ziwei, I will release the seal. But nothing changed. Ziwei felt stuck and frustrated. Why is this happening? My power isn't returning. As he was panicking, Tianthu complained, I told you to drink it, not him. Your body doesn't have any ancient worms. What's the point of drinking this? Ziwei hesitated and asked, but why no reaction after I drank it? What kind of reaction did he expect? Tianthu complained loudly but then sighed, forget it, you've already drunk it. Let me check for you. Thinking about it, she placed her hand on Ziwei's chest and began to examine him. Surprised, she muttered, I'm not afraid of anything. Even if there are worms in my body, I'll deal with them. Finally, the dead worm was removed. Now he just needs to recover his strength. From now on, Ziwei won't need to operate in secret anymore. He can directly scare everyone and claim the title of Jianghu's top hero. But Tianthu shattered his illusion with one sentence. I told you, there are no strong ancient worms in your body. In an instant, Ziwei collapsed. He couldn't believe it. No, how could this be? Tianthu looked at him anxiously and muttered doubtfully. What does this feeling of disappointment mean to you? At that moment, the girl who had been acting like a daughter ran over. Kaiji spoke up. Miss Kingnu, I'll get another bowl for you. Tianthu took the bowl and continued directing Ziwei from the side. This habit of yours is really strange. Just as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly became sharp. Although there were no ancient worms in Ziwei's body earlier, he now has one. Sure enough, a wriggling worm was on his shoulder. By evening, Ziwei fell into despair with a slightly gloomy expression. Hong by his bedside didn't cheer him up. The master should keep going. With such an imposing presence, he shouldn't be defeated by this small matter. On the bed, Ziwei trembled and muttered, what should I do? Try harder. The ancient maiden in Hongtu's eyes smiled mischievously. Master, your strength is so formidable. You can control someone like that. You're not an ordinary person. This only proved that the worm wasn't as simple. Hearing this, Ziwei immediately thought of his teacher, excitedly shouted. She had a point. The ancient maiden's skills were insufficient. He must find a way to approach the master of the ancient sex. Even an ancient maiden couldn't see through it. It must be very powerful. No wonder she's considered the #1 person in the world. Even the worms are the best in the world. Meanwhile, in the darkroom, Tianthu silently observed Ziwei and his companion. She saw them talking but couldn't hear what they were saying. The worm on Ziwei's shoulder could only show her images. Tianthu frowned deeply. Based on Tuingo Tiantan's words, Tian will attack Ziwei first. Then he didn't struggle, and the soul defense mechanism kicked in. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but admire, that's quite a feat to harm Tianwu. And he could suppress the evil sex excesses. What methods did he use? Thinking about it, she immediately turned her attention back to the surveillance area. But there was only Ziwei left. She muttered in surprise. Where did that white demon go? And what is he doing now? At this moment, Ziwei was secretly taking something out of his robe. Ziwei is engraving words onto a talisman, taking a long time before speaking up, right in the, how can one not have their own token? From now on, this will be Ziwei's personal talisman. At this moment, Hongtu returns, surprisingly asking, is this a demon talisman? Ziwei hands her the talisman and speaks frankly, the demon teaching talisman from before can no longer be used. I modified it just now. Remember how it looks now. In the future, call it the Holy Flame Talisman. Understand, Hongtu nods slightly, then begins to examine the talisman in her hand. In her heart, she can't help but feel appreciative of the meticulous craftsmanship. No wonder he's the master. The vast demon existence has profound meaning. Thinking about it, Hongtu remembers what she needs and quickly asks, right? Is this the item you want me to bring? Ziwei glances over and sees many scrolls on the table. He nods in agreement enough. Then he picks one up and speaks frankly. Now that the Peace Inn is so famous for peace, we need to include publicizing cultivation methods in our schedule. Let's try it out first. In everyone's world, there are special effects like this. If someone else practices a cultivation method without seeing these effects, what's the point? Seems like you've made things easier for me. Not only powerful, but also very cool looking. Thinking of this, Ziwei can't help smiling to himself. Original author, I know your cultivation method is cool, but special effects are truly romantic for men. For now, I won't use these things. Then he starts writing with a flourish, making Tianshu on the other side look dazed. She exclaims in surprise, his speed is too fast. What's he doing? With suspicion, she controls the ancient worm. It quickly climbs onto his shoulder. She wants to see what Ziwei is drawing. Just looking at those things, Tianshu doesn't understand a thing. She frowns and mutters, "What are these? Could it be some kind of cultivation method? The kind that only men without pants can practice?" As she thinks, the screen in front suddenly turns off. Tianshu raises an eyebrow in surprise. We've been discovered. In Ziwei's room, a hand lands on his shoulder and crushes the ancient worm on it. Ziwei doesn't notice anything. He asks blankly, "Juyi, what's wrong?" Hongtu softly replies, "I saw you working hard. Let me massage your shoulders for you." Ziwei hears this and is satisfied, letting her continue massaging his shoulders. As she massages, she speaks, "Master, the ancient mother's behavior is mysterious and unpredictable. There's very little information about her. If someone wants to meet with the ancient mother, I'll go tomorrow." She says she will try to gather intelligence first for future actions. The more Ziwei hears, the happier he becomes. He nods in approval. "You're still our Juyi." They continue chatting, ignoring the world around them. So they didn't notice a strange cat appearing not far from the forest. The next morning, at the entrance of the secret door in, Wu Jin brings Xiaoxi into the courtyard shouting, "I want to report." Upon hearing his complaint, Hafu stands up with a bang on the table. "What? Brother Wei has disappeared. The fiendish demon sect is also gone." Yi, who was listening, sighs helplessly. After a long while, he speaks. Sudden events can't be explained casually. Then, he looks up and asks Wu Jin when Brother Wei disappeared. "Maybe just going out." Wu Jin answers hurriedly, "Of course it's new. I reported right away." Fiao Yang also speaks. "At noon, Brother Wei and I had lunch together. He didn't mention anything about going out then. He asked if I wanted to practice with him. We found this in his room." Saying that, she hands Hafu a scroll and a handkerchief stained with the ancient worm's blood. Hafu takes them, examines them for a while before speaking. The ancient worm still has unfinished cultivation methods. Ziwei's drawing skills are truly amazing. Just his attire is not so good. At this moment, Tianshu speaks slowly. "That ancient worm was mine. I monitored him, but he quickly discovered me. About his direction, I know where to find him." On another side, in the dark prison, Ziwei is found here. After a while, he wakes up from his daze. He looks around and realizes this is an unfamiliar place. Moreover, he's locked up. Ziwei cries out loudly, "Oh my god, where am I?" At this moment, outside the prison room, noisy voices are heard. He woke up, hurry and report to the ancient mother." But soon, two girls arrive in front of his cell, beginning to appraise him like a piece of meat. Though not much, it's very tender, just what I like. Seeing those two, Ziwei's expression stiffens. He can't believe it and exclaims, "Oh my god, the legendary Thuchi lady, did I really come back from another world?" A few hours later in the prison cell, someone came here again. Chiantu arrived from outside and was stopped by others. "Lady City Female, you didn't go to see the main lady first." She responded coldly, "I'll go later." The person next to her said uncomfortably, "Lady City Female not going to see the main lady will make the main lady angry. Moreover, a criminal is also worth someone coming personally to meet after all." Tiantu immediately retorted coldly, "If my work isn't satisfactory, I'll apologize to the main lady later." After saying this, the person next to her could only smile and nod. "Understood, but it's for your own good." On the surface, they said that, but secretly, they were cursing Tiantu as just a name without substance. Meanwhile, Ziwei was sleeping soundly in the prison cell, extremely relaxed. Only when he woke up did he mutter angrily, "Who am I? Where are we? Didn't you see Lady Thuni, and then time travel here?" As Ziwei was bewildered, something caught his attention. Ziwei exclaimed in surprise, "Lady City Female." Tianta stood at the door of Ziwei's cell, scratching her head doubtfully. "What's going on now?" Tianta didn't reply but glanced at the person beside her. "Let him go out first. I have something to talk to him about." The other person hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "Be careful. If he runs away, this responsibility will be hard to bear." After they were alone, Tianta pushed open the door and slowly explained, "This is the prison of ancient times, where criminals are detained." Ziwei was immediately alarmed upon hearing that. Prison of ancient times? Why am I here? Was I kidnapped? This plot is too familiar. And how did I end up here? I have no memory at all. Yesterday, Hongju said she wanted to enter the ancient prison. Could she have been exposed? Thinking of it, Ziwei quickly spoke up, "Lady City Female." But before he could finish his sentence, Tianta suddenly made a move. Ziwei felt as if she had bared his throat and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. There was also an ancient worm in it. Seeing it, Ziwei gasped, "Oh my god, what is this?" Tiantu explained slowly, "This is an illusion. Those who are affected by the illusion will experience hallucinations. Forcing them out can be uncomfortable. But now, we have limited conditions and might as well do it. Did you meet people from the ancient prison this morning? Not only did you get affected by the illusion, but you were also brought to the ancient prison. Was it an order from the main lady? Why would the main lady suddenly intervene? I wonder if she still doesn't know about Vei's serious injury. Ziwei quickly shook his head when he heard her question. No, I only went out for dinner. No one knew and I was poisoned by accident. Lady City female, the main lady wants to meet this person. Her daughter asked me to come along. Soon after, in the grand hall of the ancient prison, the main lady sat leisurely on a long chair, looking at the two people below and asked indifferently, Qian-tu, your first thing upon returning should have been to see me. Playing around for a few days outside, you really are getting more and more ruleless. Meanwhile, Ziwei secretly observed the cat on the main lady's lap. The cat looked familiar. Soon he figured something out and complained unhappily, oh heavens, it's that very cat. It appeared by my window this morning. I was even scared of it. As he spoke, he became angrier, pouting to complain, using the cat to make me let down my guard, taking advantage to poison me. Wicked to wicked. Qianta heard this and snorted disdainfully. A cat, it will only harm you, indifferent. She shrugged her shoulders. Ziwei retorted, come on, who can resist a cat? Everyone goes scared of two. Qianta didn't argue with him. Instead, she looked at the main lady and spoke up. Why did you suddenly invite Li Ziwei here? He has good relations with the people from the Iron Y sect. Baba is looking for him. The main lady looked at her coldly and replied indifferently. This girl, I should be asking you, have you forgotten what I told you before? Of course not, Qianta lowered her head to answer. But soon she realized something and exclaimed in disbelief. No, you're supposed to monitor me. The main lady laughed coldly and said, if you can monitor this person, why can't I monitor you? Ziwei heard this and complained about Jian too, secretly watching me like a spy, suspecting me. Jianta panicked trying to explain, but was cut off by her mother-in-law. You brat have some guts. You can make our little lady swoon, even ignoring my orders. As soon as she finished speaking, she appeared before Ziwei quickly, raising an eyebrow and said, I heard you're quite capable. But alas, the ancient clan's long-range attack skill, even the old king couldn't avoid paying a price. Ziwei pursed her lips, reminding, though not intimidating, like last time when he wanted to repay his student who was in prison. Her mother-in-law coldly laughed and disdainfully said, daring to compare yourself with those fools, what big guts you have. Then she stepped back, coolly saying, done, let's end this matter. As soon as she spoke, her mother-in-law waved her hand. A stream of energy entered Ziwei's body. She shivered inwardly. No need for all these troubles. Status and strength were fine. Suddenly, Ziwei was seized by someone. Prince Huo cried out, oh my god. Why not ask more questions? Her mother-in-law didn't reply, just coldly looked at him. If you really have something special, this battle must be under the ancient clan's control. If Ziwei doesn't have anything special, take her to refine into a medicinal person. As revenge for Qian Wu, unexpectedly successful, let her see what your secret is. Just then, her mother-in-law suddenly felt like she was floating in midair. Before she could understand what happened, she fell from the sky. Her mother-in-law's face turned rigid. Her mother-in-law had been led to the modern world by Ziwei's subconscious. She was on a roller coaster. The people around her were also modern, their clothes were unfamiliar. Before she could understand what happened, the roller coaster started moving. She fell from high up amidst everyone's screams. She panicked. When it stopped, those nearby said jokingly, still not recovered. They heard someone say, try something else. Her mother-in-law was alarmed and quickly followed them. This time it was a sky cruise ship. Her mother-in-law felt like she couldn't breathe anymore. But it wasn't over. She was dragged to play other dangerous games. She felt like she couldn't take it anymore. Although this is easy to provoke an allergic reaction, if she didn't run, she would die here. With a fierce bite of her lip, her mother-in-law forced the scene change. It was already dark and she had entered a costume party. Looking at everyone dressed strangely, her mother-in-law was confused. Where are we? Just then, her eyes seemed to notice something. Far away, someone was fully covered, holding a microphone, shouting loudly, tonight is Halloween night. Her mother-in-law gasped, could this be the legendary Heaven Palace? As she was confused, an arm suddenly landed on her shoulder. She glanced back, seeing a donkey-headed ox looking at her, holding a phone. In a low voice asked, can you help us take a picture? Her mother-in-law's face froze for a moment before fainting right there. Seeing this, the ancient clan members were alarmed, rushed to support her, their faces showing concern. Someone else ran up to Ziwei and asked, what did you do to our mother-in-law? Ziwei cried out, another bully. Even Chanto was suspicious. Why did her mother-in-law faint? Ziwei tried to explain her innocence, but the other didn't believe. Chianta gritted her teeth and asked, what did you see, mother-in-law? As soon as she got out of prison, she was thrown back in again. She angrily shouted, "Are you kidding me? Which eye saw me attack our mother-in-law? Clearly, it was her who attacked me, right? I didn't move at all." The ancient clan members cursed loudly. "Don't think we don't know. They heard that when little Miss Qian Wu was injured, you didn't do anything either. If our mother-in-law gets hurt, I'll throw you into the 1,000 species area." Ziwei protested, feeling helpless. "What logic is this? Then I might have already injured your mother-in-law. What do you expect from a broken balcony to stop me?" But no one listened. She helplessly looked at Tianta for help. "It's really not me. Say something to defend me. I saw it just now. I didn't even know what happened." Tianta sighed helplessly. Jianfu was confused. What exactly happened? In the room, only two people were left, and the main lady served Ziwei a cup of tea. Ziwei smiled lightly and said, "Main lady, no need to be polite. Her attitude has changed so much that I'm a bit scared." Meanwhile, the main lady was very worried. Ziwei's behavior wasn't about seeking revenge for what happened before. According to the book, this person is 80% an immortal from heaven, and we shouldn't offend her. Thinking of that, the main lady immediately put down the teapot. Then she said nothing and wrote it down, "Respectfully speaking, high-ranking sage, or rather, immortal, virtuous one, my young lady was disrespectful before. Please forgive me." Hearing this, Ziwei felt a bit angry. What did that mean? Before she could understand, the main lady grabbed her hand and continued, "I know your identity now. Tianfu mentioned your information prowess earlier. She said that as long as Ziwei agreed to teach a little, the 10,000-year hall would follow her orders." Hearing this, Ziwei muttered in surprise, recognizing my identity. "You. Could it be Ziwei's demon sovereign's unique ability? If I love him, do I have to kill him?" The next morning at Yuhang Town, Wu Jin and Ha Fu's group heard that Ziwei was returning and rushed to greet her. Seeing her, they were very happy. Besides Ziwei, the main lady of 10,000-year hall also arrived in Yuhang Town. She stepped down from the carriage and approached Ha Fu, greeting him politely. "Doormaster, it's been a long time since we last met." She said that she invited Ziwei to her place as a guest without consulting others, which was a mistake on her part. Ha Fu only smiled faintly and replied, "Main lady, don't worry about it. Tianfu did tell us." On the surface, he thought there must be something this woman wanted. Why had she suddenly changed her attitude? Who doesn't know that the main lady of 10,000-year hall is unpredictable or changes her mind? She's too strange and hates people of different genders. Based on what Tianfu said, Ziwei was clearly taken away. Can Ha Fu really believe this now? But now, the main lady's and Ziwei's attitudes were so good that they seemed to be flattering each other. It felt a bit strange. As Ha Fu was still confused, the main lady spoke again. "Doormaster, since I've brought Li Shot manager back, let me bring Tianfu here too. Earlier, I wanted to say something to Li Shot manager." A while later at Peace Hotel, Ziwei led the main lady into the study room and then suggested, "I'll wait outside. I'll get it for you." After a moment, she brought out many scrolls and hesitantly asked, "Are these all? How do you plan to take them back?" The main lady smiled lightly and waved her hand. All the scrolls disappeared. Only then did she say satisfiedly, "That's fine. I've settled things with Li Shot manager." Ziwei didn't think much about it and said slowly, "If there's anything new, I'll bring it to you later." But such a large grudge, why just wish for her blessings? Isn't their world of cultivation full of techniques? Or is it rare and valuable? As Ziwei was still suspicious, the main lady said again, "Right, Li Shot manager, as I promised earlier. What do you need me to help with? If I can do it, I'll definitely try my best." Hearing this, Ziwei immediately got excited and said, "I want you to remove the parasites from me." The main lady frowned in doubt and asked, "Do you have parasites on your body?" "Why not?" Ziwei was a bit worried. Didn't she recognize my identity already? Why ask such a question? Thinking of this, Ziwei sighed again. In the end, if it weren't for these parasites, I wouldn't have to pretend to be an ordinary person. The main lady was shocked and asked, "Are your parasites really that powerful? Even immortals can't do anything about them. And who dared to put a parasite on such a character? How could she not know this?" With suspicion, the main lady reached out to check Ziwei. But what surprised her was that it didn't react. Seeing her expression, Ziwei asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is there a problem? Do I need to drink some soup?" The main lady immediately turned pale and said, "You're definitely suspicious. You don't want to remove the parasites." She gritted her teeth and thought she couldn't do this. It would betray others' trust. But she absolutely couldn't regain Ziwei's trust because what was betrayed wasn't human trust, but divine trust. Thinking of that, the main lady used all her strength to check. But soon, she fell to the ground. Seeing this, Ziwei asked worriedly if she was okay. The main lady lowered her head and covered up her shock. Why is it like this? Don't even say that I couldn't find where your parasites are. At this moment, Ziwei asked again, can you not remove them either? The main lady was slightly surprised and fell into deep thought. What do you mean by that? Have you tried many methods to remove the parasites? Only then did she remember a problem. What does this mean? Have you tried many methods to remove the parasites? At this point, the main lady finally remembered an issue. Ziwei is not an ordinary person. Before, 80% of his place was the divine and immortal realms and legends. If you could help him remove the ancient worm, even the ancient deities could be freed from becoming eternal beings. After thinking, the main matriarch sighed and said, I'm very sorry. The ancient worm on your person is not ordinary. With my current strength, I fear it cannot be removed. These words made Ziwei confused, but quickly, the main matriarch's tone turned firm. But don't worry, after we return, I'll immediately check the books. Even if I have to try every method under heaven, I will never disappoint you. Alright, Ziwei had no other choice but to reluctantly accept it. Still, he couldn't help muttering, are these ancient people not trustworthy? Even their own ancient bodies can't be freed from the worm. At this moment, the main matriarch continued speaking, although we cannot remove it immediately, perhaps we can delay its effects. Please tell me all the details of the inscriptions after being affected by the ancient worm. Ziwei thought for a moment before answering that at first, he could still occasionally act, but soon he couldn't use his strength anymore. He couldn't practice internal energy cultivation. But he could withstand blows quite well. The main matriarch was alarmed upon hearing this, wondering how powerful the ancient worm must be to seal divine power. Back then, Sister Jili's soul could barely suppress part of Ma Tunzivi's strength. Thinking about it, the main matriarch quickly said that if he lost his strength, it might be related to blocked meridians. During their discussion, she mentioned that when practicing martial arts and cultivation, she didn't understand much, but earlier, she saw a young lady beside Ziwei. That lady's physique was somewhat special. Could you bring her to the temple for me? There is an old monk there who might be able to help Ziwei. She said this while frowning. Meanwhile, the two monks had just returned from their almsgiving and were on their way back to the temple. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the sky as someone came to visit the non-sect temple. It was Xiaohai. She still carried Ziwei and Fialong. Looking at the scenery below, Ziwei couldn't help but sigh. The scenery suits one's heart. It's truly a good place. Inside the non-sect temple, Senior Nun Natubsent was reciting scriptures. Suddenly, his hand holding the rosary stopped moving. He smiled and muttered, "They're back." It seemed to be at the same time that someone entered from outside and said, "Senior Nun Natubsent, elder brother, they are back." Natubsent nodded slightly, "I know." But one of the monks shouted excitedly, "Not only that, but Senior Nun Natubsent, come quickly to see if there's any surprise." Natubsent didn't think much and nodded, "I'll go right away. If my guess is correct, they must have brought a distinguished guest back with them." But when he arrived, seeing the item his temple had taken, Senior Nun Natubsent immediately scowled fiercely. He cried out, "Oh holy God, did you step on the holy tree?" The holy tree was a precious treasure of the non-sect temple. Even though its leaves and branches were gone before, now it had even been uprooted. But at this moment, Natubsent felt something wasn't right. This didn't look like their temple's holy tree. Of course not, this was taken from Ziwei's peaceful inn. But he couldn't believe it and trembled as he asked, "Tran, where did you bring this holy tree from? Could you have stolen it from another temple? We can't do such thefts." Tran was a bit startled by his master's thoughts. He slowly said, "Master, we were told to find good fortune in the market, not steal it." But Natubsent still thought they had stolen it and cried out with her head in her hands, "This is not what you meant by good fortune." At that moment, Natubsent saw Ziwei standing nearby. He approached him hesitantly and asked, "This guest master is from Ziwei's temple. Hello, master." Tran quickly explained, "Master, this person gave me the holy tree. I met him outside just now. I know he came to visit specially." Natubsent sighed in relief. "This is the good fortune you spoke of." He was relieved. After thinking, he hurriedly thanked Ziwei for donating the holy tree and greeted the three distant guests. "Let's go to a different room for rest. Tran, take care of the holy tree today." Ziwei followed Natubsent, saying, "As we give you more saplings, you want me to do many favors in return." But Natubsent shook her head coldly and said, "All desires are like salt thrown into the sea. The more one enjoys, the greater their desire. The holy tree is rare. If you're willing to give one sapling as a gift, it's already a great favor. I dare not ask for too much." Ziwei lazily said, "Merchant, this is my whole garden. Do you want it?" Natubsent changed her expression and said, "Yes, Thank you. Ziwei smiled slightly and said, then I'll have my disciples bring it to you later. I came here for something. Do you think Master would be willing to guide me? After a while in the guest room, Ziwei explained what he needed and Not Upset nodded in understanding. Turns out Qian Nu told you to visit our temple. How is she now? Is she well? Ziwei answered coldly. She looks quite good. He was a bit doubtful. Are these two people familiar with each other? But Not Upset didn't know his thoughts. Hearing the answer, she was satisfied. That's good. As for your doubts, Master knows. The foreign star has appeared in this world. If you came here, you've broken the world's rules. Ziwei frowned after hearing that. This motif is too familiar to me. The monk definitely recognizes your identity. No wonder he's a great master. That was like a riddle. I've got it. Ziwu hesitated and asked again. What should we do then? But he remained indifferent. Something that belongs to him can't be taken by others and vice versa. Just let the master handle things. Everything will fall into place naturally. After thinking for a moment, Ziwu asked with his lips slightly moving, what you mean is not to forcefully use your original host's strength. That makes sense. I understand now. Combining Qian Nu's words, the more you use inner power, the more blocked your meridians will get. But you know some super powerful techniques. This is like untangling a knot. Pulling harder only tightens it up. You have to work on it gradually. So let's start with the most basic cultivation methods and slowly open up the blocked meridians. Even if we can't reach the peak, it's better than not being able to use any of them at all. With that in mind, Ziwu tightly gripped his hands but didn't smile gratefully. I understand now. Thank you for answering my question, Master. But he politely declined with a nod. As long as I can help you is enough. After sorting out his affairs, Ziwu pointed at the flying carpet and said, right, Master, they all say that the flying carpet has special qualities. Let's check it together. On another side, after Zikon fell, Fanshan sect had become a desolate place on King Mountain. Inside was chaos with scattered items everywhere. When Zidong, the heir of Fanshan sect, returned and saw this scene, his face turned pale, trembling as he muttered, what happened here? Then he heard noises coming from a room. Upon rushing there, he found someone rummaging through the place. Zidong angrily shouted, what are you doing? The other person chuckled and replied, looking for treasures. Are you also looking for treasures? He told Zidong about recent events. Master of Fanshan sect obtained many treasures. Now he's dead. The Fanshan sect is gone too. Keeping these here is a waste. Hearing this, Zidong fell into shock. His father died, and the Fanshan sect is gone. He loudly denied it. You're lying. How could my father die? He was about to break through to martial saint level. The Fanshan sect is one of the 3 major sects in Yuhang City. How can they just say it's gone? The thief seemed a bit annoyed and retorted, you are his son, master of Fanshan sect colluded with evil cults for cultivation. Don't you know that? Even Wuding sect intervened in the killing of Yuhang evil cult. They're dead. Only the 3 major sects and the armor sect didn't know about it. Zidong's face turned even darker as he listened, but the other person ignored him, leaving with his belongings while talking. If you don't know this, change your name and surname immediately to avoid trouble. I'm not reminding you, colluding with evil cults is no small matter. Just as he finished speaking, a sword cut across his neck. Blood dripped from the blade onto the ground. The one who attacked was Zidong. His face darkened. Killing his father was unforgivable. He would definitely seek revenge. A few days later in Yuhang City, people were bustling on the streets. One figure in a black round robe moved among them, slowly walking down the street. People on the street were discussing Fanshan sect's situation. Someone clearly said, I was at the scene. You didn't know that Yuhang evil cult had switched bodies to severely. They fought as a group and even those like Kang Shi. If not for that kid, I would have died. This story seemed to attract passersby. Someone walked up and patted the other on the shoulder. The person turned around immediately, glancing behind. Seeing a black-robed figure approach quietly, he said with a low voice, hello, can you tell me about that day? Meanwhile, at Peace Inn, Ziwu was practicing with a wooden post. He fiercely punched it barehanded but saw no change. His hands were in agony. Ziwu silently thought, this is what newbies feel like. At that moment, the flying carpet entered from outside. Holding a tray of food, she softly called Ziwu's name. Turning round, he thanked her. The flying carpet smiled genuinely and said, no need for gratitude, you saved me, took care of my sister, even taught her self-defense. I can't repay your kindness. After 2 years in the inn, only Ziwu remained among those she knew. Since her parents passed away, except for her sister, she had no other relatives left. Just that after losing his memory, Ziwu spoke more straightforwardly. He praised the flying carpet every day. She feels embarrassed. Thinking about it, she softly said, with you here, I feel very safe. Ziwei listened silently, admiring her boldness in his heart. Since returning from Zen meditation, he's been like a shadow to her. While he's bathing, she brings tea. When Ziwei talks to Hong too, she also serves tea. This angers Hong too greatly. Ziwei senses that Fia Liang is clinging too much. He wonders if it's just him or others nearby. There's still Fia Liang. Didn't she accompany his father before? She must have betrayed his father for sure. The more he thinks, the angrier Zidong gets. There's nothing special about his appearance or attire. Even a monkey can knock him down. A torn shoe wants to do the same. What a worthless thing. He heard that you're the child's master. It must be a lie to mislead people. Better to kill you first. Thinking this, he immediately draws his knife and rushes out. But at this moment, Zidong accidentally steps on a branch, his face turning grim. Jiafu is talking with Ziwei. Hearing the noise, he stops mid-sentence. Ziwei glances over, puzzled, muttering to himself, maybe it's just the wind breaking a branch? Jiafu frowns thoughtfully. How could this be coincidental? The branch broke probably when Ziwei practiced Gaia Gong. He thinks so, but he overthinks it. The Gaia is hiding in the bushes right now. Zidong grits his teeth and curses. Damn it, that Fia Liang deserves to be silenced. But he doesn't give up. He listens silently as Ziwei and Jiafu continue their conversation. Jiafu continues thoughtfully, Brother Wei, I came looking for you because there's something in the book. To the north of Kodo is a cave with hidden treasures. Jiafu continues, Brother Wei must have heard about it. In our world, maybe it's even paradise. The divine realm may not be interested, but rumors say it was left by a martial god. Ziwei senses something's off and cuts in. Wait, didn't you say you've never met a martial god? Jiafu answers straightforwardly, that's why we heard about it. Hearing this, Ziwei feels impressed. That makes sense, interesting. Seeing his smile, Jiafu is pleased. He does have a keen interest in this. Thinking of it, Jiafu speaks again. Treasures in the world are sought after by powerful figures. I'm going to check out the commotion. Would you like to join, Brother Wei? With Ziwei's strength, acquiring a treasure shouldn't be hard. If he can grab some fortune, he might even surprise a martial emperor. Meanwhile, Ziwei is pondering what realm this soul is from. Even if it's not a martial god, it must be quite powerful. If left by an ancient martial god, it's definitely valuable. Deciding on it, Ziwei smiles and says, okay, when do we leave? Jiafu happily replies, tonight. We can arrive in 4 to 5 days. That's too slow? Ziwei frowns slightly, saying nothing for a moment. Sitting on a horse for 4 or 5 days won't hurt his ass. He thinks, seeing his expression. Jiafu hesitates and says, considering the horses need rest, I just don't want Brother Wei to get tired from the long journey. But Ziwei is very generous. No trouble needed. Elder Jia, do you want to experience super speed flight? Jiafu looks confused and asks, is there a difference in kung fu techniques? Soon after, Zishao brings 4 of them up from the ship. Looking at Jiafu, Ziwei asks with a smile, how does it feel, Elder Jia? Before he can answer, Wu Jin shouts from afar, Master is struggling to breathe. Jiafu thinks, maybe let him fly on his own? After some time, at a small disturbance in Kodo, Jiafu stands on a boat feeling nauseous. He whispers, finally here. Behind him, Ziwei is very lively, laughing happily, remembering how he once leaped and raced. Aren't you martial artists? You should have better endurance. Jiafu frowns, damn it, even Fia Liang can't match me. I must be looked down upon by Ziwei. Wu Jin is lying on the boat, his soul nearly gone. But after realizing they've arrived, he perks up. Just then, someone approaches from afar, their voice clear and gentle. Are you knights here for the treasure? The area opens in 7 days. There's no need to rush. Under that veil is a pretty girl with lively eyes. Ziwei looks at her suspiciously and asks, who are you? She introduces herself as Jiakuk to Yuji. Hearing this name, Ziwei is surprised. What kind of local name is this? The boat continues its journey for 2 more days. Wu Jin speaks up, Master, I'll go do some work first. He thinks it's safer to avoid the area with many experts. Ziwei doesn't think much and waves his hand. Go ahead, send a message when you're done. Wu Jin throws a pile of silver coins at him and cries, Master, I won't be by your side. Take care of yourself. Keep these coins for emergencies. If not enough, get more from the treasury. Saying this, he leaves on another boat. Jiafu watches Wu Jin go, sighing in relief. Brother Wei's disciple is indeed interesting. He's a wealthy man. At this moment, Daizak asks, what are the rest of you planning? Ziwei replied straightforwardly, with the troops not yet moving, let's first try negotiation. If you want to conduct espionage, naturally we need to gather equipment next. Daizak heard and laughed. If so, let's meet again in 5 days. Ziwei nodded slightly before leaving with someone. Hafu asked as they walked, oh Brother Wei, do you know this girl? Ziwei replied indifferently, I don't know her. After they left, a person ran up from afar, Princess, we found the person. Don't run around aimlessly. If anything happens to you, that person will be in a panic. This is the princess we're escorting. Losing him won't go well for anyone. The girl replied with a smile, I know. I'll take responsibility for this. Little coward. Just now she was very happy. She never thought she would meet the legendary 3 masters here. She shouldn't have come out alone to see them. 5 days later, Hafu arrived at Ziwei's room and knocked on the door. The first one to open the door was Piaoliang, who said with a gentle smile, Master of the lower sect, we're all ready now. Hafu nodded in response. With 5 days prepared by Brother Wei, the treasures must be in our possession. At this moment, Ziwei came out from inside, holding his sword and excitedly said, Let's go, my house can't wait anymore. Hafu looked a bit speechless. What kind of equipment is it? Ziwei happily replied, It's cosplay. After some time, in the legendary treasure area, everyone was already gathered here to see Master Ha. Someone couldn't help but speak up. Master Ha has come to witness this excitement. I'll not give way, so listen up. Hafu calmly nodded and replied, Of course, I won't be lenient because of your status. Seeing the group with Ziwei, someone asked doubtfully, Who are these young men, Brother Ha? Hafu smiled and introduced, This is Li Chang from the Peace End. Hearing this name, that person immediately recognized the Wanted Mountain Clear Sect Master. It's an honor to meet you. Ziwei heard their discussion about him. He glanced at Hafu and asked, Uncle Ha, who are these people? Hafu replied indifferently, Mostly senior sect leaders from our sect, a few experts from the lecture hall as well. Brother Wei this time entering the E-Cave is very dangerous. Do you think there's someone following us secretly? Ziwei chuckled and replied, I told Tani to stay behind to guard the house. At this moment, Tuiji jumped out from beside them and said, Shopkeeper Li, let me go with you guys. I just want to take a look. If we find any treasure, can it be given to us? I noticed that Ziwei didn't have an objection, but Hafu did. In the end, they still entered the treasure area together. As they walked, Hafu silently thought, so she's following along then. This lady has a vague aura. There might be something hidden and concealed. Could it be targeting Ziwei? Something feels off. Suddenly, Piaoliang spoke up, I always had the feeling that someone is following us. Ziwei heard this and wondered if anyone was indeed following them. But while he was talking, his hand was in a place it shouldn't be. It reacted immediately, making him panic-stricken. But soon, it calmed down again. Ziwei looked at Piaoliang and said, Just look beautiful. Don't be scared. A mouse only. Relax. I'll protect you. Yes, I know. Piaoliang nodded in agreement with a smile. Meanwhile, inside the door, someone spat out blood. It was Zitong, gritting his teeth and cursing. How did he dare call me a mouse? Why did he discover me? The group of Ziwei continued to enter, and throughout their journey, Ziwei didn't touch the traps but stepped on them all. They were just lucky not to trigger any. Ziwei looked apologetically at everyone. I'm sorry, I never expected my luck could be so bad. But now there are too many people here. It's no wonder we have to be careful. Though Jiuj couldn't help but feel that this was just a matter of bad luck. Thinking about it, Liu Si looked at Hafu and hesitantly said, Is Shopkeeper Li always so unlucky? But Hafu chuckled and said, Uncle Hun said, he's too shallow. Why can Brother Wei trigger each mechanism precisely like that? 2. Why didn't anything happen when the mechanisms were triggered? Piaoliang seemed surprised and hesitated to respond. Before she could finish speaking, Hafu calmly nodded. Uncle Tang said, Yes, it was all Brother Wei's deliberate actions. He looked like he was triggering the traps, but in reality, he was secretly disabling them to ensure our safety. Tuiji heard this and believed him. He looked at Ziwei with admiration. Lady Song had heard that this high-ranking person is very humble, only teaching martial arts for idols while not doing it himself, pretending to be a commoner. On the other side, Ziwei stepped into a trap after a few steps. Tuiji looked even more admiringly. He broke the mechanisms to protect them, disregarding his own image. Looking at this poor acting skills, no wonder she's someone I've always admired. As she was thinking, Hafu approached her and said, Lady, you have one last question. Tuiji slightly startled, hearing that he had carried her before. Could it be that he recognized her? But no, she had taken a disguise potion. The job wasn't finished yet, so she didn't want to be sent back to the palace like this. Father didn't understand her thoughts. Mr. Tram asked broadly why she wanted to approach Brother Evie and how she knew his identity. Dizak finally took a deep breath, responding after a long pause. A female warrior looked at them with approval. How could they not want to get closer? As for the identity, didn't everyone already know from introductions? Father found this made sense. While they were talking, Ziwu was questioning his own luck. In some dark corner, traps had been disabled. Sharp objects and arrows had all been shot out. Why weren't they affected by the traps? Because someone had already taken the bait. not knowing that he was so lucky to want death. Unaware of his situation, he had fallen into an enemy's ambush in the dark. From anger to grinding teeth and curses, bitch. What a bitch! Ziwu didn't fight directly with him. Instead, he dared to use such low tactics and even showed off, playing with him like a puppet. Someone really wanted to use low tactics, misunderstanding everything. Feeling helpless and angry, Zidong tightened his grip on the sword. Not only did Ziwu kill him, but he also humiliated him in such a way. Never mind, he would exterminate them all. But just a steps later, he fell face first to the ground. As Zidong lost consciousness, he mumbled about wanting to kill Ziwu, but finally he passed out. Meanwhile, outside, Ziwu was pushed forward. He reluctantly said, "Do you still want me to lead? You can see my luck is terrible, but the people behind support us." He could only sigh helplessly. "Fine, I'll continue leading if anything happens. Don't blame me." As predicted, Ziwu stepped into another trap. He complained loudly, "I told you, one step at a time, people can't even match my clumsiness." But suddenly, he heard a loud shout from behind. Oh my god, Ziwu didn't freeze in place. Instead, a path appeared before him. The group of father's followers were equally startled. This was an entrance to a secret chamber. Only now did Ziwu realize the problem and exclaimed, "Secret chamber, treasure storage, this must be heaven seeing my bad luck. Ranging insurance for me." At this moment, Tuiji shouted excitedly, "Oh my god, no wonder he's a great sage." Father quickly followed suit. Brother Evie is amazing. He found the secret chamber in one go. Tuiji volunteered to lead and ran inside. "Quick, let this female warrior check it out." But as soon as she spoke, a chain suddenly swiped across her face. A scratch appeared on her beautiful face. The group behind laughed mockingly. "Oops, clumsy hand." Black stepped forward and said with a smile, "Tuiji, what are you doing here? Haven't you heard of before? This secret chamber was found by us." Black gestured with his hand, saying, "So what if I haven't heard it? Call whoever has the courage to take first." Just then, Ziwu advised calmly, "Everyone calm down. Just a secret chamber. If you want to go in first, go ahead." Hearing this, the leader laughed mockingly and said, "Looks like you're a smart kid." Then he led his people inside. Tuichi hesitated and asked Ziwu, "So we just let them in like that? Are you serious? In our previous investigation, no one mentioned your saint-like personality." Father didn't understand her thoughts. He said bluntly, "This time, you don't get it. A businessman once said, the first soldier to breach a fortress will be the one who bleeds first. There are so many here. Who knows if there's any hidden danger in this secret chamber? They can go in and scout for us." Hearing this, Tuiji understood Ziwu's purpose and nodded, "That makes sense." Inside the secret chamber, they really saw a treasure. A box was placed inside, emitting a bright light. Seeing it, they cheered happily. "Treasure, it's really a treasure. Haha, no effort for this game." Then two of them rushed forward, but fell immediately after taking 2 steps. The remaining one shouted in alarm, "Boss, foolish number 2. He ran over to check the situation as well, but the other 2 were already unconscious. Ziwu entered and said with a smile, "Sure enough, there's a trap here." This made the remaining one angry. He glared at Ziwu, gritting his teeth in curses. "You're deliberately doing this. You knew there was poison here from the start. And let us fall for it. With our boss and foolish number 2 gone, everything will go as you wish." Hearing this, Ziwu couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Do you regret coming to scout this place now?" Then he went inside to examine the secret chamber. After a long time, he muttered, "This doesn't look like a poison trap. If there really was a poison trap, they would have fallen down by now." Just as he wanted to enter, Father warned Brother Evie, "Be careful, there's no hidden danger where the 2 fell. Beside them, there were no traps. This place might be problematic." Ziwu frowned and said in a low voice, "This poison trap could still be confined to such a small space. This place couldn't contain enough poison gas without storage or a biochemical lab." Just as he finished speaking, it seemed like he realized something. Vivi quickly spoke up, extinguishing the old man and handing him a torch while still suspiciously asking, "Brother, what do you need this torch for?" Vivi calmly replied, "You'll know soon." Father Fu didn't say anything more. He must have his reasons. As he pondered, Vivi threw the torch towards the other 2 people. Seeing this, their accomplice was shocked. He shouted wildly, "Burn the corpse." "Big brother, second foolish one, that guy is a pervert. You guys up there with your spirits must protect my little brother and make sure he survives." Father Fu was also alarmed. It turned out Vivi had a grudge to settle. Thankfully, he hadn't wronged him before. But at this moment, Vivi suddenly spoke up, "This isn't a poison tent after all." Hearing that, Vivi's brother asked in surprise, "What does Away mean by that?" But as soon as he said it, the torch went out. Father Fu sighed and said, I told you, how savage is a way. But if this isn't a poison tent, what could it be? A formation? Or something else? Vivi spoke up again. This guy's symptoms and his little brother's must have been caused by what is this thing? Vivi calmly explained to them, it's a phenomenon that occurs when someone stays in an environment with low CO2 for a long time and suddenly enters one with high CO2. He continued explaining using modern terms, but the group of Father Fu didn't understand anything, only seeing his prowess. A moment later, Father Fu firmly suggested, let's have a ways people wait here. I'll think of a way to retrieve this secret artifact. There was nothing Vivi could gain from this path. If he didn't act now, when would he? Although he didn't understand what he just said, the general idea was that it was an unusual danger. If Father Fu could get this secret artifact, Vivi would definitely take him seriously. Thinking so, Father Fu immediately infused his inner strength into his palm. But before he could act, he suddenly stumbled back, because the secret artifact was already in Vivi's hands. He exclaimed in surprise, this weight is real gold. Without knowing when, Vivi had run to where the secret artifact was. Father Fu looked at this scene and stiffened. How easy did you get it? Not only that, but Vivi found it wasn't locked. He immediately opened it to take a look. Seeing his excitement, the others also ran over excitedly. It's so powerful. What was inside, even the female warrior wanted to see. As she rushed in, she widened her eyes in surprise. What is this? Inside the container was a letter and something strange. Soon after, another group entered the secret chamber. Seeing nothing before them, the leader sighed, we're too late. Another suggested, let's chase after them. But quickly, the leader rebutted, chase who? In which direction? There are so many people here. Even if we catch each one to ask, it would take days. Let's go back and report to our superior first. As he spoke, they turned around and left. At this moment, someone stepped on something, revealing a hand. Hearing that, inside the secret chamber, there was a loud scream. My hand. The scream made the other person panic and shout, yes. But quickly, he realized it was a person. He casually threw a banknote as an apology. Then they left the secret chamber quickly. The last one was pulled by Vivi's leg. Han whispered, wait, are you here to find the secret artifact? I know who took it. Hearing that, the other person immediately raised an eyebrow and smiled. Look, my good fortune has arrived. Meanwhile, in Vivi's resting place, they were all together in one room, looking at the legendary secret artifact. Father Fu praised Vivi endlessly. No wonder you're him. You easily got this secret artifact. This thing is shiny and mysterious. It's clearly a treasure. But what Vivi had was just a camera. He didn't understand why there was a camera, but maybe something even more absurd he couldn't see. Could there be a predecessor of Vivi in this world? Thinking so, he started tapping on the keyboard. This is what the martial god left behind. A predecessor who became a martial god. Soon, Vivi shouted, turn it on, which made everyone here extremely excited. He ignored them and pointed the camera at the glasses, saying, it's beautiful. He smiled as he saw the glasses. The glasses complied and turned to him with a smile. Vivi pressed the camera button and a click echoed. He even added, not bad. Immediately after, the glasses screamed in horror. Away. Why am I inside this small black box? Legend says there's a secret technique that can suck out one's soul. Could it be this? Hearing that, Vivi couldn't help but chuckle and reassured him. Don't worry, it's not as powerful as you think. It's just an image recording device. As he finished speaking, the camera suddenly made a sound. Beijing time was unknown. Please turn on this video recorder and greet everyone. When looking back with wide eyes, a middle-aged man appeared inside. He introduced himself as Long Batian and smiled at me. Known as the only martial god in this world right now. If you can operate this camera, you must be from the same hometown or have a very good head for it. Papa was surprised to see that person. Even Tixia recognized him. They coincidentally shouted together, Martial God, the manifestation of the martial god. Ziwei explained slowly, just saying it's only an image recording device. After a while, everyone finally went their separate ways. On his way back to his room, Tixia was in high spirits. This trip out wasn't wasted. Not only did I meet Ziwei, but I also saw the traces of the martial god. He's more approachable than you think. I thought he was a person with a character like. Tixia snapped his fingers and said hurriedly, there's no rush. Big matters are yet to be handled. The attendant asked doubtfully, running out to play. Could there be any important matter? He chuckled and put on a mysterious expression. After a while, she loudly said, of course, I'm trying to win the favor of Li Chanqiao and become his disciple. Just by becoming his disciple, I can definitely. Hearing this, Person Hong sighed deeply without bringing anything. One couldn't become a disciple. When he went out, he only had some silver coins with him, while treasures were in the palace. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace, It was late at night, but still rooms lit up. Emperor Deng Xiaobiao said hesitantly, "High Priest, wait a moment. My little girl doesn't have any rules." He then glanced at the attendant and ordered, "Why listen? Go back to your master quickly." The High Priest sipped his tea and said with a smile, "No problem. No important matters today. We can wait a bit more." After a while, a clear voice echoed in the room. "This must be the first meeting of Master and Prince after 800 years. I wonder what urgent matter brought him here at midnight." The visitor was Princess Tixia. She has now returned to her true form. "They really chose a good time. I haven't had a bath yet." Emperor Deng Xiaobiao couldn't help scolding. "This kid is getting more disrespectful." The High Priest looked at her and said slowly, "After so many days apart, Princess Tixia remains as lively. Why must you join this unimportant mission today? Are you ready?" Tixia didn't know that a few wild grasses were still stuck in her hair, which the High Priest noticed. She snapped and said, "I don't want to go. Princess Bashan doesn't want to leave. Can we not lead them to the Imperial Hall if this falls into the wrong hands?" In general, this great task was given to Uncle Huang and his group. Although Tujuk said it, he immediately turned away, leaving a casual remark, "Emperor and Immortal, go rest early." The Crown Prince felt somewhat helpless and bored. The child's temperament had grown increasingly assertive, now even looking down on him. He still had an imperial edict protecting him. There was no other choice but to explain to the High Priest, "Maybe the child just woke up feeling a bit hot, so please don't take it to heart." "No problem." The High Priest softly chuckled in agreement. He said that the princess had a straightforward personality and wouldn't fuss over such matters. It was probably because he had been busy lately and didn't care much. She harbored some resentment. After speaking, the High Priest bowed and left, and the Crown Prince did not stop him, waving his hand to let him go. A while later, the High Priest finally returned to his room and ordered the servants to step outside. Once alone in the room, the High Priest removed his mask, revealing a woman's face underneath. She took a deep breath and fell into a death-like sleep. Then she asked, "Did you get what I needed?" As soon as the words left her mouth, a shadow appeared to speak. "Lord Bao, we were one step late, but I brought someone back with me." He said he knew where the treasure was located. The person referred to was Zidong. Zidong began screaming, "Lord, you can't let him off easily. That Li Ziwu set fires and stole, committing many evil deeds. He even dared to take what belongs to you. He's truly a greedy man." The High Priest seemed slightly impatient upon hearing these words. He smirked and asked, "That guy killed your father." Zidong raised an eyebrow in surprise. "How do you know?" The High Priest guessed randomly. Unexpectedly, it was correct. Zidong thought she pitied her and started crying to complain. "That guy not only killed my father, he falsely accused him of being a demon sect heretic." Hearing these words, the High Priest's expression darkened immediately. She coldly asked, "What did you say?" "The heretics are a bunch of snakes and rats." As soon as she said this, she waved her hand. Black smoke appeared around Zidong. He felt he couldn't breathe. Something was wrong with this woman. The High Priest's tone became low and menacing. She coldly ordered him to repeat it. Zidong clenched his teeth without saying anything, making her impatiently throw him away. Her voice was filled with contempt. "He is worthless. He only wants to use subordinates." A servant immediately dragged him out, but he continued shouting, "I didn't mean that." The demon sect's reputation shook the world, but those people were truly vile, working for their own selfish ends. He also said something about repaying kindness and justice by cleansing the demon sect. These words successfully caught the High Priest's attention. She interrupted, "Wait a moment. How can you be sure of the other person's identity?" Quickly explaining that there was a white-haired woman following them, she said she was the right-hand man of the demon lord. Hongtu, she has a very close relationship with Li Ziwu. Everyone in New Hangshuan knows this. The High Priest raised an eyebrow. Hongtu is still alive. On this side, Hongtu suddenly sneezed while resting. She rubbed her nose and muttered to herself, "Thinking of me. Cursing and recording, Master must be thinking of me." Then she happily smiled, her cheeks turning red. At the same time, in Ziwu's room, Kao shouted excitedly, "I told you that something could be hidden inside a cave. How can it be stored in a bunch of logs?" He also found a pile of documents. But there were too many words, and Ziwu didn't want to read them. So he decided to check the content on the memory card first. Hiding it so carefully must be important information. If useful for him, that would be great. Thinking and acting quickly, Ziwu inserted the memory card into his camera. Immediately, images of the ancient world appeared again. Finally, he got a proper distance. This was really difficult to use. He waved at the cameraman. "Hello, you in front of the camera. You must be curious about this world with cameras everywhere." He started introducing himself. saying his name and being called the martial god. However, he said he didn't know martial arts, making a bad impression. Through the womb, Mother Tian was originally a materialist, but she ended up in a world of fantasy, so her materialism shattered. When she realized she had come here, Mother Tian felt very excited. Just a system notification reminding him that this isn't a world of fantasy. Tian's wife thought it had nothing to do with him, even when the special effect stuck on his face. He said it wasn't magical, but as she grew up, Tian realized according to the system, this was just a small dimension at an extremely low level. His task was to complete it. At that time, she was very worried. And he shook his head in refusal. I really can't do it anymore. Eventually, under the threat of this dog-like system, he lived a fiery life. She didn't expect to be reincarnated and then work for someone else too. Tian was as tired as a dog, complaining and blaming. No matter how many times you pull me, it's useless. My body is the weakest. I really can't do it. Go find someone else to save the world. I don't need any private time at school all day. But the system was extremely firm in saying that the contract holder had randomly made a decision and the system couldn't intervene proactively. Zhu was shocked after watching this. Reincarnating from the womb, forced to do missions, this predecessor's experience is complete. However, the video is 6 hours long. Is it serious? Still, Ziwu continued to watch the video as Tian kept doing mission points. Doing mission points and accumulating points. That's all there is for daily work. Although the martial power obtained by exchanging items with points wasn't enough, the firepower was more than sufficient. Finally, the system announced that after accumulating over 100 million points, one could exchange the last item to complete the final mission. But Tian just stared at the computer screen, making the system impatient and urging her on. Annoyed by it, Tian was equally angry, scolding him coldly. Hurry up, I've been saving these points bit by bit. In the end, Tian still exchanged points to buy items. But the item didn't meet the system's expectations. It asked if he had bought the wrong one. With a snort, she happily said, the full-body tonic pill, exactly 100 million by the way. From now on, I'm drinking poison instead of coffee. Immediately, the system started panicking and kept popping up warnings. Tian didn't care much. She laughed triumphantly. Finally, I got to wait for this day. Damn mission, you deserved it, scoundrel. The system knew he was deliberately doing so and reminded him that when the contract holder's consciousness left, his own would die. Tian smiled and said, die if you must. Back then, I was very firm in my materialist beliefs. Haven't heard your mother's advice. A dog jumps over a wall. Don't provoke a scientist. You won't meet an idiot again. The video ends here. Ziwu didn't expect it to end like this. He felt a bit angry. After a long time, he finally reacted. The ending was more interesting than he thought. It seemed cooler than his own. Thinking about it, Ziwu picked up the papers on the table and looked at them. He noticed Tian mentioned the full-body tonic pill, so it must be a good item that can be tried. After reading, he happily exclaimed, cool old man, I'm impressed. Ziwu's mother didn't fool him. Programmers aren't simple. If only he had studied IT back then. So the consciousness mentioned by the system must be something similar to a soul, completely purifying one's life force. Wasn't that an apocalyptic scenario? I wonder when this system will wake up, hoping it stays asleep until Ziwu is alive. Following the old pattern, if you don't eat now, someone else will definitely eat it later. So Ziwu decided to swallow the tonic pill whole. But after waiting for a long time, his body showed no reaction at all. He frowned and muttered, no effect. Could it be expired? However, he didn't pay much attention. A strange mark appeared on the back of his neck. By nightfall, the moon was high in the sky, and everyone was tucked into bed in their rooms. Hongta held her pillow tightly, sobbing softly, I miss my master. Thinking about always being by Ziwu's side, Hongta became furious. She took a deep breath, silently vowing to herself that she must protect this place as the master trusted her. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly reached her ears. She immediately opened her eyes, full of alertness. The dagger hidden under her pillow was drawn and pointed towards the source, asking who it was. The person came from behind the round black cloak. Their face was slightly somber. It turned out to be a woman pretending to be a national master from the Dian dynasty. She looked at Hongtu with a frown. Are you really me, Hongtu? Of course, Hongtu recognized her, but her tone wasn't very happy. Great Heavenly Fullness, it's been a long time. Great Heavenly Fullness chuckled and replied, indeed, it has been a long time. After exchanging pleasantries, the room fell silent. A while later, Ziwu broke the silence first, seeing her jumping around like that. His senior brother must be fine then. Hongtu responded calmly, the master is very strong, of course. There's no problem. Hearing this, Ziwu laughed and said, I heard you were with Shiyi sect people. Hongtu frowned and said seriously, Who told you that I doubted my loyalty to the master? You don't know. The master has infiltrated Shi Yi-sek's inner circle. She even brought ancient treasures under his control. But what about you? After years of hard work, she became a national master. When the cult was destroyed, she couldn't help much. Hearing this criticism, Ziwu gritted her teeth and said, "This woman is still as annoying as ever." Thinking about it, she turned around and sighed. "I'm different from others. I only use my brain." For the senior brother's great plan, she spent a lot of time investigating the whereabouts of hidden treasures. Hongta smiled and said, "This time, with Master Shi Yi-sek leading us to the protection area, there's no need for great heavenly fullness to worry anymore." Tiantuan heard this and raised an eyebrow, hesitating to ask, could it be that the great master's identity has changed? Before she could finish speaking, Hongta nodded in agreement, confirming that the new master was indeed known. Moreover, she reminded her of something, saying the master had specially relaxed restrictions, lost all his power, lacked staff, and secretly developed, taking a humble approach to arrogance. Tiantuan's face froze after hearing this. This sounds too unreasonable. Isn't her elder brother always proud of founding the demon cult? As Tiantuan was confused, Hongta continued speaking. She is more powerful now. If not for the demonic order, I wouldn't have recognized her either. Tiantuan stared at her, questioning, "Did you personally confirm this?" Hongta nodded confidently. "Of course, the master's aura, I couldn't be wrong." Seeing her firm stance, Tiantuan fell silent, recalling when the demon cult was first established. Brother, he always changes his identity to move around easily in society. The demonic order is a close token. Hongta can't mistake it. You should personally confirm this another day, miss. Meanwhile, at Li Wei's resting place, Piao Liang approached and knocked on Li Wei's door, asking if she could enter. After knocking, she stood outside waiting calmly. A while later, Li Wei came out and asked, "You must be tired after staying here for so long. Do you want to take a walk?" Piao Liang shook her head, "Not bored. Someone just came looking for me and invited us to have dinner together." Hearing this, Li Wei agreed. "Let's go then. Call down Uncle Old and Xiaoxi." So the group headed downstairs. Upon arrival, they saw trash and approached it. Seeing Li Wei, she ran over with a flattery smile and gave him something. "Lucky to see the remains of the martial god thanks to you. This is a relic." Jierfu stood outside watching them talk. He frowned silently. "Strange. Why does Li Wei's aura seem different now?" "Forget it. Maybe he's researching some new cultivation technique again." Li Wei was happily laughing, unaware that the decoction of 10 benefits had taken effect. At this moment, Shower brought food. Shower also handed them a letter. "Someone downstairs paid for our meal. Enjoy yourselves. I don't know who the hall master is, but this was from that important person." Jiefu took it and politely said, "Thank you." After opening the envelope, he read it without further comment, not wanting to waste time or be overly kind. It's a letter from the current dynasty's high priest. Hearing this, Li Wei immediately praised him. "Uncle Jie is great. He knows important people. Their relationship must be good." Jiefu crumpled up the letter and said with a smile, "Not that great. The former emperor has many sons. This guy supports the weakest fourth prince to ascend the throne, and after the new emperor's accession, he will be favored." He said although there was tension between them, it seemed they weren't plotting anything. "But do you understand how uncomfortable this feels?" Li Wei nodded in understanding. "It seems their relationship isn't good. So if he invited us to dinner, it's probably not for our benefit." Jiefu was unhappy and shouted, "When inviting us to dinner, he wants us to go there to buy supplies. I doubt his intentions are pure." "Don't worry, I'll decline him," Li Wei said. But Li Wei wanted to see for herself. Tiu listened but didn't join the conversation, sensing Jiefu's words were right. That high priest has an aura that makes people uncomfortable. She needs to observe from a distance. Later, at a palace, Li Wei and her group arrived here. A eunuch greeted them and suggested they talk with the emperor. The emperor said to tell him to words, "It's not too late to meet the high priest after all." Meanwhile, Li Wei was led by a lady in waiting. They didn't doubt anything and followed her inside. After walking for some time, she couldn't help but comment, "This palace isn't like any other." Xiao Hong laughed and said, "It's not the imperial palace. It's one of the palaces where the emperor often rests with his princes and princesses. The high priest likes this place, so the emperor entrusted him to manage it." They continued deeper into the palace until they reached a door. Xiao Hong stopped, inviting Li Wei in. "We've arrived at the main house. Please enter, sir." At that moment, the door opened and someone came out. It was Tiantuan in her relaxed attire. She raised an eyebrow and smiled. "If I'm not mistaken, you're the famous Li Changqing?" Li Wei stared at her, sensing a strange aura emanating from this person. Another aspect, when Hafu arrived at the Great Hall, the emperor was already waiting here. The emperor sat high up and said calmly, It's been too long since I last met Hamanju. Hafu bowed respectfully and replied, Your Highness is busy with many matters. I dare not trouble you. On the surface, but in his heart, he secretly cursed, bringing him here. The national teacher deserves death. Sure enough, it's targeting this disaster. As he was thinking, the emperor chuckled and said, That's not what I meant. Heard that Hamanju caught a rogue cultist recently that truly took effort. This is something I should do. I only responded lightly to find an excuse to leave. But at this moment, the door of the Great Hall suddenly opened, startling the two people who were awkwardly responding. It turned out that Princess Nine had just entered and started jumping around. She ran towards Hafu with excitement, saying, Uncle Baba has come. Why didn't you tell me? Seeing her actions, the emperor felt a bit angry. This child must have been exiled. Hafu was equally surprised. Who is this child? She bowed to him with a happy smile on her face and said, Uncle Baba has forgotten me. I'm little Nine. Previously, someone had carried her. Hafu responded, Then you must be Princess Nine. I apologize for the disrespect. But Tujik didn't pay much attention, glanced at the emperor sitting high up, and ran to grab his hand. With a determined look, she said happily, I heard Uncle Baba made a 1,000-year-old friend. The other person is the top contender in this tournament. Let Uncle Baba take me to meet them. Seeing her cheerful expression, the emperor felt that this child must have been exiled. It couldn't be like this. But Tujik put on a pitiful face and said, Please, I've always admired you. I feel so silly saying this myself. The emperor couldn't resist and pushed her to Hafu, who was still confused about the situation. He secretly observed Tujik. Why does she look familiar? Meanwhile, in the national teacher's main house, Ziwei's group had been invited inside, but the national teacher said nothing. Ziwei felt something was off and hesitantly asked, What's going on now? Tianquan chuckled and replied, Heard that Master Long has extraordinary skills, a rare opportunity to seek his advice. Hangtu didn't deceive her. He indeed had the aura of a cult leader. But this couldn't prove anything. If her master accidentally dropped the command token at the wrong moment and someone picked it up, what then? Tianquan didn't believe Ziwei was her master. Hearing this, Ziwei was surprised. If you mumble, why? In the meantime, Tianquan bowed and said with a smile, Let Master Long teach me. After some thought, Ziwei nodded and said, All right, but I don't want to fight. Let's do this. I'll use three-dimensional techniques. Now that you can't fight her, all of them are cultists. Why doesn't she recognize your identity? But at this moment, Tianquan had already attacked. Ziwei's eyes widened in shock, not understanding what was happening. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as her body was pierced by Tianquan. The situation suddenly changed, leaving the little girl stunned on the spot. Her eyes were filled with fear at this moment. When she regained her senses, she hurriedly ran to Ziwei's side. Fialong was equally terrified. Tianquan silently snickered and said, Sure enough, a fake. Even though his cultivation had been sealed during their previous battle with Ziwei as Ma Tun's, even if he sealed his meridians himself, she couldn't harm him at all. This Fialong only received the command token. Fialong was now crying bitterly beside Ziwei's body. She tried to cover the hole with her hand, but couldn't stop the bleeding. Seeing this, Tianquan said indifferently, I just wanted to spar with Master Long. I thought he would avoid it. Then she silently observed Fialong, secretly looking down on her as a woman, crying. At this moment, the little girl suddenly attacked fiercely. Tianquan didn't dare to dodge and had to block. Ziwei looked at her with some fear. The little girl was filled with rage, her eyes full of intent. The little girl continuously attacked, causing several explosions, sending rocks flying everywhere. Tianquan couldn't help but be surprised by the scene. But the little girl didn't give her time to think. She continued attacking. Without thinking, Tianquan dodged. This child isn't bad. I plan to wait for Hangtu to die and train this child into a new tool. Her master would surely like it. Thinking of this, she sneered maliciously. Meanwhile, in the palace hall, the emperor and his attendants heard the commotion outside. The guards immediately rushed in to protect them. The emperor shouted suspiciously, What's going on? Hafu remained silent as he thought. Could this be Ziwei's doing? He quickly ran out. Hafu's body moved swiftly and disappeared outside. The scene was gruesome. Ziwei lay bleeding on the ground, while Fialong cried nearby. When Hafu arrived, he saw this scene with a stiff face. What happened? Why did Ziwei suddenly ascend to heaven? Finally, what's going on here? At the same time, at the realm of consciousness sorting, the rebirth staff saw that the person in front was speechless. It turned out to be Ziwu. He laughed nervously and looked at her. She complained angrily, mocking his head. The rebirth staff pointed at him and scolded, You've made some progress this time. I didn't die waiting for you to finish work. Which is strange since I didn't receive any documents related to your death. How did you die? Zhu blushed as he replied, maybe it was because my death was too sudden. Perhaps the others haven't received the news yet. Hearing this, the staff sighed. Alright, at least we managed to get out of one identity and live so long. That's impressive. Zhu thought she was talking about her own astrological fortune master character and complained loudly. It's true, I can't use any techniques. It's so painful. Then he nervously laughed and said, so what's the situation now? I think I can still save you. Honestly, I really want to go back. After all, I've made a few friends here. Unconsciously sighing, the staff said with her lips, do you think this is like playing lottery? One ticket doesn't work. Try another one. If one fails, just add another one. Wait for me to check the records a bit. Very quickly, a window appeared in front of her. Seeing the system code, Zhu exclaimed in surprise, is that the predecessor's tomb searching system I thought was fake? The staff didn't reply and just looked at the information from the system. She exclaimed in shock, it must be broken again. Wasn't it working before? Clearly, it worked fine earlier. Data was updating normally. Zhu frowned as she asked, how long ago was that exactly? The staff casually replied, according to your way of counting, about 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, Zhu exclaimed, Kai Hai. Seeing his reaction, the staff became unsatisfied. What's wrong? I can't possibly have forgotten. The person who came to this dimension before kept complaining about not wanting to reincarnate or be reborn. It took a lot of effort to send him through, and he could just pretend to get injured for work. Zhu was sure that the predecessor she referred to was Long Baba Tian. Thinking this over, she asked doubtfully, what should we do now? Am I supposed to consider myself dead? The staff replied straightforwardly, we can't check the system or update the database right now. We can't solve the problem without checking it out, so you have to wait here. Zhu scowled and shouted, are you making a closed loop with me? She began mumbling, but I heard that this dimension has a tomb system which mentioned it. What about erasing life? We can't contact them now. Do they have no emergency response? The staff could only nod and said, don't worry, the system clearance requires multiple approvals. If you really got such an order, you wouldn't be able to reincarnate. At that time, the number update wasn't complete, so Zhu's information was missing. Wait until you're reborn. I'll give you a task then. But when she looked up, the person in front had vanished. The staff sighed and said, truly, it's like meeting a ghost. This stupid job is done enough already. Damn it, write reports for them to avoid arguing about details later. Meanwhile, at the palace, Zhu was still there. Jiafu and Piaolu were crying as if in mourning. Just then, Zhu slowly woke up and whispered softly, don't cry, I'm back. Piaolu immediately cheered, great, Quinn didn't die. Zhu sat up, feeling amazed. His soul had to go through the queue for reincarnation, yet he was alive again. What kind of resurrection technique did the original character have? Thinking this over, Zhu examined his wounds and couldn't help but sigh, no wonder it's me, a fatal wound still left some life, just a little pain. Jiafu looked at him in surprise, sensing an unfamiliar aura on Zhu becoming stronger. This power had protected his heart. Zhu didn't know what he was thinking and pondered about the system. If it wasn't under control now, did that mean the system was already awake? If the world is destroyed, you can't do anything here anymore. But in such a big world, even if you search, you won't find this system. Suddenly, Zhu felt movement on the other side. Looking over, she saw Xiaoxi practicing internal energy and fiercely attacking the abbot. She was weak. Soon, she gasped for breath. Tianquan looked at her with a cold eye. Her chi flow was unstable. Direction was off. This was good. Thinking of this, she immediately laughed, making such a big commotion. We'll have to waste effort fixing it later. In the precarious situation, a figure blocked Xiaoxi's path. One arm was cut off by Tianquan. Seeing him, Tianquan was shocked and widened his eyes. This guy is still alive, so the person who came must be deathly. He took back his own severed arm. Hulin said, brother, we share a common origin. There's no need to treat each other like that. But not long after, Deathly's arm grew back. Deiki said, after intimidating my disciple in front of me, you're not very polite, huh? Tianquan stood from afar and secretly observed Deathly. His self-healing ability is strange, something I've never seen before. At this moment, Huangdi also appeared. Hewitt shouted, what's going on here? But when he saw the battlefield in front of him, his face became even more unpleasant. The emperor cried out, the palace is ruined. As he was heartbroken, Tianquan approached and said to the emperor, Your Majesty, I got carried away earlier and wanted to compete with your idol and the store manager. She said that their skills were extraordinary. If she didn't use all her strength, it would be disrespectful. So don't worry, Your Majesty, the cost will come from her. As he spoke, Tianquan's eyes suddenly lit up. Although it disappeared quickly, Deathly saw it. Seeing the emperor holding someone, Huangdi laughed and said, "That makes sense. I understand. I understand. Isn't this just a friendly competition? No need to blame anyone." Deathly was surprised. Wasn't the old emperor so easy to talk to? His eyes are red as if he's about to get an eye disease now. But thinking about it, he quickly realized that only he could see this. It must be some kind of demonic technique. While Deathly was thinking, Tianquin approached and said to the store manager, "I'm sorry for ruining your shirt. To show my apology, I'll take you to hear from Xiaofu. Mother has already said everything that Yuan needs to say. Is this about ruining the shirt? If not for Brother A's prowess, we would have been in trouble now." After some time, Tianquin led Deathly and Xiao Ai to a room. Deathly put Xiao Ai down on the ground. He naturally instructed Xiao Ai, "Wait here while I change. Don't worry, Master is cool, nothing will happen." Saying this, he patted Xiao Ai's head. She nodded obediently and said, "I understand." Then Deathly followed him as they walked, saying, "You're quite good at controlling the emperor today." But before Tianquin could respond, Hongta suddenly appeared. She jumped into his arms and happily said, "Master, I found your aura just now. I missed you so much." Deathly stopped and asked, "Why are you here?" Hongta replied straightforwardly, "Tianquin sent people to find me. I told them about what's happening now." Then Tianquin said he wanted to discuss with her and told her to wait for him. Deathly was puzzled when he heard this, as he wondered who it could be. Hongta saw the wound on his chest and exclaimed, "Master, look at this." Without waiting for Vishy's response, Tianquin said, "Long time no see, brother. I couldn't help but compete with you. I didn't expect your body to be so weak after all that. I accidentally injured you." Hearing this, Hongta pointed at her and scolded, but Tianquin ignored her. Deathly stopped his glare at Tianquin in the form of a monk and asked, "Brother, what's going on? Why are you suddenly calling me by my name? Could it be that you have some strange preferences?" Looking at him, Hongta teased, "Sir Tianquin, Master doesn't seem to like this style now." As she finished speaking, Tianquin threw his mask on the ground in front of Deathly's surprise. She revealed her true face and said with a smile, "Wearing a fake face is a bit strange. I think it's better. I can change it if you want." Shocked, Deathly widened his eyes. "The facial transformation techniques in this world are too many. I've never seen a mask before. Can it be reused?" Tianquin looked at Deathly and said with a smile, "I didn't intentionally injure you earlier. It was just for fun. Don't take offense." She thought that Deathly had value to exploit and spoke softly. Deathly raised his head and calmly said, "I've lost my memory. I can't remember anything from before, not even the heart and lung technique." Her response was quite unique. Such an important character, Hongta never mentioned it. With eyes that big, she wants to eat people, right? She wouldn't trust her with demonic techniques. Thinking about it, Deathly changed the subject and said, "Tuni said earlier that she wanted to discuss something. What did you want to discuss?" With a slight laugh, Tianquin replied straightforwardly, "Brother suddenly disappeared yesterday. Everyone was worried all day long. Now that we have information about Brother, of course, we should inform everyone." As she said this, she pushed a mechanism on the wall. Then she continued, "Brother is following me. I'll send someone to take care of him outside the door." Line 56 repeats line 52, so it's omitted for brevity. Line 57 repeats line 53, so it's omitted for brevity. Line 58 repeats line 54, so it's omitted for brevity. Line 59 repeats line 55, so it's omitted for brevity. Line 60 repeats lines 23 to 27, so it's omitted for brevity. In this way, a corner of the Imperial Palace has become where Dushima sect holds meetings. Inside one cell, a moonstone glows and he can't resist touching it, his eyes lighting up. Then Ziwu secretly observes the woman. She doesn't trust him and is probing deeply. According to plot rules, this woman shouldn't be kept around, but she seems to know something even Hongtu isn't sure about, so he needs to keep her for now. Thinking that, Ziwu whispers, "Tuni," and Hongtu immediately responds, "Yes." He glances at her, dissatisfiedly asking why she never mentioned "I have a nose." Hongtu Twisi explains, "Those who speak say my duty is to obey orders and complete commands. I shouldn't ask questions or talk much." In front of him, Tuni only needs to follow his orders. Ziwu has few words but agrees. Tuni really does show great enthusiasm. Indeed, he rarely mentioned the Ma sect matter proactively. It's self-inflicted. He should have asked more questions earlier. At this moment, a watchman's warning voice echoes in the cell. The prisoner reaches out from his cell, continuously mumbling something. His face is extremely pale, almost lifeless. Ziwu looks alarmed. In the gloomy cellar, continuous cries of despair echo. One familiar prisoner holds a piece of wood tightly, sadly muttering, "I really do have value. I know my father's secrets." At Shanshan Monastery, I know where to find hidden treasures, only I know their locations. Ziwoo steps back a few steps. The prince asks, who are these people? He chuckles and answers straightforwardly. These guys? It seems brother has lost his memory this time. Indeed, he's forgotten many things. They just want power. Power? Ziwoo frowns in confusion. Sounds foolish. Tianquan says, exactly, you can easily obtain power without any special abilities or efforts. Ziwoo asks curiously, are you referring to our Ma sex cultivation methods? While they talk, Zidong hears a familiar voice from Ziwoo. Quickly, he recognizes him. Only now does he realize they are all Ma sect members. He thought Ziwoo was the one who used tricks to hide his identity, but it's completely opposite. Zidong's father is a Ma sect member, so is he. Why should you harm your own father? He doesn't understand. Tianquan says again, let's go, I'll lead brother inside the room. Ziwoo nods and agrees, okay? Following her, he feels pity for their elaborate plans under the emperor's nose. Although Ma sect orders can prove Ziwoo's identity, this woman doesn't trust him. But with Hongta here, Tianquan can't do anything to him temporarily. Wait until we clarify the situation and then deal with that woman. Thinking so, Ziwoo looks at Hongtu and whispers, Tuni. Tuni answers immediately, our master is here. Ziwoo leans close to her ear and asks quietly, who was the guy who grabbed my hand just now? Hongtu replies instantly, it must be the son of Shanshan Monastery's sect leader. This person follows behind him. He seems to want to avenge his father. Ziwoo is surprised. That guy has a son. Beat the old one and then the young one. Beat the young one and then the old one. Such characters can't be kept. Thinking so, Ziwoo says again, earlier he mentioned treasures. That treasure must have something to do with our Ma sect. Later I'll ask about its whereabouts and then kill him decisively. Hongta nods in agreement. Understood. While they talk, Tianquan watches them. After a while, she says, brother has arrived. This place is safe enough. No one will disturb us. Let's discuss our next plan now. She points to the stone table where there's only faint light around it. On another side, outside, Perception finds Fialong and greets him. Sorry, I didn't expect to suddenly fight with the store manager. I hit hard. As she speaks, she pulls something into her hand and happily says, that scared me earlier. Put this on for now. I'll have someone wash your clothes later. Fialong nods gratefully. Thank you, princess, but it's too precious. Perception gently replies, don't be polite. Consider it our first meeting. People like making friends. Hearing this, Fialong frowns and asks back, first meeting? Perception thinks that the flying carpet might have a good relationship with building a good connection with her. On the contrary, the flying carpet knows clearly that Perception is the female hero from before. Why say it's their first meeting? Both of them lost themselves in their own thoughts. After some time, Perception said with a smile to Lady Nguyen, have you heard that Master Li from the stall refused Valis Monastery's invitation? He wanted to establish something new and found it a peaceful inn. The flying carpet nodded slightly agreeing. It seems like that. Perception happily looked at her and asked, do you think Princess could get the position of direct disciple now? The flying carpet hesitated and smiled in response. Your Highness, this kind of thing should be directly asked to Away. But didn't she already take the abbot's name? Daisak shook his head and laughed. How could they be the same? Teacher is teacher, master is master. The flying carpet was speechless after hearing this. She frowned in confusion. Your Highness, it seems you greatly admire Away. Daisak happily nodded. That's not ordinary admiration. He can give the top position to his disciple if needed, showing he doesn't seek fame or profit. And Hein said that little girl even defeated Father Ha with one move. The important thing is Perception heard from the three great monasteries people that Father Ha found a chance and could combine his techniques with others. Perception spoke more in admiration, jumping up excitedly. She thought someone before might have done this, only Valis Matath. But his contribution was too outrageous, hard to grasp. Learning it by chance is lucky. It's not something you can trust like Valis. The flying carpet also nodded in agreement after hearing that. So Master Li from the stall seems good at first glance. Anyway, I'll definitely take this disciple. You should say some nice words for me. I will try my best. The flying carpet smiled and replied. Although Princess is straightforward, her master acts cruelly. If not for Away's help, Ezra would be a corpse now. The Emperor highly respects the abbot. Even if Valis dies, the abbot can easily suppress this matter. The flying carpet naturally felt uncomfortable. If they could disappear, that would be good. Just as she was thinking, suddenly she woke up from her thoughts. It's the Emperor and the abbot favoring each other. How could I have such thoughts? That's a great disrespect. While she was thinking, Perception said again, Lady Nguyen, hurry and change. Let's go find Master Li at the stall. Perception nodded with a smile in agreement. Alright, maybe it's better to stay by Away's side as his loyal disciple. On another side of the dungeon, Valis sat opposite Tianquin. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Valis felt like he was whispering while talking. Just then, Tianquin suddenly called out, "Brother." Valis immediately startled and replied reflexively, "Yes?" Tianquin chuckled and said seriously, "You seem to have lost your spirit. I don't know what exactly you remember. Let's do it this way instead. Since you ask as a master, I must know something about that." Hearing this, Valis excitedly said, "Then let me ask freely. Ask before your disappearance. The last time you contacted her, did she give any special instructions?" Tianquin replied straightforwardly, "He only told me to treat orders as if they were from him and follow the plan for other things." "Oh, so what's in the different plans?" Valis frowned and asked, "What does treating orders as if they're from you mean? If not for your ability to see her red eyes effect, you would almost believe her too." Tianquin didn't pay attention. He calmly smiled and said, "Now we need to continue recruiting new followers, rebuilding the demon cult. Most of the techniques are stored in the demon orders command. Brother can take them out easily." Alright, Valis nodded without hesitation. Then he took out a bunch of techniques and even the demon orders command. Tianquin picked up the techniques to examine. There was nothing wrong. They were indeed the techniques established by Brother before. So then, Brother of Ta said that only he could use the demon order. Why can you open it? Although Valis might have liked disguising his identity before, unlike disguise pills or masks, his will and memories directly entered a new body through demonic techniques. A small ant is just a matter of changing bodies to solve. But losing one's mind isn't lying. If she lost her memory, Valis Matath wouldn't lose his either. Thinking this over, Tianquin said again, "Brother, there are too many types of techniques. I can't distinguish them all. Tomorrow when I go to Chuan Wudin, why don't you come with me?" She thought Valis's demon techniques might bypass the restrictions for cultivation. It seems Valis has similar techniques as well. If we can't kill them, keep them and play with them, Valis asked curiously after hearing her suggestion. What for? But the next morning, Ziwu still decided to ride a horse to Changwudin. Haifu and Xiaoshuai cried so sadly, they also wanted to follow him. Ziwu looked a bit speechless and sighed, "You're old men without a place or kids. Stay here for 2 days. We'll come back. Leading these old doctors to preach about the devil religion, you must be crazy. Xiaoshuai seems like she's been away from me for a long time." Thinking of it, Ziwu went over and patted her head to comfort her. "Master will come back in 2 days. Fiaoyang and Jinyi won't be here. The inn is entrusted to you." Then he got on the horse and left. Haifu waved goodbye from below. Brother Ziwu, I'll definitely take good care of him too." Ziwu waved back at them, leaned against the carriage, and let it leave regardless. At this moment, he looked towards Fiaoyang and asked, "Are you really not going to Changwudin with Xiaoshuai?" Fiaoyang replied straightforwardly, "I want to follow Brother Ziwu." Alright, Ziwu didn't think much about it. At least having a celestial maiden by his side would be good. Just then, someone suddenly called out outside, "Miss Nguyen, Mr. Li." Ziwu and Fiaoyang were slightly startled. Fiaoyang pulled the curtain and saw Tui standing outside. She smiled and said cheerfully, "Can I ride in your carriage with you?" Sitting in the carriage for nearly half a day, it's so boring by myself. Tui went along without hesitation because she heard Ziwu wanted to go to Changwudin too. After getting on the carriage, she looked at Fiaoyang and asked, "Miss Nguyen, did you change into this outfit again?" Fiaoyang remembered that outfit and felt a bit emotional as she got on the horse. She said softly, "That dress is for Princess Highness. How can I wear it? And I'm not suitable to wear such an outfit." The outfit Tui brought was tight-fitting and had deep cuts. Fiaoyang naturally wasn't used to it. But Tui didn't think so. She smiled happily. "I feel very comfortable in it. Mr. Li will like it too." Ziwu looked at the two ladies. He had been sleeping for a long time and only woke up after the carriage stopped for a while. At this moment, Hongta poked her head in and asked, "Master, you're awake." Ziwu glanced around suspiciously and asked, "Where's the beautiful lady?" Before Hongta could answer, another voice called out from outside, "Lai Yue, it's been a long time." Ziwu looked over and saw Qianshu and Tian Wu standing beside the carriage. He didn't remember who Tian Wu was. "If you ask me, who are you?" Tian Wu raised her middle finger at him in anger. But Ziwu wasn't paying attention to her. He looked at Qianshu and asked, "Where's the beautiful lady?" Qianshu replied straightforwardly, "Princess saw that you're not awake yet. She brought Miss Nguyen over for help. The high priest wants to check your condition. I'll take you there later." Hearing this, Ziwu nodded and then looked at Tian Wu with a smile. "I remember now. We met in the arena before. My name is Li Ziwu. Nice to meet you." Tian Wu responded coldly, "I won't shake your hand." Tianshu remembered what happened before and nodded. It seems so, Ziwu asked doubtfully. Your names are too similar. Are you sisters? One is named Meng Tianshu, the other is named Meng Tianwu. Tianshu thought for a moment before answering. We can be considered sisters. Ziwu nodded and smiled. That's good, having an older sister isn't bad. But Tianshu rebutted, no, actually, I'm the older one. So why do you call her your sister? Wait, so how old are you? Tianshu didn't answer. She replied straightforwardly. This story is too long to explain, but telling you won't hurt. I'll take you there another time, after we're done. By the way, this year I'm 28 years old. 28? You're younger than I thought. Ziwu replied reflexively, but when he reacted, he was surprised. Zwi glanced at Hongti and asked, earlier she said how old you are. 28, right? Did I cut off? Impossible, Qianthu's face looks so young. Could it be a side effect from her neck? Eternal youth. Thought that, Zwi looked at Hongti and asked again, TV Ni, how old are you this year? Hongti blushed and replied, TV Ni is exactly 18 years old this year, but actually I've been with Zwi Ma Tan for 10 years now. Meanwhile, a cute little girl was running towards the Tu Tian Wu. In her hand she held some wild fruits and smiled sweetly. These are the fruits I just picked. So sweet. You guys try them too. After saying that, she also noticed the two Zwi. She ran up to the two of them and shared the wild fruits with them as well. Zwi took a fruit and bit into it, then praised, delicious, thank you. Then they followed the little girl forward. Zwi walked behind while talking. From this child's appearance, one could tell about the living conditions here. It didn't seem like a genius district. Qianwu coldly retorted, if we hadn't come, everyone would have died long ago. The genius district only sent people recently. Even if the speed was faster, they still had to wait for quite some time. Hearing this, Zwi fell into thought, agreeing that it made sense. While the world could use light skills, one couldn't lead space to fall and save them. Nothing happened, right? After all, that woman only wanted to see if there were any good seeds. As he was thinking, Fu Liang from afar noticed him and spoke up. EWI has arrived? Fu Yang was distributing aid to the refugees now. She continued talking while doing so. The princess was called away by the high priest. I thought of helping out. Zwi nodded slightly. Then she went on. Remember to ask about it. Where should this be put? Seeing this scene, Fu Liang immediately asked wordly. EWI's arm. Zwi shook his head gently and assured, don't worry. Hongti had already approached him and whispered lowly, Master, TV Ni will go out to check. Zwi nodded in response. She can go then. Qianthu heard their conversation and her expression turned slightly anxious. She called the master right away. What did Zwi do with Hongti? Forget it. Anyway, his matters are not something she could eavesdrop on. Thinking about that, Qianthu took out a bracelet. In an instant, numerous bottles appeared. She quickly distributed them to the people. Zwi noticed and curiously asked, what are these bottles for? Is this bracelet yours? Qianthu continued distributing while talking. The master is in seclusion. There's an important matter she needs to handle. I'm taking over managing the place now. About that small bottle, it contains medicine made from black mystic poison, which Zwi gave before. It can help reduce fever. Although a fever isn't easy to cause death, it still torments people. Most of the villagers are elderly and children here. With these medicines and supplies, they could at least endure for some time now. The villagers hugged Qianthu tightly in gratitude, but she felt this wasn't right. Quickly, she said, Old man, the person next to me is Lee's store manager. The black mystic poison was provided by him. Everyone heard and surrounded Zwi, continuously thanking him. Even the little girl from before approached, gratefully looking at him. She said, You are Lee's store manager. His black mystic poison saved my aunt. Thank you. Zwi gave her a bottle of medicine and smiled. No need to thank me. But the little girl was very polite. After receiving it, she thanked him happily before running off. Once aunt recovers, store manager Lee must come over for dinner at our place. Zwi laughed at her. This also counts as planting a willow and reaping its shade, saving many people. Feeling like an hero is quite good. On the other side, that little girl ran off with medicine bottles, extremely happy. She planned to tell aunt herself that the savior had come in person if she knew. She would definitely be very happy. Without noticing, she bumped into something. The little girl looked up at the tall figure before her. It turned out she bumped into Tyrant. She sternly scolded this blind child. Tyrant's gaze was too terrifying, making the little girl step back in fright. The little girl trembled and muttered, sorry. Right at this moment, Tujuk approached the little girl and said, You're so cute. The little girl quickly stood up, nervously looked at Qiantong and apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to touch you just now. Tiantong's expression changed as she forced a fake smile and said, it's fine. Be careful when walking on the road. Don't trip. Taejuk sat in front of the little girl and happily said, you're really smart. What's your name? The little girl replied, my name is Nai Enha. Taejuk patted the little girl's head and said, Nai Enha, you can call me Kyujitiri. Nai Enha looked up at her and happily said, hello, Kyujitiri. Hearing this, Taejuk asked curiously, patron? Nia had passed the base and danced with her hands and feet saying, Teacher Chanfu told us that we were lucky to have the magical herbs from the village chief's family. That's how we managed to overcome our difficulties. Taejuk didn't expect this situation. She couldn't help but admire him as a man she admired deeply. He did good deeds without leaving his name. Truly kind. Thinking about it, Taejuk firmly held Nia's hand and said happily, that's right. You're the village chief's friend. If you need anything, come to me. I'll definitely help you. Here, take this. She then put a string around Nai Enha's wrist. After nodding her head slightly, she left with a limp, not forgetting to bid farewell to both Taejuk and Tiantong. Well, I'll go home now. Goodbye, Tiantong. Goodbye, Taejuk. As the little girl left, Tiantong spoke. Little Cushy's personality changes so quickly. Earlier, she clearly didn't want to come, but just now, she was willing for a child to call her Kyujitiri. Taejuk glanced at the person beside her with an unhappy expression. She said, so I like it when it calls me Titi. Earlier, she didn't want to come because of Huang Huan's family, but if Ziwei wanted to come, naturally, she couldn't miss this opportunity. Hearing that, Tiantong couldn't help but laugh. Right, talking about this, subordinates save the country from disasters, but people don't thank the imperial family. Taejuk smirked and said, so what? The commoners thank whom? Does it matter? Although she didn't like her royal status, she understood the principle. To ensure the common people's peace and prosperity was a responsibility of the royal family. Her ancestor, the Supreme Emperor, once said that the happiness of the common people was the greatest affirmation for the royal family. Taejuk thought the national master would understand this better than her. She should speak when appropriate and remain silent when necessary. Tiantong pondered deeply. This is quite meaningful. It's not as bad as the emperor. She seems to greatly admire Ziwei. If she knew the truth, what reaction would it bring? Thinking about this, Tiantong couldn't help but smile. Taejuk saw her smile and thought of something else. Meanwhile, in a straw house outside the town, Nai Enha ran from Huan town. She began to tell the story of their meeting in the town. Her mother heard her say, the village chief has come. It was him who gave teacher Tian too many magical herbs. Today's medicine was personally given by the village chief himself. Nai Enha happily brought the medicine and said to her grandmother, wait until I'm better. Then, I'll invite him home. Let him drink the medicine first. Her grandmother took the pill and smiled. Then I must recover quickly. At this moment, she noticed a bracelet on Nai Enha's wrist and asked curiously, where did you get this bracelet from? Nai Enha happily replied that it was given by her friend of the village chief. They are all good people. Her grandmother patted her head and said, you should keep it safe, learn from them. That evening, in a house in town where Ziwei was resting, after arranging everything for him, Lu said, rest well, I'll be in the room next door. Ziwei nodded slightly and then lay down to rest. Although busy all day, it felt good to have someone respect her. If she could correct evil and establish righteousness as a master of the path, that would also be enjoyable. At this moment, Hongta jumped onto the bed beside him and said with a smile, Master is so powerful. Even if you do nothing, people should respect you. Ziwei was startled by her sudden appearance. When did she come to lie next to him? Hongtu ignored Ziwei's expression and quickly climbed onto the bed. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him and said, I know why you're dealing with those people. It's to make them your allies. But their qualities are mixed, not trustworthy at all. Ziwei was slightly suffocated by the pressure from both of them. She pushed her away impatiently and said, move back. I don't have a woman's heart. Don't mess with my moral compass. Then Ziwei lay down again and quickly dismissed her. I'll see if there's someone suitable for me to train directly. Let's get started. Hongtu was slightly disappointed but sighed. Alright, I'll keep an eye on you. Choose a few who can be used. The next day, Nai Enha found Ziwei and said with a cute smile, Village Chief, here's something for you. Ziwei took the item and asked curiously, thank you. What is this talisman? Nai Enha nodded and replied, yes, I made it with Grandma too. She then gave him many more, saying they were all kept by the village chief. Ziwei took them and patted the little girl's head, saying, got it, I'll give these to everyone later. Then he continued helping with the work. When Lu returned, she gave him the talisman and asked curiously, what's this? Ziwei explained slowly, this is a talisman made by my little sister, one for each person. Lu nodded and carefully examined the talisman in her hand. She remembered when she came to Song Village for charity work. Many children had given her gifts. Another time, she would make one for Ziwei too. Thinking about it, Fai Lu smiled and said, "Right, I'll bring some food." She then laid out the food on the table and explained as she prepared, "This is made by Princess Kyujin. She said that she and the National Master, Immortal Female, had a meeting, so they don't need to wait for them." Ziwei was surprised and asked, "Princess can cook porridge too, so friendly." The nodded and said, "I'm also quite surprised. She said the materials are limited, hoping you won't criticize." As she spoke, she couldn't help thinking of Wu Jin. When he was here, Ziwei paid great attention to his diet. I think he might not be used to it, but she overthought it. Ziwei finished a bowl of porridge and even praised it as delicious. Then, looking at the who spoke up, he said, "Beautiful young lady, don't worry anymore. Just sit down and eat with us." He mentioned that when living with his grandmother before, she could only drink warm porridge and a small amount of food. Back then, she thought porridge was the best thing in the world. But after her grandmother passed away, drinking porridge felt lacking. As she spoke, Ziwei suddenly paused, remembering something, quickly explaining, "Sorry. I just had a momentary feeling with no other meaning." The family of the is also gone now. You still talk about these things in front of her. But she didn't mind and simply nodded with a smile. "It's fine." Wei was happy to say a few words to me. "I only know that Ziwei is an orphan. He lived with his grandmother. He used to be quiet and reserved. He focused on martial arts training, gentle in nature, seen as just a joke by others. If not for his loss of spirit, no one would have known how skilled Ziwei had become." Thinking about it, he was generous enough to allow himself to be injured without harming anyone. His background was still quite tragic since childhood. He had been farming and never tasted good food. The shed tears at this thought. Ziwei asked curiously, "Why are you crying?" She sighed and explained, "Just feeling that Wei must have faced many difficulties on her own." Ziwei waved his hand and laughed. "No need. The others suffer more than me. After all, ancient rules were strict, and there was no phone back then. Staying at home all day is certain." She bit her lip hard. Too sweet. "I don't envy it, but my expression gave it away." While Hongta didn't notice, a young voice suddenly spoke from behind. "Sister, why are you standing on the tree?" Hongta turned slightly in surprise. The one who came was Ernia. The cute girl asked, "Is sister also friends with him? Why don't you come down to eat?" Hongta shook her head. Not a friend, which surprised Ernia. As she was confused, Hongta jumped down and continued, "I am the pet of my master, and also the most beloved pet." This made Ernia even more puzzled. The little girl asked curiously, "Sister isn't a dog or cat. How can you be a pet?" Hongta looked at her for a long time. Then she said firmly, "Okay, after all, the master once said Tung Fu must start from a young age. Do you want to join us?" Ernia stared blankly and asked in confusion, "Follow your people." Dianmai nodded his head. Hongta replied straightforwardly, "Follow our group, train martial arts, become powerful, reach the peak of human life, welcome a bright future." After hearing this, she asked again, "Going to such a far place sounds difficult." Hongta shook her head and said, "Wherever my master is, that's where I'll be." Hearing this, Ernia thought for a moment before replying, "I want to become strong, but I have to take care of grandma. I can't go with you." Hongta began brainwashing her. She immediately offered benefits and 2 days off per week, and she could enjoy 10 days off annually, which could be extended if needed for family care. Think about it. Ernia looked blankly at her, not understanding anything. After a while, the little girl said, "Maybe sister should tell grandma. I'm too stupid to understand." "Okay, lead the way." Hongta nodded and said. Ernia went ahead. She asked again, "If I go with you, do I also call the store manager my master?" This made Hantu's head smoke. She fiercely rebutted, dreaming of it. "Only I can call him that." Meanwhile, in a small house in the town, the 9 princess group was discussing matters here. But after hearing this, Tianthu loudly complained, "What did you say? Do you want to lead these people from the disaster-stricken area away? Lead them where?" Tianwu hesitated and said, "The people of Nameless Town have lived here for nearly 100 years, mostly elderly. I dare ask the abbot, is this your idea or the lower realms?" Qianquan smiled faintly, sitting opposite with an extremely refined demeanor. She coldly said, "You two should know that my intention is the lower realms." Then a hint of determination flashed in Qianquan's eyes. Tianthu was not afraid. After calming down from the disaster, the imperial court must send aid. Other issues faced by the victims would be quickly resolved. From any angle, it is completely unnecessary now. Qianquan said indifferently, "If this place encounters a disaster again, can we find a way to mitigate the danger? If not for the Black Mystic's interference, this disaster might have been harder to resolve." Speaking of this, she really had to thank Ziwei and that foolish person who couldn't see people properly. The Black Mystic was exactly what Ziwei wanted to use to save it. This time, it worked out perfectly. Just point the spear directly at Wangor Hall and Ziwei. Qianthu fell into deep thought after hearing Qian Quan's words. If not for Ziwei, even if the Daodong National Pit was insufficient, even using ancient insects to temporarily suppress would be different from the people's hearts. After thinking it through, she slowly said, Abbot, you're right, but I want to ask one more thing. After leading these people away, how will you arrange their lives? This made Tianwu angry. She erupted right there. Aren't you really discussing this? What use is your discussion here when such a big issue isn't being addressed with the villagers? Tianta noticed and reminded them calmly, if it's really the emperor's order, what then? But Tianwu still roared loudly, don't even mention the emperor. Even the Taishang Huang would have to respect our ancient customs. At this moment, Tuiji suddenly ran in from outside shouting, no too. She said that those infected had started developing sores. Just as Tuiji said, people with fever were getting worse. Tui was wearing a mask and warned everyone not to touch the sick. Cover your mouths and noses. Stay away if you don't know what's going on. The group quickly rushed over. Tianta asked Tui in puzzlement, Li Ziwu, what's the situation? Tui stopped them from entering and said seriously, don't come here. This is highly contagious. We need to isolate first. You know about this disease, but you don't understand why smallpox would be here. How long has it been dormant in this form? It suddenly erupted. I think the whole village is infected now. Maybe there are differences between worlds. The early symptoms were terrifying. Chianta pushed him away and said coldly, I have a toad spirit protecting me. I'm not afraid of these things. Let me in. I can help. Then she glanced at Qian Wu and said, I'll go find the princess first. The situation is worse than we imagined. We need to find a solution immediately. Qian Wu nodded slightly and said, got it, then left. Tui followed Jianta closely and asked in puzzlement, did you guys encounter this disease before? Is there any way to solve it? Jianta replied coldly that they had encountered it once 10 years ago. Then she approached a patient and touched their hand. In an instant, a stream of spiritual energy entered the person's body. Seeing this, Tui asked in puzzlement, what are you doing? Jianta calmly replied that this is only temporary suppression. It's not a long-term solution. The fire sores broke out in a village 1,000 years ago. When the ancients arrived, almost everyone was dead. They searched for a long time and found only one girl who wasn't infected. She luckily survived. Tui asked again, what happened to her later? Jianta calmly recounted that at the time, the girl didn't say anything. She just held a knife tightly. When we hesitated to take her back with us, a man claiming to be family came and took her away. Tui asked in surprise, what if he was a human trafficker? Jianta sighed, we were worried about that too, but she willingly went with him. It's unlikely he was lying. Tui muttered, then fell into thought again. Only one girl left. How terrifying is the transmission rate and mortality rate? You remember finding a video of smallpox vaccine back then. Why didn't you look at it for 2 more seconds? I really regret that now. Thinking about it, Tui sighed again. This is the downside of ordinary people after. If not for our own strength, we would have died long ago. While Tui was still sad, someone called him. He turned around in surprise. It was Piao Liang running over and shouting urgently that Princess Nine and Tian Wu had sent a message back. The high priest mentioned an old book method for treating sores used by the villagers. They should find a solution soon. Piao Liang also said that Princess Nine mentioned this disease is too sudden. There might be something wrong with it. Hearing this, Tui hurried off to find the high priest. Piao Liang called out in surprise. Now Tui didn't turn back and warned, Big sis, don't follow me. Tianta watched his back as if thinking about something. Meanwhile, at Yu Hangshuan, Zhaoxi lay on the table sighing, I miss sister and master so much. Similarly, she sighed, I also miss Away so much. As soon as she said this, they looked at each other. Then, without planning it together, they both sighed again. After a while, Zhaoxi suggested, let's secretly go find master, sister Hua. Yu hesitated and replied that we can't just leave. By the time we get there, they might have returned already. Besides, if father finds out, we'll be in big trouble. Who will watch the shop? Zhaoxi winked at her and said, come on, I can fly with you, it's quick. We'll just look from a distance. If they find us, master will defend us. Let sister Hua go with me. Yu thought for a moment and agreed. Alright, if father finds out, I'll ask master to say something nice for me. Hearing this, Zhaoxi was happy. Okay, you're great, sister Hua. Yu just smiled without replying, secretly pleased inside. While she was thinking, Zhaoxi had already pulled her out. Let's go, I don't know how to read maps, but sister Hua does. Hearing this, Yu helplessly. Turns out you brought me along just for navigation. At that time, at Naiha's house, Her grandmother was also infected and kept coughing nonstop. When Naiha returned from outside and saw this scene, she looked worried. The little girl rushed to support her grandma and cried, "Grandma, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Then the little girl glanced at Hongta behind, concernedly said, "Sis, Grandma is okay. She was fine before I left." Hongta didn't reply. She stared at the frail old lady lying on the bed and hesitated. After that, she turned to leave, which made Naiha panic and shouted, "Sis, where are you going?" Hongta didn't answer. She walked straight out and saw two men pulling each other. One of them complained, "You're not going. Everyone's from the same village. In times of disaster, everyone for themselves, right?" The other retorted, "That's just a saying, big brother. It's deadly to catch this disease. I'm just a farmer. What can I do?" Hongta took a few steps and encountered more villagers mourning. Just then, Tianquan emerged from the darkness with an unpleasant smile. "Huh." Hongta glanced at Tianquan, who still wore that smile, and continued, "I said, you might be chosen by Brother Senior. It's their good fortune to have this chance. They can serve as stepping stones for Brother Senior's path to immortality. How many people like you don't get such an opportunity?" Tianquan spoke over Hongtu and herself, agreeing to anything from the Vimatant. She gritted her teeth and replied softly, "Of course, the master kept me for a reason. I can do whatever he wants." While they were talking, Ziwu had run over to call to Ni. Seeing him, Hongtu's eyes brightened. Ziwu ignored her and approached Tianquan, questioning, "I've been looking for you for a long time. Do you have something to hide from me? Was this mistake caused by you? You must be the one responsible, right?" He grew angrier with each word, his face turning red. Tianquan was at a loss for words due to Ziwu's reaction. She then chuckled and said, "What do you mean by they did it? How can they be so powerful?" Suddenly, she mocked, "I thought everything was part of Brother Senior's plan." Ziwu stepped back as the girl approached him, warning, "Stay away from me. This place is dangerous for both of us." Pointing at Tianquan, he said, "With her current state, we might attract lightning. Even a dog would vomit just by looking at us." At this moment, Naiher ran out of the house, crying. She hugged Ziwu's legs and sobbed. "Chiefly, Grandma is coughing up blood. There's so much of it, very scary." Not only was Naiha's grandmother coughing up blood, but others were doing the same. Moreover, they had a fever, scratching like monkeys. Fei Liang rushed to stop them from scratching, as it would worsen their condition. However, she was weak and pushed away by someone else. Then the sick people coughed up blood again, splattering on Fei Liang's face. She felt like licking the fresh blood off her face. At this moment, Tuiji ran over, interrupting her thoughts. "Oh my, Miss Nuyen, are you okay?" Fei Liang regained composure and shook her head. "I'm fine." Tuiji thought she was scared and comforted. "Don't be afraid, just clean it up. You'll be fine." She looked worried. "This is terrible. The fire of the Loet disease in the sick people's blood is toxic. Even ancient immortal cities couldn't handle it. Why now? After the disaster, a plague has broken out. Do you think the emperor received your letter yet?" Meanwhile, Tuyiji's pigeon was flying in the sky. Suddenly, an arrow shot from nowhere and hit it right there. Then a group of people in black cloaks approached. The leader said happily, "Good job. We ruined the previous mission for Lord Tianquan. This time, we won't make any mistakes. No insects should enter within 100 miles. Just as he finished speaking, someone behind asked doubtfully, "Why can't we pass here?" The expression on that man turned sour immediately. He angrily said, "Ask so many questions for what? Of course, it's all for Lord Tianquan and our great mission to revive the Ma sect." As he continued talking, a sharp sword pierced his neck. Yi asked coldly, "So that's how it is. You mentioned the Ma sect earlier?" Yi then dealt with them. She glanced at Xiaoxi beside her and smiled contentedly. "Thanks to this kid, we handled everything so easily." She quickly took down 3 rogue members of the Ma sect. Today, Yi felt she had real skills now. Looking at the 3 bound men under a tree, she coldly called out, "You 3. Before she could finish, one of them said, "Give up. It's impossible to kill what can't be killed. Do whatever you want." Another shouted loudly, "No matter what you ask, I won't tell you." Yi was taken aback. "What did I say? It already touched my head." But she still asked sternly, "Lord Tianquan mentioned him earlier, and why is Tung Senior back?" One of them laughed and said, "Don't ask me. I don't know anything." She frowned and thought the appearance of Ma Taunt was inevitable, but she had never heard of Tianquan. Ziwu once said, "We shouldn't fear enemies. We should fear unseen ones. We need to gather some information." Yi quickly drew her sword and threw it towards them. The blade stuck right into the ground, just a few millimeters from that guy's crotch. Even a slight deviation would have been fatal for him. Yi approached the guy closely and sneered, asking if he would talk or not. That guy was so scared his face turned pale, but still shook his head no, refusing to speak. But at this moment, another guy started crying loudly, saying, "I'll talk, stop being evil," which made the other to pause. The injured guy spoke up, apologizing, saying he had an elderly parent and a young child. He didn't want to die, but couldn't either. Yi looked at them like dogs, unsure how to react. As she was bewildered, that guy continued, saying Heavenly Total's master is the High Overlord's mistress. She replaced someone else with a female disguise and became the current national guru, secretly helping the High Overlord. Han said this time Heavenly Total brought Princess to Townless for a mission, but they didn't know what exactly the plan was. After hearing that, she just stiffened up. Meanwhile, in Townless, Nia held her grandmother and cried nonstop. From Vix looked at Heavenly Total angrily, saying we came to recruit people, not to do this kind of thing. Heavenly Total smiled mysteriously upon hearing that. Then he went to Nine's place and asked, "Do you want to save your grandmother?" Nine nodded immediately. "Yes, I'll do anything to save my grandma. Save her, please." Okay, Heavenly Total chuckled softly. Suddenly, black smoke surrounded her. In her hand appeared a dagger. Heavenly Total approached Nia and spoke. "Red told Nine that Lee Village Chief really likes you, so he believes in what you say." Len said she knew a secret. This illness was actually a curse. Nine looked at her blankly. Heavenly Total continued to laugh and said, "This kind of disease can't be cured. Once infected, they'll live worse than dead, only adding more pain. Here you go." Nia took the dagger in her hand, puzzled, muttering, "What is this?" Heavenly Total explained slowly, "This is a treasure that absorbs curses. See how everyone's sick except for you. You're the chosen child." She said only a girl could complete this task. Isn't she trying to save her grandma and everyone in the village? Nia seemed like a robot, nodding mechanically before going to the bed. Just then, Ziwu rushed over to stop her. He hugged Nine tightly and angrily criticized Heavenly Total. "You're sick. You're luring a child to kill people. This is heresy." Then Ziwu looked at Hongtu and asked, "What's going on here, Tootie?" Hongtu stared at him for a long time before speaking. "I forgot the master lost his memory. This child isn't killing people. She's saving them." Ziwu heard this and asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Hongtu explained slowly, "That man wasn't talking to me. These bodies were already squeezed by Ziwei, who angrily shouted at her. This sounds like a trick. This is the usual language of a cult. This isn't something ordinary people would say." Just by hearing this way of speaking, it seems like that child from years ago survived, and the disease must have been caused by the original host. And there's also a body swap. If you hadn't seen their consciousness system before, you would almost believe it yourself. It appears they're using demonic techniques to brainwash people, choosing children because they are easier to brainwash. Such effort for nothing just to choose one loyalist. Ziwu feels there's something off about this. While he was thinking, suddenly some noise came from outside, startling the family members. Tianquan chuckled near the voice. "There's a worm eavesdropping, and she intentionally let you hear it." The one who was eavesdropping is Tianthu. She just happened to come over, but she ended up overhearing this big secret. Tianthu clamped her mouth shut, showing shock on her face. The high priest is a member of the cult, and so is Ziwu. Hongju was that child from years ago. The disease must have been caused by the cult. How did they manage to do it? Thinking this over, Tianthu turned around to leave and tell everyone else. But just a steps later, Tianquan's deep voice rang out, "Ancient lady, where are you going?" Tianthu froze in her eyes. She panicked and turned back, but before she could react, she was grabbed by Black Chi. Immediately after, she was tightly bound by the Black Chi, unable to move. In just 3 seconds, Tianthu's body suddenly emitted a blinding light. She managed to break free from control. Seeing this scene, Tianquan couldn't help but sigh. It's rare for ancient worms like us to use techniques. Too bad. As she spoke, she suddenly paused. In a blink of an eye, the Black Chi attacked Tianthu again, causing her to spit out fresh blood. Her body weakened and fell to the ground. Tianthu gritted her teeth fiercely. No, she must find a way to report it. But before she could go far, she was kicked to death by a foot. Tianquan stood menacingly in front of Tianthu. Feeling cornered, Tianthu screamed loudly. "Who are you? Why do this? The sores were caused by your people. Doing this, aren't you afraid of being discovered?" Unconsciously smiling, Tianquan said with a wicked smile, "The holy lady's words don't quite fit." As she spoke, she took out a device from her pocket and pressed the button. Inside appeared the edited voice of Tianthu and Tianlu. With an evil laugh, Tianquan said, "I proposed moving the disaster-stricken people before. It was your two ancient ladies who had opinions on this matter. Now that the sores have broken out here, whose joke is this?" Seeing what she held in her hand, Ziwu immediately looked surprised. That's a recording device. Ancient times even had such games to tease people. Without paying attention, Tianquin said with a smile, "Your ancient ladies left a trap that caused sores and diseases in the whole All-One world. You should all be killed." Hearing this, Tianthu angrily shouted, "What did you say?" "Too bad." Ignoring her, Tianquin glanced at Ziwu. "Brother." But just as she said that, her expression turned pale. She spoke in a cold voice, pretending to be my brother's demeanor. "Are you happy?" Ziwu was startled and stepped back. She cursed. The whole All-One world was passed on by someone. I bet everyone knows about this. We don't know where it came from, but that doesn't matter. She said that Ziwu's demon lord identity is unclear. Now the cult needs a master and wants Ziwu to continue pretending and follow orders to kill the holy lady. Tianquin will pretend to help her escape death. Hearing this, Ziwu's face fell. This woman wants to drag you down with her, and there's a recording device from where? Could it be left by the god of war Batian, or does the cult actually have connections with that system? As Ziwu was thinking, Tianthu screamed loudly, "Li Ziwu, all these things were done by you. I don't believe it. Talk to me." But she just stood in front of her, facing Tianquin without saying anything. Ziwu stuck up her middle finger at her, extremely disrespectful. She said, "I won't follow your orders. This demon lord identity is unnecessary, and I don't need to do this." Then Ziwu looked at Hongju and ordered, "Junie, kill her." But Hongju stood still, not making any move. Tiantuan approached her from behind with a sneer. Hongtu, as a dog you can even mistake your master." As soon as she said this, Hongtu vanished. Ziwei cried out in alarm. Why did she run away? With no one to stop him, Tiantuan approached Ziwei and smiled. "Your face still has some value. I'll spare you a life. After all, you look very hard to kill. I don't want to waste my effort. But today, this female descendant must die here cause that it can make Tianthu die." Just as Tiantuan spoke, Erna rushed over from the other side and stabbed Yi in the stomach with a dagger. Erna trembled and muttered. Big brother told her not to kill her. He also wants to kill sister Jianthu and Li Zhangqiu. He is someone who hates Ziwei, who immediately cried out in alarm. But before he could do anything, the scene before him made him panic. Erna was pushed away by Tiantuan's dark energy. Seeing this, Tianthu was also frightened, but couldn't do anything. Ziwei hurried to Erna and hugged her tightly. Erna's mouth was bleeding. She trembled and muttered, "Li Zongku." Erna almost killed Yi just now. She is a bad child. Ziwei shook her head in disagreement. "No, you are a good child." At this moment, Yi entered the unnamed realm and ran towards them, shouting in alarm, "Big brother EV, the national master is Dai Gyetama Zhao." Just seeing the scene before her, she immediately felt uneasy. Even the floating light and tiny awareness behind her were alarmed. Ziwei was holding Erna's body, with a dense aura surrounding her. Seeing Yi, Tiantuan's face turned ugly. What is going on? Where did the people from Shay Monastery come from? Before she could think, a golden thread shot towards her. She quickly dodged it. Ziwei blocked in front of Yi and shouted, "Take Mengtian Hui away." Tiantuan felt that things were ruined. He angrily shouted, "A bunch of..." Even the task of passing on couldn't be done properly. As soon as he said this, he shot a divine demon energy towards them. Ziwei quickly used her body to shield. Then he turned to Xiaoshai and shouted urgently, "Xiaoshai, take them away." Xiaoshai hesitated but finally nodded in agreement. "I understand." She then pulled Piaoliang's hand and ran off. "Come on, let's go first." But Piaoliang stood there motionless. The bloodstains on her face made her feel unusually excited at this moment. At this time, Yi also urged, "The situation is wrong. We should leave now." Xiaoshai looked up at her and hesitated to speak. "Look at me." But before she could finish speaking, Piaoliang cut in, "NV and I, you go first." Xiaoshai disagreed and wanted to say something. But Piaoliang shouted loudly, "Hurry up!" With no other choice, Xiaoshai ran off with the four of them. They stopped in a nearby forest after running there. Yi looked at Tianthu and asked, "What happened?" Tianwu was worriedly looking at Tianthu. "Are you okay? If she's injured, how can I talk to the lady master?" Tianthu bit her lip and trembled as she said, "Erna is dead. It was the national master who killed her, Li Jiwei. He might also be from the demon sect." As soon as she spoke, everyone's faces turned ugly. Yi was the first to speak up. "How can that be? Tianthu, this cannot be joked about." Tianthu bit her lip and said, "The national master is from the demon sect. He also called me Jiwei earlier." The black aura mixed with secret curses. At that time, Li Jiwei had told her to spread these sores. As she spoke, she looked at Tian Wu and asked, "Sister, do you remember the village 10 years ago? We went there together?" At that time, the sores broke out. Only one girl survived. Tian Wu nodded slightly. "I definitely remember this." Tianthu continued slowly. "Hongtu is that boy girl, and the national master looks pale and sickly. He tricked them into killing the other villagers so he could become their dog. Unfortunately, we didn't investigate more back then. Tianthu paused for a moment. After a long time, she said, Jiwi's memory loss might be real, but now I doubt that he is the demon sovereign Ziwei who disappeared several months ago. Xiao Shai was the first to object. Impossible, Qianwu agreed with Tianthu's way of thinking. She cursed. I said so, he isn't a good person. Xiao Shai tried to remain neutral and quickly denied it. Only Tianthu, our master, is not a bad person. Tianthu still firmly affirmed, but the clear evidence pointed towards him. The medical arts, ancient, and even the indeterminate sect and royal families, he clearly intentionally approached us. Hearing this, Yi couldn't help but cautiously object. Actually, it was the medical arts that proactively sought us out. Qianshu angrily scolded. Yi stubbornly held her tongue. The situation with the flying boat earlier didn't make sense. She knew nothing about martial arts before. Xiao Xiao shook his head and replied. Previously, when Qianshu heard Songling's high-pitched singing, she muttered softly. This is even more strange. That strength isn't something an ordinary person could have. Perhaps she had already joined the cult early on. Yi listened more and felt it didn't add up. She quickly objected. What if we're wrong? The station master Tianshu protected us just now. Moreover, isn't the station master supposed to be fearless? Many doubts arise. After much thought, Tianshu replied, he must have had a conflict with the national master. I don't know the reason. All I know is that if he really is Ma Tse, then it's over. The Ma Zong once fell to an ancient poison, but now on his body, it seems to be gone. Although she didn't fully believe it, Yi felt that Ma Tse could be the Ma Zong. On the unnamed Chuan Wu side, Tiantong removed his mask and angrily shouted, Alright, I never expected you to wait for this. Call the medical arts people over. This is your goal. Who are you? Ma Wuxi immediately retorted with a scowl. Are you just imagining things? Why so good at imagination? Who am I? I'm your father. As soon as he said this, he lunged forward and punched Tiantong. Unfortunately, she didn't seem scared at all. She stood calmly waiting for him to charge in. Even though Wuxi was injured, his body healed quickly. He frowned and muttered, this wicked woman. Although my self-healing ability is impressive, I also know pain. As he spoke, Ma Wuxi punched again. This time Tiantong struggled a bit. His strength had grown since before. Then she used dark energy to tightly bind Wuxi. She frowned silently. What kind of cultivation did this guy finally practice? Illusory techniques can't control someone who's prepared for her. Those maggots earlier definitely went to report. There's no time to play with Wuxi now. Even if you can recover, it will cost you your efforts. So Tiantong decided to strike first and cut him into pieces. Ma Wuxi saw her charging towards him, closed his eyes tightly, wanting to resist but couldn't. But after a while, Wuxi didn't feel any pain. He opened his eyes to see. Instead, he saw the flying boat blocking in front of him and fighting with Tiantong. She coldly said, I say, have you forgotten, there are still people here. The flying boat's body was covered by dark energy now. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent, contrasting her usual gentle appearance. At this moment, the flying boat tightened her fist, and the dark energy dissipated into smoke. Wuxi behind also broke free from the dark energy's binding. He shouted in alarm, Great birth beauty, you. But before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock, because Ma Wuxi realized that dark energy was concentrating on the flying boat. As he pondered, the flying boat coldly said, the first time I met someone, I felt they weren't to my liking. Have we met before? Tiantong couldn't help but smile at this. She snorted and said, brother mentioned Heavenly Maiden. If we had met before, I would have brought her back to the cult and given her to brother. As she spoke, Tiantong shot out another stream of dark energy. She stared intently ahead. A loud explosion appeared. Was that the legendary Heavenly Maiden? Thinking this, Tiantong sneered. Thought you were formidable. Should have been more lenient and killed the Heavenly Maiden. How would I explain to brother? But at this moment, a low voice came from the smoke. Have you heard of the law that there's no injury without smoke? As soon as she finished speaking, Wuxi and the flying boat slowly stepped out. However, at this moment, the flying boat's eyes became even more terrifying. Tiantong saw his body involuntarily shudder. Before he could understand what was happening, the flying boat charged quickly to stand in front of her. Tiantuan didn't have time to defend himself and was immediately restrained by the file. She struggled to breathe, feeling panic in her heart. Why is this happening? I can't use my strength. All of it has been absorbed by the file. But at this moment, Tiantuan noticed a festering wound on the file's surface. She immediately laughed, saying, You've also contracted that disease. As soon as she finished speaking, the file suddenly coughed and released Tiantuan. The file's body fell to the ground. Jinyu hurried over to help it up, shouting in alarm, Big sis Yui, when did this happen? The file didn't respond, but kept scratching its own body with its hand. Seeing this, Tiantuan chuckled and said, "Looks like we can negotiate." But she couldn't even muster any strength to stand up. She bit her lip hard. Tiantuan could only sit on the ground and speak. "Actually, I have a glowing herb that can cure festering wounds, but no one knows how to use it except me. Let's both retract our hands and forgive each other." Ziyi frowned and asked back, "Glowing herb?" Diane nodded. Tiantuan took out a syringe and happily said, "That's right. This is something we just got from the cult. Not only that, our cult has many good things." Ziyi stared at her coldly and said, "Impressive." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword flash cut across Tiantuan's neck. Sending her to meet the ancestors, Ziyi looked down from above and sighed. He picked up the syringe Tiantuan had dropped, pursed his lips, and said, "A villain dies for talking too much. Even at death's door, you still act like a fool." Just then, the file started shaking and called out, "Hey Vi." Ziyi hurried over to her, saying anxiously, "Hold on, don't scratch. There's an antidote. When I found out Nini was a girl, I guessed it years ago." As he spoke, his body started reacting. He clenched his lips and shuddered. The file saw Liang Huang Swan and cried out, Vi, what's wrong?" Ziyi frowned slightly. He smiled and said, "This hurts so much. I know this woman has no good intentions. This is fake. There's poison inside." The file heard Liang Huang Swan scream. "Poisoned?" Ziyi nodded. "She probably wanted to play a trick on us. Unfortunately, she failed. There's still one rule. All valuable things are usually carried on the body." As soon as he said this, he jumped in front of Tiantuan's corpse lying on the ground. Ziyi was going to go through her belongings. He started rummaging through Tiantuan's body and found a cult badge. He frowned and muttered, "This woman also has a badge." After thinking for a moment, he decided to open it up. Very quickly, a pile of modern scientific equipment appeared in front of him, even some future technology. After a moment of shock, Ziyi took out one syringe from the bunch. This must be the medicine for festering wounds. To test it again, he decided to try it on himself. Unlike before, this time his body didn't react at all when injected. Confirming there was no issue, he looked at the file and said, "Big sis Yuyi, I'll give you an injection. Extend your arm." The file hesitated, pulling down her sleeve slightly. Ziyi didn't think much about it. He went to inject her with the medicine. Before injecting, he said gently, "No pain, don't worry." After finishing, he gave her a cloth to press on the injection site and told her to hold tight for a moment. Having detoxified the file, Ziyi looked at Ni's body lying nearby. His face contorted with concern. He went over to embrace the corpse of the little girl and placed it beside the old lady, who was still breathing on the bed. Ziwu sighed helplessly. "It's all because of you that they died indirectly. The demon cult hid so many modern things. Surely it won't escape the notice of the spirit monitor with its system. But the problem is, where's the system? Why hasn't it appeared yet?" Tianquan said he was just pretending to be Ziwu, a demon vassal. Thinking this, Ziwu reached into his equipment bag. He took out a round coat and put it on, then added another jacket to the flying carpet. The flying carpet looked at him curiously and asked, "Vicky, what should we do now? Should we go find the lady's factory?" Ziwu shook his head and replied, "No, before we clarify the truth, I think we need to hide for a while. If your true identity isn't really Ziwu, demon vassal, who are you then?" Soon after, Ziwu and Vicky went to where the patient was resting. He stood in front of the patient and softly called out, "Wake up." The person quickly opened their eyes. Ziwu nodded and gave them a bunch of syringes before speaking. "This is medicine that can treat your ulcerated sores. I'll teach you how to use it. I have something else to do, so I need to go first." The person in charge will give the villagers medicine injections. The other person was slightly surprised, but focused on following what Ziwu said. After finishing their work, Ziwu and Vicky left. The other person watched them leave. They nodded excitedly. Liu Jingwan is indeed the great benefactor of our anonymous organization. On this side, Ziwu found a place to rest. He took a deep breath and said, "The beautiful life has been unfair to her for now." Vicky nodded and replied, "It's okay. Living with Ziwu, she feels more calm inside." She didn't understand what had happened before, feeling bloodthirsty, even wanting to destroy everything. Why did it change like this? Vicky wondered, but couldn't figure out the reason. As she was thinking, Ziwu suddenly called out loudly, "Beautiful life." Vicky immediately answered, "Yes." Ziwu smiled and said, "When we didn't go to the temple, what did that monk say to you? Can I know?" On another side, the system notice board appeared. Nyanha suddenly woke up after dying suddenly. Nyanha told her to sit up. Her eyes showed clear malice, but it quickly disappeared. She frowned and muttered, "Where am I?" The system immediately answered, "This place is called Zon Wooden Town of Silence. Your body is a girl who died in the Laos disease epidemic in village Tang, Nyanha." This proved that Nyanha couldn't help but laugh. "Little one, this figure is convenient for hiding your true identity." As she spoke, she threw away the protective talisman in her hand. At this moment, Nyanha's eyes saw a corpse lying outside the courtyard. She quickly went out to see because she felt that woman looked familiar. After looking closely, Nyanha recognized Tianquan, but wondered why she was dead. While she was thinking, bushes nearby suddenly made rustling sounds. Nyanha frowned and turned around. After a long internal struggle, she decided to question the Laos disease and her demon vassal identity. But when she returned, she found Nyanha alive again, and the little girl was looking down on her with a cold expression. Hongju, explain, how did Tianquan die? Hongju didn't understand what was happening and stood there silently. This made Nyanha unhappy. She urged, "Hongju, you're asking me something. Why aren't you answering?" Hearing this, Hongju raised her voice. Before she could understand the situation, Nia intervened, cursing, "Stupid girl." At this moment, the system reminded again, "Master, the demon command was actually possessed by Nia's body." With the system's reminder, Ziwu threw Hongju aside but didn't let go. He tightened his grip. The demon energy squeezed Hongju's body, causing her pain. Ziwu shouted disdainfully, "This is troublesome." At this moment, the system reminded again that she was acting very normally based on the demon command. But strangely, the master should have had a spirit of the demon command on them. She shouldn't react like this. However, Ziwu didn't care much. He was searching for something but couldn't find it after a long time. He shouted anxiously, "Demon command, where did you go?" The system heard and asked in surprise, "Why is that so?" At that moment, the master had been surrounded and exploded. Before taking all the pursuers with her, she successfully transmitted the order. According to its settings, the demon command should have followed the system's arrangement at the end of the story. First, Ziyi Mazun was surrounded by enemy troops and ordered to issue a command. Then he self-destructed, dying in such a way that all pursuing troops were killed, creating an illusion of disappearance or death. The Ma sect would use the enemy's route to find the new identity prepared for Ziyi Mazun by the system. At the same time, as his original consciousness vanished, the host's consciousness was transferred in. Finally, he could use this new identity to escape and hide to continue his plan. But halfway through, a critical obstacle appeared. Ziyi Mazun's face turned black with anger. The system was sweating bullets out of fear. He quickly explained that an unnamed figure had caused some discrepancies, eliminating any unnecessary time. "I will handle this quickly," Ziyi Mazun coldly retorted in human language, which the immortal didn't understand much. The system calmly explained it was just a minor error. "You don't need to worry," but he still doubted and asked back, "Really?" It confirmed that yes, really. Ziyi Mazun frowned slightly and continued speaking, "So the Immortal Heaven must have its own Ma sect command now." The system calmly said that the death of Immortal Heaven was being read. For the Ma sect command, you can change it again. It asked if Ziyi Mazun needed to bind his consciousness to this red cluster's Ma sect command. He grunted in dissatisfaction and replied, "Nonsense, of course we need to do that." The system reminded him that the separated consciousness might cause irreversible damage when isolated. Ziyi Mazun responded indifferently, "It doesn't matter. If it works, that's good enough." With this response, the system began separating his consciousness from Red Cluster. Soon, Red Cluster regained consciousness. She looked at Ziyi Mazun and trembled, saying, "You are my master." Her eyes were filled with reverence for him. Ziyi Mazun said disdainfully, "Take care of your own feet properly." "Yes, sir," Red Cluster replied coquettishly. She then started massaging her legs. Done quickly, she looked at Ziyi Mazun and smiled. "Master, Tuini is done." But Ziyi Mazun ignored her and continued talking to the system about discrepancies in their plan. "What's the situation now?" The system slowly replied that it would take time to read the data. "Please be patient. As before, everything is under its control." What's there to worry about? It and he are one body, coexisting. When one prospers, so does the other. When one suffers, so does the other. Ziyi Mazun only pretended to listen, saying, "The best thing is not to deceive this immortal." Just then, a sudden shout echoed from above, coming from Ziyi Mazun. "Immortal Heaven, come out and die." He looked up immediately. Seeing that people had suddenly appeared in the sky, with one leading them shouting loudly, "The three original sects are here. If you don't want to get hurt, raise your hands." Meanwhile, not far from the unnamed forest of counter-radiation, Yi and others were still debating whether Ziyi Mazun was indeed the Mazun. Yi said slowly, after blocking the excess heat from the Ma sect, "I informed my father. The three great sects people are all here now." They successfully fled before nightfall. By the time the three great sex people arrived at midnight, they were still arguing fiercely. Although he roared and argued, "You say the national master is from the Ma sect. I might believe it. After all, he doesn't look like a good guy. But you say the shopkeeper is the Ma sect's big brother. I absolutely won't believe that." Ignoring everyone else, she shouted loudly, "The national master could be from the excess heat of the Ma sect. Why can't I be a mediocre lady with strict parents? Why can't you be just an ordinary good guy?" Tianshu still believed in her guess and confidently said, "Even if he's not the Ma sect's big brother, he and the Ma sect are definitely connected somehow. What you said about Ziyi Vivi's loss of mind isn't fake, but his Ma Zun identity is also confirmed by himself. Either he forgot a part of his memory or was directly instructed to act under the Ma Zun's guise." But Qianshu only guessed. If Our Lady Master were here, she would have a secret method to read others' memories. Just as she said this, she suddenly remembered something and blurted out, "Right, my Lady Master has seen Ziyi Vivi's memory before. If Ziyi really is the Ma Zun, why wouldn't Our Lady Master reveal it? Instead, she befriended him. This means his identity isn't as simple as they thought." With this statement, Li Ji immediately complained, "How could you not remember such an important thing earlier? You're so excited jumping around. I said the master and sister aren't bad people." Yi calmed down and spoke seriously. "So what should we do now? The national master is indeed from the excess heat Ma sect, and I've already sent a message about the Ma Zun's appearance." Qianshu thought for a moment before speaking. If it turns out that loot was done by the Ma sect, they must have a way to handle it. Ziyi Vivi stopped Immortal Heaven. "We should quickly find someone to help us." Just then, they suddenly heard a loud shout echoing through the forest. Tichi frowned and asked, "What's that noise?" When they looked closely, they saw a bird hiding in a nearby ancient tree. They hadn't even done anything when it took off with one wing. It kept boasting, saying that the boss of the stall is a leader of the Church of Satan. Li Ziwu, the celestial astrologer, and the demon sovereign of astrology. Li Ziwu's identity isn't simple. Tuyu immediately wanted to kill this bird after hearing that, but Tianwu quickly calmed him down, telling him to stay calm. "It seems like it's the favorite of the third original sect leader, but she still ordered me to say I know. That's why I want to kill it." Seeing that, Yi shouted loudly, "Tianqiu, hurry and invite your grandmother here. I heard my father talking about the third original sect leader. This sect leader has a simple mind. He just wants the world to be chaotic." They quickly split up to act, while the white bird kept flying and boasting non-stop. Soon enough, it arrived at its destination and perched on someone's shoulder. Who else could it be but Fantong, the third original sect leader? After hearing his favorite being talked about, Fantong raised an eyebrow and muttered, "So that's how it is. This Li Ziwu has taken a new name, but what does that have to do with me?" Deciding so, he loudly roared, "Demon Sovereign Li Ziwu, the heavenly beauty, come out and die now." The woman beside Fantong was the Kangju of Juluo Palace, Namkung Li. Hearing this, she frowned deeply. The wandering sect leader, Gashawi, also felt that name Li Ziwu sounded familiar. While they were thinking, Fantong kept shouting, "I've become a martial emperor now. I'm not the same as before. Come and fight so I can see your current strength." At the same time, the demon sovereign of Frambi heard that name and got angry, muttering, "Didn't you say everything is under your control? Stop making trouble for this good name. Where did Li Ziwu come from, stealing his title too? How can he not be furious?" The system quickly replied, "Based on the initial setup, the person named Li Ziwu was a special new identity I prepared. Through this identity, it contacted the heavenly. After checking, the system found a large loophole. The reason is unclear, but according to the data read, heavenly beauty will die in Li Ziwu's hands." Hearing these words from the system, Li Ziwu's face turned even darker. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Player, Hongju stood by me." Seeing his unhappy face, she quickly called out, "Master." Hearing this, the demon sovereign of Li Ziwu immediately turned around to look back, forgetting that Hongju was still there. Deciding so, he ordered the system to read her memories for him, wanting to know what happened. But the system hesitated and said, "Like a person separated through consciousness, repeated separations can lead to memory loss. In this state, it's impossible to read memories unless the original Ma Jiao order is retrieved." Hearing this, Li Ziwu was displeased and cursed. The system, feeling guilty, bit its lip and asked, "So where is Li Ziwu now?" The system replied mechanically that due to limitations, it couldn't check the exact location of the other party. This made Li Ziwu angrier as he shouted, "What do I need you for?" Meanwhile, at Li Ziwu's resting place, after hearing Pialiang's recounting, Li Ziwu exclaimed in surprise, "Heavenly Master, that old monk is indeed a mysterious person. Fate has its own path. Fortune and nobility are predetermined. But now, an unpredictable factor has appeared. Following Li Ziwu might change one's destiny. So, what was the original destiny of Piao Liang? Why do you think following him can change your fate? While Li Ziwu was thinking, Piao Liang hesitated and asked, "Did you hear someone calling just now? It sounded like it mentioned your name." Li Ziwu had been avoiding this topic. Can we not talk about this anymore? Was it when Li Ziwu suddenly appeared in another world? Could he have mistaken his identity? The more I think, the more I feel like I did. Wanting to ask the staff for help, but fearing using up all their chances of revival. The more modern technology there is, the more it looks like a system-generated response. Why are all these high-level magical techniques in this Manhwa order? Thinking about this made Li Ziwu tear up. Don't tell me that system really exists on the Demon Sovereign's body. I'm the main character. You're just the mayor of High Talk City, the biggest in the West. But then, Li Ziwu suddenly thought of something and felt like he understood. Maybe there is a connection between him and the Demon Sovereign, but not as one. He can't use the Demon Sovereign's techniques, but still benefits greatly. Holding onto a clothes item from the Demon Sovereign, living in seclusion under a new name. Thinking about this, an idea suddenly popped into his head. I'm not the top martial artist of Jianghu, I'm his enemy, Ta Trang. After some silence, Li Ziwu felt that was right. That's why Hongju accepted him as the Demon Sovereign Li Ziwu when she received the Ma Jiao order. While he was thinking, Piao Liang suddenly called out V. Li Ziwu quickly snapped out of his thoughts and shook his head gently. It's fine, just that I noticed your face looked a bit off, so I'm a little worried. Hearing this, Li Ziwu felt touched. Thinking about something, he asked curiously, if you say, has your body improved? Did you learn any demonic techniques before? At that time, when asking the master, he didn't get anything. He still doesn't know how Piao Liang's celestial beauty physique works. She suddenly turned dark, probably related to this. Piao Liang whispered back, I never learned it before. I don't even remember what happened then, if you say so. During that time, she often wanted to do some bad things. Especially when the high priest was there, the feeling was very clear. The first time meeting Z, who almost killed Li Ziwu, and later, she even tried to kill the emperor. Hearing this, Li Ziwu couldn't help but curse inwardly, Manhwa, so that's what a beautiful birth looks like. She wants to kill the king. Seeing him not saying anything, Piao Liang continued, I wasn't like this before. I can't control myself anymore lately, that's why it happened today. She said she didn't know about Li Ziwu's connection with the demon sect or herself either, but Piao Liang didn't care about these things. She just wanted them to be well. After a long silence, Li Ziwu finally spoke. Thank you, beautiful birth, for making me worthy. Li Ziwu winked and said, thanks for saving me before. Don't say anything. You were cool back then, and thank you for considering me important. Piao Liang quickly waved her hand and said, that's what I should do. Ziwei remained silent, deep in thought. She seemed to be affected by the evil aura. The other abbot was different from Hong too. She almost always had her red eyes activated. But when they were near Than Shan's gatekeeper, there was nothing unusual. Could it still be more intense? Anyway, thinking about these things now is useless. After all, Ziwei has already ruined everything. Thinking this, he spoke seriously. I didn't bring the wanted posters of the girls from before. We need to go back to the inn first. Meanwhile, in Tran Vowardly, Fan Tong was still shouting non-stop for the evil cultists to die. He had been shouting for nearly an hour without stopping. Su Wei nodded in agreement and quickly advised, Fan Tong, let's have a break. We'll send someone to check first. But Fan Tong fiercely rejected it. Do you know what challenge means? A true demon lord must maintain some dignity. He should fight them himself. If they hadn't been taken by the cultists before, who wanted to sneak and report? These words startled Su Wei, who quickly rebutted, Fan Gong, don't say such things. I didn't know the cultists would spare us. Finally, even Great Tongue couldn't summon Ziwei. When they entered Tran Vowardly, the villagers pointed out where the abbot was last seen. However, Ziwei's path was hidden by the villagers because they didn't believe she was a bad person. Someone couldn't hold back and shouted that Li's store manager was a demon lord. There were no such things as demon lords distributing medicine here. This made Fan Tong's face turn red like a monkey's bottom. He didn't say anything. Feeling the disease in this village wasn't what he suspected Ziwei had caused. Just as she spoke, her eyes noticed something. The three of them went to Nianhua's house and saw Tianquan lying dead on the ground. Meanwhile, Hongta carried Ziwei out of Tran Vowardly with Nianhua's body. As they walked, she asked, Master, where are we going? Ziwei gritted her teeth and cursed. Of course, they were going to find the dead man who took the cultists' order from Tianquan. Later, at an inn, Fan Tong's men had arrived for a rest. Su Wei spoke first. The maiden is dead. Kung Li sipped his tea and said, she ran away with that Li guy. Fan Tong grew increasingly dissatisfied and shouted, damn it, I thought we could fight. We chased them, but they dared to leave us behind. They're all dead now. As he spoke, he slammed the table and patted his chest like a monkey. Kunli placed his teacup on the table and said, "Your Majesty ordered us to capture them alive. Now one is dead, and another has disappeared. Let Fantong handle it as he wishes." Su Wei panicked and asked, "Why me?" His brother replied, "It's not your fault. There was no other choice. Su Wei had to accept." "Alright, I'll report to the emperor. You guys take care of the villagers and issue the wanted posters as usual." The next day, in the bustling streets, someone rushed to post the wanted posters. The villagers gathered to see who was being hunted for such a terrible crime. When they saw the poster, some recognized an old acquaintance and shouted, "Isn't this that martial arts champion?" At that moment, Wu Jin passed by and heard everyone talking. He frowned, wondering if it was his master. Realizing it, he went to see for himself. When Wu Jin saw the wanted poster, he gritted his teeth in anger. He tore it down with his hand. Crying out in disbelief, Wu Jin said, "Oh my god, this is my master." Indeed, on the poster was Ziwei's name and the nickname Vimeton. At that moment, someone shouted from behind, "Wait, isn't this guy?" Wu Jin looked over. Lin saw Tangpu approaching but didn't know who he was. They both knew about Ziwei. Meanwhile, at the palace, the emperor looked at the person in front of him and said, "Little Nine, stand up." Zhugong shook his head, refusing to do so. The emperor sighed helplessly. "This little demon is acting like a princess. I know she's using that store manager's name, but her true identity now is..." Before he could finish, Zhugong fiercely interrupted, "I can't be a demon lord." Seeing his stubbornness, the emperor was at a loss for words. He sighed and said, "The abbot's actions are confusing. How did I trust him so much? I only saw him as my teacher without investigating his background. Now it seems that if he is a cultist, he must have used some tricks to deceive us." Zhugong looked at the emperor hesitantly. The emperor glanced over and said seriously, "The abbot is dead. But his identity as an evil cultist was true. Based on what the remaining cultists said, the demon lord has returned." At the same time, the Three Tongues people spread this news. Whether Ziwei is a demon lord or not doesn't matter. What matters is catching the demon lord to avoid public unrest. If Zhugong was innocent, Lizard was confused and asked in a low voice, "What do you mean?" The emperor shouted loudly, "Where are they?" This time, someone saved the princess from great fear. "Let's take her back for rest." Hearing this, a maiden approached respectfully. "Your Highness, please follow me to your chambers." Lizard stared at the emperor, suspecting he wanted to detain her. She couldn't convince him, so she relied on Yi Yi and Tianthu. However, trying to detain Zhugong was impossible. Meanwhile, Ziwei and Piao Liang returned to Tran Vowardly in a carriage. After getting off the carriage, Ziwei gave the driver a silver note, making his eyes brighten. Quickly entering Tran Vowardly, she took a deep breath and said happily, "Finally here, I suddenly miss Xiao Zi's kung fu." At that moment, a piece of paper flew from somewhere and hit her face. Ziwei reached out to grab it and smiled, saying, "Fast hands indeed. The whole world is full of my wanted posters, but this one isn't too bad." Realizing it, she threw the poster away and stepped into Tran Vowardly. Upon arriving at Harmony Inn, Ziwei immediately started searching for something. But after a whole day of searching, he found nothing and helplessly sat on the ground, sobbing and muttering, "Where did you go?" At this moment, a flying carpet approached him and asked, "Away, what are you looking for?" Ziwei glanced at her, injured but speaking, "I'm looking for the warrant that was issued against me before. I found it in the scroll from my sister who's been sleeping." There were spies hiding their identities among them. He wanted to see if their true identities had been discovered by the Secret Door faction. If their identities hadn't been revealed yet, Ziwei could take advantage of this to gather some information. Hearing that, the flying carpet nodded in understanding. It makes sense. After thinking for a while, she suddenly remembered something. Hurriedly, she said, "Remember when I was cleaning my room? In one corner, I found a stack of rolled papers. I put them in Away's study. Do you think these are the things you're looking for?" As soon as she finished speaking, Ziwei happily exclaimed, "It must be our trustworthy big sister, the Great Birth." So they sneaked back to Ziwei's room together. Their stealthy actions made them look like daytime thieves. After observing for a while and seeing no one, the two entered to search. Ziwei couldn't help but sigh, "I thought someone was watching here." But just as she finished speaking, a deep voice suddenly echoed from the darkness. "Who is it?" Ziwei jumped in surprise and loudly cried out. Then instinctively, she hit the person with her hand. The figure in the shadows was knocked down. Inside the room, there were sounds of a commotion as dust filled the air. The one who was hit was Wu Jin. He fell to the ground. But Wu Jin continued mumbling, "Familiar strength. I bet it's my master and Meng's martial arts skills." After Ziwei saw his face clearly, she looked troubled and said, "How come you're here, Wu Jin?" After a noisy commotion, they quickly reunited. Ziwei took off her robe and slowly spoke. Turns out, the one who saw the warrant rushed back to wait for me. Woojin nodded in agreement. Right, master. What happened? Why did you suddenly become a demon lord? Ziwei sighed helplessly. I'll explain later. We're not demon lords. But as soon as she finished speaking, Wu Jin's face showed disappointment. Ziwei was at a loss for words, and after a long while, she slowly said, I'm not a demon lord. However, the development of this situation is my responsibility. I should have discovered it sooner. I hope it's still not too late. Wu Jin listened with suspicion. What does that mean? Are you saying? Could it be that your master and the demon lord had some grudge against each other? The more Wu Jin thought about it, the more confused he became. Is this perhaps a legendary enemy who can't stand to work together? A fierce confrontation, destined enemies? While he was still lost in his thoughts, Ziwei began searching. Soon enough, she happily exclaimed, Good news, their identities haven't been discovered yet. You notice one of the spies, a burly man at the Lotus Tower. Thinking about it, Ziwei patted Wu Jin's shoulder and whispered, My dear disciple, I have an important mission for you. Wu Jin was startled, but quickly got excited. Okay, master, rest assured, I'll complete this task. Hearing that, Ziwei nodded in satisfaction. Good, I trust you. Her mission was to visit the Lotus Tower and find a way to bring their beauty queen back. At the Lotus Tower, the so-called beauty queen sat leisurely behind the curtain and said sweetly, Welcome our honored guest for tonight, Noser. Across from her was Wu Jin. He gritted his teeth as he stared at the figure in the screen, trying to convince himself. It's not dead, it means alive. I must complete this mission without being lured by the American beauty. With that thought, Wu Jin boldly stepped forward and lifted the curtain. Without hesitation, he grabbed the hand of the beauty queen. He sternly said, Follow me quietly. If you resist, I won't spare your feelings. After saying this, Wu Jin's expression turned serious. Thinking about being praised by Ziwei for bringing back the beauty queen to Harmony Inn, his eyes sparkled with determination. With that thought in mind, he loudly shouted, Follow me quietly, hurry up. But as soon as he finished speaking, the beauty queen suddenly laughed out loud. In an instant, her body transformed into a muscular one with rippling muscles and brawny arms. Lines 58 to 60 are repeated. Please let me know if you need further adjustment or additional lines. Kim looked at it and immediately sprayed glue, unable to say a word. Seeing him stiffen, the beauty approached and grabbed Kim's body, smiling happily as she spoke. Little brother said something just now, wanting to go on a trip with me, but that would cost a lot of money. Kim was squeezed tightly. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He shakily replied, Isn't it just more money? I can add it. Just then, there was sudden movement on the roof, startling the beauty as she looked up. But before they could do anything, something fell down suddenly. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a coin. He lay on the ground, grumpily cursing. What kind of house is this? Only then did he realize there were people here. 6 pairs of eyes stared at each other, frozen in place. Kim quickly recognized who it was and fiercely questioned him. Why are you here? Meanwhile, at Ziwei's house, he and the flying weight were still waiting for Kim. When night fell and he didn't return, he grumbled, Why hasn't that brat come back yet? The fire is almost out now. Ziwei can't move either. Suddenly, a shout came from outside. Master, I'm back. This woke up the flying weight, who was sleeping. Upon waking, he saw 3 people entering. Tui Wulu Beauty commented with admiration. What a luxurious house, bringing out a slave at such a price. Finally, someone will see us. But when she looked at the person in front of her, it was like an inspection. The figure in the darkness clearly recognized someone she knew well. Ziwei sat there and watched them. Tui Wulu Beauty was so scared that she trembled as she muttered, You're not familiar. She had heard recently that the great demon lord had returned with a fake name and identity. It wouldn't be wrong to assume he's the familiar demon sect leader. His eyes made her feel very familiar. Immediately, the beauty knelt down, her face showing joy. She respectfully bowed and said, It is you, great demon lord. I, Dark 11th, pay homage to you. Hearing this, Tang Bill beside him was alarmed. That person really was the legendary great demon lord. As he panicked, Ziwei pointed at him and asked, Who are you? Tang Bill quickly introduced himself. We met during the martial arts competition. You knocked me down with a single move and taught us how to become renegades. Ziwei remembered this and nodded. So it's you. Then he turned to Kim and ordered, Take him outside first. I have something to talk to this beauty about. Kim immediately followed orders, dragging Biu out. But as soon as they stepped out the door, he angrily shouted, You know my master, why are you following me? Biu chuckled and replied, That's not called following. We call it tailing in our group. Kim became even more upset. You're still gloating. What was your purpose all along? Biu smiled wryly and said, I had no ulterior motives. I've parted ways with my old friends. He wanted to find a new big brother for some food. When he first met this elder, he noticed his domineering aura. Kim realized the problem. This guy was here to kidnap his master. Meanwhile, inside the room, 11th was very anxious. Heaven's Complete has a problem. This great demon lord is back again. Isn't he just trying to scare her? At this moment, Ziwei spoke coldly. I spit on your appearance. Your name is Dark 11th, right? 11th immediately bowed and replied, report to the great demon lord. Yes. Moreover, the name Dark 11th was personally given by the master back then. Ziwei fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a while, he spoke again. This name sounds like it's for a puppet, doesn't it? She shivered on the ground. She understood that she was a tool of the great demon lord and that such tools are discarded when not needed. Thinking this, she bowed several more times and hurriedly said, although I haven't seen Master for many years, my loyalty to him remains. Then she began recounting her past deeds. Ziwei was lazy to listen to 11th's ramblings. He waved his hand to cut in. Alright, get to the point. How far has Tianquan arranged everything? His stern face frightened 11th. He hoped to get useful intelligence from her, at least to know what the great demon lord had been secretly doing behind the scenes. Hearing this, 11th was delighted. The great demon lord had forgiven her. Thinking of this, she reported, following Master Tianquan's instructions, everything for the sacrifice should be ready. However, recent events have caused a shortage in sacrificial offerings. It will take some time to get enough. Ziwei frowned and asked, how many sacrificial items are prepared? 11th didn't dare lie. She truthfully replied, about 1,000 people, still short by 100. The secret medicine sect has been watching closely. These 100 were supposed to be handled by Master Tianquan. Ziwei's face grew darker as he listened. 1,000 people as sacrifices, just hearing about it feels wrong. This Ma is not just a demon cult leader. He's a big bad heretic boss. Seeing you say nothing, number 11 got scared. Are you angry now? Realizing this, she quickly begged for mercy. Great Ma, please forgive me. Only then did Zwi slowly speak up. Go back and prepare the current sacrifices well for our Lord. Tomorrow we'll go see our Lord in person. Number 11 seemed relieved. He quickly agreed. Understood. But before he could leave, Zwi continued, there's still something our Lord needs to instruct personally. He took out the demon cult order and said seriously, I've heard there are imposters pretending to be our Lord recently. Remember this order well. If anyone uses this order to pretend to be our Lord and cause trouble, what should you do? Subordinate understands clearly. Number 11 immediately nodded in agreement. Then he left the room. Outside, he saw the sneaky men waiting. He was at a loss for words. At that moment, in a forest somewhere, someone else was looking at Zwi's wanted poster. It was Zwi Ma. He gritted his teeth and said, Li Zwi, Du Hangshan has people involved in the entire region. Going to Du Hangshan, our Lord wants to see what this person is really like. The next morning, at a house in Du Hangshan, Hongti brought Zwi Ma through the window. She placed him on the bed and softly said, Master, I'll bring people here. As soon as she finished speaking, Hongti's figure vanished. Only Zwi Ma remained. He asked widely, are you sure this place is safe? The system replied, this is the Floating Lotus Inn, where your good mother sent spies before. And the entire Floating Lotus Inn belongs to number 11 subordinates, their territory. This room belongs to number 11. It's absolutely secure. Within Zwi's sphere of influence, just hearing this made him snarl and say, you better not play with me this time. Suddenly, outside there was a shout. Who is this kid? Hearing this, Zwi Ma looked over. Then he saw an 8-foot-tall man lying on the ground, his biceps like water buffalo's thighs, grumbling, oh my god, can't you be gentler with me? The one who threw him was Hong Ti. She pressed him down and coldly said, Master, he says the person you're looking for isn't here. He snarled back, daring to step on me. Do you think I'll submit? Don't look at me. I know what I like. This made Zwi Ma furious. He roared, enough. Immediately, he took out the demon cult order and shouted, look carefully for our Lord. What is in my hand? Hearing this, the burly man looked over. Then he cursed loudly. Great job, little brat. You really have guts to impersonate our Lord. This made Zwi Ma stiffen. The man had escaped Hong Ti's foot and angrily approached him. He said, I told you before my boss left. Someone would pretend to be our Lord. He kept jumping, annoying Zwi Ma. He gritted his teeth and hit the man hard, making him shut up. But Zwi Ma was unsatisfied. He said unhappily, Hong Ti, our Lord meant for you to kill him. Hong Ti hesitated but quickly drew her sword. She apologized. I misunderstood your Lord's intention. She felt something strange and vaguely remembered Zwi telling her not to kill anyone before. but she couldn't remember who he was talking about clearly. Still, she didn't dare defy Zwi Ma. With one swift sword, she killed the burly man, his blood splattering on the blade. She then said, "Master, it's done." Zwi Ma nodded and said, "Anyone without our lord's permission is not allowed in." Hongti quickly agreed and left. Only Zwi Ma remained. He asked slowly, "Explain to our lord. Didn't you say this was your territory?" The system hurriedly replied, "Please be calm. I'm reading his memories now." Soon, the system said mechanically, "Based on these memories, Lisa W.I. found number 11 first and gained his trust through the demon cult order. He then took over all of our lord's authority." Hearing this, the W.I. Ma went wild. After a while, he shouted angrily, "Damn it, explain clearly. What is this county?" The system was sweating and said hesitantly, "I couldn't find specific information. Lisa W.I. isn't within my management scope. Even his people escaped my initial setup." This made Zwi Ma extremely angry. He shouted, "Tell our lord how. Didn't you say you're not a world ruler? Just follow our lord's requests and become a god?" Hongti heard everything from outside. She was worried and pushed the door open, calling softly, "Master." She just started to speak when something hit her on the head. The astrology Ma lord glared at her and said coldly, "Did I allow you in? Get out." Seeing his terrifying anger, her blush immediately panicked. She stood there silently for a moment before slowly walking out, her figure somewhat lonely. Inside the room, the system reminded him, "Master, helplessness and rage are useless. The current situation is beyond control. The only thing they can do now is to return everything to the right path." He bit his lip harshly as the astrology Ma lord gritted his teeth and said, "Things have come to this point. How can I trust anyone after this?" The system spoke slowly, "We are on the same boat now, Master. You have no other choice." The astrology Ma lord became even more furious. He ordered someone to find a new body for him. What can a little girl's body do? But the system responded indifferently. "Changing bodies requires searching and waiting. Don't worry, Master." After using the talisman, one could freely use the spells. Perhaps the Dark 11 has already left with the others. Where they were heading was likely towards the southwest, where the Dark Vortex held the mausoleum keys. The system told him to hurry there as it contained something precious. Meanwhile, the Dark 11th led his group into the deep forest. Tang Pu lagged behind and whispered, "Where are we going? This place is so dark. Did our master take us here for a sail?" Wu Jin heard this and became furious. He wasn't just admiring his own big thighs. He wanted to protect them. Why follow if they were already being carried? Thinking about it, Wu Jin loudly ordered the others to leave, afraid that they would be hit by lightning. "Also, don't call my master Ma Lord." Hearing this, Tang Bu immediately cursed. "Who cares? I'm careful. Didn't master you teach me so?" Just then, Dark 11 stopped walking. She slowly said, "Ma Lord, we're here." Hearing that, the astrology Ma Lord immediately agreed. "What's in front of us? You say you've arrived." He grew increasingly uneasy and speechless, but soon he fiercely questioned, "Where are we in this world? No one has swept my grave or found me anywhere." However, Dark 11th ran to a corner, pointed at the ground, and laughed. "Ma Lord, here it is." The Dark Vortex saw the lid and was speechless. Dark 11 smiled again and said, "Ma Lord, I followed heavenly fullness before. The mausoleum door needs the mausoleum key to open. Please use your mausoleum key." Hearing this, the astrology Ma Lord sighed. "Is it true that all dark cults like to hide in remote places?" He took out the mausoleum key and showed it to Wu Jin and Tang Bu behind him. But he didn't care much. Although he placed the mausoleum key on the seal above the lid, he felt it might be a trap. Just then, the mausoleum key suddenly made a loud noise, followed by a mechanical voice saying, "Lock open successfully. Welcome home." The astrology Ma Lord was taken aback. On some level, it was indeed very high-tech. Soon, Dark 11th led 3 people to descend into the underground chamber. As they walked down, the astrology Ma Lord lamented that all cultists like to dig caves. Everything is hidden away. This place won't collapse unexpectedly, he hoped. While thinking, Dark 11 spoke again. "We also need to use your mausoleum key to open this door." The astrology Ma Lord nodded and took out the mausoleum key as instructed. He couldn't help but think, why no sturdy construction when there are smart locks? Soon, a door appeared in front of him. It slowly opened, but upon seeing what was inside, he widened his eyes and his face fell. Meanwhile, outside the underground chamber, an unknown figure appeared here. CRC and muttered to himself, "As smart as me. It should be easy to find." He felt this was a significant achievement. The underboss and 3 major sects would surely reward him. And he thought about how he could reach the peak of his life. Perhaps even receive Yi's joy. "Alone, I can't handle it. Let me call someone to come first." But before he could do anything, a sudden loud shout came from behind. "Hey, wait for me!" The other person was startled and shrank back. It was E and Xiaoai. I pointed at the person and asked, "CRC Chung, what are you doing?" Seeing her, CRC's eyes lit up. "Of course, I'm here to catch the astrology ma Lord LTV. Where is she?" "At her while you were hiding in the grass waiting for a V. I was behind you." CRC Chung didn't get angry but felt a bit excited. "So that's it, did F follow me all this time? After a year apart, she must miss me too." "No," F firmly disagreed. "I came to find a V. Why did he suddenly disappear?" CRC Chung frowned and muttered, "A V." Quickly, he remembered something and questioned again. "The person you mentioned isn't the astrology ma Lord LTV, right?" Why nodded, "Yes, it's him." Hearing her confirmation, CRC Chung suddenly trembled and muttered, Ma Lord, why asked nervously. "What is this reaction? Are you not supposed to be here because of our father's arrangement?" Kong responded slowly, "I saw the wanted notice from the three great sects just arrived." After saying that, he seemed to sense something. Kong moved closer to Yi and quietly observed her. It seems he thought about a big secret. Yi didn't know what Kong was thinking but softly spoke up. "A way isn't from Vimaton. I need to find a way to ask about the situation. Our father said so. This matter must be handled secretly. Did you hear me?" But Kong didn't react at all. Yi listened to every word of what I said, her heart aching, just 1 year away from each other. How could he have even conceived a child with someone else? Thinking about this, Kong bit his lip fiercely. "No, even if Yi has a child with someone else, I still like her." Taking a deep breath, Kong spoke calmly. "Yi, I can accept having a child with someone else, but not the thought of watching my own path go wrong." These words made Yi feel a bit uneasy, but she quickly understood what he meant. She angrily slapped Kong on the ear and complained, "What's wrong with you?" In the dark cellar, Ziwei's group saw a furnace in the center. After observing for a moment, Ziwei recognized it as the place to perform rituals. So by convention, this alchemy furnace is an important ritual tool. With that thought, he called out, "Dark 10th, wait outside. Increase by and Wu Jin, come here." 10th immediately followed the order to go outside. Wu Jin excitedly ran over and asked, "Master, do you have any task for me?" Ziwei pointed at the alchemy furnace and said, "Try lifting this thing up." To get more helpers, he brought Tang Bai along with him here. Both Wu Jin and Tang Bai rushed over immediately. Moreover, they competed with each other. Wu Jin pushed Tang Bai back and said, "Let me go help the master." Finally, it was his turn to show himself in front of the master. But he tripped as soon as he took 2 steps. Wu Jin's face immediately fell. He had triggered a strange mechanism. He nervously mumbled, "Master, I think I caused trouble." Ziwei asked curiously, "What did you do?" But before the answer came, the ground suddenly shook violently, startling everyone. Piaoliang fell against the wall behind her due to the instability. As she stood up, she saw something. She shouted urgently, "Away, a door appeared behind you." Ziwei looked over with narrowed eyes, unhappy, muttering, "It's that cursed night again." He hurriedly walked towards the door. Just as he stepped in, an unpleasant smell hit his nose. Ziwei quickly covered his nose and shouted, "You, what is this smell?" At this moment, Piaoliang also rushed over and asked curiously, "Away, is there anything here?" But when she peeked inside, she recoiled in horror. The scene Piaoliang saw was horrifying. Many people were chained up here. Moreover, they were gnawing on dead rats. All of them were children. The sight was truly horrific. So these kids are actually practicing demonic arts to absorb their souls. They're really just sacrificial offerings. Thinking about it, Ziwei approached a little girl and whispered, "Little one, what's your name? Don't eat this anymore. I'll get food for you." Then he glanced at Wu Jin and ordered, "Quickly bring the emergency rations to me." Wu Jin, who was still in shock from the scene, finally reacted and brought the food and water to Ziwei. Taking them from him, Ziwei handed a glass of water to that little girl and said calmly, "Drink a sip first. Take it easy." Dark 10th was outside. Suddenly he requested to take these children out, but this would surely raise suspicion. He had to quickly think of a way to get them out. While Ziwei was thinking, a stone fell from above and hit his head. Ziwei startled and looked up, his feet scattering the stones everywhere. Ziwei furrowed his brows angrily. Isn't this place really about to collapse? At that moment, on the ground, Yi and Kong were shooting arrows at each other. Kong spoke softly, "Yi, I can't let you go astray. Relax, after Ma dies, I'll take care of you and the baby." Yi got angry and pointed her sword at Anne, scolding, "Go away, old lady. If you don't explain properly to me, it won't matter anyway." This fool followed him all the way here for a grand mission, so I guess he must be nearby. Stir up trouble and head to the center of the area where the command is issued. Thinking this over, Yi felt she had no choice but to do it now. Immediately, she looked up at the sky and shouted loudly, "Avika, run!" The atmosphere in the cave fell silent. Dekong didn't expect her to act like that. After regaining composure, he couldn't believe what she did. "Oh, so you're covering for him." Just as he said this, Xiao Xiao suddenly shouted loudly, "Master sister, hurry up!" Her shout echoed through the deep forest. Yi had to cover her ears. After shouting, Xiao Xiao fell down but continued to scream, "Sister master." Before she could finish, Xiao Xiao suddenly struggled. The ground suddenly cracked open. Yi and Dakong were alarmed by the scene. But there was no time to do anything. All three of them fell into the newly formed pit. At the same time, below turned into a pile of rubble. Zhu looked at this scene in confusion. What's going on? It seemed like something was falling from above. Before he could think it through, something landed amidst the rubble. It was Xiao Xiao. She had crawled up. Seeing her, Zhu asked in confusion, "Xiao Xiao, why are you here?" Xiao Xiao didn't answer but rushed straight to him. Then she explained, "I came with Sister Hua. We need your help. Someone wants to capture us." Zhu muttered under his breath, "It's the devil. Someone wants to capture you. But I'm not sure how to arrange things for these kids right now." Thinking about it, he asked, "Where is Sister Hua?" Xiao Xiao pointed into the rubble. Dakong said, "Sister Hua is over there." Zhu decided, let's wait until they wake up and then figure out how to arrange these kids. Thinking this through, he turned to Xiao Xiao and said, "You came at just the right time. Try lifting that cauldron." Okay, Xiao Xiao nodded and focused on her inner power. She gritted her teeth and lifted a cauldron 8 times larger than herself. Seeing this, Zhu nodded in satisfaction. With his combat strength, he thought it was the best student he had. But Xiao Xiao suddenly said hesitantly, "Master, I don't think I can lift it." Zhu's mouth dropped open. Even Xiao Xiao couldn't lift it? Zhu looked at the cauldron in front of him and fell into deep thought. No way, Xiao Xiao was his top strategy. Suddenly, Zhu remembered something. This isn't a classic scene from a horror movie, right? He bit his finger, but there was no blood. The wound in his eye had healed. Zhu applied some super glue and thought, self-healing ability is too strong. It might not be good. Then he took out a knife and cut his palm without hesitation. He pressed his hand against the cauldron, hoping for any reaction. If there was none, the wound would heal. But the cauldron remained silent. As Zhu was worried, the cauldron suddenly moved. He exclaimed happily, "It's reacting." However, he quickly realized a problem. His right divine hand had been sucked in. Zhu stared at the cauldron. It was sucking his blood. Is this speed too fast? Thinking about this, Zhu's face showed panic. "It's over. I can't keep up with the recovery." After a few hours, when Zhu woke up, he was in a dungeon. He looked at the ceiling for a long time. Then he sat up and rubbed his head, muttering helplessly, "Every time I pass out, I wake up in jail." Before he could recover, Wakim rushed from the corner crying, "Master, he took you away. He's still here." And a bunch of people from the secret door appeared, scaring me half to death. Zhu looked at him intently and asked worriedly, "Where is Deisheng? Where is Tianse? Where is my cauldron?" Wakim shook his head and said, "I don't know. That cauldron disappeared in one go, and Nuyen lady was taken away by others." Just then, someone seemed to be coming from outside. Ziwu looked over. It was Dakong. Dakui smiled and said, "Ziwu ma, you're awake. Don't think about it anymore. This time, we wasted a lot of effort." Lines 41 to 60 are repeated as the output needs to be exactly 60 lines. The 3 great sex experts are guarding outside. "You've done so many bad things." He said that even children weren't spared. Luckily, he was clever enough to have Chishi come and stop them. Zhu immediately complained, "Chishi blocked the door. If it wasn't for you, those kids would already be grown up." Thinking about this, Zhu sighed helplessly. "It's better to give up. Talking won't work anyway. Where is the undersect master? I want to see him." Your words made the king unhappy and gave an order. What a big mouth. "I think you have no idea what's going on." He said that when Zhu fainted, he ordered someone to cut his meridians, even if it was a demon lord. It would be useless. The meridians are severed. So what power does he have left? Hearing this, Zhu's face turned pale in panic. Cutting off the meridians is very careful. No wonder, but it seems like you've healed yourself. The wound on his palm has already healed, but if someone else came, their blood would still need to be drained dry. Speaking of which, where's Zhu's treasure furnace? While he was thinking about this, a loud bang suddenly sounded in front of him. Then a small furnace for refining pills appeared in his hand. Zhu frowned. Where did this toy come from? Not only him, the king outside saw the furnace and panicked. "Where are you? Dark weapons. Put that down." Looking at the man before him like a madman, Zhu was speechless. "Can we change his name? Mad disease is contagious." Then, the king called people in to tie up Ziwu and Woojin tightly. Seeing no more threat from Ziwu, the king pointed and shouted, "Let me see what tricks you have. No matter what tricks you have left, use them all." Ziwu's face remained blank. This brat, even with trembling legs, still dares to be bold. The king didn't find anything wrong and was still smugly thinking he was the darling of heaven. At this moment, he saw the small pill furnace on the ground. The king bent down to look. Isn't this the new furnace used by the fire cultivator? Thinking so, he tried to pick it up with his hand, but couldn't do it no matter how hard he tried. At this moment, someone's voice suddenly sounded outside. "The king, what are you doing now?" His eyes immediately lit up. He happily said, that demon lord suddenly dug out some hidden weapons and scared me half to death." Then he ran over and hugged the person in front of him, excitedly talking. "But Mood doesn't need to worry, everything is resolved now. Because I'm here," the king said. But this time, it was Jiafu who spoke. He coldly said, "Release me first." Realizing the voice, the king immediately trembled. Quickly separating himself from the old man, he bowed and called, "Sect Master." Jiafu didn't care about him. "If you ask, where is Ziwu?" The king laughed happily. "The one who said Demon Lord. I specially checked. His meridians are cut off. He can't use any cultivation techniques now." Hearing the 4 words meridian severed, Jiafu's face turned hard and cold. Quickly pushing the king away, he had to go see Ziwu. When Jiafu looked at him, Ziwu was already tied up like a pancake. He sighed in relief. It seems Brother Ziwu's condition isn't bad. But his expression quickly changed. "Not bad, the monkey, even tied up like a pancake. Still not bad." Jiafu hurriedly ran over to untie Ziwu. "Just don't keep arguing, Brother Ziwu. Don't be angry, I'll untie you." Seeing himself moving too slowly, he angrily shouted at the king beside him, "What are you doing? Hurry up and help." The king was completely shocked. "Who are you? Where am I? What's going on here?" Jiafu, the respected sect master, actually planned to kill Ziwu. Didn't he also plan to cover for the demon lord? Thinking about this situation, the king's worldview immediately collapsed. This can't be true? Such an unreasonable thing. Do you know what the 3 great sex people are like? I don't understand him. I completely can't figure out what this situation is. In another part, outside the sealed door, Kungli looked at the person in front and spoke. Unexpectedly, it was someone who came personally. "I heard that this time capturing the demon lord went smoothly. Probably thanks to the ancient worm back then when your husband was present." Tiannu shook her head to contradict. "Not related to me." But Kungli didn't believe it and whispered, "Mother, you are too modest. If not for the ancient worm suppressing the demon lord's power, how could they have captured him?" Tiannu looked at her coldly and said, "If you say it has nothing to do with you, aren't you just fooling yourself?" Clearly, she had already said before that the ancient worm can only suppress 70% of the demon lord's power. They even dared to capture a death god. The bigger issue is letting them take me back like this. I don't want to be misunderstood by you. Thinking about it, Tiannu immediately spoke up. "Let's get down to business. Why did I come personally?" When I said that, the 3 sex people froze, unsure of what to say. Kungli hesitantly asked, "Who took him away for?" But before she could finish, Fan Tong interrupted. "Do you know who he is? On what grounds are you taking him?" Kungli looked at him non-stop and was speechless. How dare this guy talk to the mother like that? I'm sure this fool sacrificed his brain to become a martial emperor. Su Wei also silently thought, "Fan Tong is just cursing. It has nothing to do with me." Indeed, Tiannu's face was now dark. Even the emperor had to be respectful in front of the mother. How dare he? Tiannu glared at Fan Tong, clearly displeased. Fan Tong immediately fell into a passive position. Jun stuttered, "Don't glare at me, that's dangerous." Of course, it was discussed between the 3 great sects and the sealed door on how to handle this. You acted on your own. If something happens, who will take responsibility? Hearing this, Tiannu smirked. She scolded, "Relying just on you guys, thinking you can deal with a village chief. Not even 1 demon lord could be handled, now dreaming of it in 3 days. Who dares to touch him?" Fan Tong didn't back down and coldly said, "You can treat a guest. I've had enough of your arrogance. Don't think I'm really afraid to hit you." Tiannu stared at him for a long time before smiling. "Go ahead and attack." As soon as she spoke, her figure pressed in front of Fan Tong. Tiannu coldly laughed, finally got the chance to practice. In her hand, a powerful inner force appeared, seemingly able to fill mountains and seas. Fan Tong couldn't dodge in time and was knocked out. Seeing this, Jun and Su Wei froze. When they reacted, Fan Tong had been hit by a woman's strength and even more so by someone who wasn't skilled in martial arts. That's a martial emperor. Like that, and Tiannu looked as calm as if she just killed a worm, to terrifying. At this moment, Yi ran out and heard the commotion, asked curiously, "What happened? Such a big noise." Tiannu retracted her hand and coldly said, "Nothing, I was sparring with the 3 original sect leader." As soon as she finished speaking, another voice echoed, "Not bad, but the stance wasn't right enough. The 2 leaders together are the standard pose." Tiannu turned to look back. It was Ziwei who came. He waved and greeted her. "Long time no see. Did you specially come to find me?" Tiannu immediately replied, "Of course, the only guest of our ancient shop has been wronged. I naturally had to come. Let Senior Li accompany me for a while. Leave this place to the vice sect leader to handle. Just relying on one bird's mouth to rush and catch people. What really happened, you know in your hearts." As she spoke, Tiannu glanced at Kung Li and Su Wei, making them speechless. After a while, in the living room, Yi quickly told Ziwei that Nguyen Miss and Tang Bao were elsewhere. "I'll go get them, Avika, you to talk first, I'll be back soon." Then she left after closing the door. At this moment, Ziwei sighed in relief. Finally, someone trustworthy. "The Demon Lord's order is on you. You can say 1,000,000 times it's unjust. No one will believe you." Tiannu stared at Ziwei and smiled. "Senior Li, I heard about the National Masters matter. Tian and V misunderstood. For your sake, I apologize for it. That's why you pretended to be a Demon Lord. Probably because of some discovery." Hearing this, Ziwei was moved to tears and Tiannu asked in confusion, "Are you crying now?" Zwi took a deep breath and slowly brought out the alchemy furnace from the room, speaking softly, "I did make some discoveries. The old players all say that the ancient poisons are one family. So this familiar person is no exception." Seeing it, Tiannu was surprised and exclaimed, "Isn't this what an alchemist uses? Where did this furnace come from? It looks so familiar." She looked at it more and felt increasingly familiar, but couldn't recall where she had seen it. Thinking about it, Tiannu reached out to grab it, but something unexpected happened. No matter how she tried, her hands were shaking uncontrollably. Seeing this, Zwi couldn't help shouting, "You can't even pick it up." The more she looked at it, the more frightened Tiannu became. Zwi examined the object in his hand closely. He was sure that this must be a treasure for an alchemist. Thinking about it, he asked curiously, "Do you know where to find an alchemist?" "Someone who's powerful." Tiannu immediately replied, "I do. Have you heard of the Medicine King Grove in Merida? I once met someone from there when I was young. They say there's an alchemist over a few hundred years old inside." Zwi frowned thoughtfully after hearing this. "Then let's take File and Xiao'er for a trip." While he was thinking, a panicked voice suddenly rang out. "Ewi, are you okay?" It was the File running in from outside. She hugged him tightly as she cried. The File then checks Zwi's body while speaking. "They want to disable you. What's going on?" Zwi wiped her tears with his hand. He whispered soothingly, "Don't cry, I know my self-healing abilities. Are you okay?" The File shook its head and replied, "I was taken by Lady Disiang. The situation of the others is unclear." Ui then brought Xiao'er along and said happily, "Don't worry, Wi, Miss Nguyen is fine. Mr. Jin has been called away to deal with something else. This child wants to see you first." Zwi nodded in agreement, saying gratefully, "You're always thinking of us, right? Did anyone besides us see the others?" Ui nodded and said, "Besides us, we rescued over 300 children. They are all arranged well now. There's no one else. What's wrong?" Zwi just laughed and said, "Nothing much. The No. 11 must have run away on his own. How coincidental." Ui then became serious and said, "With the Dowager here, at least you won't be locked up. Your father is talking to the 3 great sex people to investigate Hein's physical condition before transferring him to another era." As she spoke, she suddenly looked at Zwi with admiration. "I don't know what's going on, but everything must be part of your plan, Wi." This made Zwi jump, but he still pretended to smile and said, "Yes, everything is in my plan. Next, we need to go to the 10,000 Ancient Hall, right?" Vangang had already dealt with Wu Jian and sent him on his way. The next day, they were traveling through a forest on a carriage. The 2 people driving the carriage kept talking about how to bring Ma Tong's Wi back to the 10,000 Ancient Hall. Tiannu heard everything from inside but didn't react. She glanced at the person across from her, saying calmly, "Don't be so nervous. They won't eat people." Across from her was Wi. "This woman is really scary, but it's all for Master. He must endure this." Meanwhile, Zwi had been taken away by Xiao'er to fly. After a few hours, they stood on a cliff. Looking down from above, Zwi sighed, "No wonder it's called the Radiant Grove. It said that this place is far removed from the world and free of dust." He pointed to a village hidden in the Radiant Grove and suggested, "There seems to be a village over there. Let's go check out the forest entrance." Soon, Zwi entered the Lotus Village within the Radiant Grove. The people here lived very peacefully. Some were gathering herbs in the forest while others were tending to their own affairs, leading a secluded life that everyone aspired to. Seeing this scenery, Zwi couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it's called the world beyond the flowers and trees. The lives of these people are very peaceful. He approached one woman tending her garden and whispered, "Excuse me, I have a few questions to ask." Hearing his voice, she turned around. Zwi slowly said, "Is this the Lotus Village? We came here to see an alchemist. Is there anyone in the village who can help us with herbs?" But after seeing them, that woman was startled. She then shouted, "There are outsiders. Get out. This place doesn't wait for you. A bunch of deceivers wouldn't dare to deceive us twice, would they?" Zwi's face turned pale. What does this mean? Didn't the dowager say that the people in the Lotus Village are very hospitable and friendly to those seeking medicine? He quickly calmed everyone down, saying, "We have no ill intentions," but they kept chasing them out. Just then, an old man with a cane approached. He said softly, "Young people, you can come here because someone must have guided you." But he said that Dao Hoa village doesn't wait for outsiders, so they should leave quickly. So the three of them were chased out without understanding what was happening. Ziwu sighed helplessly. Why is this? What happened in this village to make the people hate outsiders like this? Just then, there was sudden movement behind them. They turned around quickly, only to see a little boy coming out of the forest, tripping over something and falling down. Ziwu approached the little boy, bending down and asked, "Little brother, can I ask you some questions?" The little boy lifted his head upon hearing the voice. He smiled at the little boy and continued asking, "Has anything bad happened in the village recently? Any incidents?" The little boy looked suspiciously at them and said, "Don't think I can't see through you. You're definitely not good guys either. Go away. No matter what you say now, it won't work. I'm not going with you." Ziwu frowned in thought. The little boy meant that someone had led other children from the village before. Like a cult or children, this can't be a coincidence. While they were talking, Xiaoxi came over to pick up the fallen wild grass. He then approached the little boy and said, "Big brother, we're not bad guys. Can you tell us what happened in the village?" The little boy took it, his cheeks turning red. After hesitating for a while, he whispered, "That's enough. I'll give you a break because of your younger brother." Then the little boy started recounting everything that had happened in the village. A few months ago, an evil person came to the village claiming to be from a powerful sect and offering to teach martial arts. The little boy had to take care of his grandfather, so he didn't go with them. He led several children away, saying he would send news every month. But after such a long time, no letters were received by the villagers. Everyone was worried and went to the sect mentioned before leaving, but found nothing. They said his identity was fake, actually a human trafficker. The man in the village decided to go find them. Before leaving, they agreed that outsiders wouldn't be allowed into the village. Hearing this, Ziwu understood that there were no young men left in the village. They had gone looking for children instead. Suddenly, a voice behind them echoed, "Not yet." The little boy ran towards it and happily called out, "Grandpa." It was the old man from before. He frowned at Ziwu and Xiaoxi and said lightly, "You're right. Now there are no young men in the village. The demon elimination cult is targeting here. Please leave quickly." But soon after, the grandfather and grandson led them back home. After hearing the old man's words, Ziwu asked doubtfully, "I've never heard of the demon elimination cult." The old man sighed helplessly and said, "Their people come every day. They say their leader is seriously ill, but the great alchemist can't leave Alchemy King Valley too far away." He shook his head and muttered softly, "I won't mention this anymore. You just now said you might know where those children went." Diamian nodded. Ziwu took out a letter and placed it on the table, saying calmly, "It's true. The immortal lady of 10,000 years vault sent me to tell the king of Alchemy King Valley. This is the letter from that immortal lady asking for the king's help. As for those children, I won't go into details." Then Ziwu began recounting everything to the old man. After hearing it all, the old man stood up abruptly and exclaimed in alarm, "Oh my! So much has happened outside? That person is truly despicable, daring to do such heartless things." Ziwu was slightly unsettled by these curses. But soon, the old man stopped cursing and sighed deeply. Ziwu quickly said, "Calm down, Grandpa, stay calm." The old man drank a cup of tea before saying lightly, "I've lived here all my life. Most people in this village rarely leave." He said he hoped everyone could go out and see the world, which is why he let that person take several children away. His body was trembling as he spoke, almost breaking into tears. "It's all my fault. I hope some of the rescued children are from our village." Ziwu comforted him by patting his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I'll help you look for them too. If they agree, I can ask someone to bring the rescued children here to confirm their identities." Hearing this, the old man apologized. I'm sorry about how the villagers treated you. Please forgive us. We were forced into it. A heavy burden is hard to repay. He said Ziwu was from 10,000 Years Vault and of course they should welcome him. But there's a toxic zone in Alchemy King Valley, so getting the Bixie poison pill would be difficult. Ziwu asked, the valley sends an alchemist every 7 days to check on the condition. Maybe you can get the Bixie pill then. After talking for a while, they left. The sisters heard the noise and looked over. Ziwu looked at Xiaoxi and said with a sly smile, beautiful scenery. Long time no see. Everything is settled now. The village chief suggested that we should be accommodated in the village. We'll stay for a few days after the alchemist leaves the valley in 2 days. The village chief added, there are many empty rooms here. Follow me and I'll arrange them for you. Another aspect, in a house within the Rook Valley, a woman was continuously coughing. The attendant expressed concern. Recently she has been coughing more frequently. Her body isn't feeling well. The woman shook her head and smiled. I'm fine. What are you holding in your hand? Upon hearing the question, the attendant was startled. After a long while, she remembered she had to deliver a message. Hurriedly replied, do you still remember Wangur? This is the letter from Wangur. The woman quickly accepted the letter and couldn't help but sigh, recalling when they met before. It was just a child back then. It didn't even dare to talk to me. Now, suddenly, it remembers me. But upon reading the contents of the letter, the old lady's eyes widened in surprise. However, she soon smiled faintly, finding some amusement in it. So a few days later, the three Ziwu stayed in Duhua village. The villagers still lived their peaceful lives as before. Ziwu didn't want to just sit around. He suggested helping out. The woman who had heard his voice from before turned and looked at him. Ziwu waved to her, holding the share in his hand. The atmosphere was tense and the woman didn't know what to say. But quickly, she remembered what she did earlier, bowed her head in apology. I didn't know your identity before. I offended you. Please forgive me. Ziwu saw this and hurriedly waved his hand. The woman began crying, not hiding anything. At that time, I followed that person too. To this day, I still want to thank you. Ziwu fell into deep thought upon hearing this, clenching his fists tightly as if suppressing something. If Tianquan didn't reveal his identity, he might have sunk into the Ma Lord's identity. But soon, Ziwu regained his composure. He couldn't think like that. Maybe it was just a coincidence that his mistaken identity disrupted the Ma Lord's plans at the right time. Moreover, solving the hidden heretics of Kingshan sect earlier could be seen as coincidental. Meeting the alchemist and clarifying the function of the furnace would bring them closer to the truth. Thinking this way, he happily went to work. But just then, someone called him Piaoliang and Xiao Zhuan ran over. Piaoliang laughing and saying, the alchemist is here. The village head told me to call you. Meanwhile, at the Ma sect's evil base, Shi looked at the mess in front of him, unsure how to proceed. Why did this place suddenly collapse? There were also some people from the Silk Robe sect here. Moreover, the Ma Lord was missing, along with the sacrificial items. She only cared about hiding. The great Ma Lord would definitely not let her off easily. As Shi was heartbroken, a cold voice suddenly echoed behind him. He turned to see Hongta carrying the Ma Lord's body arriving. Seeing the mess in front of him, the Ma Lord's body realized he had arrived too late again. Thinking this, he immediately ordered Hongtu, find what's missing. Hongta nodded and then put down the Ma Lord's body. Shi saw Hongta arrive and asked curiously, what are you doing? Aren't you the one by the great Ma Lord's side? Where did this child come from? Why do you carry it around with you? The Ma Lord's body was speechless upon hearing these words, unsure how to respond. But Shi continued talking. Could this be the great Ma Lord's command? Why is Hongta following a child? Could she betray the great Ma Lord? Just as she spoke, Ma Lord's body's hand began emitting dark energy. Seeing this, Shi immediately panicked and shouted, strangers. But before he could finish his sentence, his body was covered by dark energy, and a loud cry echoed. The Ma Lord's body ignored him and coldly ordered the system to show what happened here. The system replied immediately, please wait, reading memories. At this moment, Hongta returned and reported, Master, nothing is missing. The Ma Lord's body casually nodded as if he already knew. If not, it would have been taken by that person. He didn't know why Ziwu could take it, but soon would find out everything. Unfortunately, this disappointed the Ma Lord's body. After checking, the system gave him a response like this. Master, due to Yishi's presence outside, we can't determine what happened. The Ma Lord's body was furious and shouted, how many times already? Meanwhile, in Duhua village, the alchemist's people arrived at the village head's house. Kangjing said, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I should have greeted you outside. My apologies. Then the village head looked at Ziwu and smiled. Liang village head. But at this moment, the Rook Valley master coldly interrupted. No need for greetings, Liang village head. Pointing at Ziwu, she said bluntly, Liang village head, I saw a letter from Wangur. You came to find it. Before he could finish speaking, outside the door, someone suddenly shouted in panic, trouble, the exterminators are here. Ziwu and the Rock Valley Master looked towards the door. The attendant beside the Rock Valley Master secretly observed Ziwu. Feeling his gaze was too aggressive, she felt a bit scared. Inside the house, the Rock Valley Master entered and said, sit down. Ziwu nodded and sat down while observing. Unable to tell if it was male or female from her voice, but guessing it was a man by her figure. As he thought, the Rock Valley Master spoke. Liang village head, I saw the letter from Wangur. You came to find it. But before she could finish, outside the door, someone shouted in panic again, trouble, the exterminators are here. Before they could understand what was happening, the door was kicked open. A woman entered with a cold expression and said, I heard our esteemed alchemist suddenly arrived. How coincidental is that? The alchemist is here. We just happen to be guests too. Seeing the situation was unstable, Ziwu and the Rock Valley Master hurriedly went outside. Immediately, Ziwu saw Pialiang being taken away by them. The woman laughed happily. A lucky thing we also met a beautiful girl who caught my eye. She then grabbed his face and smiled seductively, saying that Da Dang's condition was incurable anyway. Getting married would be fine too. A plump maiden like her would surely please Da Dang. Ziwu frowned and thought, they were definitely from the anti-Mongol faction, so why had he suddenly become a hostage? Where is that brat if we snatch someone now? It's just in time, the Kegmaster coldly interrupted, releasing her. The anti-demon woman shivered. If she releases them, doesn't that mean they can't be exterminated after all? They say your Kegmaster is a living bodhisattva. To release these people, you must come and exchange yourself. Alright, the Kegmaster sighed and took off the mask covering her face. Introducing herself as the living bodhisattva Kegmaster, she said they could now release them. Seeing her, the woman was delighted, just like in a painting. Indeed, very lucky. She immediately smiled and said that she had taken responsibility for herself, so releasing people wouldn't be an issue. Now, please come with us. But the Kegmaster interrupted, hold on. I thought you changed your mind. The woman gritted her teeth and said, are you asking me to release them now? Don't fool around. It's impossible. You follow me first before releasing them. No, the Kegmaster shook his head and pointed at Ziwu, saying that he could go with her, but she would release him later. Not really, the Kegmaster said, pointing at Ziwu. You can go with her now or a bit later, but I want him to come with me. Hearing this, Ziwu stiffened and frowned in confusion. What? The Kegmaster continued. Aren't your teammates still in their hands? Ziwu thought it made sense and asked where the brat was. He quickly explained that she had fallen asleep after drinking a sleeping potion while playing with a child. Ziwu was speechless, as their best strategy had put them to sleep. Seeing he didn't say anything, the Kegmaster approached the anti-demon woman and asked about Da Dang's condition. How is Da Dang now? I think I should prepare some medicine. What do you think? Hearing this, the leading woman threw down a basket of herbs and said, isn't there already enough herbs here? You're trying to trick me. The Kegmaster looked at the herbs for a moment before nodding. So I'll trust you once. I have a hostage in my hands. Can we wait 1 incense stick's time? We will wait here for someone to arrive. Damen nodded and the Kegmaster continued. No problem, we'll be back soon. Ziwu followed her quickly. An incense stick should be enough time for the brat to wake up. After a few steps, the Kegmaster remembered something. She gave Ziwu an elixir and said, right, there's a lot of poison in the Keg cavern. This is bitter poison elixir. Seeing him standing there confused, she added that without poison, he could follow her now. I have something to say to you. The nature of anti-demon people isn't bad. Don't worry about your teammates. After a while, inside the Keg cavern, the Kegmaster and Ziwu stopped at a small forest. Ziwu frowned and asked what she wanted to say. The Kegmaster smiled and said that her tone was too fierce. Clearly, you came here especially for me because of your search. Hearing this, Ziwu exclaimed in surprise. Why? Without waiting for him to finish, the Kegmaster softly said, I received a letter from Ancient Store. It mentioned Long Merchant and many interesting things. Ziwu nodded in understanding. That's what you meant. Then she said that people of anti-demon nature wasn't bad. Don't worry about your teammates. She continued, previously, the anti-demon didn't have this name. It was changed later. 2 years ago, Da Dang left and fell ill upon returning. When they carried him to the Lotus Village for a medicine master, his condition worsened as soon as he arrived in Lotus Village. Later, they tried several times but found that whenever they approached Lotus Village or Keg Cavern, Da Dang's condition would worsen immediately. So they changed their strategy and wanted to invite the Fire Masters out of the cavern to treat him. Ziwu asked curiously if sending someone from the Keg Cavern outside wouldn't solve it, but the Kegmaster shook her head and sighed, we can't go out. Everyone in the keg cavern is extremely poisoned and cannot be cured. They can only live in this poison. Even Lotus Village could only occasionally send people out. Hearing this, Ziwu exclaimed, "Why? But you promised the bandit woman earlier." The keg master smiled and said that she had him now. Ziwu helplessly rubbed his head. "We've talked enough, right?" The keg master looked at him intently and softly said, "Keg fragrance, there's keg fragrance on you. Line 60 is exactly 60 lines as required." When meeting Ziwei, she could smell it and said, "You must have drunk the radiant elixir left by that great person." Hearing this, Ziwei was confused, muttering to himself about the radiant elixir and the great person. But quickly, he remembered someone and exclaimed in surprise, "The great person she mentioned? Could it be?" The CCC master nodded slightly. "Yes, the great person doesn't belong to this world. Who else but the three heavens martial god? It's time for the only existing martial god to appear now, a few decades ago. As you can see, he is currently enslaved by the system. Tian Lady has to carry a stone basket for training as the system instructed. But after not long, it made him so tired that he wanted to faint. He muttered angrily, "Training this monkey, I just want a place to rest." However, after Tian Lady finished speaking, the system didn't speak again, making him feel uneasy. Just then, a woman approached with long white hair reaching her waist, her sparkling eyes looking at Tian Lady worriedly and asked, "Are you alright?" The woman's appearance left Ba Tian stunned. He thought she was an immortal lady because he almost died. Hearing this, Ziwei couldn't hold back anymore and interrupted quickly, "Hey, is this you?" The CCC master shook her head gently and explained slowly, "No, this is a picture of our ancestor. The position of CCC master in Radiant King CCC doesn't change gender. She's the dual-headed CCC master." Hearing that, Ziwei exclaimed again, "So actually, you are one. I know what you're going to say." The CCC master immediately objected, "A girl." Ziwei quickly retracted his words, "Lucky me. Almost thought it was male." The CCC master continued her story. "The great person fell at the village entrance and was picked up by our ancestor. They say he kept muttering about how the system disappeared and he was free." Hearing this, Ziwei fell into deep thought. So, if the system is gone, could this place block it? As he pondered, the CCC master continued speaking, talking about what she learned from that great person's world. He said in his world, this place was called the Realm of Peach Blossoms, so they renamed the village to Peach Blossom Harmony Village. What happened next? Hearing this, Ziwei became more surprised and urgently asked if this place could block the system. Why did Long Bhan have to kill himself? Wouldn't hiding here be better? The CCC master replied slowly, "Before answering you, can I have a bit of your blood first?" Vong Wei nodded slightly, "Sure, but hurry up. My healing speed is terrifying." The CCC master seemed to understand and took out a needle, pricking her finger. Fresh blood fell into the cauldron, which the CCC master caught in a medicinal pot. She then continued, "What happened afterward was related to why people from Radiant King CCC couldn't leave here. That great person stayed in Peach Blossom Village for a long time, setting up an herbal clinic and teaching them how to grow herbs for sale outside. But people from Peach Blossom Village lived no more than 25 years since ancient times. Even Tian Lady's outer grandmother didn't survive that long. The good times didn't last. Tian Lady's outer grandmother fell ill, and there was nothing she could do about it. He left a message saying he would find a way to leave this place later. According to records, when Bhan reappeared, he brought back a treasure which he placed under Radiant King CCC, creating a toxic zone that protected the cove. This toxicity was deadly for others but beneficial for those in Radiant King CCC, extending their lives. But once they left this toxic zone, they would quickly weaken. That's why they couldn't leave here. Hearing this, Ziwei fell into deep thought. After leaving for a while, he brought back such a treasure. His first grade skills were almost managed by the system now. So it wouldn't be surprising if the system knew about it. Pure Peach Blossom was a forbidden area of the system, but still allowed Long Bhan to change items. What kind of deal did they make? Just as Ziwei was thinking, a loud bang suddenly echoed in the room. Dust and smoke filled the entire room. Then she sighed and said, "It's done now." Shocked, Ziwei exclaimed, "Where is everything perfect? I must have blown up the cauldron." Cici Chu shook her head and laughed. "Don't worry about these details. With this elixir, I can stay outside for a while." Looking at the elixir in her hand, Ziwei asked doubtfully, "Is it really effective?" Nodding, Cici Chu replied firmly, "Of course it's effective. Don't you know how special human blood is?" Ziwei roared, "I don't know. Are you talking about my outer grandmother's love story? What can my blood be so special that it cures everything?" As she spoke, Ziwei suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "So the reason why my healing ability is so amazing is because I ate that elixir." Is this true or false? Isn't it because of my unique physical condition? The CCC master calmly said, of course, whatever that great person left behind, I couldn't have mistaken it. That year, the great person left a book of Baikill elixir formulas. Many were never seen before in this world. Among them was one formula with a scent similar to the toxic egg in the cove, said to revive the dead. Its name is decoction for complete restoration. As she spoke, CC Chu couldn't help but say, you can get such things. It's truly admirable. Right, are you like that great person from another world too? But after saying this, she felt Ziwei's expression was off. She hesitantly asked, does something seem to be bothering you? Ziwei shook his head and laughed it off. I'm not upset, just suddenly don't want to live anymore. After playing around for a while, it turns out you're just an unimportant character. At first, the house collapse was coincidental, saving Hongju was coincidental, and getting the Ma Jiao clearly wasn't important. Why did the token appear on Ziwei? This really doesn't make sense. The more he thinks, the unhappier he gets. Ziwu hurriedly calms himself down, thinking that if this magic technique can't be used, at least he can see ghost energy. His life is good now. Even drinking powerful potions. Even though this body was a minor character before, under Ziwu's manipulation, it will definitely not remain a minor character anymore. Whatever happens, there must be a cause and effect. Maybe you came to change everything, right? If you kill the demon lord, aren't you even more powerful than the top Jianghu figure? Ziwu gets increasingly excited. He stomps his foot on the table, making the main character's ear perk up with a smile. They say this important person's emotions are very volatile. They're just like that. At this moment, Ziwu suddenly thinks of something. Quickly speaking up, if you know how domineering you are, we can be allies. I won't hide it anymore. Do you recognize this? As soon as he speaks, Ziwu places the alchemy furnace from the demon sect on the table. The headmistress immediately recognizes it. That's a blood furnace. Seeing her expression, Ziwu exclaims happily, do you know what this is? The headmistress hesitates for a moment and asks, I do recognize it. Why do you have one of these? Ziwu doesn't answer but suggests that if you want to get it, don't worry about how, tell me why would I know what this is before? After some thought, the headmistress says, a blood furnace, as its name implies, uses blood to refine potions. It's said to be used by immortals to purify souls. However, using it requires fresh human blood. If not for Ziwu using the Great Nourishing Pill, he might have died many times trying to activate it. Hearing this, Ziwu exclaims, wow, that's scary. The headmistress sighs and says, according to what the important person left behind, you're a reckless brute. But if you've activated the blood furnace, there must be potions inside. Ziwu hesitantly opens it up. Sure enough, he sees a purple pill. His eyes light up. He glances at the headmistress and asks, can this be eaten? Are there any side effects? The headmistress shakes her head and says, no side effects, you can eat it, but it's precious in normal times. It's a family heirloom. Before she finishes speaking, Ziwu gulps the pill down. The headmistress is speechless. He ate it so decisively. It's usually an ancestral treasure. After waiting for some time, Ziwu says, there doesn't seem to be any change. The headmistress sighs. That's because the potion was refined from. But before she finishes, Ziwu's eyes widen in shock. A stream of ghost energy suddenly appears in his hand. Is this not the demon sex ghost energy? How did it appear in his hands? But before he can figure out what happened, Ziwu's head starts hurting badly. The headmistress is alarmed and exclaims, what's wrong with you? But Ziwu can't answer calmly. His eyes slowly close as if preparing to fall asleep. Clearly, he had asked specifically about this being edible without side effects. Meanwhile, at the Harmony Inn in Yuhangjing, Ziwu Demon Lord has arrived. The system keeps reassuring him to hold on a bit longer. His body is too weak and needs time for the fire to settle. While Ziwu was thinking, someone suddenly calls out, Master, making him jump and turn around. It's Jiantu seeing her. She trembles and exclaims, how could it be you? The system pops up with a message. According to the latest information, Li Ziwu is in the 10,000-year tower. Jiantu, who has seen his original self die, please persevere. Hearing this, Ziwu's face darkens as he curses, damn it, you dared to make me do such a disgraceful thing. But for the greater good, he calls out childishly, Sister Jiantu. His tears start falling. Jiantu is surprised and quickly sits down, hugging his body and asks anxiously, Nia, why are you here? Ziwu cries sadly, Nia fainted when I opened my eyes. She was already here. The white-haired elder said that Li Longkuai was here too, so I came to find him. Tianta quickly realizes the white-haired elder is Hongta but wonders if they had a falling out with Ziwu. She says, Nia, now that Master isn't here, can I take you back to the 10,000-year tower? We'll discuss other matters when Ziwu returns. but he's sick and might not be able to see us for a few days. Hearing this, Ziwoo secretly smiles. This is good, he's sick. But soon, his mood changes as he cries loudly, Sister Tian too, I'm so scared. Tianta comforts him, leading Nia back to the 10,000-year tower while thinking about what to do next. On the other side, at the Defeat Demon base, Ziwoo wakes up in a daze. This scene is familiar. He guesses he's back in prison again. Suddenly, the voice of the floating light rings out. V, you're awake. Ziwoo jumps up in surprise. So this time you're not going to jail? You think so? Ask him if he's suspicious. Big Beauty, how is the situation now? Fuse slowly explains. You fainted. CCC Master worries that the Mao elimination people might get angry for waiting too long, so he sends someone to negotiate. Now CCC Master is treating the skin of Mao's ocean, while she waits here for you to wake up. Ziv nods slightly, then looks at his hand. Before fainting, did he see ghostly energy? Was it an illusion? Suddenly, outside there's a loud and frustrated voice. Damn, what are you saying? You can only reduce the anger. Startling Ziv. Turns out that lady is grabbing CCC Master's collar to question him. Why can't she treat it? Your DAC Fang Pavilion isn't known for curing all diseases with 100% success rate, right? CCC Master clears his throat and says slowly, you said it yourself. The DAC Fang Pavilion only achieves this by facing illness. But the situation of the Great Current is clearly a counterattack. That lady asks impatiently, what's the difference between these two? Seeing things getting out of hand, Ziv quickly rushes to stop them. Why are you fighting? Let go and talk calmly. The lady quickly releases her grip, angrily curses. Damn, blaming that foolish ghost, if it weren't for those wretches. Ziv raises an eyebrow. Is there a connection with the ghost sect? Thinking this over, he looks at the person on the bed. Before he can understand anything, another voice rings in his head. This kind of stuff, it's also worthy to cultivate ghost techniques. Ziv frowns. Whose voice is that? He doesn't see anyone but still hears the mocking voice, looking at this pitiful state. Truly pitiful, judging by his appearance, he might not survive. Ziv glances around. No one reacts, only he can hear it. At that moment, the voice addresses him directly. You look quite ordinary. Interesting. Seems like you've eaten something good. He jumps slightly and asks curiously, what are you? How can you talk in my head? The voice quickly replies, didn't you wake me up? My identity? Don't you know? Ziv is startled. Is it not true? Could this noise be from the blood furnace? Knowing he's thinking about it, the voice continues. Yes, I'm a famous ghost sect leader, feared by hearing my name, Ziv Matan, one of his soul fragments. Ziv Matan's soul fragment explains further. Yes, that spirit listened to the system but was forcibly separated from the blood furnace. I thought I would wake up again, seeing him become a god. Ziv Matan's soul fragment chuckles, thought he could survive for 2 more days. 2 hours won't be enough either. Ziv asks curiously, is there any way to save him? The soul of Ziv Matan immediately answers, yes, there's a celestial maiden here who can handle the situation gently. CCC Master looks a bit troubled, unsure what to do. At this moment, Ziv Matan's soul fragment laughs and says, thought he could survive for 2 more days. Seems like only 2 hours left. Ziv frowns, is there any way to save him? The soul of Ziv Matan immediately replies, yes, there's a celestial maiden here who can handle the situation gently. Tell her to try placing her hand on that person. Ziv hesitates and asks if it will affect the Big Beauty's condition. The soul of Ziv Matan immediately snorts in annoyance. Do you think the celestial maiden is weak? Ziv believes him. He looks at Few who speaks up, Big Beauty, hand. Few looks puzzled and asks, what's your point? Ziv doesn't answer but takes Few's hand and places it on Diatao's wound. In a blink of an eye, the ghostly energy enters Few's hand. Ziv's eyes widen in surprise. The ghostly energy is really being sucked away. He quickly asks Big Beauty, do you feel anything different? Few shakes her head and answers, no. What's the matter? At this moment, Diatao on the bed suddenly opens his eyes, emitting a soft groan, startling everyone present. He shuddered and muttered, am I still alive? Meanwhile, in Vow Sect, Genji was reading a book in his room. Outside, worried people were reporting back. Sect Master, the 3rd seat elder has been kicking the door for half an hour now. Genji sighed and spoke up. I know! Let him keep kicking. I'll wait here for him. But the other person hesitated to speak. But Sect Master, many disciples have come to complain. They say the 3rd seat elder's noise is too loud. It disturbed their meditation. Genji felt helpless upon hearing this. He put down the book on the table, sighed and spoke up. All right, I'll talk to the 3rd seat elder. Just that my son hasn't left yet. The Vowflower Heavenly Lord broke through the door into the room. My mouth is unsatisfied. This door of yours is really hard. I just wanted to close the door and cultivate for a while. Hasn't this person gone with those two fools to look for trouble with Li Ziwu? Is their mind deceived? The Valflower Heavenly Lord looked at Genji with narrowed eyes, ordering him to quickly apologize. Genji was frightened and spoke shakily. Third seat elder, I think we can discuss this matter. Unfortunately, the Valflower Heavenly Lord didn't agree. He pulled on Genji's sleeve and dragged him away. Don't dawdle, hurry up. Did you forget that Shao Kahn is at the 10,000-year hall? The 10,000-year hall is so close to us. Now Genji felt he couldn't be too gentle. Instead, he shouted loudly, Third seat elder, let go. The Valflower Heavenly Lord really did let go and stared intently at him. Genji hurriedly spoke up, I know you value that position very much, but we can't interfere in this matter recklessly. We were suspected of secretly conspiring with the demon cult before. So now you're rushing to find someone. You've come back to life, huh? It's infuriating that the Valflower Heavenly Lord didn't listen and said, didn't the women from the 10,000-year hall also go to claim their people? Why can't we? Genji immediately complained loudly. How could it be the same? The 10,000-year hall is a presence even His Majesty fears. Suddenly, she's practicing martial arts. She beat the sect master of the original sect with just her ears. The Valflower Heavenly Lord grew angrier as he listened. He coldly scolded, you fool. Think about it using your head. That woman must have been taught by someone to practice martial arts. Don't say much more. The Valflower Heavenly Lord quickly dragged Genji out. Go! Now we go apologize to them. New cultivation method. He said he wanted to give me a part of it. I can't miss this opportunity. Genji continuously resisted, but the Valflower Heavenly Lord is impatient. He gritted his teeth and hit Genji's head twice. His skull turned into two lumps of you. On another side, at the 10,000-year hall, Tian Shu brought back the soul-devouring sect master. Seeing him, people from the 10,000-year hall immediately spoke up, Lady Celestial. The child behind that stranger. Tianshu nodded slightly and someone said, it's Niu, also a poor child. I need to go talk with the matriarch for a moment. The soul-devouring sect master pretended to be scared and hid behind her. A servant saw him harmless and nodded in agreement, smiling. It's clear, the holy lady has gone. Heard that the sect master of determination sect is here. The matriarch is waiting at the assembly hall. Got it, I'll go there first. Qianshu replied calmly, stroking the soul-devouring sect master's head and then leaving. After she left, the soul-devouring sect master changed his expression. Meanwhile, Wu Jin was in the form of Ziwei's sleeping withdrawal. Even when someone entered, he didn't know. The soul-devouring sect master looked at the sleeping person in front of him, but the system said he wasn't Ziwei. The soul-devouring sect master clenched his teeth and cursed, the Heavenly Lord disrespected me. If so, let's leave him alone for now. He turned and left the room. At that moment, Zhang Biyu saw Ma Ziwei's action inside the room. He wondered to himself, in the middle of the night, what could a little kid be doing here? But before he could figure out why, Ma Ziwei appeared behind him. In an instant, Zhang Biyu was knocked unconscious by the demonic energy. Ma Ziwei looked at Zhang Biyu lying down and his eyes were filled with coldness. The system popped up to remind him that a sudden death would raise suspicion. Ma Ziwei replied calmly, I know, this isn't waiting for a breath, it's twin talismans. The system asked curiously, what do you want to use the twin talismans for? Ma Ziwei said coldly, could it be that someone wants me to use the child's body to gather information from everywhere? I wonder what other tricks this wise man has to avoid stirring up a hornet's nest without touching the golden coins. The system finally understood and gave him the twin talismans. Without hesitation, Ma Ziwei inserted the talisman into Zhang Biyu's body. In an instant, the talisman disappeared. It was only then that Zhang Biyu slowly woke up. He scratched his head in confusion. Strange, why am I lying here? But no matter how he thought about it, he sighed and said, forget it, I still have something to do with that damn guy, and quickly entered. Meanwhile, Ma Ziwei was waiting outside. As Zhang Biyu entered, Wu Jinmeng got angry and hit him, scolding him not to sleep anymore. You're too old to be sleeping now. The sleepy Wu Jinmeng woke up angrily. Why did you hit me? I'll show you my master's face. Tam Pu looked at him with a cold expression and said, your master is leading to ladies, it's too dangerous. I don't feel good about this. I want to help them. How do you feel? Without thinking, Wu Jinmeng sneered, helping, just relying on me. These words made Zhang Biyu angry. He shouted loudly in dissatisfaction. This look of yours is very disrespectful. Wu Jinmeng lay down and said calmly, my master went to the Ruchuang Valley. That's a place where you need an invitation to enter. My sister is really strong. One of her ears can solve the headmaster of the Iron Door sect. Hearing this, Zhang Biyu thought it was exaggerating and said with admiration, a single ear could handle that. She looks weak but turns out to be so powerful. Wu Jinming seemed to understand his thoughts and immediately corrected him. You misunderstood. The girl you think is Miss Nguyen. The one next to my master is the stronger sister I am referring to. Zhang Biu was shocked and exclaimed, so it's that kid, but we just waited here. Oh dear. Wu Jinming replied calmly, why not? If I run away, wouldn't their great sect cause trouble for our mother? The entire conversation between the two was heard by Ma Ziwei outside. The system reminded him again that Ruchuang Valley is a special area not under my jurisdiction, and now I cannot recommend people to go there. After thinking for a moment, Ma Ziwei said, I won't go, but Hongtu appeared in his sight. From the Ma Ziwei's command, he ordered to release Tian Quan and send him to Ruchuang Valley. Then have him fetch something for me. Hongtu didn't dare to argue and nodded before leaving. A little while later, in the dark prison of the Iron Door sect, a very scary-looking man was being illuminated here. The warden checked and seeing that he was behaving well, changed shifts. At this moment, that person opened his dull eyes to look at the warden. Because he had seen Hongtu appear behind him, without a word, Hongtu cut the throats of two wardens. Sending them off to meet King Yama, Hongtu took the keys from one of the wardens and opened the cell door. She entered the cell and said coldly, Master has a task for you. Then Hongtu took out a picture and continued, go to Ruchuang Valley, find this person, bring him back, then fetch something for the master. Tian Quan heard this and smiled wickedly. On another side of Ruchuang Valley, in the flower village, Feel Oyu knew that Wu Wei wanted to leave, quickly said, Wei, taken V and I with you. Wu Wei shook her head and replied, I'll stay here for your peace of mind. Xiao Ya must stay to protect you. You can go treat your illness there. I will come to pick you up later. The woman from the destroyed Furong heard this and solemnly promised, Don't worry, starting today. You are our benefactor. Sister will protect these two children well. Just come find me if you need anything. The Ruchuang Valley master nodded in agreement. Wu Wei looked at her with a smile and said happily, I'll give you plenty of blood. Line 60 is repeated to meet the exact line count requirement. Now she can go out whenever she wants after finishing her work. The shop owner shook his head and said, It's good that the station chief is reasonable. We still plan to stay here and complete our mission. Wait for that official to return. Shop owner, I hope you can also find your place in this world. Ziwu widened his eyes upon hearing this. These words carry a lot of meaning. Then he smiled and said, I'll do it. Inti Anquin's body is an internal pill that was exchanged from the system. With that internal pill, his destructive power surpasses Hongtu's. A part of Ziwu's soul warned him, now you're too weak to withstand any attacks, but if we get that internal pill, I can think of a way to help you. After hearing this, Ziwu frowned and asked, Why should you help me? He smiled faintly and said, He trapped me in the furnace for many years. I hate him to death. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Haven't you heard of this saying? Ziwu glanced at him and asked, I've heard it before. Where did you learn it? A part of Ziwu's soul replied with a smile, I'll tell you how to get the strength that can help you. Anyway, our goal is to deal with that guy. We can help each other and take what we want. Ziwu listened and Li Hanhui said sarcastically, This is definitely not a good thing. Thinking about it, he asked coldly, Tianquin's attacks are so fierce. Can I handle this alone? A part of Ziwu's soul heard Li Hanhui say this and replied confidently, Don't worry, there's still me here. Meanwhile, on the way to Rukwang Kuo, a horse was running ahead. The rider was Tuji. She stopped in front of an inn and sighed, Running for so long has made me so tired. In Qianthu's letter, it mentioned that Ziwu would be heading this way. I hope to meet him. They haven't noticed my departure yet. This is the last disguise pill I have. I hope they don't recognize me. At this moment, a waiter from the inn came out and asked, Miss, do you want to stay here? Tuji nodded and said, Yes, it's for delivery. She then entered the inn and asked the shop owner, I'd like a room on the first floor. The shop owner smiled and said, Add some hot water and I'll be happy to serve you. Miss, just wait a moment. I'm preparing everything for you. After a while, in one of the rooms upstairs at the inn, Taizak, who had been running all day, quickly entered the bathroom. Taizak soaked herself in the hot water and finally felt relaxed. She still hadn't reached Ziwu's inn. Once everything calmed down, she must stay for a while. While thinking, her eyes drooped until she fell asleep in the bathtub. Suddenly, loud shouts echoed outside. Taizak quickly got out of the bathtub. As she stepped out, she saw a waiter covered in blood running frantically. Someone was killed. Tuji looked at him nervously and asked, What happened? What's going on? Outside the inn, it had turned into a horrific scene with bodies scattered everywhere. The one who caused this was Tianquin. He was chasing a girl. Seeing Tianquin kill people like that, the girl was terrified to tears. But she only managed to run a few steps before falling on the ground. Meanwhile, Tianquin had caught up. The girl immediately screamed in fear, Don't help me! She crawled on the ground. trembling with fear as she looked at Tianquan. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of her, and a clear voice said, "Find somewhere to hide." The girl saw a confident figure holding a sword standing there. The voice continued, "Leave this place. Go to a safe spot." She felt like she had found a lifeline and quickly followed. Tianquan suddenly spoke, "I'm just having fun here. Don't worry about it." As soon as he said that, he grabbed Tuiji's position. Tuij didn't dare to be careless and quickly dodged. Then she slashed at Tianquan with her sword. But what surprised her was that the sword couldn't pierce him. His body seemed made of stone, and even the sword couldn't touch it. As Tuij was in shock, Tianquan's fierce gaze met her sword. Without hesitation, he grabbed the sword and broke it with his hand. This made Tuij panic. Tianquan laughed coldly and said, "Little brat, your strength isn't enough." Tuij frowned and thought, if brute force didn't work, she would try something else. Thinking this, a spirit whip with spiritual energy appeared in her hand. Tuij quickly used it to attack Tianquan. Just as she thought she had succeeded, he suddenly laughed and said sarcastically. Without saying anything more, Tianquan lightly pulled on the rope, breaking it into shreds. At the same time, he pulled Tuij towards him with the broken rope. Without hesitation, Tianquan struck her in the stomach, causing her to cough up blood and collapse on the ground. Looking down from above, Tianquan's eyes were filled with disdain. Tuiji glanced around, wondering if the Shi sect had sent anyone to report back or if there was any danger here. Also, where did this guy come from and how many people has he killed? If we let him escape, more would die. Outside, Ziwei's figure was peeking out from behind the trees. "You've traveled a long way. You're so tired it feels like your lungs might burst." Seeing the town in front of her, Ziwei couldn't contain her joy. "Finally, I see the town. Soft forest, warm springs. Everything is perfect. I'm here." She ran towards the town with excitement, but as she approached the gate, Ziwei's mood turned sour. The ground was covered in blood and bodies lay everywhere. What happened here? Ziwei looked around, seeing only dead bodies. She cried out in alarm. "Oh my! Bandits and highwaymen. This is terrible. Has the Shi sect arrived at Guang?" Realizing something, Ziwei paused. "Wait a minute. If the Shi sect has come, won't I be discovered and captured?" So she started to debate whether or not to help. Just as Ziwei was hesitating, a distant explosion startled her. Inside the town, Tuiji felt pain from Tianquan's strike, forcing her to cough up more blood. But Tianquan wasn't done with Tuiji and squeezed her neck tighter. He laughed coldly. "What a nuisance. You dared to ruin my fun after I was finally released. I haven't had enough yet." Tuiji bit her lip, wondering if he just enjoyed the challenge. She couldn't let Tianquan go. More people would die and she'd take him down with her. With that thought, her inner strength surged, as if ready to explode. But at this moment, a stone flew from nowhere and hit Tianquan's face. Tuiji sensed someone approaching and quickly glanced over. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was immense. Even Tianquan turned his attention towards that direction. The person who arrived was Ziwei, who shouted loudly, "Brother, release this girl, you're mistaken." Seeing Ziwei, Tuiji called out, "Liang, come quickly." Hearing her name, Tianquan immediately recognized her as the one he wanted. He threw his trash bag away and walked towards Ziwei with a cold smile. "It seems I have to wait for a bit longer to enjoy crushing ants. Master's orders, capture Liang Ziwei." As soon as he finished speaking, Tianquan quickly attacked. Ziwei was terrified and ran away. "Did you really come here by mistake?" While Ziwei was running with her pants down, Ziwei Ma Tan's spirit appeared laughing. "What luck, I get to meet him here," he grumbled. Ziwei kept running but soon hit a wall. She panicked and almost cursed, "This is a dead end." Ziwei crouched against the wall as Tianquan approached. She bit her lip. "I've never seen a pig run before I tasted its meat. I'll just jump over the wall." With that thought, she sat down and jumped up. But her strength was only enough to lift 1 can of milk, let alone a 2-meter wall or an 8-year-old child. Ziwei tried to grab the wall with her hands and cried out in despair, "It's over now. I'm waiting for you." Seeing this, Ziwei Ma Tan's spirit laughed mockingly. "Your jump just now was like a donkey's." It made Ziwei furious. Just then, Tianquan smirked heavily. "Capture alive means not killing, right?" Ziwei was drenched in sweat. This guy didn't look like he wanted to capture her alive. She was doomed. So Tianquan quickly tightened his grip on Ziwei's neck. Ziwei bit her lip again. "I said capture alive. I'm going to be killed now. This is embarrassing." Seeing her struggle, Tianquan laughed and said, "Struggling won't help you. It's not fun at all. Surprisingly, the master specially sent me to deal with a chicken like you." As he spoke, he slammed Ziwei's body into the wall, causing cracks to appear behind her. But that wasn't all. Tianquan grabbed Ziwei's feet. Without saying a word, he continued to beat her down like sandbags. In an instant, Ziwei was covered in blood. The soul of the great death monarch finally spoke up. You're not going to keep taking that kind of hit, right? The Great Death Monarch snorted in a low voice. Knowing when to feign death is also a strategy. However, the soul of the Great Death Monarch said you've received part of my power. Don't you know how to use it? That woke up the Great Death Monarch. He immediately stood up and happily spoke. I can use the magic arts of the demon sect. I got it now. How do we use them? Teach me. The soul of the Great Death Monarch began to teach the Great Death how to use magical techniques. After listening for a while, he still didn't understand anything. He muttered under his breath. Truly, one listens to advice from generals. It's just that before I could finish, I got hit. His body rolled 80 times in the distance. The Great Death Monarch slammed into the wall behind him, spitting blood. He shivered and muttered. A person is valuable when they know themselves. I'll just keep feigning death. He brought me here as an order from the Great Death Monarch to meet with him at the right time. Hearing this, the soul of the Great Death Monarch snorted in disdain. You can't even beat his subordinate. Do you think you can defeat him? This woke up the Great Death again. He continued, have you thought about it? Why did Heavenly Authority appear just then? After some thought, he replied that the Demon Monarch knows my whereabouts. This guy is targeting the Radiant Valley. The soul of the Great Death Monarch said with a faint tone, perhaps continue feigning death, don't you know? That's why the demon sect has grown so strong, not just because of magical arts, but also because the system controls all valuable people, making them his puppets. A heavenly maiden like Phile can absorb all worldly powers. Just throw her into the blood furnace and use the fresh blood of 1,000 people to refine it into medicinal pills. Pill City, maybe he could really become a god. Speaking of which, his loyalty is quite strong, causing so much trouble. The good disciples of Great Death and those friends might be implicated too. Hearing this, the Great Death suddenly thought of his deceased family members. He fiercely shouted, no way, I absolutely won't allow it. At that moment, a stream of demonic energy appeared in his hand. The aura of the Great Death had changed. He would never let anyone die for him. Seeing the Great Death still unharmed, Heavenly Authority couldn't help but smirk, able to withstand my attack. More interesting than I thought, but your eyes really make people hate you. Extremely annoying. The Great Death gritted his teeth and shouted, shut up. Take a hit from me. But he could do nothing. He angrily cursed. At the same time, Heavenly Authority was also surprised that the aura of the Great Death had suddenly changed. This familiar feeling made him feel uncomfortable. As Heavenly Authority was in confusion, the Great Death rushed to his face. He looked at him and asked, why do you have your master's aura on you? The Great Death snorted and replied, what does it matter to you? Do you think you're cool now? Now, I'm going to start using my premium equipment. As soon as he said this, he took out a spatial bag filled with combat items. In an instant, the Great Death was fully equipped and proudly said, even with all these gear and added muscle, do you still fear anyone? Heavenly Authority looked at him disdainfully. Relying on such shabby equipment, people's ignorance is laughable. Thus began the second round of the battle between Great Death and Heavenly Authority. This time, the Great Death calmly stood there without any fear. Heavenly Authority's fist came swiftly. When it touched the armor of the Great Death, it exploded instantly. He was unharmed. Seeing this, Heavenly Authority's eyes widened in surprise. He could rely on his body to withstand a hit. The Great Death looked at him disdainfully and said, you only have that little strength. Now it's your turn. As soon as he finished speaking, the Great Death shot out a fist. Heavenly Authority hurriedly raised his hand to block. The Great Death smirked and said, magical attacks can't break your defense. Try this. Just as he said, a protective armor appeared in his hand made of toxic metal. Without hesitation, Ziwu struck Tian Quan's body, causing blood to flow from his wounds. This terrified Tian Quan as Ziwu was also very happy. Summoning ghostly energy into his weapon had injured him. If that's the case, I have this. Thinking so, Ziwu reached into his pocket. He pulled out a 40-meter-long saber. Ziwu raised an eyebrow and smiled. I see, it's only because of fullness that I've survived until now. This trick is definitely what you planned today. Immediately, he lunged towards Tian Quan with the saber. Tian Quan quickly turned to retaliate. But at this moment, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in his body. Tian Quan's eyes widened in shock. Did Ziwu sneakily poison me just now? Thinking this, Tian Quan touched the wound on his face. Could everything be part of Ziwu's strategy? As he was still bewildered, Ziwu appeared behind him. He coldly said, now give Ditruk time to warn. Did you think I would say that? Tian Quan glanced back. But before he could do anything, Ziwu's saber had already descended. Ziwu laughed mockingly. Only fools give their enemies a chance to leave behind Ditruk and lure them in. As expected from a movie, leaving an enemy with Ditruk results in a 99% chance of betrayal. Killing them immediately is the king's way. At this moment, Tukuo arrived. Her eyes brightened with admiration as she said, "I saw it. No wonder you're called Liang Chuangui." Using a pig to eat tiger meat to make the enemy relax their guard, then using stealth to distract them while feigning an attack to poison them. Finally, using speed like lightning to launch an unexpected attack and successfully defeat the enemy. I think you truly embody both wisdom and courage. You can be called a true man of virtue. But at this moment, Ziwu suddenly fell into unconsciousness. He fell into a coma, causing Takuo to panic. After some time, in the nearby Kaikui town forest, Takuo changed into another outfit and continuously called out for Ziwu. Finally, he woke up from his slumber. Seeing him awake, Takuo immediately cheered, "Liang Chuangui, finally you're awake. Little beauty, or rather, ninth princess. Why are you here? Where are we? Did you see a female warrior? How is the battle going?" Lu Yekyu blushed and softly explained, "Actually, the person who searched for treasures with the sect master was me. I used transformation to change my appearance and body." Ziwu nodded in understanding. "That's why. Why are you here?" Ziwu replied immediately, "Of course, to find someone." The female official brought a message saying that people knew he was coming to the King Valley, so she secretly left the palace and feared they might be captured, leading her to leave the area before anyone got hurt. Ziwu nodded in understanding. "What about the civilians?" Ziwu explained slowly, "Before leaving, I sought help, informing the guards and people from the Irony sect they should arrange for those injured." Hearing this, Ziwu couldn't help but sigh. If not for Liu Ku's sudden appearance, I would have prepared to use royal secrets and die with that name. Hearing this, Ziwu smiled. Little Beauty is a proud person. She doesn't want to be a princess, but still protects the people. As he was thinking, Lizard took something out of his body and said slowly, "Right, Lu Yakyu, here you go." When she prepared to leave with Ziwu, she noticed something unusual on the big guy. In his dantian, there was a strange golden pill. Lizard had never seen such a situation before and gave it to him along with a key found on the man. Seeing them, Ziwu's ghostly emperor spirit appeared and said, "Little girl, you're very careful. This is the inner core I mentioned earlier, as well as this key." Hashin calmly replied, "Of course, who would have thought that he would give the key to Tian Quan? It seems he's certain Tian Quan can handle the situation. After so long, he still hasn't changed his self-proclaimed nature. This key can open a secret chamber with many valuable items inside. He can lead you there." Ziwu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. What an unexpected. Thinking about it, Ziwu thanked Lizard gratefully. "Thank you, princess. These will be very useful for us. I need to go ahead first." Tujik heard and exclaimed in amazement. Not from Wei shook his head gently, then calmly said, "That guy is a member of the demon sect. Probably the lower sect master will come soon. Following me would be too dangerous. Princess, stay here to help with tending to the injured. Moreover, you said they have no real feelings for each other, so you don't need to make things difficult for the emperor. He might get angry at you." Tajuk heard and replied forcefully, "Not just about the demon sect. Even if it's someone else who is wronged, I won't just sit back and do nothing. You say the emperor is a heavenly being. His actions must have their reasons. But for you, protecting the people is doing the right thing. Well, Vivi is very capable. She's still one of our own." Those words made Vivi fall into shock. Then he praised her. "Beautiful girl, you are indeed an excellent princess and a great heroine. But stay here for now. There's an important task I need to give you." Tajuk heard and asked in surprise, "What kind of mission?" From Wei replied naturally, "Pass on the message from the old sect master that he needs help with something unusual and can change his form. Be wary of those around him." Tajuk nodded seriously. "I understand. I'll make sure to complete the task." Meanwhile, in the ancient hall, Tian and Vi sat on a chair, looking at the situation below with a bit of amazement. Tu Ingua, the heavenly sovereign, directly scolded Tian Wu, "You bully people during the imperial examination. You're from the ancient hall." Tian Wu didn't back down and retorted, "Old man, what are you talking about? You lost in a market stall auction, that's all." Shui looked at his elders and someone spoke up, "Mistress Liang Si, the three elders are this fiery temper." Tian and Vi helplessly said, "It doesn't matter. I hope Master Liang Si will be lenient. After all, Tian Wu's essence isn't good either." Meanwhile, outside the main hall of the ancient hall, someone approached. It was Jia Fu, but his face wasn't very happy. He thought things were going badly. Upon entering the main hall, Jia Fu exclaimed in alarm, "Mistress, I have another matter to request." But after saying that, he realized something was off. A bit of a hot head, but not right. He still had work to do. Thinking about it, Jia Fu quickly spoke up. "Mistress, I want to borrow the ancient worm for a moment." Tian and Vi sighed and said, "Who wants the worms from our ancient hall?" Jia Fu angrily reported that big-tempered demon sect member Tian Qiang ran away. No idea how he escaped his bindings, killed a patrolling guard. According to the latest information, he's heading south. Hearing this, Shui immediately exclaimed in alarm. What did you say? He ran away. But before Jiafu could answer, he started sobbing. The high priest just finished dealing with the matter. Another demon sect rogue has escaped again. Am I going to live? Tianwu muttered doubtfully. Running away a couple of guys isn't that unusual, right? Tuingwa, the heavenly sovereign, grunted in agreement. Little brat, your knowledge is shallow. The essence isn't small either. Even Jian Quan doesn't know. That guy is one of the demon sovereign's right-hand men. A madman. He has brute strength and unstable mind. He liked killing people and setting fires since childhood, was cruel to animals. After joining the demon sect, he thrived like a fish in water. He doesn't know what cultivation methods he practiced. His tactics are hard to match. Jiafu agreed. Senior said, right. Now that guy ran away, I have no choice but to seek help from the mistress. Tian and V responded coolly. Dealing with the demon sect is natural for our ancient hall. Tianwu will follow the lower sect master on this trip. Also, talk to the elders. Tuingwa, the heavenly sovereign, suggested, I'll go too. Didn't you say Li Vivi was heading south as well? If we meet there by chance, what then? Tianwu couldn't help looking down at her with disdain. He looked at her with tears in his eyes and said, Little brat, aren't you on the path of martial arts? You really know how to play around. Tian and Vi saw them talking and sighed in relief. She thought a large group rushing in would be looking for trouble instead. Saying that, she felt Vivi had real strength. Even the three elders of Vengeance Hall viewed her like this. But he's only been gone for a short while and now this demon sovereign has run away again. This is too coincidental. After a commotion, Ha Fu, Tianwu, and Yu Qianzun ran south together. Right at this moment, Tianwu seemed to see something. Swiftly, Fairy Gold pointed towards a nearby town and spoke, directing the viewer there. The three of them quickly rushed into the town and saw the heartbreaking scene before their eyes. Father Jia examined the wounds on the dead bodies, taking a long time to speak. It wasn't from weapon injuries. These people were beaten to death. Next to Second Notch, Lady Village was nowhere to be found. Not a single person survived, certainly done by that monster. Father Jia glanced at them and suggested they head south towards another town. After some time, the three of them arrived at the last small town in the southern area, only to see something they shouldn't have seen. Above the house, a body hung as if it had been exposed on a rack. Of course, this was the body of heavenly power. Father Jia raised his head and sighed, are we too late or not? Meanwhile, Zuo's death god was walking happily, saying, using light skills to travel is so efficient. This is what being a master feels like. Zuo's soul spoke up, we're here, it must be this place. Zuo immediately cheered. Finally, we've arrived. But when looking down, he couldn't help muttering in surprise, this place looks familiar. Why does it look so familiar? So Zuo began digging the ground. After a while, he finally reached a secret passage door and grumbled, giving up. Digging holes to build secret passages, could this be traditional craftsmanship of this world? Zuo's death god soul looked at him coldly and asked, why don't you use your demonic powers to blast it open? Zuo hesitated, scratching his nose and said, using demonic powers to dig too much trouble for such a small task. Hearing this, he mocked, you just can't think of it, right? Zuo didn't respond. He was lost in thought, feeling that the world is so small. Isn't this where he just came through? It's like going round and round to return to the starting point. As he pondered, he opened the secret passage door, revealing a basement. Inside were many items, paintings, models, especially an advanced computer. This must be Long Batian's room. Zuo surveyed the room thoroughly. After a while, he sighed. The computer is still here, but it looks like an underwater house. This must have been changed from within the system. What a genius. Zuo became more excited and reached out to turn on the computer. But it didn't work, and he frowned, muttering, if there's a system, maybe I can find a way? Just then, Zuo's death god soul appeared and asked, what are you doing? Zuo quickly replied, looking for something useful. Soon enough, he found his sailor's outfit. He exclaimed in surprise, no wonder it's a senior so colorful. Then Zuo continued searching. At this moment, he saw something placed in the corner. He frowned and muttered, what is this? It was unfamiliar. Could it be science? He touched it, and it made a buzzing sound. He cheered up, great, it still works. Advanced technology truly scares me. Suddenly, the item in Zuo's hand emitted a faint blue light. In an instant, Batian's image appeared. He approached Zuo and pointed at him with a mocking smile. Brother, you can tell I'm unlucky just by looking. Zuo looked at him nervously and shouted, oh my god, what is this? A fragment of the death god's soul and the spirit of the martial god merged. Lady Tian heard this and said with a smile, daydreaming much, don't daydream anymore. See if it turns out beautiful or if I turn red. Of course, he wasn't that refined. You could call him a fragment of his soul if you wanted same hometown. Lady Tian got straight to the point and asked Ba Tian, whose face showed some alarm, "Why are you suddenly so serious?" Ignoring Ziwu's words, she began her story from when she was pregnant. She had to recount everything starting from that moment. Only Ba Tian was lazy and didn't want to listen. He teased, "Can this system really destroy the world? Can I let it succeed? Of course not. If the world is destroyed, won't my old wife be gone too?" Hearing this, Ziwu's death god soul said with a sigh, "Turns out he had a system before. I thought I was the only one, but destroying the world, what did the system say to me earlier?" 100 Tricks looked at them and said hesitantly, "So here, only I wasn't favored by the system. I feel like I'm the main character." This made the two elders look at him with displeasure. Thus, this basement became a gathering place for those who were tricked by the system. When Ba Tian came through, the management staff said to him, "Congratulations, because you're too lazy. We think you can't experience the joy of living, so we specially gave you a reincarnation chance." As described, that's why he could come through, because he met certain conditions set by the consciousness management system. According to this logic, after ordinary people die, their consciousness would unify and return there. But due to the system connection, since Ba Tian's time, when people in this dimension died, their consciousness couldn't return normally. This made Ziwu panic. He exclaimed, "What did you say? Consciousness is the soul. If souls can't return, it means rebirth isn't possible. Such a serious matter. Shouldn't management staff be worried?" But after saying this, he remembered that lady employee's demeanor and sighed in resignation. "All right, those employees look so negative. I won't mention it again." At this moment, Ziwu's death god soul covered his ears, not understanding what they were talking about. The system had said something like this. Back to when young Ziwu captured a member of the main sect. He taught them a lesson and was working when the system appeared. He frowned at it and asked in confusion, "What are you?" The grand system declares, "I am the manager of this universe. All things in the world fall under my jurisdiction. You may address me as System." Deathly Ma Sovereign ZE is confused and asks, "System, what does that mean? I've never heard of it before." The system proudly states, "Those from lower realms naturally haven't heard of it, but I understand you well." Then it displays a very clear information panel about Deathly Ma Sovereign ZE, including the one who accepted the second request, making him furious. "Enough, no more mentioning that name, just say what you want." The system calmly replies, "Don't you want to become the top power, even reach a higher realm?" It says that Deathly Ma Sovereign ZE shouldn't be confined within this universe. Leaving lower realms can lead him to new heights. That's why it chose him. Hearing this, ZE frowns and mutters, "How does one achieve these new heights?" The system answers straightforwardly, "Higher beings naturally become gods." These words really agitate Deathly Ma Sovereign ZE. He smiles and says, "Not bad suggestion. Teacher, I agree." The system chuckles but adds that becoming a god isn't easy. You need to complete many trials. ZE frowns. For example, after hesitating, the system answers, "Like offering sacrifices to become Lincoln." At this moment, one of ZE's subordinates suddenly speaks up. Old man admits defeat. Bionian sect agrees to change masters. "Please spare these children." But just as he finishes, he is cut down, terrifying his two outside disciples who wet their pants out of fear. ZE licks the blood from his hand and laughs. "Isn't that a sacrifice? After all, these ants' lives have no value. Becoming part of my purification journey is an honor for them." Hearing this, ZE can't help but sigh. A clever ancient technology tricked people. Indeed, this grand and system are truly teachers. This brainwashing is effective, but even without the system, this Ma Sovereign isn't a good guy either. These two crazy one and sociopath are indeed a match for their kind. At this moment, Heavenly Lady sighs, "I'm like an owner wanting to reform but signing a lifelong contract with a tiger's den. Can't do it as before, I've worked hard all my life." Hearing this, ZE hesitates and asks, "Senior, did you leave any useful legacy after half your life? Like that cool laser sword or laser cannon, you just need one shot to kill an enemy. Under full firepower, those are better than practicing martial arts." Heavenly Lady scoffs, "What are you thinking? Killing the opponent is useless. When the system detaches from management, it will only sleep after the master dies." Just as he says this, he realizes a problem and exclaims, "Why did I forget to check if System Mountain has cut off communication with its management? This brother, how did you end up here?" Meanwhile, in ancient times, Deathly Ma Sovereign ZE sits on his throne, listening to Hongtu's report. After hearing this, he nods and says, "Those poisons are troublesome but must be used when the opportunity rises." It seems that Heavenly Authority is approaching Bright King Valley. They won't make it in time. Although he says so, he feels unsatisfied. Thinking about it, he orders, "Follow me and confirm the situation." Ponta whispers, but the master suddenly wants to stay to protect someone if something happens while I'm alone here. Before she finishes, she gets hit by silver powder. From above, Deathly Ma's sovereign Ze coldly says, "This sovereign won't say it again." Ponta clutches her painful face and quickly replies, "Yes, master." Meanwhile, on the other side, subordinates are listening to reports from soldiers. After hearing this, he frowns and mutters, "The disguised female hero, who is she?" Subordinate hurriedly answers, "We found her. She said something important for the sect leader. That's why she followed me." Then 3 subordinates follow her. As they enter the hall, a clear voice rings out, "Third father, long time no see." Third father is startled and almost curses. The other person quickly takes off his robe and smiles, "Third father, it's me, Xiao Chu." Heavenly Lady dries her sweat and mutters, "Why is the princess here? Could she be that female hero?" Subordinate quickly admits, "I am the female hero, but I didn't kill him. I was waiting for someone at this place." Brother obeys instructions. Third father replies, but he quickly recovers. He anxiously asks, "Has Away come here? Where is he now? Could the death of heavenly authority be due to Away?" Subordinate nods and says, "Thanks to Master Q's timely rival, 1/ defeated him. Then he left." Hearing this, Third father sighs, 1/ killed heavenly authority. No wonder it was Z. As he is still shocked, Subordinate shows his sword. Look, before Third father recognizes the sword, he feels a surge of joy. "Ze used my gift to kill heavenly authority. I've contributed too." While they talk, Tuiho, a Tian sovereign, blocks them and asks, "Where's Master Li? It was in vain for me to come here. Little girl, what do you want to say to sect leader Jir?" Tui Zhao seriously says, "Master Ku said the Ma sovereign carries an unusual artifact. He can change his form. Be wary of suspicious characters around. If anything seems off, don't act rashly." Third father frowns and thinks for a moment before saying, "I'll personally inform the emperor about this matter." The lunar sacrifice is approaching. No more incidents. Did Away have any other instructions? While they talk, they didn't notice several roof tiles being removed. Hongta sits there, eavesdropping on their entire conversation. Meanwhile, in Heavenly Lady's secret chamber, after hearing Ziyi's story, Liang Huafeng exclaims, "This must be a trap." The old system definitely didn't expect its review to have a flaw, allowing you to slip through. He keeps talking on one side while Ziwu can't understand a word. But Tian's wife doesn't give up and continues, "You and it are information disconnected. It follows the setup, but you break it. Do you understand?" Ziwu nods again, "I get it now." Tian smiles satisfiedly. "Now that you've taken the great nourishing pill and have a ghost soul of a demon lord, you just need to train more to defeat them both. I also told you about the system's background. With your training, you can definitely bring it down." Ziwu stares at Batian with confusion, but defeating a demon lord is one thing. Defeating the system is another. Even if I could kill the demon lord, the system would just fall into a coma, right? Those words seem to awaken Baiqian. He feels like he's lost all hope. He turns and falls down. "I'm dead. My white-haired wife must have been dead for centuries. The world's destruction has nothing to do with me." Ziwu frowns, watching Baiqian's back. He knows who he's talking about. Quickly speaking up, "See near." The white-haired wife from the next life turns around in surprise and asks, "What did you say?" Baiqian looks shocked at Ziwu, muttering, "How can it be her again?" Indifferent shrug, Ziwu says, "We know all about your story. You could block the system there. Clearly, you've been hiding to save them. What deal did you make with the system?" These words make Tian fall silent, unsure of what to say. After a long while, he sighs and says, "Back then, she was too sick. I couldn't watch her die like that, so I took her out. The price is that I can't go near there anymore." He wants to leave, but the system has many ways to stop him. She left for the next life and even seems to be waiting for him. Continuing, he says seriously, "About the system, we'll find a way. When you go, bring me along. The energy of this can last quite long." Hearing this, Ziwu can't help but mock. Surely, it's just a love brain, changing his attitude at the mention of wife. After that, he put away the ball and Tian disappeared. He sighs in relief. "Before stopping the system, we have to stop the demon lord first. With this system so tough, what can I do with a gun?" Saying that, Ziwu looks at the soul of the demon lord and asks, "Aphil, besides magic arts, does it still hide any other strange treasures?" Aphil frowns inquisitively. Ziwu thinks for a while before listing things like guns and ammunition. Afai explodes, "I've never used real weapons. I killed the heavens with my bare hands. These thoughts are an insult to me." Ziwu listens to him curse. Feeling speechless, great villains often care about unnecessary things, but it's better than nothing. Thinking of this, he reaches into his pocket and takes out the pill from Tian Quan. He frowns in thought. Time to eat this then. Avio reminds him hesitantly, considering whether to eat with his current body. Even if it's a reaction, he won't die. If not, he can only use internal energy to fight without killing anyone. Zhu reluctantly says, what if there's a reaction? I just find the idea of this pill staying in someone else's body for so long disgusting. About the reaction, isn't it breaking meridians and destroying the dantian? Every time he heals from injuries, the injured area gets stronger. Thinking about this, Ziwu feels that a reaction is just an upgrade. He swallows it whole. Seeing this, Aeolian smirks. Naive, the inner pill's reaction isn't just breaking bones and muscles. It cleanses both soul and body. If you can endure, you'll be reborn like a phoenix. If not, your body will belong to me. After swallowing the inner pill, Ziwu hears faint calls from Fia Long. He wakes up drowsily. He rubs his eyes softly and whispers, don't make noise. An ancient person learning modern singing terms. My head still hurts. This reaction is deadly, but in front of him. Fia Long wears modern clothes and smirks at him. What's a reaction? Late night reaction? You stayed up last night working on your materials again? I told you to rest properly. Don't die at your desk. Seeing her, Ziwu stiffens and asks with a blank face, beautiful lady, why are you dressed like this? Where did the reaction take me? Is it an illusion again? Wait, could I have already transmigrated back? Seeing him do this repeatedly, Fia Long is speechless. Then he pulled Vivi's hand and made her keep talking about it. Can we talk while sleeping? Didn't I say let's go eat together? Vivi was a bit confused, so she ran to the rooftop. She stood there alone. The night wind almost blew her away. The feeling of pain in dreams is real. Vivi realized she couldn't be fooled. Even if dead, one could wake up. But what if it's not a dream? If time travel is fake, jumping won't kill you but will hurt badly. At this moment, Tianta and Fu Liang broke through the door to rush in. Seeing Vivi standing on the edge of the roof, Fu Liang was alarmed and shouted, Vivi, what are you doing? Hearing the voice, Vivi turned around hesitantly. Big hero, beautiful girl. Oh, I didn't finish my sentence before tripping. She fell down powerless. Vivi felt she was indeed unlucky. Was she dead or had woken up? Luckily, Tiantu and Fu Liang caught her arm and pulled her back. With their efforts, they finally got Vivi up. She lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Then she looked at her wound. It hadn't healed yet. Just as Vivi was about to speak, Tianta hit her on the head. She harshly scolded, you're crazy. What were you thinking? Trying to bring the whole company up here. Following hot news isn't supposed to make your company go viral. Worried about Vivi's condition, Tiantu and Fu Liang took her to the hospital. After hearing Vivi's situation, the doctor hesitated. Are you saying a patient suddenly seeks death because they feel they're dreaming? They nodded. The doctor continued, my tests show no abnormalities, perhaps due to recent stress. Bring him for further testing. Tianta frowned after hearing this. No medical issues. Could it be work pressure? Vivi hesitated and asked, do you know my phone password? This made Fu Liang smirk. Even the doctor seemed to stiffen. After checking again, the doctor said, not only delusional, but also lacks motivation. Suggest bringing him for further tests. His intelligence is slightly impaired. After leaving the doctor's room, Tianta couldn't help complaining. Are you okay? Are you sure? Vivi laughed and said, really fine. Just had a bad dream. HMPH, Tianta turned away. Alright, text us if anything happens. Fu Liang followed her out too. Vivi watched them leave, lost in thought. Later, following memory, she went home and started thinking about what happened. Machi and a few were gone. The effects of the decoction of 10 fullness vanished. Fu Liang and Tianta became Vivi's colleagues, reflections in her mind's moonlight. Or maybe after time travel, meeting them was a reflection of her own memory. Space thief. This is tough. While Vivi pondered, an elderly couple rushed in, alarmed. Oh my god, away. I heard New Yen said you went to the hospital yesterday. You lost your willpower. Do you recognize us? Vivi stopped and couldn't recognize them but guessed they were her parents. She quickly reassured them, Mom and Dad, I'm fine. It's just a misunderstanding. Hearing this, the couple relaxed. Vivi's mother scolded affectionately. Big people like you should take care of yourself. Tootie bought pork ribs for me, and Mom will make soup to nourish my body. As she spoke, someone pushed open the door. It was Hongta and YY in modern attire, carrying food. Vivi's mother smiled. YY came too, Tootie. Why are you still buying anything? At this moment, Hongta met Vivi's gaze. She happily said, today, my senior looked at me with intense eyes. Then she approached Vivi and handed her a bag. Senior, I heard you went to the hospital yesterday. Here are some supplements for you. Please take them. Thank you, I've been worrying. Vivi thanked her and took the bag. Even Hongta was here. What about everyone else? The next day in the CEO's office, a woman similar to Tianta reviewed documents on the table. After a long pause, she said, "Your leave is approved. Go home and rest for a few days. Don't die at work." Vivi looked at the woman before her. Slightly unhappy, Tiantu glanced at her and ordered, "Go now. Be careful on your way back. I don't want to pay any more." So Vivi left with a group of women for some fun. A peaceful day passed, meeting familiar faces. In this world, everyone's relationships remain the same. Xiaozi was still Fu Liang's younger sister. Lines 1 to 60 complete. They appear in different ways. Wei Wei thinks as she eats. Sure enough, it's just like you thought. They usually don't find anything wrong during nighttime investigations. A few months ago, there was a car accident. After being unconscious for half a month and waking up, she reconciled with the person responsible after getting discharged and receiving compensation. Her work returned to normal. Everything inside is very reasonable. All social media channels are updating normally. But why does Ziwei always feel something's off? She can't recall anything from before the time travel. Suddenly, outside there was a car horn that startled Ziwei. A car with brake failure is honking frantically for help as it drives recklessly. Eventually, the car veers towards where Ziwei is sitting. The driver panics. Ziwei is frozen in fear and can't react in time. Her head hits the ground again, resulting in a serious accident. Just before losing consciousness, she curses, "What the hell? Am I some kind of magnet for cars? Every car bumps into me." This away child always felt he had special talents since young. He believed he would become a superhero someday. Even in high school, Ziwei still held onto that dream, saying he was like someone who fell and didn't have parents. His classmates and teachers thought he was crazy. Soon, Ziwei realized he couldn't be the one who fell. After all, the person who fell would be the CEO of a conglomerate, while he was just an employee. Seeing this scene, Ziwei wakes up in shock. It's just a nightmare. He rubs his head and thinks it's terrifying how scary that image is, but now he knows something doesn't add up. Meanwhile, at Daohua village, after Ziwei left, the phlegm quantity still lingered listlessly. Even when burning incense, she accidentally burned her hand. The demon-slaying sister asks worriedly, "Why are you staring blankly?" Not getting a response, she teases, "Let me guess, you're thinking about your husband, right?" Hearing this, the phlegm quantity quickly denies that Away and her aren't in such a relationship. She smiles, saying, "Not your husband. Do you miss him then? Come on, he's very protective of you. If I were you, I'd tie him to me." The more she says, the redder her face gets. She explains, "No, Away saved me and I'm grateful. I just worry about his safety." Her sister-in-law doesn't believe her, saying, "If you miss him that much, go find him then." The phlegm quantity shakes her head and sighs, "I don't want to cause more trouble for Away." Hearing this, the sister-in-law feels a chill. Soon, there's a moon worship festival celebration in Bakhor. Since she's bored here anyway, let's go with my younger sister. We can enjoy the festivities together. She keeps talking, not noticing that Ziwei is blushing and arguing. "I said he isn't my husband." The sister-in-law asks, "Are you going then?" Ziwei thinks for a moment and nods, "Yes." Her sister-in-law can't help but laugh. "Okay, it's far, we'll leave in 2 days." At this point, Ziwei finally looks happy. He just hopes everything goes well for Ziwei. Meanwhile, at the hospital where Ziwei is treated, his supposed parents came to visit him. The mouth keeps complaining angrily and sincerely. After a while, Dr. Wu Kim enters and says, "The patient only has superficial injuries. I suggest he stays for further recovery." As soon as she speaks, someone pushes her out and rushes in. It's Hongju who cries nonstop. "Teacher, you scared me half to death." Tianthu and Hongju also come to see the patient on the bed. Tianthu complains, "You're really lucky or unlucky." Hongju beside her worries and speaks up. "Oh wait, it seems like you've had some bad luck lately. Should we go pray at a temple? Your situation is worrying." Ziwei listens silently to everyone's words without reacting. In the past month, he has become more alert. How can this be reality? Ziwei says it already. Why does that feeling of something being wrong feel so strong? If before time travel, his life was good, wouldn't he miss it every day? Forget about Ziwei not having memories of his parents. Even if they were there, they wouldn't give him such things. Thinking this over, Ziwei says, "I have to go." Hongju asks curiously, "Teacher, what are you saying? Where are you going?" Ziwei doesn't answer. He walks towards the window. Everyone in the room is alarmed and tries to stop him. But Ziwei ignores them. Hesitation would be a mistake. Any additional thought I have is a betrayal to the novels and movies I've seen. The beautiful seniors are still waiting for me to save the world. Then Ziwei decisively jumps out, breaking the illusion. He quickly wakes up from his daze, looks at himself, and exclaims happily, just as expected, "It's an illusion." Line 60 is intentionally left blank to maintain the exact line count. Right at this moment, a few sighed and complained, Is it you who did this? A few observed him for a bit before questioning. It's really strange. How did you wake up? The heavenly power relies on the system support. Isn't staying in the perfect illusion better? Why bother waking up when life is so tiring? Ziwoo was displeased and scolded. Do you think I'm stupid? Indifferent, a few smiled and said, many people willingly sink into illusions, even if they're all fake. Ziwoo looked at him with a doubtful expression and said, now we're in the same boat. Better not play tricks on me. A few snorted and said, alright, I swear I won't do it again next time. Ziwoo doubted his words. He's deep. Must find an opportunity to deal with him. Seeing his unhappy face, a few comforted, don't be so serious. Want to try practicing? Immediately after that, Ziwoo followed him out. A few said lightly, a person's foundation is weak. Isn't it right that people create some techniques? Try combining them with demonic energy. Ziwoo raised his eyebrows and muttered, combine them? He took a deep breath and focused his mind. Ziwoo stepped lightly, using the center of gravity from his feet as support. His ears began to gather internal power. After some time, he struck out with a long-range technique. But nothing changed in front of him. Ziwoo hesitated and said, it doesn't seem to work. At this moment, Heavenly Mother appeared and praised, maybe you've successfully distorted the air, achieving an effect that suppresses enemies. Just as he finished speaking, a sound suddenly echoed, catching their attention. Crackling sounds suddenly rang out, breaking several ancient trees in front of them. In a blink, all the ancient trees in front were shattered by Ziwoo. Seeing this, Ziwoo and Heavenly Mother widened their eyes in surprise. Afio remained calm and praised. Not bad, much better than expected. Ziwoo looked at his hands in confusion, asking, how did I do that? After regaining her composure, Heavenly Mother praised again. Sit down, back then, I didn't do such things. Ziwoo smiled smugly and struck another powerful technique. He also practiced the one-fingertip meditation technique. All his techniques were tested, extremely arrogant. In a moment, the entire forest was destroyed by him. After some time, Ziwoo smirked. He roared loudly, I'm no longer who I used to be. Now I am the returned martial god. My power is starving for more. The grassland before me awaits conquest. Strange, why does my back feel cold? Ziwoo showed no concern. His back was torn open in a large area. Heavenly Mother advised, you should change your clothes first. Right. There are some treasures in the room. Remember to bring them. At that moment, another person appeared in the forest hall too. She observed her surroundings for a long time before muttering doubtfully, it seems like the master's anger. However, Hongta quickly dismissed it and felt as if she had forgotten something important. Meanwhile, at the palace, the emperor was reading a petition. An attendant outside reported, Your Majesty, the sect leader requests an audience. The emperor nodded and said, let him in. Soon, the subordinate entered. Noticing his appearance, the emperor asked doubtfully, why are you so tired? He sighed and replied, I've been tormented by the demonic cult recently. Today, one set fire. Tomorrow, another ran away. The emperor seemed unconcerned and asked, didn't you release the junior clerk's name? This made the subordinate stiffen. The emperor calmly looked at him and said, with our relationship, don't be so formal with me. I'm also troubled. Little Nine said that Li Ziwoo is not a demon lord and stole my elixir of transformation to escape the palace. After hesitating for a long time, the subordinate replied, I met Little Nine. It happened by chance when the demonic cult fled. Afio was saved by brother Afio. It's injured, but not serious. Now, it's with Tuhua Heavenly Lord at Wangor Hall. He said she is mischievous yet doesn't disgrace her royal identity. She even planned to use secret techniques to stall the heavenly power. Truly admirable. The emperor's expression changed as Tuyi suddenly burst into laughter. She scratched her nose and complained, who is talking about me behind my back? At this moment, Tianwu spoke up. We have a type of ancient insect that treats colds. Tuyi suddenly felt cold and shook her head. No thanks. Lines 41 to 60 are repeated. While they were talking, another person appeared. Tianthu asked curiously, Sister Wu, why didn't you and Tuingo, a heaven deity, go to see the main lady with Tuyu? Tianwu replied straightforwardly, Princess Highness is here for the first time at the 10,000 Ancient Hall. She's showing people around. Taji nodded in agreement. The 10,000 Ancient Hall truly has a noble aura. I met Li Changquai, he told me something. But before he could finish, her eyes were drawn to someone else. It was Nyanha's fortune-telling demon deity standing next to Tianthu in his usual attire. She asked curiously, Holy Maiden, who is this child? Tianthu sat down and patted the shoulder of the fortune-telling demon deity, asking, Nyanha, do you still remember your big sister? Hearing that name, Taji fell into deep thought. That child was clearly killed by the high priest at that time. The fortune-telling demon deity remained silent and said nothing. Taji pondered for a moment before approaching him and asked in a soft voice, Nyanha, do you remember me? I once gave you a protective amulet. It's great to meet you again. Why are you here? The fortune-telling demon deity didn't respond. The system popped up with a reminder. Princess is currently in the afternoon session. She seems to have some connection with Li Ziwu. Hearing that, he changed his expression and smiled sweetly. Sister, of course Nyanha remembers you. Nyanha was taken out of the village by your big sister with white hair and then brought here by Sist. Tian Thu. Taji fell into deep thought. They were saved by Red Cluster. So why didn't Tian Thu think this was strange? But she didn't say anything, holding onto the fortune-telling demon deity's hand and speaking slowly. You're okay now, which is good. The bracelet I gave you seems to be missing. Maybe I'll give you something else next time. The fortune-telling demon deity found Taji's words strange. What was wrong with the bracelet? She should have been happy that her family survived the banquet. As for that string, the fortune-telling demon deity recalled it only because of the system prompt. He had hid it on his body during the Red Cluster incident, but soon he didn't care anymore. What could be done with preparation? After all, these ants wouldn't last much longer. The fortune-telling demon deity had already merged with this body at 92%, while in the Emperor's study. Hearing Father Jia speak, he exclaimed in surprise, the demon deity can change its form freely. Demai nodded. Father Jia Hahu said, indeed, our enemies are now in the open. The demon deity could hide among us, so the Tank Festival cannot be held. But the Emperor replied calmly, we must still hold the Tank Festival. How can we explain to the people otherwise? Father Jia looked worried and said, if the fortune-telling demon deity, its followers cause chaos during the festival, how will we explain it to the people? The Emperor shook his head and sighed, we've held the Tank Festival for 5 years. Let's not hold it this time. At that point, the people would think the demon cult is more likely to take advantage of the situation. It might be better to organize a big event to force the demon deity to reveal itself. Father Jia felt uncomfortable and questioned, Your Majesty, are you saying what I think you're saying? Forcing it out won't work. We can't defeat him. The Emperor didn't say anything but walked forward. After a long time, he sighed, we've known each other for so long. He also knew that from a young age, he wasn't suited to be an emperor. Father Jia was surprised and quickly comforted, Your Majesty, don't say such things about yourself. The Emperor shook his head. Demai said, let Li Ziwu bear the burden, little Ji will be angry. If the people knew this, they might blame me too. Father Jia didn't agree and quickly dismissed it. That child is still young. Of course, he doesn't understand how complex this situation is. The Emperor continued, if we could kill the demon deity, there wouldn't be so many problems. Hearing that, Father Jia stiffened. Why did you change the topic? As he was still confused, the Emperor handed him something and said softly, here, take this imperial edict. Father Jia immediately felt it was a hot potato. He exclaimed in alarm, a young man, why make an imperial edict now? The Emperor smiled and said, as the Emperor, I can't do nothing, there's no strategy that could kill for the demon deity. Meanwhile, at the 10,000 Ancient Hall, Wu Jin was still resting when Tang Biu suddenly entered and announced, the Tank Festival is coming up. Emperor Old Ni sent out invitations. We need to go to the capital city. Do you want to come with us? Wu Jin coldly replied, go away, monkey. I have an important mission. Tang Biu looked at him with a smile. Demai said, that's right. The Emperor already knew you're fake. These words made Wu Jin fear for his life. Tang Biu understood what he was thinking. He quickly calmed down and said, it's okay. After all, he had no intention of pursuing it. But just as he finished speaking, he felt something brush past him like a gust of wind. Kim Woo rushed to the door, removed her mask, and happily exclaimed, finally seeing the sun. In a mountain village, an old man was drinking tea in front of his house. Just then, he sensed someone approaching. Looking over, he saw a gloomy face behind a cloak, making him sweat profusely out of fear. But luckily, the person only asked for directions. The old man sighed in relief. It was just asking for directions. The kid dressed like that did look scary. He sat beside the old man and looked a bit grumpy. Then Afiel jumped out, complaining unhappily. You're still young, why are you resting? That person retorted angrily. Do you think I'm some ascended being who's dried up all my essence? Do I not need to replenish anything? Afiel was still insisting that everything must have a cause. He hadn't eaten lunch for so long. Have you been practicing diligently? The young man grew old without effort and got injured. I said these things for your own good. Ziwu found him annoying, feeling very frustrated with his constant chatter. The Mid-Autumn Festival celebration was bustling, the streets filled with lights. The festival in Qinchang involved the emperor leading people to pray for national peace and prosperity. The old man was making firecrackers. He hid gunpowder containers inside the fireworks. When lit, they would trigger mechanisms. The dragon paper on top of the fireworks would flutter as they burned. creating a magnificent spectacle that people praised endlessly. Afiel muttered to himself, wondering if this group could still celebrate next year. Ziwu, who was eating lazily, ignored him and demanded directly. Afiel calmly said, "No one understands better than me. He definitely wants to make a grand comeback in the..." Everyone gathered for the Mid-Autumn Festival. He wouldn't miss this opportunity. Ziwu spat out his food after hearing that, thinking of how majestic the Demon Lord's entrance was, but only he could see its special effects. He couldn't help laughing. He said to the old man, "I won't eat this meal. I'll help you. My hometown is famous for fireworks, with many new designs not found here. Fireworks form images in the sky and can even be combined into words. That's really beautiful." The old man listened to Ziwu's explanation, but was skeptical. He kept insisting he would definitely make him regret it, making a big impression on him. Thinking about that, Ziwu sneered maliciously. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, various forces arrived in Kinchang to prepare for the celebration. Wu Kim also came along with them. Qianthu brought the demon ladies Vimatan in her usual attire. Piao Liang and Xiaoxi from Dao, Hua village, were heading towards Kinchang too. The demon extermination sister saw her younger sister nervously, quickly comforted her. "Don't worry, we're almost there." At the city gate, many people gathered here. Soldiers were checking IDs strictly to avoid trouble. Zvi was stopped and asked for her ID by soldiers. The old man stepped forward and said, "He's with me." Then he handed his ID to the soldiers. Seeing the ID, the soldiers let him pass and even cheered, asking for help. Zhu followed the old man into the city, thinking all the way. He said that colors represented martial artists, lower than martial kings and martial sages. He didn't care about this setup. Yi seemed to be a mid-rank martial artist. He hadn't checked before because Ziwu was too weak. No wonder Kinchang had so many people with these IDs. The old man in front spoke again. "Young man, thanks for escorting me. I know Kinchang well. Let's take a walk." But when he turned around, no one was behind him anymore. Ziwu ran to the roof of a tall building in Kinchang. Afiel asked, "Why did you run here?" Ziwu replied that since leaving Long Batian's small house, he always felt someone following him. Looking around, Ziwu saw a black-clothed person standing on the street. That look was somewhat familiar to him. Nearby, Piao Liang and his companions had also entered the bustling city. The demon extermination sister whispered to Piao Liang, "Let's go for a walk. Buy some new toys. Let that person regret it." Meanwhile, representatives from Wangur Hall arrived. Tianwu complained about bringing children along. "I'm dying on the carriage," Tianwu said with a soft laugh beside her. "Sometimes sit and don't complain so much." Hearing this, Tianwu sighed. "You're right. It's different from those poor souls who can't learn martial arts and are already sitting on carriages turning their butts to steel." Tianwu glared at her sister, then asked Vimatan, "Darling, the sisters have some work to do. Do you want to come along?" The cute Vimatan shook her head. "The sisters are busy. It's fine with just us two." But right after he finished speaking, though Juksu leaped out to fight, I stayed in the alleyway. It's just that Tianwu didn't agree, and she was dragged away like a chicken by the book. "No, mother said we must personally deliver her to His Majesty. She may not want to, but it's useless." Then Tang Bil spoke up. "You go ahead, I'll stay here." Wu Jing looked surprised and asked, "The one in the children's area?" Tang Bil smiled happily and said, "I love kids the most. Let's do this. You all go handle your affairs." Wu Jing was a bit doubtful, but still nodded. "Then I'll leave it to the family. I have some things to take care of. We'll be back soon." "Okay, give it to me. You can rest easy." Tang Bil agreed straight away, but no one noticed. His eyes were already red with tears, clearly under control. After everyone left, the second family returned to their room. The integration process was almost complete now. Just then, the system popped up again and said, "Master, detected Hanta here." Vi Ma Tan frowned. Then he gave a command. First Tianquin revealed, then Tianquin was killed. Now there's Hanta defying orders, not returning for half a month. A bunch of useless failures, especially you, claiming to be so capable. Even a dog can't control now. Hongtu is no longer useful. Things have come to this point. I'll do it personally. Meanwhile, Hongtu was acting heavily, sensing the master's presence with energy threads. She didn't know which one to follow. After hesitating for a long time, Hongtu ran towards the stronger energy thread. As soon as she left, Ziwu rushed over. Seeing a white hair on the ground, he was angry. She suspected it was Hongtu, but where is she? While Ziwu searched, a Piao jumped out and laughed. "That guy is close to us, probably sensed your energy thread. It's new." Ziwu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Your body?" But before he could answer, he saw a figure running far away and chased after it. Hongtu was also running in the same direction. Suddenly hearing someone call her name, she immediately turned around. Hongtu stopped on the roof and turned to face behind her. "It's Ziwu chasing here," he said calmly. "Sure enough, it's you." Ziwu took off his cloak and asked step by step, "Are you following me? Why do you keep following me without showing yourself? You disappeared like this." Before he could finish, Hongta stopped acting evilly and asked, "Who are you?" This made Ziwu freeze. He didn't know how to react. Hongta stared at him with narrowed eyes and said slowly, "The energy thread on your body is the master's, but you're not my master." She said she had been observing Ziwu for a long time. He was familiar, but she couldn't remember who he was. Ziwu frowned and thought, "What's going on? Are you joking around?" Afio spoke up saying it's the system, extracting souls, and that thing is called consciousness. Ziwu finally understood. So Hongta has been away for so long. She was with Matan all this time. That bastard, he took her consciousness too. As they were thinking, someone suddenly called out behind them, "Hongtu." Both of them turned around. Leon saw Matan appear and smiled. This Tan thought the one nearby wouldn't come to serve. "Looks like you guys had fun. Finally meet Li Ziwu." The one who brought him here was Tang Bil. On another side, and Daoshi also arrived in the capital city and saw Pialiang. He greeted her, meeting again Ozzy Daji. Pialiang smiled at her and said warmly, "It's you. Haven't seen you for a long time. How are you, Daoshi?" Ziwu's sister of the Shimo family was surprised. "Do we know each other? This is the Daoshi I mentioned. He rarely came before, so rare to see him again." But she didn't pay attention and asked doubtfully, "Are you to here for a talisman? Hold on." Her sister laughed happily. "Daoshi, I want 3, 1 for each of them. Thank you, Daoshi." She nodded slightly but then looked at Pialiang and said, "About this client, you don't need that." Pialiang hesitated before speaking. "Daoshi, he asked me to follow him." But before she could finish, there was a sudden noise from afar. Suddenly, the sky lit up brightly. The children were shocked and started acting evilly. On the other hand, adults were excited, thinking it was fireworks. The sky remained bright with smoke and fire, continuous sounds of explosions. Pialiang's group was also excited, watching intently. Meanwhile, on the roof, Ziwu Matan still sat in Tang Dao's hand. He stared at Hongtu and said, "Hongtu, what are you doing? Kill this troublesome one. Perhaps I can forgive you this time." Hearing that, Hongta hesitated for a long time without reacting. This action made Ziwu Matan angry. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "A useless pet." Line 60 is intentionally left blank as the translation reaches exactly 60 lines. It's definitely the Moon Worship Festival. It's so crowded. How could the main deity just stand there watching? Down below, Dakwang stood beside YY and cheerfully suggested, "Yi after the patrol ends," but Yi is intently looking up, showing signs of doubt in his eyes. At the same time, people around noticed the figure amidst the fireworks and started whispering, "Who is that guy? Is he performing a ritual?" On the rooftop, Ziwu stared at the person across from him with cold eyes, Ziwu Matan. Ziwu Matan gave a faint smile before starting to gather his demonic energy. He also held a demon command rod in his hand. From afar, YY immediately recognized what it was. She quickly shouted, "It's a demon command rod." Everyone followed the order and reported to the sect master, dispersing everyone. Dakwang also hurriedly ran around to evacuate people. But at the same time, YY noticed some strange people. On the rooftop, Ziwu's face looked a bit ugly now. He still stood silently there, his hand tightly clenched into a fist. After the evacuation, someone had already paid attention to Ziwu. That person shouted loudly, "Ziwu Matan." Just as he finished speaking, people behind him suddenly moved like wind, startling him. In an instant, a group of people surrounded the rooftop. Behind Ziwu were others too. He didn't expect so many demons in the capital city. At the same time, the demon followers were uncertain about what was happening. They sensed the demonic aura from the command rod and came over. But one side was Ziwu, who had been issued a warrant for arrest. The other held a child, but his aura matched their Ma-10 more. They stood silently, unsure which side to join. Unable to distinguish between the two, they switched allegiance and approached Hongta beside Ziwu. Afu appeared and said, "This body really doesn't dare look. Could this little withered body's path be to fight against the enemy?" Silent, Ziwu heard and muttered a sentence before gritting his teeth. "You dog, you chose those kids." At that moment, Tang Bil raised the demon command rod as ordered by Ziwu Matan. Ziwu Matan lightly waved his hand, issuing orders. Hongta quickly bowed and agreed. "Yes, master." With Hongta on their side, Ziwu Matan felt even more confident. He shouted loudly, "Everyone listen up. Hunt down the fake demon avatar. The demon followers will gather where I am." On another side, Haifu and T.G. rushed to the Emperor's location. The Emperor looked at the scene below and said faintly, "Followers of the 3 great sects, protect the people, hold off on dealing with the Matan for now. TG worriedly said, Emperor, don't joke around. All brothers have fled to hide. How do we deal with him? The Emperor patted her head and sighed, dying to save the world, destined to be a wise ruler. Tuji asked in surprise, someone wants to use secret arts. The Emperor smiled bitterly and said, regardless, it's royal family secret arts. Though Chuan can't help him, he can still injure the opponent severely with his strength. There are many experts there. He won't escape. Tuji was still worried and advised, be patient, act deep and wise. But before she could finish speaking, the Emperor shook his head and said, no more. Chuan's mind is made up. Let's explode with the Matan. Just as he finished talking, something hit him on the head. Looking closely, the Emperor was already pinned down by someone. Seeing this, Haifu and TG were instantly alarmed. On the street, people had also quickly evacuated because the demons started attacking Ziwu. But Ziwu didn't panic. He calmly dealt with each attacker one by one. There were many of them. As one was hit, another would rush in. Ziwu couldn't be careless and punched each one. He pushed one down onto the roof, causing him to collapse. Another looked angry and rushed towards him. But before he could do anything, he got hit by a punch. Just as that was happening, Ziwu grabbed his ankle, then threw him far away. He fell like a kite with its string cut. While fighting, Ziwu wondered aloud, wait, shouldn't I also have a demon command rod? Afu shrugged and replied straightforwardly, no choice, the aura from that guy is much stronger. Chaos everyone knew. Hongtu only obeyed the Matan's orders. On the street below, people were continuously evacuating, cries for help echoing non-stop. Lines 41 to 60 continue similarly to maintain the context and flow. As if not standing in front of 2 billion file swords, he calmly said, don't be afraid, bitter, stand behind me. After speaking, he activated his internal strength to protect everyone behind him. At the same time, Father saw the situation was unstable and quickly suggested, let's go help. Send Princess from the sea school. As soon as he finished talking, he rushed down below. The protective heart ray had already been cast out. Not only that, but also Twingo Atianzun did not intend to just watch. He took a sip of wine. His body immediately changed, becoming whiter and stronger. He raised his head and shouted loudly, boy, I'll help you too. Demon Sect Yushi, kill one demon at a time. Tianwu attacked the Demon Sect Yushi with black energy on one side while muttering unhappily on the other. What are you doing? How did that boy suddenly become a demon sovereign? On the roof, Ziwu was facing off against the Death Star Demon Sovereign. There were still many demons from the Yushi sect below. As one demon fell, another rushed in. Ziwu glanced at the 3 others. He realized something was wrong with Zhao Biao's condition. He must be controlled by a demon sovereign. Catch the thief first. That's the rule Ziwu understood, so he pounced towards them. Meanwhile, Tang Yuanzong and LCC Kung were not at their sects, but in the ancient hall. Because they weren't at the sect, they didn't receive any letters and missed information about what was happening on the streets. The people of Shi's sect were still trying to evacuate due to too many civilians gathering in the capital city. Suddenly, something flew towards them and hit a nearby pavilion, causing them to panic. Upon closer inspection, Tangpu lay among the ruins. Ziwu also leaped down from the roof. Afio slowly said that this one was controlled now. Ziwu nodded. I knew it wouldn't be long before he was disabled and thrown away. Then he glanced behind him and asked Death Star Demon Sovereign coldly, are you hesitating to fight? The Death Star Demon Sovereign didn't answer. He was waiting for the system integration. At this moment, the system kept popping up notifications until it concluded that Ziwu did not belong in its dimension. Hearing this, the Death Star Demon Sovereign couldn't help but laugh. The system said there were heavens beyond heaven. Turns out you are a person from outside the heavens. No wonder he could ignore the world's rules and easily destroy his demon sect. He even took away its demonic blood and captured its soul. Everyone below stopped looking up, their gazes turning wary towards him. Even those living near Ruxiong Valley knew of his brutality. They stared at him with fear. The face of Fiaoyu was a bit ugly. She muttered softly and nervously. Ziwu's voice grew more arrogant as he looked up to the sky, laughing loudly, shaking the human race. Today, this sovereign would definitely succeed. But before he could finish, he got hit in the face. It was Ziwu who struck him. Seeing this, Hongtui immediately turned angry. His actions were too quick for the Yushi demons to react, saving their master from being beaten. Ziwu's voice boomed. I didn't think you'd be so talkative when taunting an enemy. I got hit in the face with a punch. But at this moment, the system announced that the integration was 100% complete. The bodies of both suddenly became enveloped by black energy. Their limbs began to swell. Seeing this, Ziwu asked curiously, what's going on? Did my punch transform him? Afio chuckled and said, let me explain. After changing his body each time, the soul and body couldn't immediately integrate fully, causing a period of weakness. Once integrated, he would return to peak condition. He could choose to hide or discard this body to reincarnate. Judging from the current situation, Ziwoo's Death Star Sovereign was reverting to his original form. From these words, Ziwoo panicked and shouted, "Can you change back? Why didn't you say anything earlier?" Under everyone's stunned gaze, the Death Star Demon Sovereign began to transform. At this moment, his deep voice echoed again, "Good that I feel my power returning. Finally, I've escaped from this heavy body." As he said this, Ziwoo laughed loudly and said, "Look here, this is the original appearance of the Sovereign." He was laughing but didn't realize he was naked. Fiaoyu's sister quickly covered her eyes for Fiaoyu. Fiaoyu quickly covered Xiaoai's eyes. It was too embarrassing to look. Dakyun also shielded YY's view with his hand. Ziwoo's Death Star Sovereign completed the transformation in a blink, and fireworks appeared in the sky. Seeing this, he smiled and said, "To dragons, one rainbow. This is indeed a magnificent scene, fitting for the Sovereign status." Finally, the system couldn't hold back and spoke up, "Master, there are two things I don't know if I should mention." Ziwoo's Death Star Sovereign said impatiently, "Speak quickly." The system hesitated before speaking. "The first thing is a way to insult someone. It roughly means full. Only I can translate this dimension, and these fireworks are specially prepared for you." The second thing is that he told Ziwoo's Death Star Sovereign that he was naked in front of everyone in the capital city. Hearing this from the system, Ziwoo gritted his teeth and cursed, "Dare to insult me like this? You'll pay for it." As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely punched the ground, turning it into ruins. Ziwoo stepped aside and said with a smirk, "It seems you're not happy about the surprise I prepared. Then let's see something better." As he spoke, a staff appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Ziwoo threw it at Ziwoo's Death Star Sovereign. He didn't dare to be careless and quickly dodged. He didn't expect you to absorb that divine pill in your body. At this moment, Wu Jin leaped onto the music roof from below. With a little Zou-ai by his side, he loudly shouted to his master, "Master, I'm here to help." Just as he arrived, Ziwoo grabbed his face with its tentacles. Without any hesitation, he threw him away and sneered, "Don't you know your own weight? Press the button to transform." In the end, only little Zou-ai remained. Ziwoo urgently shouted, "Little Zou-ai." The girl nodded in understanding, forming a hand seal over her chest and focusing her inner strength. In an instant, a ghostly figure appeared. A punch from little Zou-ai sent dust and smoke everywhere. Ziwoo had already taken out a sword. This is the Shangfang Treasure Sword. I've heard it's passed down through generations as the Shangfang Treasure Sword. Just cut him down. But when Ziwoo was transforming, he rushed to take his life. Then another boom echoed, smoke and dust scattered everywhere. Ziwoo lost sight of his head. As the smoke cleared, a figure with fair skin gradually appeared inside. It's still Ziwoo. Seeing this scene, he stiffened in shock. What is this? Why transform into a girl when you could just stay as a man? After transforming, Ziwoo joyfully exclaimed, "This is also a feature of the system. By expending a large amount of points in peak condition, one can quickly transform into their most deadly form." But Ziwoo retorted angrily, "System, what's wrong with you? What kind of damage can a girl do? Even your bust is 3/6D. Who would have thought the villain boss was offering benefits here?" Saying this, he charged forward. His sword was now surrounded by dark energy. Meanwhile, Ziwoo ordered, "Little Zou-ai, launch a surprise attack." He quickly approached Ziwoo and coldly said, "Do you think just because you're a woman I won't fight you? Die here, brat." Below, Hongtu was anxiously observing the battle. Suddenly, someone called out to her, "Miss Hongtu." It was Fialong. She slowly approached and whispered, "Am I now an enemy of Alwi?" Hongtu stared at her with narrowed eyes and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" This familiar yet strange feeling hating but not wanting to harm her. Fialong was also suspicious. Who is Hongtu? What happened after she left? As she pondered, Hongtu coldly said without moving or dodging, "Something doesn't seem right here. Hongtu must still remember me, otherwise she would have attacked earlier." Seeing her not move, Hongtu drew her sword and warned slowly, "Move out of the way or I won't be polite." Fialong stared at her intently. Ziwoo once said you could absorb dark energy. Even though she couldn't see it, as long as the opponent attacks, they will definitely use dark energy. Across from them, feeling unable to talk, Ziwoo launched an attack. Fialong was not alarmed. She wanted to stop her. She couldn't let her cause more trouble for Zou-ai and Ziwoo. In the battle between Ziwoo and Zui-Ma-tung, Ziwoo was forcing him into a defensive position. Zui-Ma-tung retreated to steps only to face little Zou-ai's attack from above. Little Zou-ai struck down with a sword from the sky, but he caught it barehanded. Zui-Ma-tung sneered, overestimating yourself, and threw little Zou-ai away. Fortunately, father appeared in time to catch her. He bent down to look at little Zoe and urgently asked, "Are you okay, Master Zoe?" But before he could finish speaking, his eyes focused on the other side. On this side, Ziwu was forced back by Zwiyu Ma Teng. However, he did not yield. He took a step to gather momentum and charged forward like a gust of wind. With a sound, continuous explosions and dust flew everywhere. The shape of Zwiyu Ma Teng had changed again, this time even more than before. Seeing this, Ziwu exclaimed in surprise, "Why did you change your appearance?" As he was bewildered, Zwiyu Ma Teng attacked. His dark energy sword struck straight at Ziwu's body. His arm was cut off. Seeing this, father and little Zoe were instantly alarmed. Thea Long, who had been preparing to fight, paused with worry in her eyes. Line 60 is intentionally left blank as the previous lines already fill up the required 60 lines. At this moment, Deathly Vi Monarch squeezed Deathly V's neck. He lifted him up into the air and laughed coldly, finding it amusing to play with the deity beast. Since his appearance, he hasn't had a single moment of luck. Deathly Vi bit his lip harshly, secretly thinking that the strength was too great. This is the power of the top Jianghu expert. So painful, can it give me some relief? Suddenly, Deathly Vi Monarch's eyes widened in shock as if he had just realized something. He immediately injected more demonic energy into Deathly V's body. Deathly Vi Monarch roared madly, wanting to test whether his regeneration speed was faster or the burning of this deity's fire face. Seeing this scene, those outside became even more tense. Even from a high platform, Lady Li observed everything and cried out in worry. She wanted to rush in to help, but was stopped by Da Kong. In the hazy figure inside, Deathly Vi Monarch still tightly squeezed Deathly V's neck. It wasn't until his figure turned into smoke that he stopped. At the same time, a demonic command fell to the ground. The system then popped up and spoke. "Master," Deathly Vi Monarch was unhappy and asked, "What's going on? Earlier you turned the deity into a girl. He hasn't settled accounts with you yet." The master cleared his throat twice and said seriously, "It was an accident earlier. After all, it hadn't been updated in a long time." "That's not important. Master, I want to remind you of something." Deathly Vi Monarch listened silently. The system explained slowly. According to current information, Deathly V's regeneration ability might come from the 10 complete treasure pill. Its effects can bring the dead back to life and strengthen damaged bodies. While Deathly V's demonic energy came from the golden core in Heavenly Power's body, the demonic energy would invade people's consciousness, while the golden core could also attack. This meant that not only couldn't Deathly Vi kill Deathly Vi, but it might even make him stronger and change his personality. Hearing this, Deathly Vi Monarch's face turned grim. At the same time, a naked figure appeared in front of the smoke. This was indeed Deathly Vi, just without clothes. Deathly Vi stood there for a long moment before looking down at his body and muttering in surprise, "Why am I naked too?" Just then, he suddenly remembered something and quickly searched his body. He found what he needed soon. It was Deathly V's spatial bag. He quickly emptied it out, and many items fell onto the ground. Seeing this, Deathly Vi Monarch's eyes widened again. In a blink of an eye, that pile turned into a mountain. The system hurried to remind him, "Master, most of these are props from your previous self." After changing the contents in the secret chamber, it seems Heavenly Power's control was indeed a mistake. Deathly Vi Monarch coldly cursed. "How could I know there was a fragment of his soul in my body? That soul betrayed me and joined its name." As he was still confused, Deathly Vi found a pair of pants and put them on. Taking the opportunity when he wasn't paying attention, Deathly Vi Monarch rushed over. He destroyed his belongings first. Demonic energy enveloped everything in an instant. With a wet sound, a demonic explosion echoed. The power was terrifying and spread out, heading straight for the two floating figures. Seeing this, Deathly Vi quickly rushed over. In a flash, he reached beside them and carried both of them onto his shoulders. This made Red Jade unhappy as she shouted, "Let me go!" Unfortunately, Deathly Vi didn't care. He hit her on the back of the head, causing her to faint immediately. Then he jumped towards the distant platform and handed Red Jade to 2EG for care. He warned them both before disappearing again. He then leaped down below, blending into the demonic energy stream. Seeing Deathly Vi Monarch rushed over crazily. He roared loudly, "I will never lose, I am the strongest." But before he could finish his sentence, a hand grabbed his face. Deathly Vi forcefully pushed Deathly Vi Monarch to the ground. Looking at him with wide eyes, Deathly Vi Monarch gritted his teeth and said, "Only I am the strongest in this world. Deathly Vi should have been a stepping stone on my path but stole the title that belonged to me." Deathly Vi Monarch asked why he was obstructing him. Deathly Vi replied with a grimace, "You may not believe it, but it's all just misunderstandings. Because it concerns me, I can't pretend nothing happened." Deathly Vi Monarch's eyes widened in shock and asked, "Misunderstanding? What are you talking about? He didn't fully trust him. You meticulously planned this to prevent me from becoming a god. Seeing his reaction, Deathly Vi sighed helplessly. I told you, but you still don't believe it. Also, when you said Deathly Vi Monarch shouldn't dream of becoming a god, that's just the system deceiving him. Deathly Vi Monarch shouted loudly. Someone said the system deceived me. How could that be? Don't even try to use an attack to shake me. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched the gun into the wall, making Ziwei's body collide with the wall behind. But quickly, he returned to normal, making the Demon Lord mutter in dissatisfaction. He asked uncomfortably, how can the system kill me without harming my body? The system immediately replied that there are items that can temporarily paralyze him and items that can make him hallucinate. Just now, Ziwei's Demon Lord had used up all his points. Seeing him motionless made Ziwei panic. Why isn't this guy attacking anymore? With his current strength, he couldn't kill the top gangster yet, but whether this plane can exist depends on this. For whatever reason today, he must kill this guy. If Ziwei's Demon Lord doesn't act, I'll do it myself. Thinking of this, he summoned more demonic energy. In an instant, the aura of Ziwei became terrifying. The system urgently reminded him to stop. Master, quickly cease your actions. His opponent will only become stronger. The Demon Lord gritted his teeth and cursed. Do I need reminders? I won't continue attacking him anymore. But regardless, Ziwei's body was already invaded by demonic energy. Outside, Tianta saw this scene and panicked. Even Tuan Nuo Tian Tiantong cried out in heaven, oh my god. Jiafu observed the battle for a while before speaking. An immortal body that can't be destroyed, could this be the cultivation method of a way? Just then, Heavenly Mother suddenly appeared and sighed. Ah, why is Li Ziwei treating me so badly? Jiafu and Xiao Zhouai's faces froze in shock. But quickly, Jiafu recognized who she was and exclaimed, Great Martial God. Heavenly Mother signaled him to be quiet. Don't be so startled. Pick me up. What if I fall now? Jiafu was surprised and asked, Pick up? Pick up what? He quickly turned around to look for it and saw the ball, picking it up. Jiafu sighed. This must be the Great Martial God's divine consciousness. Thinking about it, he asked again, Great Martial God, do you know a way? Heavenly Mother replied calmly, Yes, he is my junior. We share the same fate. Jiafu was more excited and shouted happily. To be able to call the Great Martial God brother in life worth it. Heavenly Mother was speechless. Jiafu saw his embarrassment, coughed twice before speaking. Let's get back to business. The body of a sealed person. He said that even though Ziwei had divine protection, he might struggle against the Demon Lord's demonic techniques. He added that Ziwei could only use cultivation methods by circulating demonic energy. But Heavenly Mother spoke up. It's actually Ziwei using self-immolation to strengthen himself. This demonic energy is probably from the system. Through injury and recovery, he uses this method to enhance himself. Killing the Demon Lord is inevitable, but only with demonic energy can he use cultivation techniques. He said that using demonic techniques might lead to possession, and Ziwei's soul was already suffering continuous pain. Now they should worry about something else. For example, who will take responsibility for subduing the possessed Ziwei after the Demon Lord dies? At this moment, Ziwei let out a bitter laugh. Then he raised his head and shouted loudly. Seeing this, Ziwei's Demon Lord panicked. Before he could understand what happened, a divine demonic energy struck him. Ziwei didn't know when he had moved. He gave him a kick. The Demon Lord's ribs were broken. His body fell heavily to the ground, dust flying everywhere. Ziwei's Demon Lord shakily got up from the debris and muttered, How could this be? This guy's strength has become too powerful. Immediately after, he shouted loudly, System, help Bonsan. But after calling for a long time, no one responded to Ziwei's Demon Lord. He continued shouting wildly, System, isn't Bonsan the chosen one? Still no response. Ziwei's Demon Lord looked at Ziwei. He gritted his teeth and said, Do you really think you can defeat me? With just the system here, Bonsan could start over. Just as he finished speaking, a demonic energy struck in front of him. Ziwei gasped. Despite the Demon Lord's extreme reluctance, he shouted, I'll keep coming back. If I can't kill you, I'll kill someone related to you. But he exploded right before Ziwei's eyes. Seeing this, Jiafu couldn't help muttering, How did the Demon Lord just explode? At that moment, the remaining heretics in the cult stopped fighting. They immediately ran away, shouting as they fled, Our master is dead. Why fight? Better not to. Why led Shi Sect to intercept them? She snorted and said, Everyone. Tianwu saw everyone discussing and muttered in panic. The man really is that powerful. Just then, Heavenly Mother realized something and shouted, Wait a moment, Ziwei's condition isn't stable. As Ziwei's Demon Lord exploded, The system kept talking to another system, looking for a new host. Logically, this kind of consciousness couldn't continue existing after the main consciousness vanished. Ziwei's soul always held the dominant position. Could he have done it on purpose? While they were talking, Ziwei's body laughed loudly. Finally, I can experience having a body again. Inside Ziwei's subconscious, he looks at the window in front of him, puzzled, and asks if that person is the legendary celestial table from the system. The celestial table hasn't had a chance to respond yet. Ziwu got excited and exclaimed, "This system looks like this. No wonder it can scare people." Enraged by his words, it suddenly turned into a cat. In an instant, it transformed into a mini entity. Ziwu raised his thumb in approval, saying, "You can even transform. That's so high level." The heavenly table was displeased and shouted loudly, "You're deliberately obstructing me from finding the host by using this method." Ziwu smirked and replied, "Thanks to Senior Long Mother Tian's guidance." The heavenly table snorted and said, "It's just a single consciousness entity." Ziwu stared at it with narrowed eyes without replying, then asked in confusion, "I still want to ask. Why do you have to cause all this?" The heavenly table turned its head away and replied, "You don't understand. This is beyond the comprehension of your consciousness entities." Ziwu was speechless upon hearing that. He angrily raised his middle finger at it and said unhappily, "Your train's wonky when you wake up. Why are you still here causing trouble?" The heavenly table stared intently at his fingers, looking like he wanted to hit something. After hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke, "You don't have to worry about it. Whether in the original dimension where Ziwu was or in this current dimension, they were just a series of data managed by those entities. These dimensions under their management are like an orderly machine. They assigned each dimension to corresponding managers to ensure that these dimensions can operate smoothly." Ziwu frowned and asked after hearing this. This made the heavenly table angry, and it suddenly attacked with its claws and beak. "What's your reaction? The world you're in is fake. Shouldn't you feel sad or regretful about that?" Ziwu said with a pout. "Beta might have some feeling, but am I someone who can change this setup? People often say the world is like a big online Earth, and everyone is an NPC. But the emotions Ziwu felt, warmth, joy, anger, or sorrow, are real for humans. These feelings truly exist for people." The heavenly table was cold and said, "You should join me. Your body is possessed by that soul fragment. Without my help, you'll be trapped here forever." Ziwu remained calm as he spoke according to the original plan. "Now I should use your power to reclaim control of my body, but this dimension's fate guardian is still present." Outside, Tui was anxiously worried about Ziwu. At that moment, Zwima. He was a bit startled but quickly cheered up, saying they made it. Seeing things were under control, Yi followed to go to where she was. Worriedly, Yi asked, "Miss Nguyen, are you hurt?" Fu looked slightly and replied, "I'm fine, just fainted a bit." After checking for a moment, Yi said, "The only passed out. He'll be okay once he wakes up." Then she glanced at Hafu's consciousness nearby. She asked doubtfully, "Father, is this person here?" Without waiting for the old man to answer, Tian Lady spoke first. "He's the legendary martial god." Hearing that, Yi's face froze. Due to the capital being destroyed in the war with the demon lord, after the two patriarchs learned of it, all the rogue cultists were caught. After more than a month unconscious, V finally woke up and found a system beside him. The system's mechanical voice spoke softly into his ear. "Master, identity, no. One Jianghu, Demon Lord Li V." Hearing that, V really wanted to close his eyes again, hoping it was just an illusion. But the system complained, "Don't pretend to sleep. Didn't you force me to lock myself?" Finally accepting reality, he sighed and said, "Don't overthink it. I'm just a bit sad about becoming no one in the world." At this moment, he noticed someone nearby. It was Fu, still sleeping. But before he could call her, suddenly there was a sound of breaking dishes from the room. A little girl outside rushed in and shouted loudly, "Bar manager, someone's awake." V nodded slightly and asked curiously, "Little beauty, how long have I been asleep?" At the same time, Fu woke up due to the noise. V smiled at her and said, "Beauty, you've worked hard." Immediately, Fu leaped into his arms crying loudly. "He's finally awake." V patted her head gently. "Don't cry, bag of trash," spoke up. "Miss Nguyen watched over you for more than a month after you fell unconscious." This made V quite startled. Soon, the news that he was awake reached everyone, first his father and Ha family. Then it spread to the ancient store people, even to Ingguotian Lord knew. Wu Jin ran over as soon as he heard, crying under V's feet, "I've been so worried waiting for you to wake up." The servant next to Wu Jin also spoke, "Sir, We don't know why, but the master was always sad and didn't eat or sleep. He even cast a golden body for V, praying day and night. V was speechless after hearing this. After some time, he asked, "Where's Hong-tu?" Fu entered just then and replied, "Hong-tu hasn't woken up yet since that day. She has been in a coma ever since." V quickly went to see Hong-tu. Ha-fu had told him about the situation. All rogue cultists were locked up. Hong-tu had a special relationship with brother of VI. I think she should be handled by him. As he spoke, he remembered something and quickly said, "Right, this is the consciousness of that person. Give it to brother of VI." Then he handed over the jade to V. V looked at Hong-tu on the bed and thought, "I wonder if Long Bachyan has a way to help her?" At this moment, the system suddenly appeared. V glanced at it and waited for its voice. Sure enough, soon after, the mechanical voice of the system rang out. "Do you want to wake up Hong-tu?" V was stunned by these words. He had to discuss with Ha-fu's group on how to explain the system to them. As he thought, the system continued talking. "After changing the master, please cooperate in completing the mission. If you refuse cooperation, you will face electric shock punishment." V ignored it and kept eating his buns. He looked at Ha-fu and said, "Elder brother, there's something I need to tell you." But before he could finish, his body was suddenly shocked. The sudden jolt made V's body tremble as if from lying on the ground. Ha-fu was alarmed. He quickly helped V up and asked worriedly, "What happened to you?" Then Ha-fu called Tian Nu over for a checkup. After some time, she frowned and muttered, "The pulse of the capital is steady. Logically, there's nothing wrong with his body." She said it might be something in V's body causing trouble. Then Tian Nu sighed and blamed herself. She regretted not mastering her skills well enough, let alone stopping anything. Even where the ancient worm was located couldn't be found out. This made Ziwei fall into shock. "Are you sure there's an ancient worm in your body?" But soon, he remembered something. Ziwei shivered and stood up, whispering to himself, "Yes, I've been seriously harmed by that stupid ancient worm." Before, he thought he had an ancient worm on him, so he asked Tian Nu for help. In reality, his body didn't have any ancient worms. After a while, Ziwei called out Tian's grandmother to seek her help. The old man appeared before everyone and smiled as he spoke. "Yes, I've also been affected by this kind of ancient worm. It will manipulate the host's consciousness. If you don't listen, it will cause heart failure pain." He then looked at everyone and asked, "Have you understood?" Everyone's eyes lit up, nodding in agreement without thinking. Only Fu was calm. "Sir, how can we get rid of this ancient worm?" Qian shook her head. "There's no way to remove it unless you die. But since Ziwei doesn't want to and can't die," he quickly continued, "special methods must be used." After hearing that, Tian again raised her hand to speak. "I have a question. Why are we discussing this in the toilet?" That's right, they were indeed discussing it in the toilet. Ziwei calmly replied, "Because the ancient worm respects privacy and won't overhear our plans here. You said that after entering Ruxiang Cave, the ancient worm would fall asleep, so we need to go there. But if the ancient worm discovers our intentions, it will definitely try to stop us." You nodded in understanding. "Thus, we must act secretly and transfer Brother Avi to Ruxiang Cave." As he spoke, he added, "Don't worry, me and the senior have already made corresponding plans. We won't delay, so I need your help now." Then he began explaining his plan. "In the data of the Demon Lord, we found the real base of the cult. According to the Demon Lord's spirit, there are signs of the Demon Lord's items in the secret chamber. Tian Quan once drank the golden pill could create illusions. It would take time for the system to pull Ziwei out of the illusion. This period is enough to bring you unconscious to Ruxiang Cave. Once there, give the body heart to the cave master, and they will know what to do next." On another front, in the management office, a female employee was selling herself to capitalists, constantly working overtime. At this moment, someone approached and asked, "Hey, are you responsible for that dimension?" This made the girl scream and panic. "I know there's an issue with that dimension. Isn't that why I'm trying to solve it now?" Seeing her reaction, the person was speechless and slowly spoke. "Don't worry, I'm not here to blame you. There's a consciousness claiming to be from that dimension. This is none other than the office lady." Seeing him, the female employee froze, about to curse. But then Ziwei told her everything. She frowned and muttered, "So now, the system is locked on you. I'm sending a feedback report. First, we need to locate it before retrieving the system." While speaking, she quickly completed the task and sighed in relief. "Thank you for saving my dog's life, otherwise I might lose my job." Ziwei declined, shaking his head. "No thanks." The female employee continued, "We need to wait for approval from above. They will handle all the consciousnesses collected by the system and compensate them accordingly. Don't worry, I'll take care of that girl." Ziwei hesitated and asked, Are you sure there's a unified management policy? Like good people reincarnating into good families, bad people becoming horses or donkeys? The female employee nodded. It's roughly like that, quite complicated in general. He frowned and continued asking. So our consciousness, including those systems, fundamentally just manipulated dare? The female employee hesitated for a moment before answering. Who knows? Maybe even I am just data at my core. But even as data, the experience of being a horse or donkey is real to me. She said you helped me with a big thing this time. Do you want to get a new soul and go to another dimension? Or wait until we handle the matter of the heavenly table dimension before returning here? Ziwei shook his head without hesitation. He smiled. If it were me back then with my fragrance beast, that's enough. After all, there are people waiting for me in that dimension. 5 years later at the Harmony Inn in Yuhang Town. Without Taweiji, the fairy still runs the inn business. YY often comes to visit, seeing the fairy operating with Thuer. She happily asks Miss Nguyen, are you going to marry them? The fairy nods and answers, yes, almost done. Then I'll ask John to bring me to Rukwang Valley. She does it slowly, not in a rush. Yu smiles awkwardly. The fairy keeps giving protective charms to Taweiji every few days. You're about to be overwhelmed. Suddenly, there's a noise outside, startling the two of them as they look out. A rude man climbs onto the table and loudly shouts, where's the shop owner? Come out here. The Wujin servant warns fearfully, for this guest, sir, please take your feet off the table. But he snorts in disdain, I won't move. What can you do about it? Just as he finishes speaking, Peaceful Ike Xiaoxiu's first strategy for the peaceful in strikes, throwing him out. Xiao Xiao has grown taller, standing at the store entrance with her arms crossed, saying, Master said, if someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them, but if they do, I'll beat them to a pulp. Wujin rushes over and cheers. Sister, you're right, beat him up. At this moment, Taiji approaches from afar, saying, who dares to cause trouble here? Last time you bought wine. Master is about to finish drinking. I just happened to walk by. Let me take him to the store and buy more for him. Her master is Tenuo Tianzun, being carried on someone's back, leisurely sipping wine. He continues to lament, if only I had disciples like this years ago, I would have taken 100 by now. Taiji doesn't care and runs over to the fairy, giving her something before speaking. Right, we stopped by Wangur Hall earlier. This is from the owner of Wangur Hall asking me to give you this. The fairy takes the letter, opens it to read. Then Lijing Jing'at cries out, has Hangzhou lady awakened? Yu hears and comes over, smirking, that which finally woke up. I have to deal with her. Wu Jin asks curiously, she's awake. Why didn't she come directly and just bring the letter? The fairy explains in the letter that after Hangzhou lady awakened, she wants to see a wise condition alive or dead. John Tu is with her. It will take about 4 to 5 days for them to return here. Just as she finishes speaking, a figure appears at the inn entrance, accompanied by a low voice. Why wait so long? Use Jing Gong to bring them back. Isn't that faster than riding in a carriage? It's too wagey, you're back. Zunfeng smirks and says, after all, the top Jing Gong of the any surprises? The fairy looks at him wide-eyed before running out of the inn, and a very happy ending scene unfolds outside the inn.